While others poured their heart and soul into artifact forging, searching high and low for rare and precious materials, you placed that pair of tattered cloth shoes on the forging table. Everyone laughed at you, calling you crazy, but you just laughed at their ignorance. You can't even complete a quest to good for nothing like you deserves to be a laborer for the rest of your life. The elder tossed down his token, and the mocking whispers of your fellow disciples cut through your ears like sharp blades. You didn't argue, because just last night, ding! Forged the cloth shoes 2,000 times, upgraded to a top-tier common artifact. A line of pale blue data flashed frantically across your retina. You slipped on those cloth shoes, which now radiated a soft glow, and with a light leap, soared 10 zhang into the air. What is this nonsense about once-in-a-lifetime genius? As long as you swing the hammer fast enough, even an iron ingot can be forged into a sovereign artifact. Just as you lowered your hammer, caught your breath, and prepared to push your body to its limits once more, the surging power of the mana stage within you burst forth. You gripped the massive hammer in your hand. It was time to shake this world to its core. While other artifact smiths pour their hearts and souls into forging a mere mortal sword, all you need to do is swing your hammer at the air like a madman. As long as you swing fast enough, even those tattered cloth shoes on your feet can be elevated to a peerless celestial artifact. For 3 months after your transmigration, you'd been treated like a good-for-nothing and stuck doing menial chores at Forge Peak until that day when you slumped in despair before the artifact forging platform, and that cold, mechanical voice finally exploded in your mind. Ding! Divine Smith System successfully bound. Unlocked feature: forge all things. Just keep hammering, and sovereign artifacts will be as common as cabbages. Trembling, you swallowed the purification pill from your newbie starter pack, lifted a massive hammer weighing several hundred Gene with one hand, and went on a frenzied hammering spree against a tattered cloth armor. Ding! Hammered the cloth armor 10,000 times. Quality plus 999. Upgraded to a low-grade epic artifact. A warm surge instantly surged through your Rin and Du meridians. Not only did your defense skyrocket, but your cultivation level also shot straight from the physical stage to the mana stage. Feeling the power within you enough to crush a mountain with a single punch, you looked at the room full of scrap metal and junk, a wild grin spreading across your face. Looks like I'm going to give this ascended stage cultivator a little taste of my artifact forging prowess. Zhang, outer member of Forge Peak. For failing to complete the Sect's artifact forging assignments for 3 consecutive months, you are demoted from outer member to laborer. Inside the Xianlong Guild. On Forge Peak Square. An elder held a register in his hand and read aloud its contents. Tisk, TSK. Failing to complete artifact forging assignments for 3 straight months. What a real gem. Heh, exactly. Isn't it just forging an ordinary mortal sword? If he can't even manage something that simple, he is really a bit of a good-for-nothing. A good-for-nothing like that deserves to be a laborer for the rest of his life. I really don't know how he ever became an outer member in the first place. Ha ha ha. A wave of mocking laughter rang out from the crowd. Silence, all of you. Up ahead, the elder rebuked the crowd, then fixed his gaze on Zhang. If you still fail to complete the artifact forging task assigned by the sect next month, you'll be expelled immediately. With that, he tossed Zhang a token symbolizing his status as a laborer. Dismissed. That's the only announcement for today. Standing there, Zhang watched the crowd disperse, listening to the lingering jeers, and a wry smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Sigh. Why did you make me travel through time to this place, anyway? That's right, Zhang was a time traveler who had arrived in this fantasy world overrun by demons and monsters 3 months ago. 3 months ago, shortly after he first arrived in this world, he was targeted by a demon and nearly met his end. Fortunately, he was rescued by a passing elder of the Xianlong Guild, who brought him back to the guild. But alas, his natural talent was mediocre, and his innate constitution simply wasn't cut out for cultivation, so none of the elders took a liking to him or accepted him as a disciple. Thus, in accordance with the Xianlong Guild's principle of not keeping deadweight, Zhang was assigned to Forge Peak to work as a blacksmith and craft artifacts. Sigh. After putting away the token that signified his status as a laborer, Zhang made his way to the foot of Forge Peak. This was where all the Forge Peak laborers lived and crafted artifacts. Although they were merely laborers, each one had their own cave dwelling for artifact crafting. Upon finding his own cave dwelling, Zhang slumped down right where he stood. He still vividly remembered the boundless enthusiasm and excitement he felt 3 months ago when he first arrived in this world. He even mapped out exactly how, once he bound to the system, his cultivation would skyrocket and how he'd sweep aside all enemies under the heavens. However, reality had dealt him a harsh blow. Not only had no so-called system appeared, but because he'd been so overexcited, he'd nearly been devoured by a wild beast. "Man! You don't have a golden finger, why did you even bring me here?" A wave of bitterness washed over Zhang. He even began to wonder if the heavens had sent the wrong person to this world. After shaking his head slightly, Zhang stood up from where he was sitting. "Sigh, I'd better focus on figuring out how to complete this month's artifact forging task first. Otherwise, if I get expelled from the Shenlong Guild, my life will be forfeit." In this world, aside from cultivators capable of soaring through the heavens and burrowing beneath the earth, there were also countless demons, monsters, and spirits lurking in the mortal realm. Without the protection of a powerful faction or a strong individual, one could easily become a target for attack. Ding! Host identity detected as Forge Peak Laborer. Binding to the Divine Smith system. Binding successful. However, just as Zhang settled his mind, intending to make a name for himself in artifact forging, a mechanical voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Upon hearing this voice, Zhang was momentarily taken aback, then his face lit up with wild joy. 100 days. A full 100 days. You damn system, do you have any idea how much I've suffered waiting for you? Tears of excitement even welled up in the corners of Zhang's eyes. Heaven truly hasn't let me down. The system really is the essential golden finger for every person who has been transported to another world. The system might be late, but it's never absent. Suppressing his inner excitement, Zhang hurriedly asked. Divine Smith system, what functions do you have? Ding! This system has a total of 3 functions. Grow stronger through artifact forging, Divine Smith possession, forge all things, and tier-based rewards. Grow stronger through artifact forging. As long as the host forges artifacts a certain number of times, they can obtain various rewards such as cultivation base, spiritual techniques, physical constitution, and martial arts. Hint, rewards are random. The more times you forge, the better the rewards. Divine Smith possession, there is no weapon in this world that the host cannot forge. As long as the materials allow, the host can craft any weapon they desire. Hint, forging items of different grades will yield additional, varied rewards. Forging all things, as long as the host repeatedly forges an item, once a certain number of times is reached, the quality of that item can be improved. Hint, as long as you swing the hammer fast enough, sovereign artifacts will be as common as cabbages. Whoa! Upon hearing this self-introduction, Zhang couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Each of the 3 functions the system had demonstrated was truly mind-blowing. Especially the last one. As long as he swung the hammer fast enough, sovereign artifacts would be as common as cabbages. Did that mean that if he just kept refining the same item persistently over the long term, he could eventually raise its grade to the Emperor tier? At this thought, Zhang's heart raced with excitement. No matter what happened in the future, he absolutely had to forge himself a set of Emperor tier battle armor. System, is there a newbie gift pack? Ding! Congratulations, host, you've triggered the newbie gift pack reward. Opening the newbie gift pack. Congratulations, host, on obtaining. Ding! Congratulations, host, on opening the newbie gift pack. You have obtained innate divine strength and a perfect grade purification pill as rewards. Hearing the voice in his mind, a look of delight and surprise immediately spread across Zhang's face. This innate divine strength and the purification pill were exactly what he needed most right now. What a considerate system! Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang immediately fused the innate divine strength into his body. Almost instantly, Zhang felt his entire body brimming with power. He even had the illusion that he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. Ever since joining the Shenlong Guild's Forge Peak, Zhang's frail constitution had prevented him from completing any artifact forging tasks for 3 consecutive months. He couldn't even swing a hammer. How was he supposed to complete weapon forging tasks? Therefore, with this innate divine strength, he no longer had any worries regarding those tasks. After briefly familiarizing himself with the innate divine strength, Zhang immediately swallowed the purification pill, which was radiating a misty glow. To be honest, his cultivation aptitude was truly abysmal, otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up at Forge Peak in the first place. But now, with this purification pill rewarded by the system, Zhang was confident he could definitely elevate his cultivation aptitude to the level of a prodigy. As soon as the purification pill went down, Zhang instantly felt a warm current flow through his entire body. His eyes, which had once been cloudy, became crystal clear at that moment. There were no particularly obvious changes, but Zhang could feel that his cultivation potential had improved. Immediately, Zhang tried practicing Forge Peak's most basic cultivation technique and instantly felt that his cultivation speed had increased by who knows how many times compared to before. Ha! Great! After suppressing his inner excitement, Zhang stood up and walked over to the artifact forging platform. Looking at the iron hammer before him weighing dozens or even hundreds of Gene, a smile tugged at the corners of Zhang's mouth as he effortlessly lifted it with one hand. And he swung it with ease. Truly, I was born with divine strength. Zhang couldn't help but marvel. In the past, he had to use both hands just to lift this hammer, let alone swing it with such ease. Clang! Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang raised the iron hammer high and brought it crashing down onto a rough iron ingot on the forging table. Congratulations, host! 1 forging session completed. You have earned cultivation rewards. Oh? Hearing the voice in his mind, Zhang was momentarily taken aback, then his face lit up with joy. Although the cultivation reward for a single forging session was negligible, little by little, it adds up. After all, he was now an artifact smith, and the number of forging sessions he needed to perform each day was counted in the thousands. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the iron hammer in his hand and began forging rapidly. Congratulations, host! 2 forging sessions completed. You've earned a cultivation reward. As the number of forges continued to increase, Zhang could clearly feel his cultivation growing. But soon, after less than 100 consecutive forges, Zhang felt an unbearable ache in his arms, and sweat poured down his forehead. Phew! Even with my innate divine strength, my physical constitution is still too weak. I simply can't keep swinging the hammer like this for long. Zhang wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand and let out a long sigh. He estimated that, at most, he could swing the iron hammer nearly 1,000 times a day, and that was already his limit. For the average artifact refiner, swinging the hammer 1,000 times a day is nearly the limit. More skilled artifact smiths, on the other hand, could swing their hammers several thousand times a day. Therefore, for Zhang, whose physical constitution was on the weaker side, managing 1,000 swings a day was already considered quite good. And that was with the boost from his innate divine strength. If Zhang's physical constitution were truly extraordinary, he could even manage over 10,000 swings a day. Looks like I'll have to find a way to improve my physical constitution. Zhang furrowed his brow. Although the sect possessed resources capable of enhancing physical constitution, they were simply out of reach for a laborer like him. Finally, the day came to an end. Zhang stopped working and let out a long sigh. A full day of intense hammering was actually a bit too much for him at this stage. Fortunately, however, he was extremely satisfied with the results. Congratulations, host! After 1,000 hammering sessions, you've earned a 1-year cultivation bonus. Feeling the infusion of a year's worth of cultivation, Zhang's face lit up with a look of pure enjoyment. If this had happened before, this 1-year cultivation bonus likely wouldn't have moved Zhang's cultivation realm forward at all. But now, with the purification pill having transformed his innate physical constitution, this 1-year cultivation bonus allowed him to break through from the physical stage to the next tier of the physical stage. Cultivation realms: physical stage, mana stage, foundation stage, core stage, nascent stage, spirit stage, divine stage. To advance from the physical stage to the next tier of the physical stage in just 1 year, if word of such a cultivation speed got out, it would surely shock everyone. After all, even among the most gifted members of the Shenlong Guild, the fastest one could advance by no more than 3 cultivation levels in a single year.
So does that mean my innate talent is now on par with those top prodigies in the sect?
A smile spread across Zhang's face. The feeling of seeing his hard work pay off was truly rewarding. Who says artifact forging has no future? Shaking his head with a smile, Zhang quickly gathered his things and headed toward the laborers' cafeteria. After a full day of labor, Zhang's stomach had long since been growling with hunger. After all, being an artifact craftsman is physically demanding work. By the time he arrived at the laborers' cafeteria, the place was already packed with people. At Forge Peak, the laborers alone numbered nearly 1,000.
Hey, have you heard?
A while back, some elite members hunted down a dying spirit beast while out on a training expedition. Today, they're having a special treat: spirit beast meat.
Wow, is that for real?
Spirit beast flesh, that's top-notch stuff for us artifact crafters.
Of course.
Just one bite of that spirit beast's flesh and blood can not only strengthen your physique but also boost your cultivation.
It's just a shame that we laborers don't have that kind of luck.
In the group, Zhang heard the whispers around him, and his heart wavered. Spirit beast flesh and blood for him, this was exactly the kind of precious resource he desperately needed.
As long as his physical constitution improved, the number of times he could train each day would skyrocket. If that happened, wouldn't the time it took for him to grow stronger be greatly shortened?
Sigh, it's a shame that right now I'm just a laborer. I naturally can't enjoy such perks. Zhang shook his head, finished preparing his meal, and then found a spot to tuck in heartily. Thanks to his innate superhuman strength and a day of high-intensity work, his appetite had tripled compared to before. He is not exactly a star at his daily chores, but he sure is eager to eat. A disciple in charge of serving meals couldn't help but grumble as he looked at the 3-person portion of food in front of Zhang. Clearly, he was also aware of Zhang's demotion from outer member to laborer. However, he was merely venting his frustration with a few words. Forge Peak was extremely generous when it came to meals, and the food was quite good. Every meal included meat.
As long as you could eat, you could have as much as you wanted. Phew.
After his meal, Zhang returned to his artifact forging cave residence. The laborers' living quarters were located right next to the forging area. Once back in his cave, Zhang rested briefly before returning to the forging platform. Lifting the massive iron hammer with one hand, he began hammering away.
In the past, he would never have done this overtime? That was unthinkable. But now that he'd awakened the system, and since forging made him stronger, what reason was there not to work hard?
It wasn't until midnight, when the bright moon hung high in the sky, that Zhang finally stopped working. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Zhang was brimming with energy. In the span of several hours, he had hammered the metal 500 times.
Congratulations, host.
You have hammered the metal 1,500 times and earned 1 spirit fruit.
Phew.
Just as Zhang was about to let out a long sigh and get some proper rest,
upon hearing the voice in his mind, he instantly sat bolt upright in shock.
All traces of fatigue vanished as he gazed excitedly at the extra spirit fruit in his hand, his eyes brimming with joy. Fire fruit, a first-grade spirit fruit born from absorbing the power of Earth's flames year-round, capable of enhancing the consumer's physical constitution.
It's exactly what I was hoping for.
Although this fire fruit wasn't of a high grade, it was exactly what Zhang needed most at this moment.
Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang swallowed it whole.
As soon as the fire fruit entered his stomach, Zhang felt a wave of heat radiating from within his body. At the same time, he could clearly sense that his physical constitution had at least doubled compared to before.
Awesome! Zhang's heart was filled with joy.
With his current physical capabilities, he should be able to perform about 2,000 hammering sessions each day. Early the next morning, Zhang got up early. After breakfast, he quickly returned to his cave dwelling and began his day's work.
Congratulations, host. Hammering count +1. Cultivation reward obtained.
The familiar voice rang out. A smile spread across Zhang's face, and, brimming with enthusiasm, he unconsciously began swinging the hammer even faster. As he happily swung the hammer, time slipped by unnoticed. Before he knew it, it was already evening, time for dinner.
Congratulations, host. You've completed 3,800 hammering sessions and earned a 1-year cultivation bonus. A warm surge coursed through his body, and Zhang's face lit up with a broad smile. With the bonus of 1 year's cultivation, his realm had advanced directly from the physical stage to the next level of the physical stage. He was just one step away from entering the mana stage. It was well known that once one's cultivation reached the mana stage, one qualified to become a Forge Peak Elite member. And Zhang had gone from the physical stage to the physical stage in just 2 days. If word of such a terrifying cultivation speed got out, people would likely treat him like a monster. Time flew by. And so, with Zhang repeating this forging routine every day, 5 days passed. After 5 days of non-stop hammering, his cultivation had reached the peak of the physical stage. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed 10,000 hammer strikes and earned an Earth-tier cultivation technique as a reward. As the final blow landed, that familiar voice echoed in Zhang's mind. Feeling the information of the newly acquired Earth-tier cultivation technique in his mind, Zhang was beyond thrilled. It's actually an Earth-tier cultivation technique. After all, Earth-tier cultivation techniques let alone within their Xianlong guild could be counted on one hand even across the entire Northern Realm. Moreover, as far as Zhang knew, even the Peak Master of Forge Peak cultivated nothing more than a high-level mystic tier technique. Immediately, Zhang suppressed his excitement and sat cross-legged right where he stood. Following the circulation path of the Earth-tier cultivation technique, he began to practice earnestly. However, just as Zhang had completed one full cycle of the Earth-tier cultivation technique, he felt the mana all around him converging toward him uncontrollably. Mana stage, have I broken through to a new cultivation level? Countless strands of mana converged on Zhang, gradually forming a small vortex within his body. It was the formation of this vortex that signaled Zhang's cultivation had officially entered the mana stage. Feeling his strength surge, Zhang's face lit up with joy, and his heart was filled with excitement. In less than 10 days, he had gone from the physical stage to the mana stage, leaping over an entire cultivation realm. The feeling of this power surge was absolutely exhilarating. Zhang clenched his fists tightly. With his current mana stage cultivation, the number of times he could forge each day would increase significantly. With that thought, Zhang immediately removed a piece of close-fitting cloth armor he was wearing and placed it on the forging table. According to the system's functions, as long as an item is forged a certain number of times, its grade can be elevated. I wonder if I can upgrade this ordinary cloth armor to the common artifact level. Holding on to this hope, Zhang swung the iron hammer in his hand and began the tempering process. As for the monthly sect task of crafting a mundane sword, he had already completed it yesterday. Ding! Reforged the cloth armor once quality +1. Hearing that familiar voice in his mind, a smile spread across Zhang's face, and he instantly felt energized. Congratulations, host! After reforging the cloth armor 5,000 times, it has successfully advanced to a high-grade rare artifact. Congratulations, host! Your reforging count has increased by 5,000, and you've earned a 1-year cultivation bonus. After a full day of tempering, Zhang had just wiped the sweat from his forehead when he heard that familiar voice in his mind. Zhang was taken aback at first, then his face lit up with astonishment. Rare artifact. I never expected that just 1 day of tempering could successfully upgrade a worthless piece of cloth armor into a high-grade rare artifact. Weapon levels: common artifact, rare artifact, epic artifact, legendary artifact, sacred artifact, celestial artifact, imperial. The 1-year cultivation bonus successfully elevated Zhang's cultivation realm to the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm. However, Zhang paid no attention to the increase in his own strength. Instead, his eyes were fixed on the high-grade rare artifact level cloth armor on the artifact forging platform, which was emitting a faint glow. The shock in his eyes gradually turned to delight. After all, even within their own Xianlong guild, the weapons used by the peak masters of the major peaks were, at most, only high-grade rare artifact level. In other words, Zhang, as he currently stood, could effortlessly elevate a worthless item to the level of a rare artifact with just a single day's forging. If word of such an ability were to spread, it would be nothing short of shocking. After carefully weighing the various consequences, Zhang immediately put on the cloth armor. He had to stay low-key without sufficient strength, he must never reveal himself. But soon, Zhang's brow furrowed deeply once more. Having always been a laborer at the very bottom of the hierarchy and deprived of sufficient resources, wouldn't this infinitely prolong the time it takes for him to grow stronger? Why not show off a little of my talent for artifact forging when necessary? After giving it serious thought, Zhang nodded in agreement. All he needed to do was pass himself off as a genius artifact forger. After dinner, Zhang began his overtime work as usual. Overtime makes me happy, overtime makes me stronger. This time, however, Zhang didn't T-hammer his cloth armor. Instead, he placed a pair of cloth shoes on the artifact forging table. Hammer the cloth shoes once, quality +1. After several hours of hammering, Zhang let out a long breath, stopped working, and decided it was time to rest. Congratulations, host. After forging the cloth shoes 2,000 times, they have successfully advanced to a top-tier common artifact. Congratulations, host. Your forging count has increased by 2,000, and you've earned a massive cultivation reward. Hearing the voice in his mind, Zhang nodded with satisfaction. He then immediately put on the pair of top-tier common artifact cloth shoes and instantly felt a sense of lightness. He even had a hunch that if he ran fast enough, he'd be able to stay airborne for a brief moment. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Zhang began his daily routine as a blacksmith. He took off the cloth armor once more and began hammering it with great care. He planned to forge this cloth armor to the epic artifact tier, which would significantly enhance its life-saving capabilities. After a full day of forging, Zhang looked at the cloth armor on the forging table, which now emanated a faint yet powerful aura and wore a look of satisfaction. Congratulations, host. You have forged the cloth armor 10,000 times, and it has successfully advanced to a low-grade epic artifact. Congratulations, host. You've increased your tempering count by 5,000 and earned a massive cultivation reward. After 2 consecutive days of tempering 5,000 times each day, Zhang successfully upgraded the cloth armor to a low-grade epic artifact. Moreover, the massive cultivation rewards from those 2 days successfully elevated his cultivation level from the 3rd tier of the mana stage to the mana stage itself. At this cultivation level, he was already superior to many elite members of Forge Peak. With a delighted smile on his face, Zhang put on the cloth armor and immediately felt its astonishing defensive power. He even had a gut feeling that even if he were to face a foundation stage powerhouse right now, just standing still where he was, the opponent wouldn't be able to break through his defense. However, he would likely sustain some internal injuries, since his constitution wasn't particularly strong. Not bad. At least I can defend myself for now. After tidying up a bit, Zhang arrived at the dining hall on time. Hey, have you heard? One of the elite members went out mining a few days ago and discovered a lightning herb in a valley. They say it's even a 10-year-old one. What? A 10-year-old lightning herb? Is that true? Why would I lie to you? That intersect senior brother originally intended to take it, but he encountered a powerful guardian spirit beast. With no other choice, he brought the news back to the sect. Rumor has it that many powerful elite members are already forming teams to head to that valley and claim the treasure. A 10-year-old lightning herb. That's a real treasure. If you consume it, it not only boosts your cultivation but also strengthens your physique. It's truly tempting. Sigh, but we're just laborers. We're not strong enough otherwise, we'd definitely go there to get our share. Yeah. After Zhang had finished his meal and was about to leave, he suddenly overheard the conversation of a few people nearby. His heart immediately stirred. A 10-year-old lightning herb? A treasure that can boost cultivation and physical constitution. To be honest, Zhang was tempted by this lightning herb. Given his current cultivation level and strength, he was more than capable of competing for it. Not to mention, he also possessed spirit-grade cloth armor and top-tier common artifact-grade cloth shoes. It could be said that, at present, Zhang had speed, defense, and strength in equal measure. With that in mind, Zhang quickly returned to his cave residence. After putting on a mask, he made his way stealthily toward the valley where the 10-year-old lightning herb grew, guided by the moonlight. Right now, I can perform 5,000 forging sessions a day.
I wonder how much my maximum limit will increase once I obtain this 10-year-old lightning herb.
Black Wind Forest. It wasn't too far from the Shinlong Guild.
Since this primeval forest was rich in low-grade ores, artifact forging disciples from nearby sects often came here to mine. Although the Black Wind Forest covered a vast area, the most powerful spirit beasts within it were no stronger than the foundation stage. Therefore, as long as he remained cautious, his safety would be fully assured. Under the bright moonlight, Zhang quietly made his way alone to the edge of the Black Wind Forest. Standing atop a mountain peak, he gazed at the dense jungle in the distance, from which intermittent low growls could be heard, and remained on high alert. After briefly pinpointing the direction, he broke into a sprint and leaped straight down from the peak. Thanks to the brief air-staying ability of his top-tier common artifact-level cloth shoes, Zhang landed without a scratch. This is the time of night when beasts roam and hunt for food. I'd better be careful. Roar! However, the moment those thoughts crossed his mind, he heard a massive beast's roar coming from the distance to his left. At the same time, the clanging of swords and blades echoed through the air clearly. A skirmish was underway there. Looks like I'm not the only one trying to snatch the treasure at night. Zhang glanced in the direction of the battle, then picked up his pace. According to reports, the valley where the lightning herb was discovered lay deep within the Black Wind Forest. That area was known to be frequented by Foundation stage spirit beasts. Finally, after a long and cautious journey, Zhang arrived at a vantage point overlooking the valley. Looking out, he was startled to see, on a sheer cliff within the valley ahead, a lingji mushroom emitting a faint, misty glow under the bright moonlight. Upon closer inspection, he could also see that a faint streak of lightning would occasionally flash across the lingji. At the same time, Zhang noticed a cave about a zhang in size not far from the lightning herb. It was pitch black inside, with no bottom in sight. It must be the lair of the guardian spirit beast. Whoosh! However, just as Zhang was about to move stealthily forward to pick the lightning herb, a piercing whistling sound suddenly rang out from nearby, followed by the appearance of a burly figure carrying a long spear on his back. The moment he saw this imposing figure, Zhang immediately went into hiding and remained motionless. It's actually senior brother Mao Ling of the inner sect. I never expected him to come in person. Zhang was inwardly surprised. Even back when he was still an outer member, he'd heard that Mao Ling, the senior brother of the inner sect, had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. He was just one step away from entering the foundation stage, becoming a direct disciple of Forge Peak, and wielding immense power. What? Hasn't he broken through yet after all this time? Accompanying Mao Ling were several elite members whose strength was by no means to be underestimated. Is the information reliable? Mao Ling turned to look at them and asked. Hearing this, the others behind him immediately nodded. Rest assured, senior brother, the information is absolutely reliable. If it weren't for that powerful spirit beast inside the cave, we would brought the blueprints back and handed them over to you long ago, senior brother. Hearing this, a smile flashed across Mao Ling's face. A rare artifact-level artifact forging blueprint. If we bring that back to the sect, it'll be a major achievement. As soon as he finished speaking, Mao Ling leaped down and rushed toward the spirit beast's lair next to the lightning herb. As for the lightning herb, it was merely a bonus opportunity. The few people behind Mao Ling, seeing this, quickly followed suit. If they hadn't lacked the strength to deal with that spirit beast, they wouldn't have shared this information with anyone. Beside them, Zhang peered out, watching the receding figures, his brow slightly furrowed. So this lightning herb was just a decoy. The real prize is that rare artifact blueprint hidden in the cave? In that case, this opportunity belongs to whoever sees it, and the capable will claim it. With that thought, Zhang immediately set off, using the speed granted by his top-grade common artifact cloth shoes to silently trail behind Mao Ling and the others. Hiss! However, just as Mao Ling and the others arrived near the cave, they heard a chilling hiss. Immediately afterward, a massive silhouette blocked out the bright moonlight. Only a pair of vivid green eyes stared intently at them. That's a ghost python. The elite members trailing behind Mao Ling were overcome with fear the moment they laid eyes on the colossal figure. They had originally assumed that, at most, there would be a guardian spirit beast at the half-step foundation stage here, which was why they had brought senior brother to lead the operation. Yet now, they were being thoroughly humiliated. For the gigantic ghost python before them was, without a doubt, a genuine foundation stage spirit beast. It was far beyond their ability to fight. They might even meet their end right here. Everyone, pull yourselves together. Mao Ling, the leader, looked at the colossal creature before him, and a look of gravity involuntarily crept onto his face. His cultivation was merely at the peak of the 9th level of the mana stage, nowhere near a match for this ghost python. Run! Realizing they were facing a foundation stage spirit beast, Mao Ling didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately turned and began to flee. Clearly, his own life was more important than that stroke of luck. As for the others following him, they all reacted immediately and quickly fled after Mao Ling. Hiss! However, the ghost python behind them clearly had no intention of letting them go and immediately gave chase. Zhang, lurking in the shadows, watched the sudden turn of events without so much as a sigh. He shot out from where he stood at breakneck speed, snatching the lightning herb right off the cliff face. Without slowing down, Zhang instantly dashed into the cave. Deep inside, he discovered a stone platform on which lay a dust-covered parchment scroll. Beside it lay 3 gleaming white ghost python eggs. What a find! Zhang's eyes lit up. He snatched them all up and quickly fled toward the cave's exit. Boom! However, just as Zhang had burst into the cave and was about to leave, a massive black shadow suddenly struck him. Zhang didn't have time to dodge and was hit squarely in the chest. Whoa! A massive force struck him, sending Zhang flying uncontrollably through the air before he slammed hard into the ground. That really hurts. Feeling the pain in his chest, Zhang quickly scrambled to his feet. He looked up at the ghost python, which was flickering its tongue and glaring at him with murderous intent. Seems I'm okay? Upon closer inspection, Zhang realized that aside from a slight sting, he didn't seem to have sustained any real injury. A foundation stage spirit beast and it couldn't even break through my defense? Heh, no wonder that's the defensive power of spirit grade cloth armor for you. A smile suddenly spread across Zhang's face. When he looked at the ghost python again, he no longer felt fear. Instead, he was eager to give it a try. I've heard that the meat of foundation stage spirit beasts is incredibly nourishing. I wonder how snake meat stewed with lingji mushrooms would taste. With that, Zhang slowly drew the iron hammer from his back, gripped it in one hand, and charged straight at the ghost python. At the same time, high above the distant valley, Mao Ling and the others who had already fled immediately halted upon seeing the ghost python suddenly turn back. As they looked back, they just caught sight of a figure retrieving the lightning herb and emerging from the cave, only to be struck by the ghost python. Senior brother, look! Someone beat us to it. Mao Ling's face turned ashen with rage as he watched the mysterious figure who had not only claimed the lightning herb but had likely taken the rare artifact blueprint as well. He never imagined that he, the esteemed senior brother of the intersected Forge Peak, would be used as bait. This was an utter disgrace. Don't let me find out who you are. However, just as Mao Ling finished speaking, he watched in shock as, down below, the mysterious figure suddenly pulled out a massive hammer and, with a single blow, smashed the ghost python's head to pieces. The foundation stage ghost python didn't even have time to let out a single scream before it met its end. Let us go. It's so late, why are we out here in the wilderness instead of snuggled up in our warm beds? Mao Ling was utterly dumbfounded. He turned and hurried away. Anyone capable of instantly killing a foundation stage spirit beast with a single blow must be at least in the late foundation stage. He couldn't afford to offend this person. Time to get out of here. Meanwhile, down below, Zhang stared blankly at the ghost python he'd killed with a single blow, still in a daze and completely bewildered. It had just died like that? When did I get this strong? It was just one blow, right? But in an instant, it dawned on Zhang. Innate superhuman strength. As this thought crossed his mind, a delighted smile instantly spread across Zhang's face. He had originally thought that his innate superhuman strength would merely make his artifact forging go more smoothly, but he never expected it to have such a terrifying effect in combat. Killing a foundation stage spirit beast with a single blow, it didn't take the slightest bit of effort.
To be honest, it was a bit insane. But he really liked this kind of insanity.
Without giving it a second thought, Zhang stored the essence from the remaining Ghost Python S-corpse into his system space and quickly left the area. With so much essence from Foundation stage spirit beasts, along with 10 years worth of lightning herb, his physical constitution was bound to improve significantly. By the time Zhang returned to his cave residence, it was already late at night. After a quick hot bath, he set up a pot and lit a fire. He prepared a large chunk of spirit snake meat and a small piece of lightning herb, placed them both in the pot, and began simmering them. After simmering over high heat for 1 hour, a rich aroma soon filled the entire cave residence. Just one whiff of this is enough to boost my spirits tenfold. Zhang immediately began to tuck in heartily, eating until grease dripped from his mouth. After finishing his meal, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and Zhang immediately fell into a deep sleep. The next day. It wasn't until the sun had risen 3 poles high that Zhang finally awoke from his slumber. The very first thing he noticed upon waking was that his physical constitution had grown stronger. At the same time, his cultivation, which had previously been at the mana stage, had advanced to the 6th level of the mana stage. A dual enhancement of both physical constitution and cultivation. Ha ha ha. Excellent. A smile spread across Zhang's face. He was very pleased with this outcome. Immediately afterward, Zhang pulled the blueprint he obtained the previous night from his robe and began to examine it closely. Breeze Sword, a high-grade rare artifact. Requirements for crafting: top-grade mystic iron and the essence blood of a core-stage spirit beast. As he read the details on the blueprint, Zhang's eyes lit up slightly. It was actually a blueprint for a high-grade rare artifact. Looks like I'll have to make time to visit the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was a trading hub operated by the Xianlong Guild. Guild disciples who acquired rare items through their adventures could exchange them there for things they needed if they had no use for them. At present, the materials required to forge the clear wind sword were far beyond Zhang's reach, so exchanging them for items that could enhance his cultivation and physical constitution was the wisest course of action. After putting the blueprint away, Zhang began his daily artifact forging work. Having experienced the defensive power of the spirit-grade cloth armor, Zhang decided to further upgrade its quality. However, when he placed the spirit-grade cloth armor on the forging table to refine it, nothing happened. Notice, Hostess Hammer rank is too low to upgrade the quality of spirit-grade cloth armor. Hearing the voice in his mind, Zhang paused for a moment, then immediately understood. Looks like I'll have to find a better hammer sometime. Zhang shook his head with a smile, then began refining the top-grade common artifact level cloth shoes. Refined the cloth shoes once quality +1. After working late into the night, Zhang finally put down his tools. Congratulations, host. The number of refinements for the cloth shoes has increased by 8,000, and they have successfully been upgraded to a low-grade epic artifact. Congratulations, host. The number of tempering attempts has increased by 8,000, and you've received a massive cultivation reward. Feeling a warm current flow through his body, Zhang's cultivation level jumped directly from the 6th tier of the mana stage to the 7th tier. Now that Zhang had merely consumed a single serving of spirit snake and reishi mushroom soup, the number of times he could temper artifacts each day had increased by several thousand, a fact that filled him with excitement. The remaining lightning herbs are enough to brew 4 more servings of spirit snake soup. I wonder what level I'll reach after consuming all 4. Filled with anticipation, Zhang immediately began brewing his second serving of spirit snake soup. And so, 5 days later, Zhang had successfully consumed all of his remaining lightning herbs. He had also nearly finished the spirit snake meat. After all, his daily consumption was high, so his appetite had naturally increased. At the peak of the 2nd level of the foundation stage, he could now forge artifacts 10,000 times a day. This was Zhang's current strength. Although it fell short of his expectations, Zhang was still quite satisfied. The fact that the effects of his physical enhancement were waning indicated that his current physique had already far surpassed the limits of his cultivation level. To further enhance his physical constitution, he would need to obtain higher-grade spiritual materials. Meanwhile, Zhang hadn't been idle over the past 5 days. He had crafted a pair of lower-grade epic artifact bracers and a lower-grade epic artifact full-face helmet.
It could be said that, apart from his lower body, Zhang was now fully armed from head to toe. A full set of epic artifact armor. If word of this got out, it would surely attract the covetous eyes of many powerful figures. Fortunately, however, Zhang's epic artifact armor looked no different from the attire worn by ordinary people. The helmet was a common piece of protective gear that every artifact forging disciple possessed. It looked ordinary, but it was anything but. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your forging attempts have increased by 30,000, and you have obtained an Earth Tier Spirit Technique reward. After 5 days of forging, Zhang not only forged 2 low-grade epic artifacts but also increased his forging attempts by 30,000. High-tier Earth rank hammering technique, split the Earth with a single blow. Seeing the new Earth rank Spirit Technique appear in his mind, a flash of excitement immediately lit up Zhang's eyes. It's actually a high-tier Earth rank Spirit Technique. A Spirit Technique of this caliber. He suspected there wasn't even a single one to be found in the entire vast northern frontier. Suppressing his inner excitement, Zhang did not rashly begin cultivating this high-tier Earth-grade Spirit Technique. He knew that cultivating such a Spirit Technique would typically cause quite a commotion. If it drew the attention of the sect's higher-ups, it would surely lead to unnecessary trouble. After composing himself, Zhang headed straight out the door. Today, he planned to take the rare artifact blueprint to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion to try his luck. He wanted to see if he could trade it for a suitable hammer of at least top-grade common artifact quality. The Xianlong Guild's 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was located at the foot of the main peak. When Zhang arrived, the square in front of the pavilion was already teeming with people. On the square in front of the Wanbao Pavilion, many sect disciples had already staked out their spots, displaying their treasures for others to trade. Don't miss out. High-level yellow rank spirit techniques in exchange for cultivation techniques of the same rank. 3 mana stage pills in exchange for a entry-grade longsword. Hurry while supplies last. Freshly harvested 1-leaf sword spirit grass. Price negotiable. Walking across the square, Zhang heard the various cries of hawkers all around him, making it feel as if he were strolling through a market. After walking around for a while, Zhang still hadn't found the entry-grade common artifact hammer he was looking for. After all, artifact crafting was a relatively niche profession. Most cultivators pursued the path to immortality. However, Zhang understood that the transactions taking place on the square outside the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion were all between sect disciples. The truly valuable items, backed by sect involvement, were traded inside the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. With that in mind, Zhang headed straight for the Wanbao Pavilion. The moment he stepped inside, his gaze was immediately drawn to something. On a trading counter not far from where he stood lay an iron hammer emitting a faint glow. With the discerning eye of a super divine artificer, he recognized at a glance that this glowing hammer was a top-tier common artifact. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang walked straight up to the trading counter. Elder Su, what do I need to offer in exchange for this iron hammer? Inside the trading counter, an elderly man who had been dozing off was roused by Zhang's voice. After glancing at Zhang's Forge Peak laborer attire, he replied impatiently. A weapon of the same tier, or a cultivation technique of the Xin tier or higher, or a spirit skill of the high Xin tier or higher. After speaking, he closed his eyes again to doze off, paying no heed to Zhang's reaction. In his view, how could Zhang, a mere Forge Peak laborer, even think of trading for a hammer of this caliber? Zhang paid no heed to Elder Su's attitude. Instead, he spoke with respect. I wonder if a rare artifact level blueprint might be accepted in exchange. Upon hearing this, Elder Su suddenly jolted awake, his eyes lighting up as he looked at Zhang. What grade of rare artifact blueprint? Hearing this, Zhang smiled faintly and directly produced the top-grade rare artifact level blueprint. Elder Su took it, examined it carefully, and immediately wore an excited expression. Not bad, a top-grade rare artifact level blueprint, and for a sword, no less. You've had some good luck, kid. A smile spread across Elder Su's face, and his gaze toward Zhang softened. That's more than enough. As he spoke, Elder Su reached to take down the top-grade common artifact level iron hammer to hand it to Zhang. But just at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Elder Su, wait a moment. Immediately afterward, a disciple also dressed in forged peak robes, followed by 2 others, hurried over. "Oh? What's the matter, Ning Chuan?" Seeing the figure rushing over, Elder Su immediately broke into a smile and asked. Hearing this, Zhang, standing nearby, was instantly startled. Ning Chuan? If his memory served him correctly, back when he was still an outer member, he heard that a new direct disciple had been admitted to the inner sect, and it seemed his name was Ning Chuan. Not only did this person possess outstanding talent in artifact forging, but his cultivation level was equally impressive. When he was promoted to direct disciple, his cultivation had already reached the foundation stage, and even back then, he was capable of crafting weapons of the entry grade level. Damn it, why did he suddenly show up? Although Zhang knew the other's intentions, he still bowed respectfully to Ning Chuan. Greetings, senior brother Ning Chuan. He had no choice, the sect's rules were clear, and after all, the other was a direct disciple. However, in response to Zhang's greeting, Ning Chuan merely glanced at him before turning his attention to Elder Su and speaking directly. Elder Su, I've recently hit a bottleneck in my artifact forging. Please trade this top-grade common artifact iron hammer to me. Having said that, he took a parchment scroll from his robe and handed it to Elder Su. Elder Su took the parchment scroll and, upon glancing at it, his expression immediately turned one of shock. It's actually a high-level Xian tier cultivation technique. He couldn't help but be astonished, for even the guild master of the Xianlong Guild practiced nothing higher than a high-level Xian tier technique. The Xianlong Guild had never possessed any earth tier cultivation techniques or spirit arts. But soon, Elder Su found himself in a dilemma. Logically speaking, the blueprint for this high-grade rare artifact should be slightly less valuable than the high-tier Xian-grade cultivation technique. After all, the former was merely a blueprint. However, not long ago, the Peak Master of Jianfeng Peak had specifically instructed him to set aside any high-grade rare artifact-level sword artifacts, whether blueprints or finished products, for him. Consequently, Elder Su found himself torn for a moment. What's the matter, Elder Su? Could it be that this disciple's high-level Xian tier cultivation technique isn't even worth as much as what a laborer has to offer? Upon hearing this, Elder Su shook his head with a wry smile and replied slowly. Not at all. It's just that what this disciple has provided is exactly what the Peak Master of Jianfeng Peak needs right now. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan furrowed his brow slightly and asked, what exactly is he offering? Elder Su replied immediately. A blueprint for a top-grade rare artifact, a sword. Hearing this, Ning Chuan was momentarily taken aback. He immediately turned to look at Zhang, his gaze gradually turning cold. Ha! You're just a lowly laborer. How did you come by the good fortune to obtain a rare artifact-level blueprint? Could it be that you stole someone else's opportunity? Ning Chuan suddenly recalled how Mao Ling had sought him out a few days earlier to pour out her grievances. Among them was the story of a rare artifact blueprint that had originally been hers, only to be snatched away midway by a mysterious powerhouse. Now, looking at the rare artifact blueprint in Zhang's hand, suspicion immediately arose in his mind. Hearing Ning Chuan's sarcastic tone, Zhang furrowed his brow tightly. Who do you think you are? Sarcastic toward me? He was about to retort. But just then, Ning Chuan spoke again. Don't say that I, your direct senior brother, am bullying you, a mere laborer. Since we're both disciples of Forge Peak, let us decide who gets this top-grade common artifact hammer in the fairest way possible. Having said that, Ning Chuan paused to think for a moment, then said calmly. Let us use the most basic technique you laborers know. Forge an ordinary iron sword. You have 1 hour. Whoever forges the highest quality iron sword wins. How about it? Ning Chuan looked at Zhang, his eyes brimming with amusement and sarcasm, as if he already knew the outcome even before the contest had begun. Challenge me to an artifact forging contest? Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Zhang was momentarily taken aback, nearly bursting out laughing. You want to challenge me to an artifact forging contest? Are you serious? Seeing the faint smile playing at the corners of Zhang's mouth, Ning Chuan furrowed his brow slightly and said with a look of annoyance. What? You don't dare? Upon hearing this, Zhang shook his head indifferently and said, "No, no, no. What I mean is, 1 hour is too long. How about the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn?" By now, the dispute between Zhang and Ning Chuan over the common artifact had drawn a crowd of onlookers. Upon hearing Zhang's words, they all burst into derisive laughter. Ha ha ha! How utterly reckless! A mere laborer dares to challenge a direct disciple? It's an absolute joke. Though I'm not a Forge Peak disciple, I still know a thing or two about artifact forging. Exactly. As far as I know, to become a direct disciple of Forge Peak, one must at the very least be able to forge weapons of the entry grade level. With a bit of luck, they might even be able to forge a lower grade common artifact. He is just a laborer, he probably doesn't even know what entry grade means. Ha ha ha. He actually dares to challenge me in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense? That is hilarious. A wave of mocking laughter swept through the crowd. Hearing the laughter around him, a smug grin instantly spread across Ning Chuan's face. When he looked at Zhang, his demeanor immediately shifted to one of condescension. Since you're so eager to be defeated, don't go saying your senior brother bullied you afterward. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chuan turned his gaze toward Elder Su. Seeing this, Elder Su immediately nodded. Right then and there, on the square in front of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, a clear space was cleared, and he ordered his men to set up 2 artifact forging platforms. They brought out 1/3 of the materials required to forge an ordinary iron sword. This sudden contest naturally drew a large crowd of disciples to watch. Among them, of course, were several disciples from Forge Peak. While the other disciples were merely there for the spectacle, these Forge Peak disciples watched with great intensity. After all, this was an opportunity to observe a direct disciple forging an artifact for them. It was naturally an invaluable learning experience. Who is that guy challenging senior brother Ning Chuan? He is also a Forge Peak disciple. Why have I never seen him before? Now that you mention it, I don't seem to have any recollection of him either. As elite members, of course we won't have any impression of him. He is just an outer member, and rumor has it he was even demoted to a laborer a while back for failing to complete the sect's artifact forging tasks. Ha! A laborer? Ha 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 ha. A laborer challenging a direct disciple, is this some kind of joke? Several Forge Peak elite members gathered together, their faces twisted into mocking grins as they looked at Zhang, as if he were a clown. The crowd around them, upon hearing their remarks, immediately grasped the vast disparity in strength and began to jeer as well. However, Zhang paid no heed to the mocking whispers swirling around him. The harder they mocked him now, the more their faces would sting later. However, in contrast to Zhang's reaction, Ning Chuan, the center of everyone's attention, seemed to be thoroughly enjoying the surrounding chatter. 1 stick of incense's worth of time, 3 attempts. Whoever produces the highest quality finished product will be the ultimate victor. After lighting the incense stick, Elder Su looked at Zhang and Ning Chuan, signaling that they could begin. Clang! As Elder Su nodded to signal the start, Zhang and Ning Chuan simultaneously picked up the iron hammers beside the forging platform and began hammering away. Ning Chuan lifted the 100 gene iron hammer with one hand and swung it rapidly. With every strike, the rough iron ore would deform. In the blink of an eye, he had hammered it no fewer than several dozen times. Such a terrifying forging speed left the onlookers around them gazing as if they were witnessing a monster. That terrifying force, coupled with such a terrifying swinging speed, demanded an exceptionally high level of physical constitution. No wonder he is a direct disciple of Forge Peak. With that terrifying forging speed, his cultivation must have reached the foundation stage quite some time ago. Tisk, TSK, TSK. They say that Forge Peak disciples lag behind in cultivation aside from artifact forging, but it seems Forge Peak does have its share of geniuses after all. I'm afraid that hammering speed alone would crush that reckless laborer, wouldn't it? The onlookers wore faint smiles. Ning Chuan's performance was exactly what they expected. However, when their gaze fell upon Zhang standing nearby, the smiles on their faces quickly froze. Clang! 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 What the hell? Thinking they must be seeing things, the crowd rubbed their eyes vigorously before looking at Zhang once more. The smiles on their faces vanished instantly, replaced by looks of utter shock. Is that kid on drugs or something? They could see that Zhang's hammering speed was in no way slower than Ning Chuan's, and upon closer inspection, it even seemed considerably faster. In just a few breaths, Zhang had hammered no fewer than several hundred times. Could such a terrifying hammering speed really be the work of just a laborer? Working that hard isn't he afraid his body will suddenly fall apart? No way. How could a mere laborer achieve this? A laborer on par with a direct disciple, or even better than one? Do you believe that? I sure don't. No question about it, he is definitely on drugs. It's truly despicable. Exactly, he is using elixirs to boost his forging speed. So what if he forges faster? Artifact forging isn't about swinging a hammer fast, that doesn't improve the quality. The competition is about the final product's quality. Without a solid grasp of forging techniques, what good is speed? Exactly. To actually think he can take a shortcut to victory just by going fast? It's laughable. Ha ha ha. A laborer is just a laborer, so naive. Hearing the murmurs around him, Ning Chuan naturally noticed Zhang's terrifying forging speed as well. He immediately shook his head and sneered. He is not naive, he is just plain stupid. With that, Ning Chuan buried his head and began forging rapidly. Based on his current experience, in the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, while he couldn't forge an ordinary iron sword of great quality, he could certainly forge a top-tier iron sword. As for Zhang, he seemed oblivious to the voices around him, forging away on his own. After quickly shaping the raw iron ore, Zhang's forging pace slowed down. It wasn't that he was running out of steam, rather, Zhang was worried that if he went too fast, before the incense stick had even burned out, he might accidentally forge the iron sword to the common artifact level, which would be rather hard to explain. So, he had to strike the right balance. However, while Zhang was carefully gauging his pace, to the onlookers, it looked as though he was simply running out of steam. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. What good is being fast at taking drugs? Now the side effects are showing, aren't they? This is hilarious. His shameful deeds have been exposed in front of so many people. If it were me, I'd have lost all face and left long ago. Exactly. Look at him, still pretending to forge as if nothing is wrong. He just won't give up, will he? Are these people out of their minds? Zhang tuned out the surrounding chatter. He'd just have to prove them wrong in a moment. Congratulations, host. After forging the iron sword 1,000 times, it has successfully reached the entry grade level. Congratulations, host. Your forging count has increased by 1,000, earning you a small amount of cultivation reward. Hearing the voice in his mind, Zhang was startled and immediately stopped hammering. He tried his best to slow down, but he never expected to have forged the iron sword to the entry grade level anyway. Damn it, how am I supposed to explain this later? Just as Zhang was frowning over this, Elder Su, who was presiding over the contest, suddenly shouted. One incense stick's time is up, the contest is over. Phew. In the arena, upon hearing Elder Su's voice, Zhang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the contest time was up, otherwise, if he kept forging, that iron sword would inevitably have been forged into a common artifact. For a laborer to forge a common artifact, it was obvious at a glance that something was amiss with this person. However, if it had merely reached the entry grade level, that would have been understandable. At the same time, as soon as Elder Su's words fell, the crowd around them all turned their gaze toward Ning Chuan in the center of the arena. Clearly, they had immense confidence in this direct disciple of Forge Peak. Zhang and Ning Chuan stepped away from their forging platforms, waiting for Elder Su to conduct his evaluation. Look, the Iron Sword's senior brother Ning Chuan forged is actually emitting a faint, cold glow under the blazing sun. You can tell at a glance that it's a top-tier iron sword. TSK. To forge a top-tier iron sword in just the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, truly worthy of a direct disciple of Forge Peak. That's right. Now look at the iron sword that laborer forged. It's pitch black all over, and under the blazing sun, it doesn't react at all. It looks just like a lump of scrap metal. Haha, at least he managed to forge it into the shape of an iron sword. That's not bad. After the crowd around them took a close look at the finished products forged by Zhang and Ning Xuan, they immediately pointed at Zhang's creation and burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Shut up, all of you!" Elder Su's expression darkened upon hearing the mocking voices around him. With that, he slowly made his way to Ning Xuan's forging platform, picked up the iron sword that glowed with a faint, icy light, and examined it closely. Not bad. The form is perfect, without a single flaw. The icy glow is contained within rather than radiating outward. It qualifies as an excellent ordinary iron sword. If you'd had a little more time, I'm sure you could have even classified it as a graded weapon. Elder Su looked at the iron sword Ning Xuan had forged and nodded with satisfaction. Ning Xuan certainly deserved to be called a genius. Standing nearby, Ning Xuan couldn't help but let a smug smile flicker across his lips upon hearing Elder Su's high praise for his sword. He instinctively turned his head toward Zhang. But he discovered that Zhang's expression was calm. He hadn't even glanced at the iron sword Ning Xuan had forged, as if it weren't even worthy of his attention. Putting on airs. I'll see just how long you can keep it up. For some reason, seeing Zhang's indifferent demeanor made Ning Xuan feel extremely annoyed. At the same time, he was also curious to know what kind of junk this laborer had managed to forge. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Elder Su slowly made his way to Zhang's forging platform. However, when Elder Su lowered his gaze to examine the iron sword, which appeared to possess a subdued luster, he froze in his tracks. At the same time, a look of astonishment gradually crept across his previously composed face. Is this a great entry iron sword?" Elder Su muttered to himself instinctively, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He immediately picked up the unassuming iron sword and examined it closely. The form is flawless, without a single blemish. It has a subdued luster, and a faint light flows along the blade with mana surging within it. This is a genuine great entry iron sword. At that moment, overcome with excitement, Elder Su's mana surged, instantly causing the sword to resonate. In an instant, the onlookers were stunned to see that the iron sword, which had previously appeared completely still, now seemed as if it had been enhanced with special effects. A faint layer of mana actually enveloped the blade. Empowered by the mana, the sword's sharpness was so intense that its chilling aura could be felt even from a great distance. At that moment, the countless onlookers had originally been waiting for Elder Su to declare Ning Xuan the winner. But upon witnessing this scene, even those unfamiliar with artifact forging immediately grasped its significance. This can't be possible? He is just a laborer. How could he possibly forge a top-grade iron sword? And within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense? Even the direct disciples can't match this man? Am I hallucinating? Faced with this outcome, the crowd around them clearly found it difficult to accept. In their eyes, the direct disciple who was supposed to win without a doubt had actually lost to a laborer? Meanwhile, over on the sidelines, Ning Xuan had been watching Zhang's every move. Gazing at the great entry iron sword in Elder Su's hand, which emitted a faint glow, Ning Xuan's face was filled with disbelief. This is simply impossible. He is just a laborer. How could this be? How is that even possible? It wasn't just Ning Xuan at that moment. The gazes of everyone around who had been waiting to see Zhang make a fool of himself were also fixed on the long sword in Elder Su's hand. Everyone's eyes were wide, their faces etched with shock. Someone pinch me, tell me this is just an illusion. At that moment, the crowd around them fell silent almost instantly. Their eyes, filled with unmistakable shock, were fixed on Zhang, the laborer standing in the center of the arena. They had originally believed that Zhang, as a laborer, was bound to lose, yet reality had just dealt them a harsh blow. In an inconspicuous corner of the crowd, several young disciples stood with long swords slung on their backs. As they watched Zhang standing quietly in the center of the arena, a look of astonishment flashed across their faces. To forge a high-grade iron sword in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, what incredible artifact forging ability! Forge Peak has produced yet another genius. That's right. As far as I know, the last person to achieve such a feat was that mysterious senior brother from 10 years ago, wasn't he? Now I have a chance. I must definitely get to know this genius disciple from Forge Peak. Who knows, given enough time, he might even be able to forge a common artifact-grade weapon. These few were elite members of Sword Edge. They silently committed Zhang's appearance to memory. In the center of the arena, Elder Su's expression of shock gradually returned to normal. He turned and cast an admiring glance at Zhang, then raised the long sword in his hand and declared, "I hereby declare that the winner of this contest is Zhang, a disciple of Forge Peak." The moment Elder Su finished speaking, a chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. Tisk, TSK. As a direct disciple, Ning Chuan has completely lost face after being defeated in artifact forging by a laborer. Faced with this wildly unexpected outcome, the crowd was momentarily at a loss for words. But they had to admit that Forge Peak had produced a genius in artifact forging. As for Ning Chuan, his face flushed crimson as he heard the whispers around him, and he quickly made his way out of the area. "This top-grade common artifact iron hammer is yours. I hope you can make full use of this top-grade common artifact's power and unleash your natural talent to the fullest." Elder Su handed the top-grade common artifact iron hammer to Zhang, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Clearly, he held extremely high hopes for the artifact forging talent Zhang had demonstrated. A smile spread across Zhang's face. After accepting the top-grade common artifact, he bowed deeply to Elder Su. Then he quickly left the area. "With this top-grade common artifact, I wonder if I can forge the equipment I'm wearing up to the legendary artifact tier?" After Zhang left, the news that he had forged a top-grade iron sword in the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn spread like wildfire throughout Forge Peak. Even on Sword Peak, many who heard the news quietly committed Zhang's name to memory. Forge Peak. Inside a grand hall. Tisk, TSK. To forge a top-grade iron sword in just the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, this young man's talent is truly remarkable. The head of Forge Peak, seated at the head of the table, glanced at the report in his hand and let a faint smile cross his face. "I recall the last person capable of forging a top-grade item within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn was that individual from 10 years ago." Below, several Forge Peak elders gathered for a meeting. Upon hearing the Peak Master's words, they all nodded with smiles. That person from 10 years ago is said to have become the vice president of our East Continent Artifact Forging Association. Now that Forge Peak has produced another artifact forging genius comparable to that person, we must nurture him properly." The Forge Peak Master nodded in agreement and then said, "The title of laborer is a bit of a waste of this young man's talent. Very well, convey my orders, promote him exceptionally to the rank of direct disciple." Below, one of the elders, upon hearing this, immediately set about carrying out the order. Forge Peak Laborer Quarters. Disciple Zhang greets the elder. Zhang respectfully bowed to the visitor. It seemed his display of talent had already caught the attention of the higher-ups. The elder looked at Zhang, nodded with satisfaction, and then smiled. You may simply call me Elder Mo. The Peak Master is already well aware of your talent for artifact forging." Having said that, he took a token from his robe and handed it to Zhang. "This token symbolizes your status as a direct disciple. From now on, you are one of the 10 direct disciples of Forge Peak." As he accepted the token, Zhang felt not the slightest stir within him. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had envisioned. "Thank you, Peak Master and Elder, for your kindness. This disciple will devote himself wholeheartedly to contributing to the sect's development." Ha. Excellent. Elder Mo laughed heartily, then took his leave. "Move into the direct disciples' quarters whenever you have time." After bidding farewell to Elder Mo, Zhang returned to his own quarters, packed up his belongings, and immediately headed to the direct disciples' residence. At Forge Peak, every direct disciple had their own private residence. The grounds were vast, akin to a private estate. Inside, there were not only caves for artifact forging but also caves for cultivation and rest. If one felt so inclined, one could even plant spiritual herbs and flowers in front of one's residence or raise small fish and shrimp. Zhang was very pleased with this new living environment. "From now on, when I forge artifacts here, I won't have to worry about being disturbed or disturbing others.
Once he had adjusted to his new surroundings, Zhang couldn't wait to grab the top-grade common artifact level iron hammer, head to the artifact forging cave, and begin his work. At the same time, just as Zhang entered the cave to begin his day's work, on the sword ridge not far from Forge Peak, in another residence occupied by a direct disciple. Senior Sister Bei, we weren't lying that disciple from Forge Peak really can forge a top-grade weapon within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. And now, I've heard that after he returned to Forge Peak, the Peak Master has already promoted him to a direct disciple. The speakers were none other than those Sword Peak elite members who had watched Zhang's forging process back then. The place they had now arrived at was the residence of Bei Lingqing, the eldest direct disciple of Sword Peak. Bei Lingqing was not only breathtakingly beautiful but also possessed an extraordinary talent for the way of the sword. Despite her young age, she had already grasped the basics of sword intent, and her combat prowess far surpassed that of her peers. The Peak Master of Sword Peak was grooming her to be his successor. Someone who can rival senior brother Yi's artifact forging skills from 10 years ago? Bei Lingqing paused her sword practice, a hint of surprise flitting across her beautiful eyes. She knew that for a forging prodigy like this, given enough time, even crafting an epic artifact would pose no problem. Coincidentally, she had obtained a set of blueprints for a low-grade rare artifact level sword a few days ago. She could visit Forge Peak to have it forged, and while she was there, get to know this forging prodigy. Of course, she didn't believe that Zhang, as he was now, was capable of forging a rare artifact level weapon. Here's what we'll do: in 3 days, we'll head to Forge Peak to meet this artifact forging prodigy. A smile flitted across Bei Lingqing's lovely face as she addressed the elite members following her. Instantly, excitement lit up their faces. If they could befriend such an artifact forging prodigy, they'd never have to worry about running out of weapons in the future. Forge Peak, within the artifact forging cave residence of the direct disciples. Zhang casually wiped the sweat from his forehead. After several hours of forging, the low-grade epic artifact level cloth armor on the forging table before him was emitting a faint glow. Congratulations, host. After 5,000 forges, the cloth armor's quality has become even stronger. Congratulations, host. With 5,000 additional forges, you've earned a massive cultivation reward. Feeling a warm current flow through his body, a look of satisfaction instantly appeared on Zhang's face. His cultivation, previously at the peak of the second sublevel of the foundation stage, had directly advanced to the third sublevel of the foundation stage. Zhang looked at the cloth armor on the artifact forging platform, which now radiated an aura slightly stronger than before, and a smile played at the corners of his mouth. Although he hadn't improved the armor's quality yet, at his current forging rate of 10,000 times a day, it wouldn't be long before he could elevate this cloth armor to the high-grade epic artifact tier or even higher. And so, after 3 consecutive days of refining the cloth armor, finally, at the end of the 3rd day, the cloth armor Zhang had been hammering underwent a transformation. Congratulations, host. After 30,000 hammering sessions, the cloth armor has successfully ascended to the high-grade epic artifact tier. Congratulations, host. After accumulating 100,000 hammering sessions, you have earned the Thunder Spirit Body reward. Hearing that familiar voice in his mind, Zhang's heart swelled with excitement. A high-grade epic artifact level cloth armor, and the Thunder Spirit Body as a reward. However, what excited Zhang the most was undoubtedly the Thunder Spirit Body. After all, this was a heaven and earth spirit body. Those who possess it are all exceptional individuals, 1 in 10,000. Such people not only possess exceptional cultivation talent but also have an innate, extremely strong affinity for a specific element. Take Zhang's current Thunder Spirit Body, for example. It has a natural affinity for the thunder element and can harness thunder for his own use. It is truly incredibly powerful. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang immediately sat cross-legged on the spot and began to fuse the Thunder Spirit Body into his body. As Zhang began to fuse with the Thunder Spirit Body, he discovered that it was as if a thunder dragon had taken residence within him, rapidly purifying his physical body and every bone and limb. A mysterious power was emerging within Zhang's body indeed. If anyone had been present at that moment, they would surely have heard a faint rumble of thunder emanating from within him. Whoosh! It was unclear how much time had passed before Zhang's long-closed eyes finally opened slowly. After exhaling a breath of stale air, his eyes snapped open, and a flash of lightning arced across them before vanishing. 5th level of the foundation stage. Feeling the immense, latent power within him, Zhang's face lit up with a satisfied smile. Zhang stood up from where he was, intending to test just how strong he had become. However, just as he was about to begin his test, a voice suddenly called out from outside his quarters. "Is senior brother Zhang there?" Hearing this, Zhang furrowed his brow slightly. As far as he could recall, he had no acquaintances here. Nevertheless, he walked to the door and opened it. "Who are you?" Looking at the 2 women and 1 man standing before him, all unfamiliar faces, he noticed that both women were carrying long swords on their backs. The man, however, was a Forge Peak disciple just like Zhang, and someone Zhang actually knew. It was Mao Ling, the senior inner sect disciple whom Zhang had used as a pawn that night. "Why is this guy here?" Standing at the front of the trio was a stunningly beautiful woman. Her breathtaking beauty left even Zhang awestruck. To the left of the stunning woman stood another woman whose beauty was slightly less striking. As for Mao Ling, he had maintained an aloof expression from the moment he appeared, as if someone owed him millions. Hello. My name is Bei Lingqing, a disciple of Sword Peak. These 2 are my junior sister, Su Ling and my junior brother from Forge Peak, Mao Ling. Bei Lingqing smiled as she greeted Zhang. Zhang nodded, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes as he looked at Bei Lingqing. Although he was a disciple of Forge Peak, he had heard of the formidable reputation of Bei Lingqing, the senior sister of Sword Peak. He just didn't know why someone of her stature had come to seek him out. "Senior sister Bei, what important matter has brought you here?" Hearing Zhang's question, before Bei Lingqing could speak, Su Ling, who was standing nearby, spoke up first. "We've heard that senior brother Zhang is quite accomplished in artifact forging. We've come today to ask for your help." Upon hearing this, Zhang glanced at Bei Lingqing and asked, "Artifact forging?" Seeing that she had no objection, Zhang added, "Did you bring the blueprints?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ling quickly handed him a set of blueprints, which Zhang immediately took and began examining. "You should be familiar with the rules of Forge Peak, right? 3+1 for the materials." It was merely a low-grade common artifact. To be honest, this test was a bit beneath Zhang. "How dare you? So many people are clamoring to do senior sister Bei a favor. They're practically begging for the chance, and yet you actually dare to charge for materials? Do you really think that just because you can forge a sub-grade weapon, you've earned a place among the direct disciples?" But the moment Zhang's words fell, Mao Ling, who had remained silent all along, suddenly roared in anger. At the same time, a terrifying aura of pressure from the 1st level of the foundation stage surged directly toward Zhang. In his view, how much cultivation could a mere laborer who'd just been promoted possibly have? At most, he was at the chi cultivation stage, right? Mao Ling? In front of him, Bei Lingqing heard these words and furrowed her delicate brows tightly. "Is this any of your business? If it weren't for Ning Chuan being a fellow disciple, do you think you'd have a chance to be here?" No sooner had the words left her mouth than Bei Lingqing moved to drive him away, but Zhang stopped her. "Senior sister Bei, wait a moment." Zhang took a step forward, coming to stand before Mao Ling, a faint smile playing on his face. "Haha, I was wondering who it was. Turns out you're just a lackey sent by Ning Chuan. What's the matter? Does it sting to be humiliated in public? If he wants to pick a fight, let him come himself. You're not even worthy." Bang! No sooner had the words left her mouth than Zhang kicked out. With a loud thud, Mao Ling's face instantly contorted with pain and horror. Before he could even react, his entire body flew through the air like a kite whose string had snapped, slamming violently into a boulder in the distance and knocking him unconscious. Having dealt with this pesky nuisance, Zhang returned to Bei Lingqing's side and smiled. I wonder if senior sister Bei has any objections to the terms I proposed?" A flicker of astonishment crossed Bei Lingqing's eyes. To be able to defeat a foundation stage, first-level cultivator so effortlessly, such strength likely meant he was at least at foundation stage, 5th level or higher. Even many direct disciples couldn't match that level of cultivation. With that thought, Bei Lingqing immediately smiled. Of course there's no problem at all.
I'm well aware of Forge Peak's rules. As soon as she finished speaking, Bei Lingqing took out a storage pouch and handed it to Zhang. There are exactly 4 sets of materials inside. 3 are for artifact forging, and the other is your reward, junior brother. However, if you fail, not only will you lose your reward, but you'll also have to compensate me with 3 sets of materials. Zhang took the storage pouch and chuckled. Senior sister Bei, rest assured, just come and collect it first thing tomorrow morning. With that, Zhang bid farewell to Bei Lingqing and returned to his artifact forging cave residence. A mere low-grade common artifact level blueprint was something Zhang could handle in the blink of an eye. Senior sister Bei, one day, isn't senior brother Zhang exaggerating a bit? Even senior brother Yi back then needed at least 5 days to forge a low-grade common artifact level weapon. Su Linger walked beside Bei Lingqing, her eyes filled with skepticism. Hearing this, Bei Lingqing smiled and shook her head, replying calmly. No need to overthink it. We'll just come back tomorrow to pick up the finished product. If he succeeds, that's great. But if he fails, it'll be a blow to his reputation. Just think about it, the amount of swords we Sword Peak disciples go through each year is staggering. The 10 direct disciples of Forge Peak receive over 100 forging orders from our Sword Peak alone every year. If he fails, wouldn't that ruin his reputation? After hearing Bei Lingqing's explanation, Su Linger suddenly understood. From this perspective, being a direct disciple of Forge Peak was indeed a highly coveted position. Senior sister Bei, hearing you talk like that, I'm tempted to switch careers and study artifact forging. You're such a smart aleck. Chatting and laughing, the two left Forge Peak. Forge Peak, the residence of the direct disciples. The location of Ning Chuan's quarters. Looks like I really did underestimate you. Ning Chuan stared at Mao Ling, who lay unconscious on the ground, his expression darkening as he spoke. Who in all of Forge Peak didn't he know that Mao Ling was his man? Although it was Mao Ling who'd been beaten up, Ning Chuan felt a stinging pain on his own face as well. This was a direct slap in the face. Come on. As soon as Ning Chuan finished speaking, several elite members immediately rushed in. Spread the word, from now on, anyone who refines artifacts with Zhang is my enemy. Upon hearing this, the group immediately withdrew. So you have a strong talent for artifact forging? So what? I'll cut off your access to resources right here and now. I'll nip you in the bud. With that, Ning Chuan waved his hand and stepped directly into his artifact forging cave. My success rate for forging high-grade common artifacts has now reached about 70%. If I'm lucky, I can even forge top-grade common artifacts. You're just a laborer who has worked your way up. What do you have that can compare to me? In this fantasy world, the art of artifact forging is such that almost all artifact forgers rely on the earthfire surging from the Earth's core to forge divine weapons and tools. However, the intensity of earthfire varies from place to place, so the grades of the weapons forged also differ accordingly. Take the current location of the Xianlong Guild's Forge Peak, for example. The intensity of the earthfire there is sufficient to forge, at most, a low-grade epic artifact level weapon. If one were to attempt to forge a weapon of a higher grade than a low-grade epic artifact, it would be utterly impossible. The earthfire simply isn't strong enough, it can't even melt certain materials, let alone forge anything. Consequently, the intensity of the earthfire at a Forge Peak reflects the underlying strength and resources of a sect. But at this moment, inside Zhang's artifact forging cave residence at Forge Peak, as he looked at the blueprint for a low-grade common artifact sword, Zhang did not choose to use earthfire to melt the materials. Instead, he simply held out his palm and used his own Dao fire to melt them. With my 5th tier foundation stage cultivation, the Dao fire I've condensed is just enough to melt and forge materials for a low-grade common artifact. He watched the flickering Dao fire in his hand, which even contained a fleeting flash of lightning. This forging technique was one Zhang had automatically inherited after awakening the system, a truly one-of-a-kind method. This was because, in this world, artifact craftsmen generally had very low cultivation levels. Consequently, with the exception of a very few, virtually all artifact craftsmen chose to use earthfire to smelt their materials. However, although earthfire is powerful,
it cannot be controlled, it will like my own Doubtfire. As a result, the smelted materials will inevitably have some flaws. As Zhang mused to himself, he placed the materials needed to forge a low-grade common artifact sword into his Doubtfire one by one to melt them. Generally, once a weapon reaches the entry grade level or higher, it requires a spirit core from a spirit beast to enhance its spiritual essence, and this is the key material for improving a weapon's quality. Take, for example, the low-grade common artifact Zhang was currently forging. Aside from the most basic black iron, the most crucial material was that first-tier spirit core. This spirit core contained the essence accumulated by a spirit beast over its entire lifetime. Besides being used for artifact forging, it could also be absorbed to aid in cultivation. As the first-tier spirit core melted within the Doubtfire, a surge of extremely refined energy gushed forth. Observing this refined energy, Zhang focused his spiritual sense and instantly sealed all of it within the mass of mystic iron that had already been smelted. Upon completing this step, Zhang let out a long breath, a bead of sweat glistening on his forehead. Using the Doubtfire to forge artifacts places an immense strain on a cultivator's spiritual power. Clearly, Zhang's spiritual power was no slouch. At the same time, had Zhang used Earth Fire for this step, a significant portion of the essence within that spirit core would likely have been lost. Zhang placed the mystic iron, now imbued with this essence, on the forging table and began hammering it. As the hammer swung faster and faster, the blade took shape and gradually began to emit a faint, eerie glow. After nearly 2,000 strikes, a long sword, a low-grade common artifact radiating an eerie, chilling glow suddenly appeared in Zhang's hand. Looking at his first finished piece, a look of satisfaction spread across Zhang's face. Not bad, I earned 3 sets of materials in one go. Congratulations, host. You have successfully forged a low-grade common artifact and earned 1 year's worth of cultivation rewards. Congratulations, host. Your forging count has increased by 2,000, earning you a small amount of cultivation rewards. Feeling a warm current flow through his body, a smile spread across Zhang's face. Is this the peak of the 7th level of the foundation stage? Zhang then put away the long sword he had forged, sat cross-legged on the spot, placed the remaining 3 first-tier spirit nuclei in front of him, and began to absorb and refine them. These first-tier spirit nuclei were produced within the bodies of foundation stage spirit beasts, and the essence they contained was just right for his cultivation. After several hours of absorption and refinement, the 3 spirit cores before Zhang had turned into 3 worthless crystals. At the same time, Zhang's cultivation level had advanced from the peak of the 7th level of the foundation stage to the 8th level. At this level, he was nearly on par with some of the sect's elders. The feeling of growing stronger was truly exhilarating. Senior brother Zhang. Just then, a familiar voice called out from outside the door. Zhang immediately moved toward the door, opened it, and found that the visitors were none other than Bei Lingqing and Su Ling'er. Hee, mission accomplished. Zhang handed the finished long sword to Bei Lingqing with a smile. Looking at the long sword Zhang handed her, which emitted a faint, eerie glow, a hint of surprise flashed across Bei Lingqing's eyes. I didn't expect you to actually forge it in just 1 day. A hint of astonishment flickered across her pretty face. Then, holding the long sword, Bei Lingqing walked to an open area, drew the blade from its sheath, and began to test it. Clang! A piercing sword cry rang out. The moment the long sword left its sheath, the sounds of wind and thunder echoed throughout the surroundings. Not only that, but an intangible sword intent radiated outward in all directions. What a sword! Truly a magnificent sword. Holding the sword in one hand, Bei Lingqing began to dance with it. With every slash and parry, the blade emitted an eerie chill accompanied by a flash of lightning. Even the sword energy it unleashed carried a hint of thunderous power, effortlessly shattering a boulder in the distance into a pile of rubble. This truly is a peerless sword. This long sword, a low-grade common artifact, unleashes power that is in no way inferior to that of a high-grade common artifact. And when swung, the blade is light yet incredibly resilient, with a hint of thunderous power imbued within it. I have no idea how you managed to forge such a peerless sword. Bei Lingqing sheathed her long sword and hurried over to stand before Zhang, her lovely face radiating shock and excitement. Of all the swords she had ever wielded, Zhang's was undoubtedly the most perfect. It wasn't just Bei Lingqing, even Su Linger, standing nearby, had long since been left speechless with astonishment. The weapon she currently used was merely a high-grade common artifact. She could sense that if she were to face an enemy with this sword, her combat prowess would be elevated to an entirely new level.
"Senior Sister Bei, could you please give this long sword to me?" Gazing at this peerless sword, Su Linger's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pleaded with Bei Lingqing to let her have it. However, watching this scene, Zhang was filled with confusion. "It's just a low-grade common artifact, isn't it? Is it really that big of a deal?"
However, Bei Lingqing paid no heed to Su Linger's plea. Instead, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Zhang. "Junior brother, you truly are a weapon-forging genius who has appeared out of nowhere." Having said that, Bei Lingqing asked once more, "I wonder if junior brother would be willing to take on a major commission." Upon hearing Bei Lingqing's words, a look of interest immediately flashed across Zhang's face. A commission from Bei Lingqing alone had already allowed him to advance 3 cultivation realms. If he took on another major commission, wouldn't that mean he'd break through directly into the core stage? "Tell me more." Bei Lingqing looked at the expression on Zhang's face and couldn't help but tease him. "What's the matter? Are you planning to keep such an important client waiting at the door just to discuss business?" Realizing his mistake, Zhang immediately forced a wry smile. "Hee, my apologies for the poor hospitality. Please, come on in." After leading the two into his courtyard, they sat down in a pavilion by the pond, while Zhang brewed a pot of spiritual tea and brought it over. "Hee, it seems you're quite the health-conscious person, junior brother. The ingredients for this spiritual tea are no ordinary affair." Bei Lingqing gazed at the crystal-clear tea leaves in her cup and couldn't help but marvel. Upon hearing this, Zhang chuckled. "These were sent to me by a junior brother from the inner sect a while back. It just so happens I brought them out today to treat the two of you." Bei Lingqing nodded. She understood how these things worked. "All right, let us get down to business. I urgently need 30 of these divine weapons. I wonder if you'd be interested?" Upon hearing this, Zhang's heart skipped a beat. 30? Are you planning to open a sword shop? How soon do you need them? Bei Lingqing held up 3 fingers, a hint of gravity on her lovely face. 30 days. That soon? Zhang furrowed his brow slightly. Although crafting a single low-grade common artifact was simple for him, how could his spiritual energy possibly hold out for 30 consecutive days? Seeing Zhang's frown, Bei Lingqing realized her request was excessive and could only offer a wry smile. If that is too much for you, 20 would be fine. Zhang didn't respond. Instead, he looked at Bei Lingqing with a puzzled expression and asked suspiciously, "Is something major about to happen soon?" For such a large quantity of these weapons to be needed, Bei Lingqing must be planning to arm a formidable force. Upon hearing this, Bei Lingqing's beautiful eyes gradually dimmed, and she nodded. "To be honest, I fear that before long, the northern frontier will descend into chaos." A flash of shock crossed Zhang's eyes, and he hurriedly asked, "What do you mean by that, senior sister Bei? Chaos in the northern frontier? Are you kidding me? I'm only at the foundation stage right now. If chaos breaks out and I get dragged into it, wouldn't I be completely screwed? No way, I have to boost my strength as soon as possible." Bei Lingqing explained. Recently, the Demon Clan's activities have become increasingly frequent. At the same time, the Demon King towers within the major sects of the northern frontier which suppress the Demon Kings have all been showing signs of unusual activity. The high-ranking officials of these major sects suspect that the Demon Clan will make a major move in the near future. Not long ago, a city in the southern part of the Fengxiang dynasty, with a population of 3 million, was completely slaughtered by the Demon Clan overnight. Therefore, the coming upheaval is likely to be extremely bloody. And we, the disciples of Sword Peak, will serve as the vanguard in this upheaval, which is why we urgently needed such a large quantity of weapons just now. Hearing Bei Lingqing's explanation, a sense of urgency welled up in Zhang's heart. He wondered whether the various sects of the northern frontier would be able to withstand this Demon Clan uprising. However, as a fellow disciple of the sect, even though he couldn't go out to participate in the Great War, he could still do whatever he was capable of.
30 days isn't out of the question, but I do need a few things. Bei Lingqing's eyes, which had been dull moments ago, suddenly lit up. What do you need? As long as it's something I can find, I'll definitely get it for you, junior brother. Upon hearing this, Zhang didn't hesitate and replied immediately. Senior sister, as you know, artifact forging is a labor-intensive and mentally taxing task. 30 swords in 30 days. While my body can handle it, my spiritual energy won't last that long. So if senior sister could find me some spiritual fruits to boost my spiritual energy, it shouldn't be a problem. Upon hearing Zhang's request, Bei Lingqing's previously tense heart instantly relaxed. So that's all you needed, junior brother. I have plenty of everything, but I have an especially large supply of resources for boosting spiritual power. Don't worry, junior brother. No sooner had she finished speaking than Bei Lingqing handed Zhang a storage pouch. Take a look inside to see if there's enough. If not, I'll send you some more another day. Zhang probed the bag with his spiritual sense and was immediately stunned. Inside were no fewer than 10 spiritual herbs capable of enhancing spiritual power. Senior sister is so generous. That's enough, more than enough. Senior sister, you can send the materials tomorrow, and I'll start refining them right away. A smile spread across Zhang's face. This was truly a profitable deal. These spiritual materials that enhance spiritual power are extremely rare and precious, and for Bei Lingqing to hand over 10 of them all at once, that's truly generous. However, Bei didn't rush off just yet. It seemed as though she had something else on her mind. Is there anything else, senior sister? Upon hearing this, Bei Lingqing immediately took out a blueprint and handed it to Zhang. I wonder if you're currently capable of crafting a low-grade rare artifact level weapon? Bei Lingqing knew that, as of now, not a single one of the 10 direct disciples at Forge Peak had yet managed to forge a rare artifact level weapon. Therefore, she was merely testing Zhang with this question. However, the moment Zhang took the blueprint for the low-grade rare artifact, his eyes lit up. That's because the materials required to forge this low-grade rare artifact, aside from the most basic mystic iron, included the essence, flesh, and blood of a core-stage spirit beast, as well as a second-tier spirit core. Of course he could forge it. How could he not? Those last 2 materials were absolute treasures. Not only could they enhance one's physical constitution, but they could also boost one's cultivation base. With such high returns, why wouldn't he take on the job? Zhang immediately broke into a smile and said, to be honest, I can indeed craft this low-grade rare artifact, but I'm afraid I won't be able to match the quality of this long sword we saw today. Zhang was currently only at the foundation stage. While he could borrow earth fire to craft rare artifact level weapons, he was unable to do so using the Dao fire of the foundation stage. This is because the Dao fire of the foundation stage is simply incapable of smelting even the materials required to forge a rare artifact. Is that so? Sure enough, upon hearing Zhang's explanation, a hint of disappointment flashed across Bei Lingqing's eyes. Having witnessed such a peerless divine sword, she seemed to have lost all interest in ordinary weapons. Seeing this, Zhang chuckled. However, if you trust me, senior sister, give me half a month. By then, I'll definitely deliver a finished product that will satisfy you. Really? Bei Lingqing's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. Zhang nodded earnestly with a smile. Seeing Zhang nod, a smile immediately spread across Bei Lingqing's face. Thank you so much, junior brother. I'll have Linger deliver 30 sets of low-grade common artifact materials, rare artifact forging materials, and your payment to you tomorrow. After seeing Bei Lingqing and her companion off, Zhang immediately returned to his artifact forging cave residence. Having learned from Bei Lingqing about the impending demon clan uprising, he felt an even greater sense of urgency. I must forge a set of legendary artifacts before the great upheaval in the northern frontier strikes. Now that Zhang had fused with the Thunder Spirit body and his strength had surged dramatically, he was able to perform 15,000 forging strikes each day. If word of such a terrifying forging speed were to spread, it would surely shock the world. Just as Zhang was making the most of his time to forge his equipment, over on Sword Peak. Inside a grand hall. Qinger, are you certain this sword was forged by that newly appointed direct disciple from Forge Peak?
A beautiful woman's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she examined the low-grade common artifact handed to her by Bei Lingqing, a look of astonishment flitting across her face. This beautiful woman was none other than the current peak master of Sword Peak, Lu Shisan. Bei Lingqing looked at Lu Shisan's slightly astonished expression and immediately nodded respectfully, replying, "I report to you, master. This sword was indeed forged by junior brother Zhang. Junior brother Zhang's talent in artifact forging is likely even greater than that of senior brother Yi from 10 years ago." The beautiful woman, Lu Shisan, couldn't take her eyes off this low-grade common artifact. Although she might not have a use for it, the quality of this sword was truly the most perfect she had ever seen among all the swords she'd encountered. It's a pity this sword isn't a rare artifact. If it were a rare artifact, I could use it myself. A hint of regret flashed in Lu Shisan's eyes. Not long ago, she had just obtained a blueprint for a high-grade rare artifact sword from the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Now that the materials were all ready, she was just about to seek out the master of Forge Peak to help forge it. But now, looking at the perfect attributes of this sword in her hand, she was genuinely moved. However, upon hearing this, Bei Lingqing, who was standing below, raised her beautiful eyes and immediately said, "Master, if you're not in a rush, you might want to wait a little while. Junior brother Zhang should be able to forge a rare artifact of this caliber before long." Upon hearing Bei Ling's words, a glimmer of hope flashed in Lu Shisan's beautiful eyes. "Is that true?" Bei Lingqing nodded immediately. "Junior brother Zhang told me so himself." Upon hearing this, an unmistakable look of excitement immediately spread across Lu Shisan's face. If she could obtain a top-grade rare artifact longsword with such perfect attributes, her strength would undoubtedly receive a massive boost. "Xinger, I'd like to ask you to run an errand for your master." Bei Lingqing nodded at once and then left, taking the blueprints with her. At the same time, among the elite members and outer members of Sword Peak, a piece of news spread as rapidly as a hurricane. "Hey, have you guys heard? Ning Chuan, a direct disciple of Forge Peak, has clashed with that newly promoted direct disciple, Zhang. From now on, any of us Sword Peak disciples who go to senior brother Zhang for artifact forging will be blacklisted by Ning Chuan. I heard they had a forging contest at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, and senior brother Ning Chuan lost to senior brother Zhang right in front of everyone. I was actually planning to go to Forge Peak to ask senior brother Zhang to forge a high-grade longsword for me, but since that's the case, I think I'll just forget about it. We can't afford to cross senior brother Ning Chuan." "Sai, you're absolutely right. We were hoping to get a better deal by going to senior brother Zhang, but now it looks like we won't even have the chance. What can we do? After all, Ning Chuan is a prince of the Great Ling dynasty. He is backed by powerful forces. We can't afford to cross him. I heard that even our Sword Peak's direct disciple, the eldest senior sister, went to ask senior brother Zhang for help with forging. That alone shows just how skilled senior brother Zhang is. So what if he is skilled? If we offend senior brother Ning Chuan, life won't be easy from now on. I advise you all to think this through carefully." "Sai, never mind. We Sword Peak disciples without any connections had better stay out of their conflict." However, Zhang, the person at the center of this matter, was unaware of these rumors circulating behind the scenes at Sword Peak. Even Bei Lingqing, busy preparing materials for artifact forging, hadn't heard a thing. Xianlong Guild Main Hall. Inside the council chamber, several elders and the peak masters of the major peaks had all gathered here to discuss important matters. The northern frontier has enjoyed peace for nearly a century, but now that the demon clan is stirring, there may be major upheavals ahead. A look of concern flashed across the Xianlong Guild patriarch's face as he spoke. A century ago, our major sects joined forces with the three great dynasties to quell the Demon King's rebellion, and we all suffered heavy losses. Just as we're finally beginning to recover, the Demon Clan is stirring up trouble again." Below, upon hearing this, the senior members of the Xianlong Guild all furrowed their brows deeply. Not long ago, a southern city of the Fengxiang dynasty with a population of 3 million was wiped out overnight. This alone was enough to show that the Demon Clan was serious this time. Sect Master, in recent days, the elder stationed at the Demon King's Tower has frequently reported unusual activity there. It is likely connected to this current demon clan uprising. Traces of core stage spirit beasts have already appeared in the Black Wind Forest, and the same is true near the other major sections. It seems the Demon Clan's objective this time is very likely the Demon King's towers within the major sects. Could it be that they intend to forcibly rescue the major demon kings who have been sealed away? The senior leader, the head of the Shenlong Guild, furrowed his brow and his expression darkened as he listened to the analysis from those below. If these demons were to succeed this time, the entire northern frontier would likely be plunged back into bloodshed and chaos, and countless lives would once again be slaughtered. With this in mind, the guild master of the Shenlong Guild spoke immediately. From this moment on, activate the Sect's protective array. Assign additional elders at the core stage or above to patrol the Sect's borders. Report any unusual activity immediately. Additionally, dispatch 3 peak masters at the nascent stage to the Demon King's Tower to assist in suppressing the threat. As the Shenlong Guild master issued one order after another, the numerous high-ranking officials below sprang into action. With the very survival of the entire guild and indeed, the northern frontier at stake, no one dared to be the slightest bit careless. Forge Peak. In stark contrast to the tension among the guild's high-ranking officials, things here at Zhang's location seemed perfectly normal. Inside the artifact forging cave residence, Zhang gazed at the cloth armor on the forging platform, which was radiating a misty glow, his face brimming with joy. Congratulations, host. After forging the cloth armor 15,000 times, its quality has become even stronger. Congratulations, host. The number of forging attempts has increased by 15,000, granting you over a year's worth of cultivation rewards. Feeling the warm current coursing through his body, a smile spread across Zhang's face. His cultivation, which had been at the 8th level of the foundation stage, had now surged directly to the peak of the 9th level of the foundation stage, just one step away from entering the core stage. It seems the later I get, the harder it becomes to increase my cultivation. He had originally thought that a year's worth of cultivation rewards would be enough to propel him directly into the core stage, but it turned out he still fell just short. Senior brother Zhang. But just as Zhang was lost in the sensation of his growing power, a familiar voice suddenly drifted in from outside the door. Zhang opened the door and found it was Su Ling'er, who had come to deliver the materials. Senior brother Zhang, inside here are a total of 120 sets of materials for refining low-grade common artifacts, 4 sets of materials for refining low-grade rare artifacts, plus 5 sets of spiritual materials that can enhance spiritual power. As Su Ling'er explained, she handed Zhang a storage pouch. Hearing Su Ling'er's words, even Zhang felt a slight jolt of surprise. 120 sets. He wouldn't need nearly that much. And on top of that, there were 5 additional sets of spiritual materials to enhance spiritual power. Please thank your senior sister for me. I will definitely craft a weapon that will amaze her. 15 portions of spirit-enhancing spiritual materials. Such a reward was more than enough for him to forge over 100 low-grade common artifacts. And Bei Lingqing was so generous that Zhang actually felt a bit embarrassed. Inside the artifact forging cave residence, Zhang looked at the pile of forging materials, which was as high as a small mountain, and his eyes immediately flashed with determination. If I go into seclusion for a month to forge this, I wonder if I can break through to the nascent stage? Once the thought took root in his mind, Zhang sprang into action. However, he didn't rush into forging. Instead, he sat cross-legged right where he was, took out a spiritual material that boosted spiritual power, swallowed it, and began to refine it. 1 hour later, Zhang awoke, his eyes sparkling with intensity. He could feel that his spiritual power had increased significantly. He felt refreshed and full of energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang began crafting his first low-grade common artifact. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the foundation stage, smelting materials of the lower-grade common artifact level had become considerably easier. Consequently, in less than a moment, the mystic iron took shape, and the essence of a first-tier spirit core was fused into the sword blank. After completing these steps, Zhang placed it on the artifact forging table and began hammering it into shape. Congratulations, host. You have successfully forged a low-grade common artifact and earned 1 year's worth of cultivation rewards. Congratulations, host! Your number of forging attempts has increased by 2,000, and you've earned a small amount of cultivation rewards. Hearing the messages in his mind, Zhang felt a surge of excitement. He had originally thought that the rewards for forging each common artifact were one-time bonuses, but now it was clear that wasn't the case. He could earn them repeatedly. A warm current surged through his body, and Zhang's cultivation level leaped directly from the peak of the 9th layer of the foundation stage to the 2nd layer of the core stage. Overwhelmed by the immense power surging through him, Zhang couldn't help but want to let out a mighty roar to the heavens, but he managed to hold back. Feeling his newfound strength, Zhang was filled with determination. He immediately began forging his second low-grade longsword. Now that his cultivation had reached the core stage, smelting those low-grade common artifact-level materials had become second nature to Zhang. As a result, it wasn't long before the second low-grade common artifact was forged. And so, Zhang worked day and night on his artifact forging. Finally, on the morning of the 15th day, he successfully forged 30 low-grade common artifacts. At the same time, by forging these 30 low-grade common artifacts, he gained a total of nearly 35 years' worth of cultivation rewards. His cultivation level had leaped directly from the second sublevel of the core stage, skipping an entire major realm, to the peak of the 9th sublevel of the nascent stage. This staggering leap startled Zhang. If not for the tangible exhaustion he felt in his body, he would have thought he was dreaming. A 35-year leap in cultivation, such a dramatic rise in realm, would surely shock the entire eastern continent if word got out. Of course, Zhang knew full well that this surge in power was tied to his innate talent. At the same time, he realized that the further he progressed, the more difficult it would become to advance his cultivation. Congratulations, host! You have completed 200,000 tempering sessions and obtained 1 high-level Earth-rank cultivation technique. Notice, 2 Earth-rank cultivation techniques have been detected. Do you wish to fuse them, host? Inside his artifact forging cave residence, upon hearing the voice in his mind, Zhang was momentarily taken aback, then his face lit up with delight. So it turns out cultivation techniques can actually be fused? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang immediately recited the command silently in his mind. Fuse. Congratulations, host! The fusion of the 2 Earth-tier cultivation techniques was successful. You have obtained a low-tier Heaven-tier cultivation technique, the Heavenly Thunder Art. Hearing that familiar voice, Zhang couldn't help but burst into laughter. It's actually a Heaven-tier cultivation technique. Earth-tier cultivation techniques were already rare throughout the entire northern frontier, and as for Heaven-tier ones, forget the northern frontier. Even across the entire eastern continent, you could probably count them on one hand. Without delay, Zhang began cultivating according to the instructions of the Heavenly Thunder Art. As Zhang entered his cultivation state, the sound of thunder began to reverberate throughout his entire body. At the same time, visibly within Zhang's body, the originally pure mana was being replaced by wave after wave of thunder dragons. Before long, Zhang's eyes slowly opened, revealing a look of profound astonishment. All the mana within my body has actually been transformed into streams of extremely pure thunder power. And I can even transform it at will, following my thoughts. This terrifying transformation caused Zhang's combat power to skyrocket. Feeling his own immense strength, a smile spread across Zhang's face. At that moment, he was filled with confidence. Even if he were to encounter a spirit stage powerhouse, relying on his formidable abilities, he would be able to stand up to them and even defeat them. And it seemed there wasn't a single spirit stage level powerhouse in the entire northern frontier. In other words, this meant that Zhang had now become the #1 fighter in the northern frontier. This shift in status has come way too fast. Zhang did not let this go to his head. He knew all too well just how treacherous the world of Xuanhuan could be. You might think you're the strongest on the continent, but who knows, there could be some ancient monster lurking in some remote corner out there. With that thought, Zhang suppressed his aura, keeping his cultivation level at the foundation stage. After resting briefly, he took out the blueprint for Bei Lingqing's low-grade rare artifact and began the forging process. Now, with his nascent stage, 9th layer, peak tier Dao fire, he finished smelting all the materials in the blink of an eye. After 5,000 strikes of the hammer, a long sword emitting a faint, dark glow instantly appeared before Zhang. Looking at the 3 remaining sets of materials beside him, Zhang furrowed his brow slightly. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the nascent stage, these core stage resources were no longer of any use to him. But it would be such a waste to just throw them away. As he spoke, an idea suddenly popped into Zhang's mind, and his gaze immediately fell upon the low-grade rare artifact longsword lying nearby. With a plan in mind, Zhang sprang into action. He took the already forged low-grade rare artifact longsword and once again immersed it in his Dao fire, beginning the smelting process anew. At the same time, he continuously added the remaining 3 sets of materials to the mixture. As the sword blank took shape, Zhang hammered it a full 8,000 times before finally completing the forging. Looking at the long sword on the forging table, which emitted a faint cold glow, a smile appeared on the corner of Zhang's mouth. Hee, just as I thought. On the forging table, the long sword which had originally been only of the lower grade level had now been upgraded to the upper grade level. That's it. If its quality were to be raised any further, it would be hard to explain. After setting the long sword aside, Zhang took off his cloth armor, intending to begin forging it. However, just as he was about to swing his hammer, a familiar voice drifted in from outside. "Junior brother, do you have a moment?" Hearing that familiar voice, a smile spread across Zhang's face. He quickly tidied himself up and went to the door. The visitor was none other than Bei Lingqing. "You've come at just the right time." As he spoke, Zhang handed Bei Lingqing the long sword, which was of the high-grade rare artifact tier. He had originally intended to hand her the other 30 low-grade common artifacts as well, but upon second thought, he realized he had forged 30 low-grade common artifacts in just half a month. Such a terrifying pace would be rather alarming if word got out, so after some consideration, Zhang decided against it for the time being. Bei Lingqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement and surprise. She took the long sword, examined it carefully, and then a look of astonishment and confusion flashed across her lovely face. "Junior brother, what is this?" She had clearly only given him the blueprints for a low-grade rare artifact, so why had Zhang given her a high-grade rare artifact instead? However, Zhang had already prepared an explanation for this. He immediately smiled. It's a unique artifact forging technique. The materials you provided were just enough. Bei Lingqing was, after all, a clever person. She understood immediately upon hearing this. I never expected you to be hiding such depth, junior brother." As soon as she finished speaking, Bei Lingqing paid no further attention to Zhang and eagerly set out to test the sword. As Bei Lingqing continued to wield the sword, the look of astonishment on her face grew ever more pronounced. Setting aside its grade, every other attribute of the long sword in her hand today was significantly more powerful than that of the previous low-grade common artifact. Take, for instance, the wind and thunder power contained within this sword. This time, it wasn't merely the sound of wind and thunder. Bei Lingqing could distinctly feel as if a surge of thunderous power had been infused into the long sword in her hand whenever she swung it, sword energy carrying that thunderous power would surge forth. This had undoubtedly elevated the sword's might by several levels. Bei Lingqing even speculated that if this sword were used during a thunderstorm, it would likely be able to summon heavenly lightning to strike down enemies. What a truly peerless, divine weapon this was! At a loss for words to express her admiration, Bei Lingqing simply fixed her beautiful eyes on Zhang, then bowed deeply to him. "Thank you, junior brother. If you ever need anything from your senior sister in the future, just ask. May the heavens strike me with 5 bolts of lightning if I ever say no." Zhang, who had been smiling broadly, saw Bei Lingqing's sudden outburst and his expression immediately shifted slightly. He hurried forward to help her up. "What are you saying, senior sister? This is only natural among fellow disciples. Besides, you've provided me with so many spiritual materials to boost my spiritual power. This is nothing in comparison. Senior sister, please don't do this again." Bei Lingqing's expression returned to normal, and she turned to Zhang. Junior brother, if you don't mind, just call me Lingqing from now on." With that, she ignored Zhang's reaction and moved straight on to the next topic. "So, junior brother, are you now capable of refining high-grade rare artifacts?"
A smile spread across Zhang's face, and he nodded. Seeing this, Bei Lingqing immediately pulled a blueprint from her robe. "Please do me a favor, junior brother. I'd really appreciate it." Zhang took the blueprint and, upon glancing at it, couldn't he help but chuckle. Wasn't this the very blueprint he traded for that top-grade common artifact iron hammer back then? My master, who is now the peak master of Sword Peak, has never had a suitable weapon. After seeing the artifacts you've crafted, my master asked me to entrust this task to you. At the moment, she has been assigned by the sect to the back mountain to suppress the Demon King's tower, but she will certainly reward you generously afterward. Upon hearing this, Zhang's face betrayed a look of curiosity. Suppress the Demon King's tower? So, within their Qianlong guild, they actually had a Demon King that needed to be suppressed? However, Zhang didn't let on. Instead, he smiled and said, "He, Lingqing, rest assured. Since it's a request from the sect's elders, I'll do my very best. Just come find me in half a month. By then, I'll hand over the other 30 weapons along with this high-grade rare artifact to you." When Bei Lingqing heard Zhang address her by her given name, Lingqing, her pretty face flushed slightly. She nodded and then took her leave. Upon returning to his room, Zhang did not head straight to his artifact forging cave residence. Instead, he went to the cave where he usually cultivated. There, after setting up several restrictions, he immediately entered a state of meditation. A moment later, a nascent stage figure invisible to ordinary people stepped out of Zhang's mind and vanished from the spot with a single step. Behind the mountain lay the forbidden zone of the Qianlong Guild. This place was shrouded year-round in a deathly stillness, so few living creatures ventured nearby. Apart from a massive black tower at the center, there were 5 towering stone pillars surrounding it. Seated in lotus position atop each pillar was a figure exuding a terrifying aura. Arranged in 5 different directions, they formed a formation that encircled the black tower. High in the sky, some distance from the 5 stone pillars, Zhang, a nascent stage cultivator, materialized. He fixed his gaze ahead, staring at the 5 figures atop the black stone pillars. A look of astonishment crossed his face, for these 5 were none other than 5 nascent stage powerhouses. "I never expected the Qianlong Guild to possess such depth of strength." Originally, he had thought it would be quite impressive for the Qianlong Guild to have even 1 or 2 nascent stage experts stationed there. It seemed his perspective had been too narrow. Zhang shifted his gaze to the massive black tower, and immediately, a thunderous glow flashed in his eyes as he looked down. As his gaze swept downward, he was startled to discover that beneath the black tower lay the corpse of a black tiger, hundreds of zhang in size, held in check. Due to years of being tempered by the massive black tower, the surface of the giant black tiger's corpse had gradually lost all signs of life. Truly worthy of a Demon King-level powerhouse, its vitality is tenacious indeed. After nearly a century of tempering, it still hasn't completely perished. A look of surprise flashed across Zhang's eyes, but immediately afterward, as he continued to observe, he froze in shock right where he stood. For he discovered that at the very base of the giant black tiger corpse sat a middle-aged man in the lotus position. Judging by his appearance, he didn't seem weak at all, and he was actually cultivating? Upon closer inspection, Zhang noticed that threads of vital energy were constantly flowing from the giant black tiger corpse toward the middle-aged man, causing him to grow steadily stronger. Peak of the 9th level of the nascent stage. Through careful sensing, Zhang determined the middle-aged man's exact cultivation level. Moreover, judging by the scene, it seemed the man was gathering power, preparing to break through to the spirit stage? At this thought, Zhang's heart sank with dread as he envisioned the dire consequences. If he were to actually break through to the spirit stage, would this massive black tower still be able to suppress him? At the very thought of such a consequence, Zhang's divine sense stirred, and a wisp of his spiritual energy leaked out, immediately alerting the 5 nascent stage powerhouses. "Who is there?" The figures atop the 5 stone pillars all opened their eyes, gazing toward a spot in the air as they barked the question coldly, but there was no response for a long time. "It seems we must heighten our vigilance. This recent demon clan uprising is most likely targeting the Demon King we sealed away here." After reaching this conclusion, the 5 fell back into a deep slumber. As for Zhang, the moment his energy had leaked out, he had already returned to his quarters. That was a close call. As his nascent stage energy settled back into place, Zhang's long-closed eyes suddenly snapped open, his face etched with gravity. I never expected that the demon-suppressing tower would not only fail to successfully refine the Demon King, but actually cause him to bounce back from the brink, reborn into a second life, shedding his beast form and taking on human shape. Zhang fell into deep thought, a sense of urgency flitting across his handsome face. After a long while, Zhang slowly shook his head. As the saying goes, when the enemy comes, meet them head-on. When water comes, block it with earth. With his current cultivation level, he should have no trouble defending himself in the northern frontier. Therefore, for the time being, all he needed to do was focus on improving his strength as much as possible. Zhang had considered informing the Xianlong Guild's higher-ups about this matter, but he quickly dismissed the idea. The fantasy world was exceptionally treacherous. Exposing himself in this way would not be a wise move. As soon as he had formed this plan, Zhang sprang into action. Soon, within the artifact forging cave residence, the familiar sound of hammering metal rang out. Crafting that high-grade rare artifact for the Sword Peak Master didn't take long, so in less than 3 hours, a top-grade rare artifact radiating a faint glow appeared on the forging platform. Congratulations, host! You have successfully forged a top-grade rare artifact and earned a 5-year cultivation bonus. Congratulations, host! Your forging count has increased by 10,000, and you've earned a 1-year cultivation bonus. As Zhang successfully forged the top-grade rare artifact, surges of immense warmth instantly coursed through his body. In an instant, Zhang felt a powerful force gathering within him. At the same time, his cultivation broke through its limitations, leaping from the peak of the 9th level of the nascent stage directly to the peak of the 1st level of the spirit stage. The spirit stage? Feeling his immense cultivation, Zhang was still a bit dazed. He had originally thought it would take some time to reach the spirit stage, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Immediately, a look of excitement and joy appeared on Zhang's face. Now that his cultivation had reached the spirit stage, he no longer feared even if the Demon King beneath the demon-suppressing tower were to break through to the spirit stage. Once his mind settled, Zhang instantly felt his entire body relax. However, after just a brief rest, he got back to work. Living in a fantasy world required him to remain vigilant at all times. Therefore, Zhang took out his high-grade epic artifact cloth armor once more and began refining it. He estimated that in just a few days, he would be able to refine it to the top-grade epic artifact level. However, just as Zhang continued his tempering work here, inside the main hall of Sword Peak, several elders and the 10 direct disciples of Sword Peak had gathered. I'm sure you're all already aware of the situation. Now that the Peak Master of Sword Peak had been dispatched to the back mountain to subdue the Demon King, all matters big and small at Sword Peak had been entrusted to several of the Peak's most powerful elders to oversee. Some time ago, in a small town within the territory protected by our Xianlong Guild, a town with a population of hundreds of thousands, the Demon Clan slaughtered nearly everyone, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. Our Xianlong Guild has existed for over 1,000 years, yet we have never suffered such humiliation. Therefore, the purpose of gathering you all here today is to eradicate the Demon Clan operating within our sect's territory. Below, the 10 direct disciples including Bei Lingqing each radiated a powerful aura. Their faces lit up with a fighting spirit as they eagerly volunteered for the mission. Seeing this, the elders waved their hands and said, "For this operation, all 10 of you will be deployed. You must utterly exterminate the Demon Clan operating within our sect's territory." Below, the 10 direct disciples led by Bei Lingqing sprang into action the moment they heard these words. This mission is quite dangerous. Fellow disciples, I suggest we split into groups rather than go out alone. After stepping out of the Grand Hall, Bei Lingqing called out to the other direct disciples of Sword Peak and spoke thus. Upon hearing this, the other direct disciples gave it serious thought before nodding in agreement. Senior Sister Bei is right. This Demon Clan disturbance isn't merely about bloodshed, it's about the Demon Kings suppressed by those major sects. So far, only core stage demons have appeared in the open. Who knows if there are nascent stage beings lurking behind the scenes? After careful analysis as a group, all 10 agreed on the necessity of forming teams. In the end, the 10 split into 3 teams, each led by Bei Lingqing and 2 other particularly powerful direct disciples.
Even the weakest member in each of the 3 teams possessed third-tier core stage cultivation, so this lineup of 10 people across 3 teams was by no means weak. Furthermore, each team would lead dozens or even hundreds of Sword Peak elite members into action. The reason for bringing so many people was not only for training but also because the sheer numbers of Sword Peak disciples allowed them to form a sword formation to counter overwhelming enemies. Although disciples from other peaks were also dispatched, none did so on such a large scale as Sword Peak. Forge Peak, the residence of the direct disciples. Bei Lingqing appeared here. The purpose of her visit was to collect those 30 weapons from Zhang.
I'm sorry, junior brother. It's an emergency.
Could you? Bei Lingqing looked at Zhang with an apologetic expression. Less than 20 days had passed since she last visited, and she knew there was no way she could have completed the task of forging 30 weapons. However, with the expedition imminent, she had no choice but to come and collect them early. Whatever she could get would have to do. Looking at the apologetic Bei Lingqing standing before him, Zhang smiled unconcernedly. Doing one's part for the sect is the duty of every disciple, senior sister. There is no need to apologize. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang handed Bei Lingqing a storage pouch with a smile. I've had some new insights into weapon forging recently. I hope I've lived up to your expectations. Bei Lingqing took the storage pouch, and as she gazed at the 30 peerless swords, a flicker of excitement lit up her beautiful eyes. If these 30 swords were to form a squad, they would surely be able to complete this demon extermination mission safely.
I've said thank you so many times, I'm getting tired of it. Once this demon clan uprising is over, if the opportunity arises, I'll introduce you to senior brother Yi.
Watching Bei Lingqing's rapidly receding figure, Zhang murmured to himself.
Senior brother Yi? Is that the artifact forging genius from Forge Peak 10 years ago?
Ever since being promoted to a direct disciple, Zhang had heard senior brother Yi's name mentioned more than once. It was said that 10 years ago, when senior brother Yi had just joined Forge Peak, he had already demonstrated extraordinary talent in artifact forging. On his very first attempt, he had crafted a weapon of entry-grade quality. By the time he was promoted to direct disciple, he was already capable of crafting common artifacts of the extreme grade level. The master of Forge Peak groomed him as the next successor.
But how could a dragon ever remain in a shallow pond?
In the second year after his promotion to direct disciple, senior brother Yi was spotted by the East Continent Artifact Forging Association and recruited as a key trainee. It is said that he has now become the vice president of the Artifact Forging Association.
The Artifact Forging Association, I imagine it must have many high-tier artifact forging blueprints, doesn't it?
A smile flitted across Zhang's face. Having tasted the rewards of forging high-tier weapons, he suddenly found himself looking forward to joining the Artifact Forging Association. The Black Wind Forest, at its deepest recesses. As a primeval forest spanning the 3 major sects of the northern frontier, a magnificent palace had quietly risen in its deepest recesses at some unknown point in time.
Surrounding the palace were numerous demon cultivators armed with weapons, each radiating a powerful aura. And inside that palace,
as expected, the flesh and blood of the human race is the most delicious. A demon cultivator at the nascent stage, seated on a high platform, had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face radiating pure delight.
Indeed.
The flesh and blood of the human race are not only delicious but also brimming with spiritual essence. They are of great use to us demons in advancing our cultivation. That goes without saying. Humans are naturally suited for cultivation, and their flesh is brimming with spiritual essence. It's a tremendous tonic for us. I hope the 3 demon kings will break free from their seals soon.
Once they do, the entire northern frontier will become our domain.
Standing nearby, several other nascent stage demon cultivators also wore savage grins. As demon kings, the primary reason they had been able to reach the nascent stage in such a short time was that they had recently devoured a great deal of human flesh and blood.
Rest assured, everyone.
It won't be long before the 3 demon kings break their seals and emerge.
Do you truly believe that the alliance of the 3 sects and the 3 great empires emerged victorious in that great war 100 years ago?
That was merely the 3 demon kings deliberately choosing to be suppressed. A few nascent stage demon cultivators standing nearby, puzzled by this, immediately asked.
What do you mean by that? The demon cultivator who had just spoken gave a faint smile upon hearing this. Several demon kings have been stuck at the peak of the nascent stage for many years. In order to break through, they had no choice but to cut off their own retreat and choose to be reborn from adversity. I think that, given the three demon kings' profound cultivation, it won't be long before they emerge, and by then, they'll likely all have reached the spirit stage. As he spoke, the demon cultivator's face was filled with admiration. Once that happens, with the help of that faction, won't the unification of the entire northern frontier by our demon clan be a piece of cake? Hearing this, the other nascent stage demon cultivators nearby also wore expressions of delight. If that's the case, doesn't that mean all we have to do is sit back and wait for turmoil to erupt within those three major sects? Ha ha ha. At the same time, Shenlong Guild, the forbidden zone on the back, beneath the massive black tower that sealed the Demon King, inside the colossal black tiger corpse, the middle-aged man who had been sitting in meditation for so long suddenly opened his eyes, which had been closed for ages. 100 years of suppression, it has not disappointed. As the middle-aged man raised his head, an aura of extreme terror radiated from him. Almost instantly, the previously silent black tower began to tremble violently. Upon the 5 stone pillars surrounding the tower, the 5 nascent stage powerhouses of the Shenlong Guild station there were jolted awake by the commotion, their faces immediately filled with shock and bewilderment. What is happening? Why is such overwhelming demonic energy emanating from beneath the demon ceiling tower? Could it be that over the past 100 years, not only has he failed to be refined, but he has actually grown stronger? As the 5 formed hand seals to reinforce the seal, their expressions gradually turned grim. This overwhelming demonic energy was more than several times stronger than when they had sealed it a century ago. Boom! Boom! However, as the massive black tower shook violently, the once smooth ground around it began to crack, forming a spiderweb-like pattern. At the same time, surges of overwhelming demonic energy slowly seeped out from within. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several whistling sounds pierced the air. The guild master of the Shenlong Guild had been closely monitoring the situation on the back mountain, so as soon as the disturbance occurred, he immediately led his men to the scene. Ancestral epic artifact, suppress it. Upon appearing, the Shenlong Guild master said nothing further. He simply hurled a demon refining cauldron toward the swirling demonic energy that had taken shape in the sky. This was the only epic artifact left behind by the Shenlong Guild's ancestor to suppress the sect. It was said to have been forged by a master artifact refiner who modeled it after the legendary immortal refining cauldron, and it was highly effective against demon cultivators. 100 years ago, it was precisely with this demon refining pot that the Shenlong Guild succeeded in suppressing this demon king. Heh, you old fool Shen-yi, 100 years have passed, and your Shenlong Guild still hasn't made any progress at all. Do you really think the tactics from 100 years ago will still work against this king today? However, in response to the epic artifact-level demon sealing cauldron summoned by the Shenlong Guild's patriarch, a cold laugh suddenly rang out from within the demonic energy slowly taking shape above the black tower. Immediately afterward, with grave expressions, the crowd watched as a middle-aged man exuding a formidable aura slowly materialized, gazing at them with a cold smirk. Ha, let your entire Shenlong Guild make amends for the suffering I endured while sealed away for 100 years. The instant the Demon King's words fell, the Shenlong Guild patriarch and his companions watched in horror as a colossal and utterly terrifying demonic aura, like a dark cloud capable of obscuring the sun and sky, enveloped the entire Shenlong Guild almost instantly, causing the previously clear sky to turn gloomy in an instant. This sudden turn of events left countless disciples and elders within the Shenlong Guild, clueless as to what was happening, with looks of terror on their faces. Wave after wave of terrifying pressure and hideous screeches emanated from the demonic energy filling the sky, as if the end of the world had arrived. Many of the sect disciples with weaker cultivation bases collapsed to the ground almost instantly upon facing this terrifying pressure and the piercing screeches, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Endless fear and despair spread through their hearts. How dare you! All elders of the Shenlong Guild at the nascent stage and above, heed my command, follow me to slay these demonic beasts. Upon witnessing this sudden turn of events, Master Shen-yi's face instantly flushed with intense rage. With a furious roar, he charged forward. First, At the same time, throughout the entire Qianlong Guild, every powerful cultivator at the nascent stage or above charged forward in a fury. If they failed to survive this crisis today, the Qianlong Guild would face utter annihilation. Had ha! You mere nascent stage ants are nothing but a meal for this king. Since you want to play, I'll play along with you. Above the Qianlong Guild, demonic energy swirled, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. Under the onslaught of this terrifying demonic energy, an elder of the Qianlong Guild who had only recently broken through to the nascent stage was suddenly swallowed whole, followed immediately by a blood-curdling scream. Ha ha, it's been 100 years. The long-missed taste of fresh blood. How I've missed it. Today, this king is going to thoroughly enjoy myself. The middle-aged demon king wore a cold smile as he materialized, gazing at the Qianlong Guild's guildmaster and the others with the gaze of a hunter eyeing its prey. A demon king at the early spirit stage, the guildmaster and the others are probably in danger. Forge Peak, atop a mountain summit. Zhang's figure appeared there. He gazed solemnly toward the sky, where the battle was nearly one-sided, and shook his head slightly. Sigh, could it be that I have to reveal myself this soon? At present, Zhang's cultivation was still only at the spirit stage level. He didn't want to reveal himself so soon. But if he didn't intervene now, the Qianlong Guild would likely cease to exist by the end of the day. However, just as Zhang was wrestling with his decision and preparing to step in, high above, the Qianlong Guild's guildmaster suddenly summoned a long sword and tossed it to the peak master of Sword Peak. 13 Sister, form the sword formation. The Sword Peak master caught the long sword, a flash of surprise crossing her beautiful eyes. It was actually an epic artifact level long sword. As she gripped the sword, Lu Shisan's entire aura transformed, and sword intent surged around her. All disciples of Sword Peak at the core stage and above, heed my command. 5 Elements Demon Slaying Formation, activate. With the head of Sword Peak as the formation core, 5 other nascent stage experts as its auxiliaries, and dozens of core stage disciples as its foundation, a magnificent formation spanning hundreds of Zhang took shape in an instant. 5 Elements Demon Slaying Formation, Sword Annihilation. With a furious shot from Lu Shisan, the peak master of Sword Peak, the terrifying strike fueled by the combined power of numerous experts instantly coalesced into a massive, 100-zhang-long beam of light. Using the epic artifact longsword as its vessel and carrying terrifying might, it slashed toward the middle-aged demon king. Wherever this terrifying strike passed, the air hissed as if unable to withstand the razor-sharp sword energy. Below, atop the mountain peak, Zhang watched the attack radiating terrifying might. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, but it quickly faded. This strike is indeed terrifying. It could annihilate any cultivator below the spirit stage. With that epic artifact as its vessel, it could even hold its own against someone in the early stages of the spirit stage. But that's all it can do. To actually slay a spirit stage cultivator, the vessel of that light sword would have to be a top-tier epic artifact. With that thought, Zhang slowly shook his head, watching the situation unfold while remaining ready to intervene at any moment. Sure enough, high above in the sky, upon seeing the Qianlong Guild unleash this terrifying strike with their combined might, the Demon King's expression showed only a fleeting hint of surprise before instantly returning to normal. Haha, if this king hadn't broken through to the spirit stage, I'm afraid I really would have been wiped out by that sword strike of yours. But today is destined to be the day of your utter destruction. The moment the Demon King's words fell, he slowly extended a massive mana hand and gently pinched the long sword as it slashed toward him. Almost instantly, the sword which had seemed so terrifyingly powerful exploded into a shower of light particles, while the epic artifact sword itself dimmed and fell to the ground. With their attack so easily thwarted, the peak master of Jianfeng and his companions were caught in the backlash. Blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. They had suffered significant injuries and wore expressions of despair. Could it be that today is truly the day the heavens have decreed the downfall of our Qianlong Guild? As the Grand Master of the Qianlong Guild gazed upon the overwhelming demonic energy and the unbeatable Demon King, even in his eyes, filled with rage, a hint of despair inevitably flashed. However, the Qianlong Guild Master's expression quickly returned to normal. He swiftly pulled a stone talisman from his robe and immediately crushed it in his hand. May our ancestor protect the Qianlong Guild. This stone talisman had been left to him by the previous Shenlong Guildmaster during the latter's travels. As the stone talisman shattered in his hand, everyone instantly sensed an aura of power no weaker than that of the Demon King slowly spreading out. Immediately afterward, the figure of an elderly man in white robes slowly materialized before them. We pay our respects to the ancestral master. The many powerful members of the Shenlong Guild, upon seeing the suddenly appearing figure, were taken aback at first, but their faces soon lit up with excitement, and they immediately bowed to him. It seems our Shenlong Guild has fallen into decline. Hundreds of years have passed, and yet we haven't even managed to produce a single spirit stage expert. The white-robed elder sighed softly. With a wave of his hand, the epic artifact longsword that had fallen to the ground flew back into his grasp. To dare to offend the Shenlong Guild is a capital offense. The white-robed elder pointed his long sword at the Demon King, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. However, faced with the white-robed elder whose aura was no weaker than his own, the Demon King not only showed no change in expression but actually sneered coldly. "Ha, you're nothing more than a mere spirit power avatar. How dare you act so insolently before this king?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the two rushed toward each other and engaged in a fierce battle. However, after fighting for over 100 exchanges, the Demon King suddenly turned and dashed toward the outskirts of the Shenlong Guild. I've played with you enough for today. We'll play again next time." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Demon King vanished into the horizon in an instant. At the same time, the demonic energy that had filled the sky dissipated, and the sky cleared once more. However, the patriarch of the Shenlong Guild, watching the fleeing Demon King, did not give chase but simply remained where he stood. "Patriarch, why aren't you pursuing him? If we don't wipe him out, the Shenlong Guild will never know peace again." The Shenlong Guild's Grand Master looked puzzled. After all, he possessed only a single stone talisman like this. If they let the Demon King escape this time, how would the Shenlong Guild defend itself when he returned to strike again? However, faced with everyone's confusion, the elderly man in white simply shook his head slightly. "I am merely a spirit form here. It was only through the protection of the sect's grand formation that I was able to display such power just now. If I were to leave the range of the formation, even I would be no match for that Demon King." On a mountaintop some distance away from the Shenlong Guild, the figure of the middle-aged Demon King appeared. "Is this an illusion?" He turned his head, his expression a mix of surprise and suspicion, and looked toward the Shenlong Guild. Just moments ago, during his fierce battle with the white-haired old man, his keen senses had detected that a mysterious powerhouse seemed to be secretly watching him. The sensation was as if he were walking along a dark path at night and had been locked in the gaze of a venomous snake, a deadly threat lurking at any moment. Could it be that the Shenlong Guild is guarded by a mysterious powerhouse at the spirit stage? The Demon King's mind was filled with doubt. With his spirit stage level perception, that sense of danger should not have been mistaken. But soon, the Demon King shook his head, dismissing the thought. It must be an illusion. If the Shenlong Guild had a powerhouse of that caliber, would they have allowed me to break the seal? Once he had worked this out, the Demon King's gaze toward the Shenlong Guild instantly filled with intense coldness. I'll let you live a few more days for now. When the time comes, I will rally the great army of the Demon Clan and crush you all." As soon as the words left his mouth, the middle-aged Demon King immediately left the spot and hurried toward the depths of the Black Wind Forest. The Demon Clan possessed a special means of communication. He had just learned that, in preparation for the emergence of the three sovereigns, the Demon Clan had established a stronghold within the Black Wind Forest. However, just as he had traveled no more than a few hundred meters, a handsome young man carrying a hammer on his back suddenly blocked his path. "Did I say you could leave? Who's there?" Hearing this abrupt voice, the middle-aged Demon King was momentarily taken aback. Immediately afterward, his expression changed drastically. The hairs on his body stood on end, and a chill ran up his spine from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Looking toward the source of the voice, he saw a young man dressed in plaincloth, with a handsome face and a large hammer in hand, staring at him with a smile. This young man looked unremarkable, just like an ordinary person. But it was precisely this seemingly harmless, handsome young man who even wore a friendly smile who gave him a sense of mortal danger. It was as if the one standing before him at that moment wasn't a human, but a colossal beast that had emerged from the primordial chaos of ancient times. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man, the Demon King, forced himself to remain calm. By now, he was certain that the presence he had sensed in the shadows during his earlier duel with the founder of the Shenlong Guild was none other than the person standing before him. However, what filled him with dread was that he had no idea when this young man had appeared in front of him. After all, he was a super powerful warrior at the early spirit stage, already considered the absolute pinnacle in the Northern Realm, yet even now, facing this young man, he could not fathom his true capabilities. As he asked the question, he had already quietly mobilized all the demon energy within his body should any unexpected turn of events arise. Even if he were outmatched, he could make a swift escape. However, across from him, Zhang, in response to the Demon King's question, raised the iron hammer in his hand and said with a smile, "You mean me? I'm just a blacksmith." However, the middle-aged Demon King didn't believe a word of what Zhang said. "Are you kidding me? You're just a blacksmith, yet you managed to appear right in front of this king who is at the spirit stage without me even noticing? Even if you're making this up, you should at least come up with a plausible excuse, right? That's not very funny, sir." The middle-aged Demon King's expression gradually turned icy. After all, as a Demon King who ruled over a region, being toyed with like this had already infuriated him. However, upon hearing this, Zhang merely smiled faintly. Why would I lie to you? I've been needing a spirit stage level spirit core for my recent artifact forging. Can you provide one for me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang cut off any further small talk, hoisted his massive hammer, and swung it directly at the Demon King. As the hammer came down, the air itself erupted with a deafening roar, a clear indication of the immense force behind the blow. "You're asking for death." After dodging the blow, the middle-aged Demon King's rage instantly reached boiling point, and murderous intent flared in his eyes. "Don't be afraid, don't dodge it, it'll be over soon. It won't hurt." Zhang watched the Demon King darting this way and that, continuing his attack while offering soothing words. However, when the Demon King heard this, he nearly spat out a mouthful of ancient demon blood. He was so furious his lungs felt like they were about to explode. "I don't give a damn about your pain." Although the Demon King seethed inwardly, the reality was that no matter how he dodged, he couldn't escape Zhang's range of attack. He was always locked onto. This is an outright insult to demons. The middle-aged Demon King's face was filled with boundless rage as he glared at Zhang, his frustration having reached its absolute limit. Immediately, he stopped dodging. A golden longsword suddenly appeared in his hand, bursting forth with a golden light as he slashed toward Zhang in an instant. However, as Zhang watched the golden longsword coming straight at him, not only did he not dodge, but he swung his hammer, shattering the golden longsword right down the middle. How is this possible? The middle-aged Demon King watched the scene, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. After all, this golden longsword had been forged from the essence he decondensed after shedding the corpse of a demon beast. Its grade was at least that of a high-grade epic artifact. Yet now, it had been smashed in two with a single blow from the young man standing before him? Just how terrifying must the force of that blow have been? But before he could dwell on it, Zhang swung another hammer straight at him. Thud! As the heavy blow landed, the Demon King saw stars, felt the world spinning, and was sent flying backward uncontrollably, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Almost instantly, the Demon King, who had only just broken through to the spirit stage, fainted from the force of Zhang's blow. Whoosh! Zhang quickly caught up to the Demon King and landed several more blows, finally shattering him to pieces with a loud bang. Phew, it seems my strength is still too weak. Zhang shook his head slightly. He wasn't satisfied with this outcome. He hadn't managed to finish off a Demon King who had just entered the spirit stage in one swift strike. Finally, after collecting the spirit core before him, which radiated a dazzling light, Zhang quickly left the scene. Upon returning to the Shenlong Guild, Zhang rested briefly before throwing himself into his forging work. Lately, he had been refining his cloth armor, and he could sense that it wouldn't be long before it was upgraded to a top-tier epic artifact. Meanwhile, the 10 direct disciples of Jianfeng who had been out eradicating the demon clan, upon learning of the Demon King's emergence, also hurried back to the sect. Moreover, they brought back some news.
Namely, that recently, unusual activity by the demon clan had become increasingly frequent around the Black Wind Forest, and it was estimated that a major move was imminent. Inside the Shenlong Guild's council hall, all high-ranking officials had gathered there, and the atmosphere in the hall was extremely somber. We've just received news from both Qingxia sect and Qingfeng Valley. The demon kings they had sealed there have broken their seals and emerged. Fortunately, however, these two demon kings are only at the half-step spirit stage level. They have not yet fully entered the spirit stage. Now, escorted by numerous nascent stage demon cultivators, the two demon kings have successfully fled back into the Black Wind Forest. It won't be long before they return to strike again. The Grand Master of the Shenlong Guild wore a grave expression. One demon king outside the spirit stage, two at the half-step spirit stage, and that massive demon army. If they launched a counterattack, the northern frontier would be plunged into utter chaos and bloodshed. Even the major sects and the three great dynasties could be toppled as a result. Let us unite. Only by joining forces with the other two sects and the three great dynasties can we stand against these demon clans. Inside the hall, a high-ranking official spoke. Thus, even a single spirit stage demon cultivator alone would be more than enough to give them a run for their money. Uniting all the forces of the northern frontier was their only way out. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately garnered the approval of everyone present in the hall. The patriarch of the Shenlong Guild nodded and said, "I have already sent envoys to the other two sects and the three great dynasties. With the exception of the Great Spirit Dynasty, the other four have agreed to form an alliance and have chosen to assemble a joint army in the coming days to launch a campaign against the Black Wind Forest." Hearing this, everyone in the hall visibly breathed a sigh of relief. This was excellent news. Meanwhile, just as the numerous factions in the northern frontier were discussing an alliance to attack the demon cultivators within the Black Wind Forest, deep within the Black Wind Forest, inside a palace, the two half-step spirit stage demon kings who had successfully escaped looked down at the trembling nascent stage demon cultivators below and said coldly, "It's been so long since we sent out the escort party. Why hasn't our elder brother shown up yet?" Below, the nascent stage demon cultivators, seeing the two demon kings' angry expressions, immediately clasped their hands in respect and said, "We report to the two demon kings that the team sent to escort the first demon king has returned with news." At this point, the nascent stage demon cultivator who had been speaking suddenly grew nervous and dared not continue. Above them, the two half-step spirit stage demon kings, seeing this, furrowed their brows and said coldly, "What news have they brought back? Speak up at once." Hearing this, the nascent stage demon cultivator had no choice but to steel himself and speak. "Your Majesties, the first demon king, it is highly likely that he has perished. Although the first great king managed to escape from the Shenlong Guild, he encountered a mysterious figure of immense power along the way. With a single blow, that figure killed the first great king." After quickly finishing his report, the nascent stage demon cultivator immediately stepped aside, not daring to look up at the two half-step spirit stage demon kings. "What did you say?" Sure enough, upon hearing this news, the two half-step spirit stage demon kings instantly leapt to their feet in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. "My elder brother is a super powerful spirit stage cultivator. Who in the northern frontier could possibly kill him? This measly northern frontier doesn't even have a single spirit stage cultivator. Who on earth could it be?" After letting out a few furious roars, the two demon kings gradually had to accept this reality. They knew full well that, given their eldest brother's strength, he should have joined them long ago. But the fact that he had yet to appear spoke volumes. Second brother. Could it be that the Shenlong Guild is guarded by a powerhouse at the mid-spirit stage or higher? The third demon king turned to look at the second demon king, a grave expression on his face. If his suspicion were true, then their ambition to break free from the seal, emerge into the world, and unify the entire northern frontier would likely come to naught. However, the second demon king paid no heed to the third demon king. Instead, he suddenly looked up at the crowd below and asked, "Any news from the Great Ling dynasty?" Upon hearing this, several nascent stage demon cultivators below immediately replied, "We report to your Majesty that everything is proceeding smoothly at the Great Spirit Dynasty. The entire empire has been successfully brought under the control of the upper sect." "Good.
Hearing this, a smile instantly appeared on the second Demon King's face. As long as there were no problems there, then the mid-spirit stage powerhouse from the Shenlong Guild would be nothing to worry about. You all stay here in the Black Wind Forest and keep a close eye on the movements of the other factions in the northern frontier. We're heading over to the Great Spirit Dynasty. Shenlong Guild. Forge Peak, the residence of the Direct Disciples. Congratulations, host. The cloth armor has reached 100,000 forging attempts and has successfully been upgraded to the top-tier epic artifact level. Congratulations, host. You've completed an additional 50,000 tempering sessions and earned a 5-year cultivation bonus. Gazing at the cloth armor on the forging platform, which was radiating a gentle glow, Zhang exhaled deeply, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. At the same time, as a surge of heat coursed through his body, his cultivation level leaped directly from the peak of the first level of the spirit stage to the peak of the 5th level. He was just one step away from entering the 6th level of the spirit stage. Feeling his power surge, a smile involuntarily spread across Zhang's lips. He estimated that, with his current physique and cultivation level, he could likely increase his forging count to 20,000 times a day. After putting on the cloth armor, Zhang couldn't help but ask. System, how many tempering sessions are required to upgrade a top-tier epic artifact to a legendary artifact? Hint. Upgrading a top-tier epic artifact to a legendary artifact requires at least 1 million tempering sessions. Hearing the system's reply, Zhang wasn't surprised. The gap between a legendary artifact and an epic artifact wasn't merely a difference in rank. A legendary artifact possessed the power to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth the moment it appeared. Even across the vast eastern continent, there were likely no more than a handful of legendary artifacts, and all of them were treated as the most treasured artifacts of their respective sects. 1 million reforgings. At my current pace, it'll take at least another month to reforge this cloth armor into a low-grade legendary artifact. Zhang did a quick calculation and immediately furrowed his brow. That was far too long. It seems I can't spend all my time on the number of tempering sessions. After a moment's thought, Zhang's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp gleam. When I forged 30 low-grade common artifacts for Bei Lingqing earlier, I still had over 100 sets of materials left. Forging a single low-grade common artifact can provide me with a year's worth of cultivation rewards. And at my current forging speed, I can craft over 100 low-grade common artifacts in less than a week. Zhang looked as if he'd suddenly discovered a new continent, his face brimming with excitement. With that thought, he sprang into action. Over 100 low-grade common artifacts, that meant over 100 years' worth of cultivation rewards. 100 years' worth of cultivation rewards. Given Zhang's current natural talent, his cultivation would at least reach the peak of the divine stage. And that was a conservative estimate. However, at the same time, just as Zhang had discovered a way to rapidly boost his strength, far to the north of the Shenlong Guild, in the Great Ling Dynasty. By now, the entire imperial capital of the Great Ling Dynasty had fallen under the control of a mysterious force. At this moment, inside the Imperial Palace Hall, more than 10 figures clad in black had gathered, each exuding a formidable aura. Are you saying that within the Shenlong Guild, there is a mysterious powerhouse at the mid-spirit stage holding sway? This person not only slaughtered your eldest brother but also poses a threat to our partnership? High above the Imperial Palace Hall, upon the Imperial throne, a man in black gazed down at the two trembling Demon Kings and asked in a detached tone. Below, upon hearing this, the two Demon Kings immediately nodded respectfully. We humbly request that the Grand Elder dispatch powerful warriors to support us. However, the moment the two Demon Kings finished speaking, a burst of loud laughter echoed throughout the entire Imperial Palace. Ha 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 ha. A mere mid-spirit stage cultivator, and yet they've been scared into such a state. Ha ha, they can't even handle a single mid-spirit stage ant. I really don't know how the sect elders managed to convince these three brothers to cooperate in the first place. Exactly. If it weren't for our clan's grand plan, wouldn't it be enough to just send anyone to wipe out that ant-infested northern frontier? Hearing the mocking laughter around them, the two Demon Kings' hearts sank. What the hell kind of people were these, treating a mid-stage spirit stage superpower as mere ants? But before they could dwell on it, the man in black seated on the imperial throne spoke up. "Ninth brother, go handle this." Immediately, a man in black within the hall respectfully clasped his fists toward the man in black above, then followed the two demon kings as they departed. The eastern continent is the most remote of the Great Wasteland's major continents, and the northern frontier lies at its far western edge. Therefore, it serves as the perfect springboard for our clan's return to the Great Wasteland. Therefore, for the sake of our clan's grand plan, everyone must remember, do not reveal yourselves unless absolutely necessary. Xianlong Guild. As 10 days passed, throughout the entire northern frontier with the exception of the Great Spirit Dynasty, the other 5 top powers of the northern frontier, led by the Xianlong Guild, had long since formed a coalition. Today is the day the coalition sets out to launch its campaign against the Black Wind Forest. Forge Peak. After 10 days and nights of non-stop artifact forging, Zhang successfully crafted over 100 low-grade common artifacts. 10 days of continuous forging, even with Zhang's formidable spiritual power, left him feeling a touch of fatigue. Fortunately, the outcome was satisfactory. Congratulations, host. You have successfully forged 100 low-grade common artifacts and earned a reward of 100 years of cultivation. Congratulations, host. Your number of forging attempts has increased by 200,000, and you have earned the reward of a low-level heaven tier spirit technique. One hammer decides the heavens. Phew! Feeling the surging energy coursing through his body, a look of satisfaction spread across Zhang's face. The 100-year cultivation bonus caused his cultivation level to skyrocket from the peak of the 5th level of the spirit stage, as if he were riding a train. In the blink of an eye, he reached the peak of the spirit stage. 1st level of the divine stage. 3rd level of the divine stage. 7th level of the divine stage. 8th level of the divine stage. Peak divine stage. It wasn't until his cultivation surged to the peak of the divine stage that the rapid ascent finally began to slow. Ultimately, when Zhang's cultivation reached the heaven-slaying realm, the growth finally came to a complete halt. Feeling the immense, heaven-defying power hidden within him, Zhang's face glowed with confidence. With this kind of strength, wouldn't he be able to sweep through the entire eastern continent? But soon, Zhang's mind snapped back to reality. Don't get arrogant, this is a fantasy world. I still need to keep a low profile. With that thought, Zhang adjusted his cultivation display to the 7th level of the foundation stage, a level befitting his status as a genius in artifact forging. Today must be the day the Allied forces launched their campaign against the armies of the two demon kings. Zhang strolled out of his courtyard and made his way to the edge of the cliff, where he could overlook most of the Xianlong Guild. Watching the coalition's elite warriors take off one after another high in the distant sky, Zhang felt a surge of excitement coursing through his veins. Maybe I'll secretly tag along and join the fun. I've been cooped up for 10 days, I'm about to go stir crazy. Junior brother. However, just as Zhang was thinking this, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind him. The person approaching was none other than the eldest senior sister of Sword Peak, Bei Lingqing. Lingqing. Zhang looked at her and smiled. He still harbored a fondness for Bei Lingqing. Of course, it wasn't the kind of fondness born of her beauty or alluring figure. The affection Zhang felt stemmed entirely from her personal charm. Her generosity alone was beyond reproach. Zhang could tell that Bei Lingqing's complexion today looked paler than usual. Junior brother, I've come here today to say goodbye to you. It's very likely this will be the last time we see each other. Bei Lingqing's expression was somber, as if something terrible were about to befall her. Upon hearing this, Zhang furrowed his brow and asked, Lingqing, why do you say that? Bei Lingqing shook her head slowly and replied, This alliance of the 5 great sects to wage war against the demon cultivators gathered in Black Wind Forest will most likely end in failure. I've heard through the grapevine that the 2 demon kings who fled from Qingxia sect in Qingfeng Valley have now successfully reached the spirit stage. With a total of 3 spirit stage demon kings, even if the allied forces of the 5 great powers have prepared many powerful tactics, they still lack any spirit stage level experts on their side. At this point, Bei Lingqing suddenly pulled a spirit talisman from her bosom and handed it to Zhang. This is a sky-splitting talisman. It can instantly transport you 10,000 li. Take it, junior brother.
If the Allied forces fail, the entire northern frontier will surely be ravaged.
With this talisman, you'll have a better chance of escaping.
Seeing Zhang standing there dumbfounded, hesitating to accept it, Bei Lingqing flashed a smile and said,
Hee, don't worry. I mean no harm. I just don't want to see a genius like you perish like this. You have a bright future ahead of you.
With that, Bei Lingqing, paying no heed to Zhang's reaction, shoved the space-shattering talisman into Zhang's hand and prepared to leave quickly.
Lingqing, your future is also wide open. Why are you doing this?
Zhang looked puzzled. Bei Lingqing's behavior today seemed more like she was making her final arrangements. Hearing this, Bei Lingqing's departing figure ahead suddenly paused. She then left one final remark before speeding away.
Compared to me, you're much more suited for this sky-piercing talisman. Upon hearing this, Zhang sensed something was amiss.
Immediately, lightning arcs flashed in his eyes as he activated his heaven-slaying realm cultivation.
As he gazed at Bei Lingqing's retreating figure, he instantly understood everything. He saw that within Bei Lingqing's dantian, a mass of black demonic energy was constantly devouring her life essence and cultivation. What an intense and evil demonic aura!
Zhang's face betrayed a look of shock and suspicion. He recalled that when he had given Bei Lingqing 30 low-grade common artifacts, there had been no sign of such a presence within her.
Yet, after being apart for just over half a month, such a drastic change had occurred. Could it be that a demonic cultivator has infiltrated these demon clans?
A look of gravity crossed Zhang's face. If that were the case, then this demon clan uprising would become a much more serious matter.
No wonder Lingqing chose to give me this sky-piercing talisman.
Even with her core stage cultivation, once afflicted by this demonic energy, there is absolutely no way to purge it unless a powerhouse at the divine stage or higher intervenes.
Sigh. Zhang shook his head slightly, then immediately produced a spiritual herb.
With the power of his Zhan Tian realm cultivation, he instantly refined it into a pill that radiated a misty glow. This pill contained the gentle essence of his Zhan Tian realm cultivation. If Bei Lingqing were to take it, it would eliminate the demonic affliction within her body.
Whoosh!
Zhang's figure flickered as he caught up to Bei Lingqing, then handed her a storage pouch. Inside were over 100 low-grade common artifacts he had recently refined, as well as the top-grade rare artifact he had originally crafted for her master.
You should find these useful.
Bei Lingqing's face betrayed her surprise. How could a junior brother at the foundation stage actually catch up to her, a late core stage cultivator? However, before she could give it much thought, Zhang cut her off. He reached into his storage pouch once more and pulled out a misty pill, handing it to her.
Take this pill and come back alive. What's this?
After accepting the pill and the storage pouch, Bei Lingqing looked puzzled.
But upon seeing Zhang's serious expression, she hesitated briefly before swallowing the pill. Then, a faint smile appeared on her face as she said, Junior brother, you're not giving me that kind of pill, are you?
Hearing this, Zhang's previously stern and serious expression instantly crumbled, replaced by sheer embarrassment, and he hurriedly explained.
Senior sister Lingqing, what are you thinking?
Seeing Zhang's flustered expression, Bei Lingqing covered her mouth and chuckled softly before turning and walking away. And the moment she turned to leave, the pill she had just swallowed took effect. At the location of her dantian, the demonic energy which had previously clung to her like a maggot to a bone instantly melted away upon encountering the elixir Zhang had refined from his cultivation, just as snowflakes melt when they touch hot coals. Noticing this, Bei Lingqing's lovely face was instantly filled with shock. She immediately turned to look back at Zhang, who had already left, her expression one of utter disbelief.
You really are a bit of an enigma, little junior brother. Forge Peak.
As Bei Lingqing departed completely with the main army, Zhang's eyes, which had been closed for a long time, suddenly snapped open inside his cultivation cave. Heaven has a benevolent nature. As a citizen of the Northern Realm, I certainly cannot stand idly by while the demon clan and the beast cultivators join forces to slaughter the living beings of our Northern Realm. Zhang pulled a mask from his robe, put it on, and instantly vanished from where he stood. That mask was a low-grade epic artifact capable not only of concealing one's appearance but also of altering one's physique and aura. Therefore, when traveling while wearing it, unless a powerhouse at the heaven-slaying realm appeared, no one could discover his true identity.
At the same time, Black Wind Forest.
The allied forces of the 5 major factions had divided into 3 directions, completely encircling the entire Black Wind Forest, clearly intending to eradicate the threat once and for all. At each of the 3 directions, a peak nascent stage expert was stationed, advancing slowly toward the depths of the Black Wind Forest. Meanwhile, deep within the Black Wind Forest, inside a grand hall, 2 demon kings, whose cultivation had already reached the spirit stage, showed not the slightest sense of urgency upon learning of the 5 major factions' fierce advance. On the contrary, their faces were filled with ease.
Has the Shenlong Guild reported any news regarding that mysterious mid-spirit stage powerhouse?
The man in black, who had come from the Great Ling dynasty, looked down at the nascent stage demon cultivator reporting the news and asked in a cold tone. Upon hearing this, the nascent stage demon cultivator's body trembled uncontrollably, and he immediately replied.
Reporting to you, my lord, among the 5 great factions alliance, the highest cultivation level is no higher than the peak nascent stage. No fluctuations indicative of a spirit stage expert have been detected. Hearing this, the 2 demon kings standing nearby looked at the man in black with expressions of surprise and doubt. My lord, could it be that this mysterious expert has received some news and dares not show himself?
Upon hearing this, the man in black sneered.
Ha, that's the wisest choice for him.
If he dares to show his face, we'll crush him on the spot. Having said that, the man in black spoke again. This so-called alliance of the 5 great factions is nothing but ants.
Dispatch them quickly.
When the time comes, collect everyone's blood. I have great use for it. Upon hearing this, the 2 demon kings' expressions changed, and they were about to spring into action immediately. However, just as they were about to move, they suddenly noticed a mysterious, masked man who had appeared before them out of nowhere.
Are you 2 in such a hurry? Are you rushing off to be reincarnated?
As soon as the masked man finished speaking, he raised his hand and pinched the air toward the 2 demon kings.
Boom!
In an instant, the 2 powerful demon kings both at the spirit stage were reduced to 2 clouds of blood mist, leaving behind only 2 spirit cores that emitted a faint glow.
Whoosh! Across from them, the man in black sprang into action the very moment Zhang had annihilated the 2 demon kings, unleashing his most powerful strike in an attempt to kill Zhang.
Don't be in such a rush to die, your turn will come. Facing the black-clad man's full power strike delivered at the peak of the spirit stage, Zhang merely waved his hand casually. The man spat blood and was sent flying backward, landing half prostrate on the ground, rendered incapable of further combat.
Who are you? How dare you meddle in my clan's affairs?
For the first time, a hint of fear crept into the black-clad man's cold voice, clearly demonstrating the immense pressure Zhang was exerting on him.
Zhang did not respond immediately.
Instead, he slowly pocketed the 2 spirit nuclei before stepping in front of the man in black.
My clan?
It seems the northern frontier has indeed been infiltrated by filth. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhang reached out toward the man in black. Instantly, a ball of malevolent demonic energy, emitting a piercing screech, materialized before him.
So this is your true form, isn't it?
Watching the demonic creature struggle relentlessly in his grasp, Zhang furrowed his brow deeply. A demonic creature at the peak of the spirit stage for the northern frontier, that was a blow of a completely different magnitude. Zhang had heard rumors about the demon clan. It was said that many years ago, a cataclysmic war erupted between the human clan and the demon clan, ultimately ending in a narrow victory for the human clan.
What? Now that so many years have passed, are the demon clan planning to make a comeback? Speak up. Where is your demon clan's stronghold in the northern frontier? And how many small units like yours has the demon clan deployed in total? Where are they located? However, faced with Zhang's interrogation, the demon lord merely gave a cold snort and said, Ha ha ha. You've offended my clan, you'd better be ready to have your body collected.
Not just you, the entire northern frontier will be buried with me when the time comes.
Zhang furrowed his brow. Since you're being so uncooperative, don't blame me for what comes next.
Without hesitation, Zhang pointed his finger at the demon lord's forehead, intending to extract the information he sought directly through soul searching.
However, the very moment Zhang's finger touched the demon lord's forehead, the latter's face contorted into a hideous grimace. With a desperate shriek, he transformed into a swarm of black mist and vanished completely. Willing to sacrifice himself rather than reveal a single detail, it seems this matter is quite serious. A grave expression crossed Zhang's face. The fact that the demon clan adhered to such strict rules indicated that their current operation was backed by a meticulous plan and clear objectives. It's a pity my power is still so weak. If I were stronger, I could head straight to Central Plains and deliver this news to the people of the Sacred Realm. With that thought, Zhang shook his head and vanished from where he stood. Now that he had neutralized the coalition's greatest threat, there was no need for him to intervene further. The coalition could easily wipe out the demon cultivators in the Black Wind Forest on their own. However, Zhang did not leave. After all, even a demon clan member at the peak of the spirit stage had appeared. Should any unexpected developments arise, he would be there immediately to cover their backs. With the two spirit stage demon kings and the black-clad figure at the peak of the spirit stage secretly eliminated by Zhang, the only remaining powerful beings within the Black Wind Forest were the nascent stage demon cultivators. Faced with the fierce assault of the Five Alliance coalition, these nascent stage demon cultivators crumbled as easily as rotten wood, vanquished in an instant. Consequently, it was long before the three prongs of the Five Alliance coalition's offensive converged deep within the Black Wind Forest. The leader of the coalition gazed at the palace ahead, his expression turning grave. As practitioners at the peak of the nascent stage, they immediately sensed a terrifying aura within the palace, one far surpassing the nascent stage. Without hesitation, the leaders of the Five Alliance forces exchanged glances and launched a fierce assault on the palace. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the palace was instantly reduced to a cloud of dust under the combined assault of the five. But when the dust settled, the leaders of the Five Alliance coalition froze in their tracks. For inside that so-called palace, there was no sign of the two spirit stage demon kings. All that remained was a corpse clad in black and two pools of demon blood radiating a powerful aura. What is going on? The five leaders of the coalition gazed at the scene before them, their faces filled with shock. The two demon kings had actually been killed here beforehand. And judging by the evidence, it seemed the two spirit stage demon kings hadn't even had a chance to put up a fight. This is actually a member of the Great Spirit Dynasty's royal family. However, when the five leaders of the allied forces turned their gaze to the corpse of the figure in black lying nearby, their faces instantly filled with shock. For, hidden beneath that black robe, was none other than a member of the current Great Spirit Dynasty's royal family. But judging by his current state, those hollow, lifeless eyes, it was clear that a mysterious force had taken possession of him long before his death. There is still a faint trace of the demon clan's malevolent aura lingering here. After the five leaders of the allied forces carefully examined the corpse of the man in black, their expressions gradually grew grave. Once the demon clan was involved, the situation became rather serious. Traces of the demon clan have appeared in our northern frontier. This news must be reported to the East Continent Demon Eradication Alliance immediately. The five exchanged glances, each seeing the gravity in the other's eyes. Without delay, they gave a sweeping gesture and led their respective forces back toward their sects. Before reporting this news, they had to send someone to the Great Spirit Dynasty to investigate the matter thoroughly. If the situation turned out to be worse than they imagined, they would have to call for reinforcements. Meanwhile, high above, watching the five allied forces gradually fade into the distance, Zhang also turned and departed. However, he did not return to the Xianlong Guild. Instead, he rushed northward toward the Great Spirit Dynasty. Now that Zhang had eliminated a peak spirit stage expert from this small demon clan contingent, it would be best to wipe them out completely before they had a chance to react. With this in mind, Zhang unleashed the full power of his Zhangtian realm cultivation. In less than half an hour, he arrived above the Great Ling Dynasty. While concealing his aura, he swept the area with his powerful divine sense and immediately located the stronghold of this small demon clan squad. It was none other than the Imperial Palace within the long-abandoned Imperial capital. High above the Imperial city, Zhang's figure appeared, his eyes flashing with lightning arcs as he gazed into the Imperial Palace. He immediately detected a surging tide of demonic energy. Based on his initial assessment, there were at least 20 powerful demonic beings within this palace stronghold. The strongest among them had even reached the peak of the divine stage. Such terrifying cultivation would be enough to sweep across the entire eastern continent. They've certainly hidden themselves well. A deep, icy glint flashed in Zhang's eyes. He harbored an innate hostility and loathing toward these demonic beings that fed on the flesh and blood of the human race, sucking away their vital essence. Immediately, a massive hammer materialized in his hand. As thunderous energy surged through it, the hammer instantly swelled to 1,000 zhang in size. One hammer to settle the heavens. Sure enough, not long after Zhang's departure, numerous figures appeared near the imperial city. Everyone gazed at the 1,000 zhang wide crater in the center of the imperial city, their faces filled with shock as they stood frozen in place. This, the imperial capital of the Great Spirit Dynasty, has been leveled by a single hammer blow? Standing high above, the crowd looked down at. I think we should report this matter to the East Continent Demon Eradication Alliance. Since the Demon Clan has chosen to infiltrate our northern frontier, it's possible they're active in other regions as well. Inside the Grand Hall, everyone nodded in agreement, fully realizing the gravity of the situation. Immediately, the 5 major factions each dispatched representatives to travel to East Continent to report the news. Just as the assembly in the hall was discussing their next course of action, at Forge Peak, in the residence of the direct disciples, Zhang had returned to his life of blacksmithing and artifact forging. Forging brings me joy, forging makes me stronger. Now that Zhang's cultivation had broken through to the sky-slaying realm, the number of times he could hammer and forge each day had skyrocketed to 50,000. Therefore, his top priority now was to upgrade the grade of all his equipment. Currently, aside from the cloth armor he wore next to his skin, which had reached the top-tier epic artifact level, everything else was still at the low-tier epic artifact level. This level is far behind his cultivation now. Only legendary artifacts are worthy of his heaven-slaying realm cultivation. However, not long after Zhang began swinging his hammer, a familiar voice drifted in from outside. Having said this, Bei Lingqing cast a meaningful glance at Zhang. However, she didn't ask Zhang about the pill's origin. Instead, she changed the subject and said, "Do you remember what I promised you earlier? To take you to the East Continent Artifact Forging Association to meet Senior Brother Yi." Zhang nodded. Of course he remembered. He was still thinking about all the high-level blueprints at the Artifact Forging Association. A mysterious smile suddenly appeared on Bei Lingqing's face as she leaned close to Zhang's ear and whispered, "Rumor has it that not long ago, they discovered a legendary artifact-level blueprint inside an ancient ruin." A legendary artifact-level blueprint? Upon hearing this, Zhang didn't show much surprise on the surface. After all, given his current status, the very concept of a legendary artifact seemed far too distant for him. But in reality, his heart was already racing with excitement. If he were to craft a legendary artifact, wouldn't the rewards far exceed those of 100? Bei Lingqing noticed the hint of excitement on Zhang's face and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Have you forgotten why I came to find you this time? I just received orders from the sect master to report the news of the Demon Clan's activities to the Demon Eradication Alliance in Dongzhou. I've come specifically to ask you to accompany me. On the way, we'll stop by the Artifact Forging Association so I can introduce you to Senior Brother Yi. Upon hearing this, a smile tugged at the corners of Zhang's mouth. He had, of course, been waiting for Bei Lingqing to say exactly that, and he immediately laughed. In that case, I'll have to trouble Senior Sister Lingqing to look after me. Bei Lingqing smiled faintly and said, "All right, go pack your things. We're leaving right away." A moment later, a large purple bird flew in from the horizon and landed in Zhang's courtyard. "Let us go." This is the Purple Spirit Eagle, a third-tier spirit beast raised by the sect. It possesses top-tier nascent stage speed, and will be riding it on this journey. Zhang watched as Bei Lingqing waved to him from atop the massive Purple Spirit Eagle's back, and his expression froze in surprise. "Is it just the two of us on this trip?" Seeing Zhang's dumbfounded expression, Bei Lingqing teased him. "What? Aren't you looking forward to it? With a beauty by your side on the journey, who knows what indescribably wonderful things might happen."
Hearing this, Zhang's mind was instantly filled with exasperation. This woman spoke far too boldly, he couldn't fall into her verbal trap. Bei Lingqing watched Zhang's embarrassed expression and couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle softly. Hee, what are you thinking? Although I'm the only one from our sect, powerful warriors from several other major alliances are accompanying us on this journey. So, strictly speaking, it's not just the two of us. Upon learning this, Zhang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That was a relief otherwise, on such a long journey, with just a man and a woman alone together on the eagle's back, he really wouldn't have known how to pass the time. Immediately, Zhang leaped into the air and landed on the eagle's back. Following Bei Lingqing, he sped toward the central region of East Continent. Once they had left the Shenlong Guild's territory, for more purple spirit eagles converged on them clearly, the forces from the other four major factions had arrived. After Bei Lingqing greeted everyone in turn, the group picked up speed and rushed toward the central region of East Continent. Since the northern frontier was situated in a remote corner of the eastern continent, even riding a purple spirit eagle capable of speeds rivaling those of a peak nascent stage cultivator, it would take at least half a month to reach their destination. Perched on the eagle's back, with the wind whistling past his ears, Zhang had no heart for cultivation. Rarely venturing so far from home, he was now gazing down at the magnificent scenery of the vast mountains and rivers. Ever since setting out, he and Bei Lingqing had exchanged few words. The latter, even while traveling, was unwilling to waste a single moment and remained fully immersed in cultivation. Outstanding talent, striking good looks, and such dedication, truly a role model for us all. Zhang glanced back at Bei Lingqing, who was in the midst of her cultivation, and couldn't help but voice his admiration. Just as Zhang was marveling, the air around Bei Lingqing suddenly swirled, and a colossal sword intent erupted, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Well, such outstanding talent in the way of the sword as well. A true prodigy. Back in the sect, he had heard that the eldest senior sister of Sword Peak had grasped the basics of sword intent at a very young age. Judging by the current situation, she must have made further progress. She had likely reached the minor accomplishment stage of sword intent. Zhang couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. With minor accomplishment in sword intent combined with her early nascent stage cultivation, she would likely be able to hold her own even against mid or late stage nascent stage powerhouses. Congratulations, senior sister Lingqing, on taking another step forward in the way of the sword. There will surely be a place for you among the future sword immortals. Seeing Bei Lingqing come to, Zhang immediately stepped forward and said with a smile. He was genuinely happy for Bei Lingqing. As his first friend in this fantasy world, the stronger she became, the happier he would be. That way, when he reached the pinnacle in the future, he wouldn't have to face it alone. Bei Lingqing turned around, her beautiful eyes glinting as she looked at Zhang and smiled faintly. Junior brother, you flatter me. As she spoke, she suddenly looked up at Zhang, a hint of melancholy flashing in her eyes. Compared to that person, I'm afraid my achievements are rather insignificant, aren't they? As for the pill Zhang had said, hearing this, Zhang's brow furrowed. What kind of talk is that? What on earth are you saying? It sounded as if he were some unsophisticated country bumpkin. But as Zhang and his companions gradually approached the central region of Dongzhou, his initial defiance vanished as he was instantly stunned by the scenes unfolding before his eyes. As far as the eye could see, the spirit mountains stretched out ahead, their peaks and valleys undulating endlessly, while all manner of spirit birds and luminous ginseng, orchids, and other spiritual materials were scattered everywhere. On the peaks of countless mountains, majestic palaces were dotted like stars, bathed in divine light and shrouded in billowing purple mist. All manner of immortal vehicles traveled back and forth in an unending stream, as if on a pilgrimage. Below on the ground, between one city and the next, trade flourished ceaselessly. The teeming crowds created a deafening din. Let us disembark here. Dongzhou City has a regulation prohibiting the use of flying vehicles within the city. After landing, Bei Lingqing and her party did not slow down. They rented a spirit beast carriage and quickly made their way toward the Demon Eradication Alliance in the city center. Although the surroundings were extraordinarily bustling and lively, in front of the Demon Eradication Alliance in the eastern continent, Zhang and his party's carriage came to a stop here. Junior brother, please wait for us here.
We'll go in to report the situation and be back out shortly. Zhang nodded. He had no desire to go inside a place like that. It was nothing but a series of formalities, utterly hypocritical. After watching Bei Lingqing and his group enter the Demon Eradication Alliance, Zhang suddenly noticed a bustling, lively street ahead and couldn't help but walk over. Come on over, take a look. The latest excavated Xin crystal or top-notch material for artifact forging. 4th tier spirit cores on sale. Hurry if you need them. A top-grade epic artifact just dug out of the ruins trading for a earth tier cultivation technique. As soon as he reached the entrance to the street, Zhang heard a constant chorus of hawkers' cries rising and falling. Upon looking around, Zhang realized that this was actually a small trading market, teeming with all sorts of people. Zhang's face lit up with interest, and he began to browse. With his hands behind his back, he strolled slowly up to a vendor whose stall was piled high with all kinds of crystals, examining them with keen interest. With his divine craftsman SI, he could tell at a glance that the pile of crystal ores contained far too many subpar stones and very few genuine treasures. Quite a few people had gathered in front of the vendor to examine the goods closely, but as he looked around, he noticed that most were burly men clearly there to select materials for weapon forging. Hee, my lady, these crystals were mined from a divine spring. It's said that a single drop of divine spring elixir is sealed within enough to grant eternal youth. The middle-aged vendor turned to a young, beautiful woman and immediately picked up an unremarkable crystal, enthusiastically introducing it. Zhang immediately glanced in that direction, but the moment his eyes fell upon it, he froze in place, his heart surging with overwhelming excitement. The reason wasn't that the crystal the vendor held was genuine, but rather that in that direction, in an inconspicuous spot, he had spotted a faintly dark red stone. At first glance, this dark red stone seemed unremarkable. It looked just like the gravel scattered across the mountainside, the kind you could grab by the handful. But as a divine artisan, with lightning arcs flickering in his eyes, Zhang instantly recognized the true nature of that dark red stone. It's actually a legendary phoenix bloodstone. Zhang couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. It was said that this stone, having been steeped in the true blood of the phoenix for years, had developed divine properties and was one of the essential materials for crafting legendary artifacts and even sacred artifacts. He never expected to make such an astonishing discovery right off the bat. Zhang suppressed his excitement, approached the beautiful woman with a calm expression, then slowly crouched down to begin sorting through the stones. Vendor, your wares are no good. They're all just junk. Zhang picked up a crystal at random, couldn't help but furrow his brow, and went on to list the useless properties of several of them. This immediately caused the vendor to break out in a cold sweat, and he quickly put on a fawning smile for Zhang. It seemed he'd run into a connoisseur today. Hee, young man, you're joking a bit too much. All the crystals here were excavated from ancient ruins. I can guarantee their authenticity. Upon hearing this, Zhang shook his head and immediately addressed the pile of crystals, which included the phoenix bloodstone. We both know exactly what you mean by authenticity. Here's what we'll do, wrap up this pile of crystals for me. They'll be perfect for my disciples to practice with. As he spoke, Zhang inadvertently emitted a wisp of aura toward the stall owner, instantly sending shockwaves through the man's mind. The stall owner immediately forced a smile. Hee, since you like them, I'll give you a discount. Let's just consider this a way to make a friend. Zhang didn't beat around the bush. He simply pulled out a 4th tier spirit core, tossed it onto the stall, and walked away. That 4th tier spirit core was precisely what he had obtained from slaying those 3 demon kings earlier. After wandering around for a while longer, Zhang found nothing else that piqued his interest, so he left the market. After all, it was just a small trading market, with a limited selection of rare and wondrous items. Upon returning to the Demon Eradication Alliance, Zhang happened to see Bei Lingqing and her group emerging from the Demon Eradication Hall, their brows deeply furrowed. What's wrong? Zhang stepped forward, a look of confusion on his face. Bei Lingqing shook his head and explained. The Demon Eradication Alliance has already learned that our great Ling dynasty in the northern frontier has been taken over by the Demon Clan. And judging by their expressions, it seems they already knew about it before we even came to report it. Could it be that the Demon Clan within the Great Ling dynasty was suddenly wiped out by powerful warriors secretly dispatched by the Demon Eradication Alliance? A member of one of the other four major factions accompanying Bei Lingqing suddenly spoke up, and everything suddenly made sense. But upon hearing this news, Zhang's heart was already in turmoil. Because those so-called demonic beings weren't eliminated by anyone sent by the Demon Eradication Alliance, he had taken action himself. In fact, Zhang suspected that if he hadn't ultimately intervened, the Demon Eradication Alliance might not have even sent any powerful experts until the entire Northern Realm had been destroyed. At this thought, a cold gleam suddenly flashed in Zhang's eyes as he looked toward the Demon Eradication Hall. There is something wrong with this Demon Eradication Alliance. However, Zhang quickly composed himself. After all, the Demon Eradication Alliance was backed by the Sacred Realm, so he couldn't simply take direct action just yet. He needed to get to the bottom of everything first. After leaving the Demon Eradication Alliance, Zhang and his party didn't rush back to the northern frontier. Having finally made it to the most bustling area of East Continent, they figured it was the perfect opportunity to explore it thoroughly. So, when night fell, they found an inn and settled in for the night. First thing tomorrow morning, Bei Lingqing would take Zhang to the Artifact Forging Association to meet the legendary forging prodigy, Senior Brother Yi. At night, Dongzhou City was ablaze with lights and bustling with people, just like broad daylight, a clear testament to its prosperity. It wasn't until late into the night that the crowds on the streets gradually began to thin out. Back in their room, after Zhang cast a protective barrier around the area, his nascent stage form slowly separated from his body. High above the Demon Eradication Alliance, Zhang's nascent stage form appeared. With lightning arcs flickering in his eyes, he took in the entire scene within the Alliance at a glance. However, the moment he saw what lay before him, Zhang was instantly struck by a profound sense of shock. Deep within the Demon Eradication Alliance, in a hidden chamber, a massive mass of demonic energy was surging and swirling. And at that very moment, before that mass of demonic energy, an elderly man sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, slowly absorbing the essence of the demonic energy, continuously growing stronger. So, it's true, even a top-tier power like the Demon Eradication Alliance has been infiltrated by the Demon Clan? Zhang's expression grew grave. With his Zhantian realm cultivation, he could tell at a glance that the elderly man absorbing the demonic energy had already reached the 7th level of the divine stage. Such cultivation placed him among the very elite of East Continent. Immediately, Zhang shifted his gaze to where the other high-ranking members of the Demon Eradication Alliance were gathered, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Apart from that old man, everyone else in the Demon Eradication Alliance appeared normal. After secretly noting the old man's appearance and aura, Zhang quietly left the area and returned to his room. He had not intervened, firstly, because the opponent was no pushover, and secondly, because the Demon Eradication Alliance was backed by the Holy Land Realm. If trouble were to arise within the Sacred Realm, given his current cultivation level, acting rashly would almost certainly lead to his untimely demise without him even realizing it. Until he had fully developed his strength, he would never fight a battle he wasn't certain of winning. He spent the night in quiet meditation. Early the next morning, as the sun rose in the east and the first rays of dawn streamed into the room, a knock sounded at the door. "Little junior brother, are you up yet? It's time to head to the Artifact Forging Association." Zhang quickly gathered his things, then followed Bei Lingqing out of the inn, strolling leisurely toward the Artifact Forging Association. The Artifact Forging Association wasn't far from the inn where Zhang and his companion were staying, so it didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at its entrance. Due to the Artifact Forging Association's unique status throughout the entire Eastern Continent, a steady stream of cultivators visited the association daily to select and purchase weapons to their liking, or to bring in special artifact forging materials they found elsewhere. Those with materials they didn't need could also come here to exchange them for cultivation resources they required. The association even housed a wide variety of blueprints of different grades, allowing them to custom forge all kinds of weapons for guests. It was, in short, a fully equipped facility. Upon entering the Artifact Forging Association, the first thing Zhang and his companions saw was the trading area, filled with weapons of all grades and varieties. Next came the section housing the ores and materials required for artifact forging, as well as the area displaying numerous blueprints. The final section was the very heart of the Artifact Forging Association, access restricted to key personnel only.
In the blueprints section, Zhang paused and gazed at the blueprints of various grades on display, his eyes immediately lighting up. In particular, the few epic artifact level blueprints displayed at the very top instantly caught his attention. Prompt: Qingyuan Sword, low-grade epic artifact. Upon successful crafting, the host will receive a reward of 50 years of cultivation. Hunyuan Hammer, high-grade epic artifact. Upon successful crafting, the host will receive an 80-year cultivation bonus. Blood Vine Chain, low-grade epic artifact. Upon successful crafting, the host will receive a 50-year cultivation bonus. Xingguang Shield, supreme grade epic artifact. Upon successful crafting, the host will receive a 150-year cultivation bonus. As Zhang gaze swept over the epic artifact level blueprints, the system's voice that of the host instantly rang out in his mind. Hearing the voice echoing in his mind, the corners of Zhang's mouth gradually turned upward. The excitement surging within him was nearly impossible to conceal. What was this? These were all dazzling cultivation rewards beckoning to him. Bailing Qing, standing nearby, noticed Zhang's unusual reaction and immediately chuckled. Hee, are you interested in these blueprints, junior brother? Zhang didn't respond, but instinctively nodded. Hearing this, Bailing Qing smiled and walked over to the trading counter. How much do these epic artifact level blueprints cost? Behind the counter, an elderly man who had been dozing off initially didn't want to bother with such a young visitor, but upon sensing Bailing Qing's nascent stage cultivation level, he immediately forced a smile. Hee, I'm truly sorry, but we do not sell epic artifact level blueprints here. If you provide the materials in payment, our Artifact Forging Association can craft the finished product for you. Hearing the old man's words, Bailing Qing furrowed his brow slightly. He hadn't expected the Artifact Forging Association to have such a rule. Is there no other way to obtain these blueprints? What if I were to forge them myself? Zhang also walked over slowly at that moment. To be honest, he was quite interested in this tempting reward. After all, for him, forging a mere epic artifact was nothing more than a snap of the fingers. The old man behind the counter watched Zhang approach. Upon sensing that the young man was only at the foundation stage, he immediately furrowed his brow slightly. But out of respect for Bailing Qing, he had to explain patiently. If you truly want these blueprints, or wish to craft them yourself, there is indeed one more way. At this point, the old man suddenly smiled mysteriously. As long as you can pass the Heaven, Earth, and Man artifact forging trials set by our Artifact Forging Association, not only will you obtain these blueprints, but our association will also provide you with 3 sets of artifact forging materials free of charge every month. Upon hearing this, Zhang's interest was immediately piqued, and he pressed for more details. What are the Heaven, Earth, and Man artifact forging trials? The elderly man behind the counter stroked his beard and explained slowly. The so-called Heaven, Earth, and Human artifact forging trials are, in essence, simply 3 different tiers of artifact forging. The human tier trials correspond to the lower grade, upper grade, and supreme grade common artifact levels. The Earth tier corresponds to rare artifacts, while the Heaven tier corresponds to epic artifacts. At this point, the old man paused briefly before continuing. As long as you can pass the human level stage, you'll be eligible to receive rare artifact level blueprints. If you pass the Earth level stage, you'll be able to have the items shown here crafted directly at our Artifact Forging Association and will provide the materials for free. Upon hearing this, Zhang's eyes immediately lit up. Is that true? He was genuinely interested. Not only could he improve his skills, but he wouldn't even have to provide the crafting materials himself. How could he pass up such a golden opportunity? Seeing Zhang's excited expression, the elderly man behind the counter looked slightly taken aback. Originally, he made those remarks to discourage Zhang from pursuing the matter further. After all, in his view, a foundation stage cultivator, even one deeply versed in artifact forging, could, at best, only craft a common artifact level weapon. However, to his surprise, the young man before him seemed to be taking it seriously. Faced with this, the elderly man behind the counter could only nod and add. However, if you fail to pass even the human grade trial, you'll have to compensate us for the artifact forging materials. Upon hearing the old man's words, Zhang indicated he understood and urged him to make the arrangements immediately.
The old man at the counter looked at Zhang's face, radiating an air of invincible confidence, and couldn't he help but mutter to himself. "You kid, you'd better have what it takes to back up that confidence." Shortly afterward, led by the old man, Zhang and Bei Lingqing arrived at the next area. After passing through security, they followed the old man into the outer perimeter of the Artifact Forging Association S-Core. As soon as they entered, the first thing that caught their eyes was a vast plaza, densely packed with over 100 massive artifact forging platforms. At the same time, as soon as they arrived, Zhang and Bei Lingqing felt the scorching heat all around them. Our core area is situated atop a vein of subterranean fire, so it remains at a high temperature year-round. The elderly man at the counter explained this to Zhang and Bei Lingqing while asking them to wait here for a while. Meanwhile, Zhang noticed that they weren't the only group present on the plaza. From various entrances, as well as from within the core of the Artifact Forging Association, young people of similar ages were arriving here. Clearly, there were quite a few people coming to take the test. If you pass the human grade test, you'll be awarded the title of Bronze Grade Artifact Forger by our Artifact Forging Association. If you pass the Earth grade test, you'll be awarded Silver Grade. And if you pass the Heaven level trial, in addition to receiving the Gold level title, you'll also be appointed as a guest elder of our Artifact Forging Association, a position of great prestige that comes with numerous benefits. The old man watched as the crowd gradually swelled and patiently explained this to Zhang, adding that these titles were universally recognized throughout the entire wilderness realm. However, since their eastern continent was located at the far end of the wilderness realm, the Artifact Forging Association had only established the highest level trial, the heavenly level, within its ranks. It was that in Central Continent, the most prosperous region of the entire wilderness realm, the Artifact Forging Association there even had trials surpassing the heavenly level. Before long, the number of people gathered in the square reached nearly 300. "All trial participants, please take your positions." At the front of the square, on a high platform, an elderly man with white hair appeared, his voice booming like rolling thunder, echoing throughout the entire square. Instantly, nearly 300 challengers across the square rushed to the artifact forging stations. Zhang chose a station at the edge of the square and waited quietly for the start. "Go for it, little junior brother." Beside him, after cheering Zhang on, Bei Lingqing was led to the stands by the elderly man at the counter. At the same time, several figures with powerful auras suddenly appeared on the high platform, chatting and laughing among themselves. "Hee, Chairman Fong, who do you think has the best chance among this group of challengers?" A middle-aged man with a powerful aura and a burly build, juggling two spheres in his hands, smiled as he turned to the white-robed elder seated in the seat of honor and asked. If anyone had been watching closely at that moment, they would have noticed that within those two spheres, faint arcs of lightning were flickering. "Brother Lei Yuan, you've really stumped me there. Let me think about it." President Fong of the Artifact Forging Association smiled as he stroked his beard, his gaze settling on the three forging platforms closest to the high platform. Standing there were three young men of extraordinary bearing. Even before the trial had begun, the confidence in their eyes already outshone that of the other contestants. At the same time, their strength was by no means weak. Even the weakest among them possessed nascent stage cultivation, truly prodigies of the highest order. The young prince of the Tianfeng Empire, this year's most outstanding artifact forging genius from the Yuyan sect, and your Tianlei sect's artifact forging prodigy. It really is hard to judge. These three are of similar cultivation levels, and their artifact forging skills are also quite comparable, but passing the Earth grade trial shouldn't be too difficult. Upon hearing this, the burly man, Lei Yuan, immediately burst into loud laughter. He found this assessment quite convincing. This old man shares Chairman Fong's view. However, just as his laughter died down, a middle-aged man standing nearby suddenly chuckled. I, on the other hand, believe a major dark horse will emerge from this competition." Upon hearing this, Chairman Fong, Lei Yuan, and several other powerful figures nearby all turned their gaze toward him, their faces filled with puzzlement. "Oh? What do you mean by that, Vice Chairman Yi? Could it be that you have a favorite candidate in mind? Why not share your thoughts with us?" Chairman Fong, Lei Yuan, and the other powerful figures were instantly intrigued. They were naturally delighted at the prospect of such an unexpected twist. Vice President Yi was, of course, the senior brother Yi mentioned by Bei Lingqing. As soon as Bei Lingqing arrived at the stands, she immediately contacted senior brother Yi and explained the situation. At once, a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of Vice President Yi's mouth, and he then gently raised a finger toward a certain direction, the very spot where Zhang was standing at the artifact forging platform. Instantly, President Fong, Lei Yuan, and the other powerful figures turned their curious gazes in that direction. But when their gaze fell upon Zhang and they carefully sensed his aura, their brows immediately furrowed slightly. Foundation stage? How did he even manage to sneak into a trial competition like this? Originally, President Fong and the others had assumed that the person Vice President Yi was referring to must be a prodigy, but upon seeing that the man was merely at the foundation stage, their brows naturally furrowed deeply. At the foundation stage, the upper limit for artifact forging is a top-grade common artifact, so why would he even participate in a trial of this caliber? For a moment, Chairman Lei Yuan and the other powerhouses even thought Vice Chairman Yi was playing a joke on them. But upon seeing Vice Chairman Yi's serious expression, a strange look instantly flashed across their faces. What has gotten into Vice President Yi? Given his talent for artifact forging, he shouldn't have misjudged this, should he? In response to everyone's confusion, Yi Tian merely gave a mysterious smile. He, just watch closely, everyone. You'll find out soon enough. As soon as he finished speaking, the elderly presiding official immediately announced the start of the trial. Meanwhile, Zhang, standing below, had long since grown impatient. It was just artifact forging, was it really necessary to wait this long? As soon as the starting signal was given, Zhang immediately grabbed the iron hammer beside him and began swinging it rapidly. Starting from the human-grade trial, each tier of artifact forging allowed only one set of materials, meaning there was only one chance. Failure meant the end of the trial. Zhang swung his hammer rapidly, fully showcasing his artifact forging skills. He held nothing back after all. His sole purpose in taking on the challenge was to obtain the epic artifact level blueprint and forge it to earn cultivation rewards. There was absolutely no need for him to hold anything back. Consequently, in less than a quarter of an hour, Zhang had cleared the first stage of the human grade challenge. After clearing the first stage, Zhang didn't stop. Given his current forging speed, no one in all of East Continent would dare claim to be faster than him. He was second to none. Consequently, in less than half a shurchen, he had cleared the entire human-grade stage. Meanwhile, the three individuals on the high platform whom Chairman Fong and Lei Yuan regarded as top contenders had just cleared the first stage of the human-grade challenge. On the high platform, the two men watched the scene and immediately broke into satisfied smiles. Not bad. To be able to forge a low-grade common artifact in less than half a shurchen at this level, even across the entire East Continent, few could match it. As soon as their words fell, they instinctively looked up toward Zhang, the one Vice President Yi had been keeping an eye on. But they shouldn't have looked. The moment they did, President Fong, Lei Yuan, and the other powerful figures froze in place, stunned into silence. This young man, what kind of god-defying artifact forging speed is this? The group of powerhouses all wore expressions of disbelief as they stared at Zhang's position below. If it weren't for the thudding sounds of forging echoing through the heavens and earth, they would have thought they were hallucinating. Even seasoned veterans like Chairman Fong and Lei Yuan now had looks of profound astonishment in their eyes. In less than half an hour, he had forged 3 common artifacts in one go, swiftly clearing the human-level threshold. Such a terrifying, otherworldly speed and talent for artifact forging even in Central Plains, where prodigies and powerhouses abound, such a figure would likely be one of a kind. This young man's talent for artifact forging is truly extraordinary. Chairman Fong and Lei Yuan both turned their heads toward Yi Tian and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Standing nearby, Yi Tian, though he had mentally prepared himself for this, was still deeply shocked by the scene. When Bei Lingqing had contacted him earlier, she had already told him that his junior disciple's talent for artifact forging was in no way inferior to his own. But judging by what he was seeing now, it wasn't just that he wasn't any weaker. The two of them weren't even on the same level, were they? Although Yi Tian considered his own talent for artifact forging to be decent, at the foundation stage, he was still far from Zhang's current level. Immediately, Yi Tian could only let a wry smile cross his lips as he replied. To be honest, although I anticipated he might be a dark horse, I didn't expect him to be this much of a dark horse. But soon, Chairman Fong, Lei Yuan, and the other powerful figures gradually regained their composure. Still, it's a pity. Although this young man's talent for artifact forging is rare in the world, this is as far as he'll go. That's right. At the foundation stage, the limit is a top-grade common artifact. Still, the fact that he managed to pass the human grade test is already quite impressive. I wonder if this young man has a master. If not, once the competition is over, we could invite him to join our artifact forging association. With proper cultivation, who knows, he might even grow into a divine artisan one day. After exchanging these remarks, President Fong, Lei Yuan, and the others turned their attention back to the 3 artifact forging platforms ahead. In their eyes, these 3 were the main event of the day. However, regarding the others' skepticism toward Zhang, Yi Tian, standing nearby, merely smiled without comment. He clearly remembered that Bei Lingqing had once told him that his junior brother was already capable of crafting top-tier rare artifacts, so passing the Earth-level trial would be no problem. Yi Tian's smile was, of course, noticed by President Fong and Lei Yuan. Immediately, the two said with a laugh. What's this? Could it be that Vice President Yi still has high hopes for that foundation stage kid? Yi Tian didn't deny it. Instead, he smiled faintly. You'll find out if you watch closely. At that moment, down below, after Zhang swiftly cleared the human-grade trial, he paused briefly before resuming the forging of a rare artifact, that is, the Earth-grade trial. Given Zhang's current level of artifact crafting and his strength, the melting of materials and the forging were completed almost in one fluid motion. In less than half an hour, a weapon exuding the might of a top-grade rare artifact appeared on his crafting table. Hurry and fetch the heaven-grade artifact crafting materials. Not far from his forging table, an elderly servant, seeing this, broke out in a cold sweat and immediately turned to fetch the materials. Originally, after reviewing the list of participants for this trial, the Artifact Forging Association had prepared heaven-grade forging materials only for the top 3 contestants. They had never imagined the others would be able to pass the Earth-grade trial. In their view, it was already the absolute limit for the rest to clear the second substage of the Earth-grade trial. But now, such an unexpected turn of events had occurred. At the same time, on the high platform, Chairman Fong, Lei Yuan, and the other powerful figures all narrowed their eyes slightly, their faces filled with shock as they rose to their feet. Their eyes were fixed on Zhang, their faces filled with disbelief. Half a shurchen, then less than half a shurchen, and he had already cleared the Earth-grade trial. Who on earth is this prodigy? To be able to forge a rare artifact-level weapon at the foundation stage, with such exceptional craftsmanship and talent. Even an old-timer like me in the artifact forging world might not quite measure up to him. Upon hearing these words, Lei Yuan and the many powerful figures from the Artifact Forging Association standing nearby all looked stunned and fell silent. This was the first time they'd ever heard President Fong speak so highly of a junior. After all, in Dongzhou, President Fong was known as the Divine Artisan. This was not only because of his formidable cultivation, but also because, in all of Dongzhou, only he, President Fong, possessed the ability to forge legendary artifacts. Even Yi Tian, who possessed outstanding talent in artifact forging and served as a vice president alongside him, was currently only capable of crafting top-grade epic artifacts. At that moment, even though Yi Tian had long heard from Bei Lingqing about Zhang's extraordinary talents, seeing it with his own eyes left him speechless. What kind of prodigious artifact forging genius has emerged from our Xianlong Guild? Even someone as proud as he was had to admit defeat at this moment. Guild Master, Forging Station number 298 is request heaven-grade materials. Just as everyone on the high platform was staring in shock at Zhang's direction, an elderly man hurried over and reported swiftly. Upon hearing this, Guildmaster Fong realized that Forging Station number 298 was occupied by Zhang, and a flash of astonishment crossed his eyes once more. Could this kid actually forge an epic artifact with just foundation stage cultivation? As he spoke, Guildmaster Fong looked in Zhang's direction and saw the latter smiling at him. Especially when he saw the look of absolute confidence in Zhang's eyes, he immediately realized that Zhang wasn't joking, he truly possessed that kind of ability. He was about to agree to let the old man prepare the heaven-grade materials, but upon second thought, he called the old man back.
Tell him to go wait for me directly in the artifact forging hall of our association. There's no need for him to undergo the trial. I'll award him the gold grade title right away." Hearing this, not only the old man but even the group of powerful figures standing nearby looked utterly stunned. This was the first time they had ever seen President Fong place such high regard on a single person. However, President Fong felt a deep sense of bitterness in his heart. He had finally figured it out. This young man, who appeared to be nothing more than at the foundation stage, must be hiding his true strength, playing the fool to catch the tiger. Still, he did not call him out on it, but simply said softly, "This youth's talent in artifact forging is rare in this world. He is worthy of the gold rank title." Hearing this, though they harbored doubts, the crowd nodded in agreement. To be able to forge a top-tier rare artifact at the foundation stage, if given time to grow, might he not become the next divine artisan? However, down below, on the artifact forging plaza, upon hearing the old man's words, Zhang immediately furrowed his brow deeply. He wasn't having any of it. Why had he entered this trial in the first place? Wasn't it precisely to have that epic artifact level weapon forged for free? That was a glaring reward worth decades or even centuries of cultivation. My trial isn't over yet. Why should I be forced to go to that so-called artifact forging hall? Your guild master wants to see me? That's out of the question. I must finish the heaven rank challenge first. I'm not interested in that gold rank title. I'm only interested in artifact forging. Hearing this, the old man was instantly filled with embarrassment. This fellow was truly something. He didn't even bat an eye at such a huge opportunity as an audience with the guildmaster and a gold rank title. How many people would kill to be granted an audience with the guildmaster and earn that gold rank title, yet never even get the chance? Finally, after the old man persistently pleaded with him and promised to provide Zhang with heaven-grade materials free of charge for his forging, Zhang put down the iron hammer in his hand. He followed the old man toward the forging hall. "Little junior brother, you're really amazing." On the way, Bei Lingqing looked at Zhang with a delighted smile. Her original plan had been to bring Zhang to the Artifact Forging Association to broaden his horizons and, while she was at it, introduce him to the leading figures in Dongzhou's artifact forging community. However, to her surprise, her junior brother's performance had not only earned the appreciation of the association's president but would also grant him the title of gold rank artifact forger and make him a guest elder of the Artifact Forging Association? What kind of mind-blowing plot twist is this? Bei Lingqing was completely dumbfounded for a moment. The only thought in her mind was, that's incredible. At the entrance to the artifact forging hall, as Zhang and Bei Lingqing entered under the old man's guidance, they discovered that President Fong and the rest of the Artifact Forging Association's high-ranking officials had already been waiting there. Seeing this, Zhang did not act arrogantly. Instead, he kept a very humble demeanor. "Zhang, I pay my respects to President Fong, Senior Brother Yi, and all the other elders present." On his way there, the old man had already informed him of the Artifact Forging Association's key figures. Seeing Zhang's humility, Chairman Fong immediately broke into a smile and said, "Hee, young friend, you're too kind. With your level of artifact forging skill, it wouldn't be out of place for you to address us as fellow practitioners." As he spoke, Yi Tian, standing nearby, smiled and handed Zhang an identity badge that glowed with a golden light. "This is the gold rank artifact forger title issued by our Artifact Forging Association. With this title, you'll effectively be a guest elder of our Artifact Forging Association from now on, entitled to numerous benefits and privileges." Zhang accepted the gold rank title and bowed to Yi Tian. "Thank you, Senior Brother Yi." Upon seeing the gold rank title awarded, President Fong immediately broke into a mysterious smile. "Hee, young friend, now you can show us your true strength, can't you?" To be able to forge rare artifacts and epic artifacts at the foundation stage, if word of this got out, not only would they not believe it, but likely no one in the entire wasteland realm would either. After all, cultivation level is a limiting factor. If one's cultivation isn't sufficient, how could they precisely control the earthfire to smelt high-tier artifact forging materials? These things are directly proportional. At that moment, everyone in the hall was staring at Zhang with smiles on their faces, including Bei Lingqing standing nearby. She wasn't the least bit surprised by this outcome. In fact, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Seeing this, Zhang let out a wry smile and thought to himself,
It seems my foundation stage cultivation is no longer sufficient to support my current artifact forging skills. It's about time I showed a little of my true strength. With that thought, Zhang immediately released some of his seals, freezing his cultivation at the early nascent stage. This way, everything made sense. Sure enough, when Chairman Fong and the other powerful figures saw Zhang's true cultivation level, they all looked as if a light bulb had gone off in their heads. As for Bai Lingqing standing nearby, she furrowed her delicate brows slightly. This did not match what she had expected. Hee, young friend, at such a young age, you not only possess this level of cultivation but are also exceptionally talented in the art of artifact forging. I imagine you must have been taught by a master, right? Chairman Fong's smile grew broader, and the crowd around him was also filled with anticipation. They, too, were eager to know who this mysterious figure could be, someone capable of training a prodigy like Zhang. Zhang looked at their expectant expressions and couldn't help but think to himself. Are you guys conducting a household registration check or something? Although he thought this inwardly, he actually did want to invent a master for himself. That way, all the abilities he had demonstrated would make perfect sense. After all, his true background hailing from Forge Peak of the Xianlong Guild in the northern frontier wouldn't hold up to scrutiny. If he invented a mysterious master, everything would make perfect sense. With that in mind, Zhang replied with a smile. My master once told me not to reveal his identity to outsiders. Upon hearing Zhang's words, a look of disappointment immediately flashed across everyone's faces. They had been hoping to find out who it was so they could get to know him. However, seeing their disappointed expressions, Zhang quickly added. But when someone once sought my master's help with artifact forging, that person referred to him as the Divine Artisan. Divine Artisan? Those two words alone sent shockwaves through the hearts of Chairman Fong and the others once again. After all, even across the entire Eastern continent, only President Fong was qualified to be called a Divine Artisan. Not even Vice President Yi Tian possessed such a title. Although there was only a fine line separating a gold-rank artifact forger from a divine artisan, the gap between them was as vast as an uncrossable chasm. Many geniuses who embarked on the path of artifact forging struggled their entire lives to bridge that chasm. Who would have thought that the young man standing before them was actually a disciple of a divine artisan? No wonder he possessed such terrifying talent for artifact forging. Instantly, the gaze the crowd cast upon Zhang grew eager once more. This was especially true for Chairman Fong. He knew better than anyone just how much exaggeration was involved in the title of Divine Artisan that others had bestowed upon him. If the opportunity arises, young friend, you must invite your revered master to visit our Artifact Forging Association. Zhang nodded with a smile, promising he certainly would. However, just then, Lei Yuan suddenly stepped forward. He looked even more excited than President Fong, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he gazed at Zhang. Is your master a divine artificer? Zhang nodded. Seeing this, Lei Yuan immediately said. Please convey this to your master. The Thunderclap sect has an important weapon that requires his craftsmanship. No sooner had he finished speaking than, before Zhang could respond, Lei Yuan handed him a storage pouch. This is a small token of our appreciation from the Thunderclap sect. If your master is willing to help our Thunderclap sect forge that legendary artifact, once the task is completed, our sect will certainly offer a generous reward. Zhang had been puzzled at first, but upon hearing the words legendary artifact, he began to understand a little more. Combined with Lei Yuan's eager gaze, he didn't refuse but replied with a smile. Please rest assured, senior. I will definitely convey this to my master. Upon hearing this, Lei Yuan instantly breathed a sigh of relief. The so-called blueprints for the legendary artifact were precisely the ones the Artifact Forging Association had obtained from that mysterious ruins not long ago. However, since the required forging materials were simply too extraordinary, the Artifact Forging Association had sold them to the Thunder Lightning sect, which happened to need this legendary artifact. Strangely enough, the Thunder Lightning sect not only possessed the primary material for crafting this legendary artifact Thunder Lightning Stone but also seemed to have collected quite a few rare artifact forging materials. Today, Lei Yuan had come to the Artifact Forging Association specifically to purchase the final rare material he needed at a high price. Add to that the sudden appearance of Zhang, who happened to have a divine artisan as his master. It really was a series of extraordinary coincidences. A smile spread across President Fang's face. It seemed as though this thunder spear had been crafted specifically for the Thunder Lightning sect. After receiving Zhang's reply, Lei Yuan immediately returned to the sect. Now that all the materials had been gathered, they only needed Zhang's master's approval. Once that happened, the Thunder Lightning sect would possess its first sect-defining legendary artifact. At that time, the Thunderbolt sect's status would receive a qualitative boost. Inside the artifact forging hall. After chatting with President Fang and the others for a while, Zhang was led to the forging area of the hall, where he was provided with several sets of epic artifact forging materials. A faint smile played at the corners of Zhang's mouth, and his heart was filled with joy. Today's hall was truly bountiful. Not only had he obtained several epic artifact blueprints, but he also landed a major contract for a legendary artifact. A reward equivalent to 500 years of cultivation. Just thinking about it made Zhang swing his hammer even faster. He had a plan in mind. After some time had passed, he would visit the Thunderclap sect under his true identity. Rumor has it that within the Thunderclap sect lies Thunderclap Peak, which is constantly tempered by heavenly lightning and abounds in thunderclap stones. I wonder if that is true. Inside the artifact forging hall, Chairman Fang, Vice Chairman Yi, and several other high-ranking members of the Artifact Forging Association had not left. They found a spot in the hall and took their seats. They then turned their gaze toward the artifact forging area. At that moment, aside from Zhang, there were 3 other figures in the artifact forging area. These 3 were precisely the prodigies in artifact forging whom President Fang and the others had previously held in high regard. All 3 had also passed the Earth rank trial and were now qualified to enter the hall for their final evaluation. As for Zhang, it was only at his strong insistence that President Fang had reluctantly allowed him to retake the heaven rank trial. Young Zhang not only possesses exceptional talent in artifact forging but also has such a fine character. He truly is a raw gem. With proper cultivation, he is sure to become another divine artisan in the future. President Fang watched Zhang as he worked intently on his artifact and couldn't help but voice his admiration. Hearing this, the others around him nodded in agreement. Only Vice President Yi, standing nearby and holding a long sword handed to him by Bei Lingqing, gradually wore an expression of deep astonishment as he examined it closely. This sword is nothing short of perfect in terms of its quality, grain, form, and practicality. The craftsmanship behind this long sword is nothing short of divine. Vice President Yi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Having been in the art of artifact forging for decades, this was the first time he had ever seen such a flawless finished product. Had Bei Lingqing not explained it personally, he might even have believed it was a creation born of the heavens and earth. Little junior sister, are you certain this sword was forged by junior brother Zhang? The astonishment in Yi Tian's eyes was gradually replaced by excitement. Although the long sword in his hand was merely a low-grade common artifact, thanks to its enhanced attributes, it was no weaker than an average high-grade common artifact. Bei Lingqing naturally nodded and added. Junior brother Zhang not only forges weapons this flawlessly, but he can also imbue them with the thunder attribute. What? Is that true? The moment Yi Tian heard Bei Lingqing's words, he immediately cried out in astonishment. The sudden commotion caused Chairman Fang and the others nearby to turn their gaze toward them, their faces filled with confusion. What is going on? Yi Tian didn't respond, but instead handed over the long sword he was holding. After President Fang and the others accepted the low-grade common artifact long sword, they examined it closely. Their pupils contracted slightly, and they exclaimed in admiration. The world is vast, and truly nothing is too strange. In all my years, this is the first time I've seen a weapon born with naturally formed patterns. Where was this found? Although President Fang had determined that the sword's grade could at most be considered a high-grade common artifact, the fact that it had been naturally formed made it an extremely rare find. However, little did he know that when he turned to ask Yi Tian, the latter immediately shook his head with a wry smile. President, this isn't some naturally formed treasure. It was crafted by our young friend Zhang. Ha! Upon hearing this, Chairman Fang and the others' expressions froze instantly, then filled with disbelief as they pressed further. What did you say? A masterpiece of such divine craftsmanship, and it's actually the work of young friend Jiang?
After receiving affirmative replies from Yi Tian and Bei Lingqing, Chairman Fang gradually came to his senses. He suddenly recalled a legendary artifact forging technique, the one-step forging method. Essentially, this involved the artifact master using their own Dao fire as a vessel to melt and shape all the materials in a single go, channeling the patterns of heaven and earth into the piece before finally sculpting it into its final form. But Chairman Fang soon furrowed his brow slightly. In his view, this technique not only demanded a high level of cultivation from the artifact master but also required exceptional insight and considerable mastery of artifact forging. But such individuals are usually prodigies, 1 in 10,000, a rare talent seen only once in a century. At this thought, Chairman Fang suddenly looked up at Zhang's artifact forging platform, and his pupils instinctively contracted slightly. For he discovered that Zhang was not using the earth fire to smelt the materials at all. Instead, he was using his own Dao fire as a medium to smelt all the materials simultaneously. Moreover, judging by the way he was working, his technique already seemed quite proficient. Could it be that young friend Zhang is truly such a prodigy? The artifact forging area. This forging session, Zhang had chosen not to use the earth fire to smelt the materials. This was mainly because he himself was somewhat dissatisfied with the finished products produced. That way it would cause the system to rate them poorly, thereby affecting the level of his rewards. Just like during the human grade and earth grade stages earlier, if Zhang had used his own Dao fire to craft them, he would have received at least 20 years worth of cultivation rewards, but by using earth fire, he had only received 10 years. The reason was that the system judged Zhang to have passed off inferior goods as superior ones. This left Zhang speechless, so this time he decided to use his own Dao fire for the process. This time, Zhang was crafting a low-grade epic artifact. If successful, he would receive a cultivation reward of 50 years. However, given Zhang's current artifact crafting skills and cultivation level, every step of the process flowed as smoothly as water. Before long, the shape of the low-grade epic artifact slowly took form. The moment it took shape, Zhang quickly grabbed the iron hammer beside him and began hammering it into form. Congratulations, host! You have successfully crafted a low-grade epic artifact and earned a 50-year cultivation bonus. Congratulations, host! Your number of hammering attempts has increased by 10,000, earning you a 1-year cultivation bonus. Hearing the voice in his mind, Zhang couldn't help but let a faint smile appear at the corners of his mouth. Counting the previous 10-year cultivation reward, he had now received a total of 61 years worth of cultivation rewards. His actual cultivation level immediately skyrocketed from the first level of the heaven-slaying realm to the 3rd level. But to be honest, Zhang felt a bit unsatisfied with a mere 2-level increase in cultivation. It seems that with my current natural talent, even if I do manage to forge a legendary artifact, a 500-year cultivation reward wouldn't be all that significant. Zhang frowned. He needed to find a way to improve his natural talent before forging that legendary artifact for the Heaven's Thunder sect, aiming for a major leap in his cultivation this time around. Zhang picked up the low-grade epic artifact, gave it a quick once-over, then tossed it aside and began working on his next project, crafting a high-grade epic artifact. Whoosh! However, just as he was about to begin crafting the high-grade epic artifact, suddenly, a figure appeared before his artifact forging platform, eyes gleaming as he stared at the low-grade epic artifact lying cast aside. Perfect! Truly perfect! It's as if crafted by the hand of a divine artisan. The visitor was none other than Chairman Fang, who had been keeping a close eye on Zhang all along. His eyes blazed with intensity as he couldn't resist picking up the long whip, the low-grade epic artifact, and examining it closely. When he swung it, the air around him actually resonated with the sound of thunder, as if a bolt of heavenly lightning were about to strike. Chairman Fang couldn't put down the long whip, a low-grade epic artifact, and if he weren't someone who didn't use whips as weapons, he would have wanted to keep it for himself. I wonder if young friend Zhang would be willing to put this blood vine whip up for auction. According to the Artifact Forging Association's regulations, any gold rank or higher artifact forger within the association possesses certain rights regarding weapons forged within the association, such as the option to auction them off. The artifact forger is entitled to 50% of the proceeds from the auction. Standing before the artifact forging platform, Zhang, who was preparing to craft a high-grade epic artifact, couldn't help but feel suspicious as he watched President Fong treat that low-grade common artifact as if it were a priceless treasure. Isn't it just a mere low-grade common artifact? Is there really a need to be so dramatic? It's as if he has never seen an epic artifact before. However, even though Zhang thought this to himself, he still replied with a smile. It's entirely up to you, President Fong. Upon hearing this, President Fong immediately broke into a smile. Rest assured, young friend. 50% of the auction proceeds will go to you. As he spoke, President Fong pulled a golden card from his robe and handed it to Zhang, explaining. This is our Artifact Forging Association's gold card. Not only does it signify the prestigious status of a gold rank artifact forger, but it can also be used for purchases anywhere in the wilderness realm. The proceeds from the auction will be deposited directly into this card for you. Zhang accepted the gold card with curiosity. To be honest, he happened to be short on money at the moment, and if he could earn some income through the Artifact Forging Association, it would be a win-win situation. Zhang immediately put the gold card away and said with a smile. If President Fong isn't in a hurry, may I finish refining the 2 remaining epic artifacts here and bring them to the auction together? President Fong was naturally happy to agree to Zhang's request. After all, he was really eager to witness Zhang's superb artifact refining skills once more. After all, he had already demonstrated more than enough for one day. If he continued to show off, he would likely attract the attention of certain people in the shadows, which would bring him unnecessary trouble. By the time Zhang and Bei Lingqing emerged from the Artifact Refining Association, dusk had fallen, and the streetlights on both sides of the road were gradually coming on. Little junior brother, do you really have a divine artisan as your master? On the way, Bei Lingqing suddenly turned to look at Zhang and asked earnestly. Seeing Bei Lingqing's serious expression, Zhang was taken aback for a moment before finally smiling. Of course. Otherwise, how do you think I acquired this level of cultivation and artifact forging skill? However, my master doesn't care for the mundane world. He is accustomed to wandering freely like a wild crane, and his whereabouts are unpredictable. After hearing Zhang's explanation, Bei Lingqing, oh. Upon hearing this, Zhang was about to probe further into Bei Lingqing's background, but she immediately cut him off. Junior brother, let us call it a night. I'm heading back now. With that, paying no heed to Zhang's reaction, Bei Lingqing took her leave and returned to the inn. Watching her lonely figure hurry away, Zhang fell deep in thought. It seems Lingqing also has a past she'd rather forget. Zhang shook his head slowly. If the need ever arose in the future, he would certainly step in to help her resolve the troubles from her past. After returning to the inn, Zhang told Bei Lingqing that he would be going into seclusion for a while, then proceeded directly to the private cultivation chamber provided by the inn. Inside the chamber, Zhang sat quietly in the lotus position. He silently contemplated the heaven-rank cultivation technique, the Heavenly Thunder art. I've heard that within the Heavenly Thunder sect, there is a peak called Heavenly Thunder Peak that can summon heavenly thunder, a phenomenon comparable to the heavenly tribulation. To be honest, Zhang was quite intrigued by this heavenly thunder. If his thunder spirit body were tempered by it, it would surely become even more powerful. Therefore, he spent his time here comprehending the heavenly thunder art and linking it to his thunder spirit body, preparing for his journey to the Heavenly Thunder sect in a few days. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Inside the secret chamber, Zhang's eyes, which had been closed for so long, suddenly snapped open, shooting out a bolt of lightning. It's time to head to the Thunderclap sect to forge that legendary artifact. With that thought, Zhang slowly rose to his feet, took a single step forward, and vanished from where he stood. Thunderclap sect. Inside a grand hall, several high-ranking members of the Thunderclap sect had gathered, their faces etched with anxiety. Elder Lei Yuan, are you certain this young man's master has promised to come and help us forge the Thunderclap spear? A wry smile flickered across Lei Yuan's lips as he replied. Sect Master, I don't know the actual situation either, but I imagine that as long as young friend Zhang conveys the message properly, no divine craftsman would refuse to forge a legendary artifact, would they?
Above, the sect master of the Thunderbolt sect furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. Aren't you painting too rosy a picture of that divine craftsman? 10 days have passed, and there is still no sign of him? Could it be that this young man's master isn't actually a divine artisan at all? Did he deliberately mislead you by saying that earlier? A look of displeasure gradually spread across the sect master's face. After all, the Thunderclap sect was one of the top powers in East Continent, and the sect was even guarded by a divine stage superpower. It had always been others begging to do business with them, yet now, a mere divine craftsman, whose authenticity was still in question, had managed to stall them for 10 days without even showing up? Oof. To dare stand up the Thunderbolt sect like this, I hope this so-called divine craftsman you're searching for is truly of that caliber. Otherwise, I'll demand an explanation from him. The patriarch of the Thunderbolt sect glared fiercely at Lei Yuan below and said coldly. However, the moment his words fell, a cold chuckle drifted in from high above the hall. Oh? How do you want me to explain this to you? The person hadn't even arrived yet, but the surges of Taoist energy emanating from the voice alone caused the entire hall to tremble as if struck by an earthquake. Whoa! Inside the hall, the patriarch of the Thunderbolt sect felt the terrifying pressure radiating from that voice and couldn't help but gasp in shock, his heart filled with dread. With just a single sentence, the newcomer had nearly shattered his hall and sent a shudder through the very depths of his soul. Before long, the high-ranking members of the Thunderclap sect, their faces etched with horror, noticed that an elderly man dressed in coarse hemp robes and draped in a cloak had suddenly appeared in the hall, his voice slightly hoarse. At first glance, this old man in hemp robes appeared no different from an ordinary person. One could not even sense the flow of energy emanating from his body. But after what had just transpired, all the high-ranking members present knew that the figure before them must be a super-powerful cultivator whose cultivation far surpassed the divine stage. This junior is Lei Jingzi, sect master of the Thunderbolt sect. I pay my respects to you, senior. My words just now were disrespectful. I beg you to punish me, senior. At that moment, the patriarch of the Thunderbolt sect immediately stepped down from his seat, hurried to the old man in the hemp robe, and bowed respectfully, his eyes filled with fear. As a divine stage cultivator himself, he could sense the terrifying power of the old man before him all the more clearly. If he were to provoke the old man's displeasure and cause the annihilation of the Thunderbolt sect, he would be branded a villain for all time. The old man in hemp robes Zhang in disguise saw how the divine stage sect master of the Thunderbolt sect and the other high-ranking officials treated him with such deference. He made no show of his power and spoke in a calm, even tone. I've already heard the details from my beloved disciple. I don't wish to waste time. If there is nothing else, please bring me the blueprints and materials right away. Upon hearing this, the patriarch of the Thunderbolt sect did not dare to delay. He immediately retrieved the blueprints for the legendary artifact and handed them to Zhang. Please examine the blueprints first, senior. As for the artifact forging, I'll send someone to the Artifact Forging Association right away to notify them so they can make preparations in advance. With that, the patriarch of the Thunderbolt sect was about to send someone to deliver the message. However, Zhang stopped him. I've heard that your Thunderbolt sect has a peak, Thunderbolt Peak, that's constantly tempered by heavenly thunder? Upon hearing this, the sect master of Thunderbolt sect immediately nodded and explained. To be honest, senior, one of the main materials required for this legendary artifact is Thunderbolt Stone, which is abundant on our Thunderbolt Peak. Zhang looked at the blueprints for the legendary artifact and nodded. There is no need to go to the Artifact Forging Association. Let us set up the forging site directly at the summit of Thunder Peak. What? Upon hearing Zhang's words, the patriarch of the Thunderclap sect thought he must have misheard. Forging an artifact on Thunder Peak? Setting aside the fact that his Thunderclap sect, unlike the Artifact Forging Association, did not possess the earthfire capable of smelting legendary artifact materials, even if it did, what kind of place was Thunder Peak? It had been tempered by celestial thunder year after year, gradually becoming a desolate wasteland. Moreover, the celestial thunder there was as fierce as the heavenly tribulation itself, let alone crafting artifacts. Even a person standing there would be struck into a charred husk. At this thought, the patriarch of the Thunderclap sect couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly, but he still replied with great respect.
Senior, our Thunderclap sect does not possess an earthfire vein capable of smelting legendary artifact materials. Such veins can only be found in the heart of the Artifact Forging Association. In truth, he had phrased his words quite diplomatically. Although he acknowledged the man before him was extremely powerful, he did not believe the other could withstand the heavenly thunder head-on. Moreover, the lack of earthfire capable of smelting legendary artifact materials was a fact. Seeing this, Zhang merely cast a faint glance his way before explaining. Who said I need earthfire to forge artifacts? Rest assured, if I fail to craft it, not only will I forego my payment, but I'll also compensate you with an extra set of materials. The patriarch of the Thunder Lightning sect had intended to say a few more words, but just then, Lei Yuan, who had been standing nearby, suddenly leaned close to his ear and whispered a few words. Immediately, a smile spread across his face, and he said, "In that case, we'll be counting on you, Senior." Zhang returned the legendary artifact blueprint to the patriarch of the Thunder Lightning sect. Without responding to his remark, he spoke in a calm, measured tone. Now that all that is settled, let us discuss the matter of compensation. Seeing this, the patriarch of the Thunder Lightning sect flashed a confident smile, as if he weren't the least bit afraid that Zhang would ask for an exorbitant sum. Senior, just name your price. Anything within the Tianlei sect can be offered to you as compensation. Seeing the Tianlei sect master's confident demeanor, Zhang couldn't help but let a faint smile curve his lips as he replied. Oh. In that case, I shan't stand on ceremony. Having said this, Zhang paused briefly before adding. He had originally planned to cultivate it into a 5-colored thunder bamboo to aid his own breakthrough to the heaven-slaying realm. But now that he had finally obtained a blueprint for a legendary artifact, and with the Thunderclap sect on the verge of possessing such a super-tier asset, could he really abandon the sect's interests for his own personal gain? Standing nearby, Zhang, with his cultivation level, could naturally hear every word of their private conversation clearly. Immediately, however, having said that, he suddenly changed the subject and added, "That said, I do have a few requests of my own. I hope you'll grant them, Senior." Hearing this, Zhang wasn't surprised after all. A cooperative transaction is always a two-way street. What are your requests? Go ahead and tell me. The patriarch of the Thunderbolt sect took a deep breath before speaking. I hope you'll wait 5 days before beginning the forging. By then, I'll have invited all the prominent figures and powerful cultivators from Eastern Continent to witness the event. After all, the forging of a legendary artifact is a feat that has never before occurred in our Eastern Continent. After speaking, the patriarch of the Heavenly Thunder sect looked at Zhang with a tense expression. If Zhang refused his request, he would have no choice but to find another solution. However, upon hearing his words, Zhang was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow slightly. Was it really necessary to make such a big spectacle of this? To be honest, Zhang really didn't want the news of his legendary artifact forging to become common knowledge throughout the city. After all, he was well aware that within the East Continent Demon Eradication Alliance, there was still a powerful clan member lurking. If he were to reveal too much at that time, it would inevitably attract the attention of the Demon Clan. But the 5-colored thunder bamboo was indeed something he desperately needed at the moment. In the end, after much deliberation, Zhang agreed to the sect master of the Heavenly Thunder sect's request, though he gave him only 3 days. After those 3 days, no matter what, he would begin forging the legendary artifact. Although the patriarch of the Thunderclap sect felt some resentment, he still agreed. After all, he never forgot for a moment that the man standing before him was most likely a super powerful expert at the heaven-slaying realm. To make demands of such a powerful figure was already tantamount to walking the edge of the abyss, all the more so since the other party had agreed to his request. Once this matter was settled, the patriarch of the Thunderclap sect quickly ordered his men to spread the news that Zhang was about to forge a legendary artifact at their sect. As the news spread, in almost no time at all, the news that the Thunderclap sect was about to forge a legendary artifact swept through half of East Continent City like a hurricane, and the buzz was only growing. Is this for real? A divine artisan is actually visiting the Thunderbolt sect to help them forge a legendary artifact? The Thunderbolt sect wouldn't fabricate something like this, would they? After all, not long ago, they bought back the blueprints for that legendary artifact from several other top-tier powers.
A divine artisan visiting in person? Could it be President Fong of the Artifact Forging Association? That's unlikely. If President Fong were capable of forging a legendary artifact, why would he have chosen to sell the blueprints? Calling him a divine artisan is just flattery. That really piques my curiosity. A divine artisan? It's been years since we've seen such a legendary figure in Dongzhou.
It was just within East Continent City all sorts of powerful figures were discussing this matter, and high-ranking officials in the other major top-tier factions were also debating it. After all, if the Thunderclap sect succeeded in acquiring a legendary artifact, it would be nothing short of an earth-shattering event for them. Those people from the Thunderclap sect really know how to pull things off. They've managed to gather all the materials for a legendary artifact so quickly. Mainly because this legendary artifact is a perfect fit for the Thunderbolt sect, not to mention that one of the key materials, the Thunderbolt Stone, is right there within their sect.
Phew. Let us head over to the Thunderbolt sect in 3 days and take a look.
We'll see just who this divine craftsman really is.
Such a powerful figure has arrived in Dongzhou, yet we didn't even have a single clue.
Deep within the Demon Eradication Alliance, a gaunt old man slowly opened his long closed eyes. As he gazed at the scroll materializing in his hand, a cruel smile involuntarily curled at the corners of his mouth.
A divine artificer. It's been so many years since I last heard that title.
If such a powerful figure could be put to use by our demon clan, perhaps it could accelerate the progress of our plans.
If
there was any group in Dongzhou that was most excited, it was
That's right, let us in immediately.
Chairman Fawn looked at the crowd, who seemed ready to skin him alive, and for a moment couldn't help but press his hand to his forehead.
Finally, he said,
"Ladies and gentlemen, I swear on my divine soul that the divine craftsman will not be forging at my Artifact Forging Association this time. The forging site is at Thunderclap Peak. As for your mention of earthfire forging, I can only say that the divine craftsman possesses other forging techniques and naturally does not need to rely on earthfire."
Yi Tian added from the side.
"Everyone, I advise you to head to the Thunderclap sect as soon as possible.
If you miss out on a good spot, you'll regret it for the rest of your lives."
Among the crowd below, seeing that President Fong had sworn on his divine soul, everyone gradually calmed down.
Could it really be that there are other artifact forging techniques in this world? Ones that don't rely on earthfire? Who knows?
I don't think Chairman Fong and the others are lying. He even swore an oath with his divine soul.
Who would risk their own life just to joke around?
Once everyone understood the situation, they dispersed in a rush, all heading toward the Thunderclap sect. After seeing the crowd leave, Chairman Fong finally let out a sigh of relief.
He then turned to Yi Tian and the others standing nearby and said, "Let us get ready as well. In 3 days, we'll head to the Thunderclap sect to observe the divine artisan's artifact forging." Time flew by.
As the news spread, within 3 days, word that the divine artisan would personally visit the Thunderclap sect to forge a legendary artifact instantly reached everyone in East Continent City.
Immediately, countless powerhouses, riding various mounts, rushed toward the Thunderclap sect.
Some were driven purely by curiosity, others hoped to meet this divine craftsman and win his favor, but the majority were artifact forgers who didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. When Chairman Fong and his party arrived at the gates of the Thunderbolt sect, the area was already teeming with people, so many that the crowd stretched as far as the eye could see. And this was despite the Thunderbolt sect having opened 5 separate entrances to the sect. This alone showed just how immense the impact of this event was.
"Little junior sister, why isn't young friend Zhang here?" Yi Tian glanced back at Bei Lingqing and couldn't help but ask.
Bei Lingqing furrowed her delicate brows slightly and replied, "Ever since returning to the inn half a month ago, little junior brother has been in seclusion and hasn't emerged yet." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian was momentarily speechless. Having a divine artisan as a master certainly allowed for such whims. Observing a divine artisan forge artifacts was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for any artifact forger, yet he never expected this junior brother to still be in seclusion. However, he didn't dwell on it. Perhaps others had already grown tired of watching the divine artisan at work.
"Get in line! Get in line!" Anyone wishing to enter the Thunderbolt sect to observe the divine artisan forging must pay 3 top-grade spirit stones as an admission fee. At that moment, the entrance to the Thunderbolt sect was teeming with people. As far as the eye could see, the area was packed with a dense throng of heads. If it weren't for the Thunderbolt sect's rule prohibiting aerial travel into the sect, the crowd would likely have already filled half the sky by now. What? We're just going in to watch the divine artisans forge artifacts, and we actually have to pay an admission fee? Exactly. Your Thunderbolt sect is being way too greedy, isn't it? Not only are you charging a fee, but you're asking for 3 top-grade spirit stones? You might as well just rob people outright. This is truly outrageous. What does your Thunderbolt sect think top-grade spirit stones are? Cabbage? 3 low-grade spirit stones would be more appropriate. At the mountain gate, the crowd waiting to enter the Thunderbolt sect was immediately outraged upon hearing that they would have to pay 3 top-grade spirit stones just to watch a divine craftsman forge an artifact. However, the Thunderbolt sect expert guarding the gate, upon seeing the restless crowd, not only showed no sign of backing down but instead sneered coldly. "Oomph, do you have any idea what a huge price the Thunderbolt sect had to pay to invite a divine artisan to our sect to forge artifacts? To observe a divine artisan forging an artifact, it's 3 top-grade spirit stones, not a single one less. If you want to watch, watch. If you can't afford it, get out of the way early and don't block the people behind you." As soon as the Heavenly Thunder sect expert finished speaking, he ignored the group that had just been there and immediately allowed those behind them who had paid to enter first. But let me give you a word of advice: if you go in early, you might still snag a good spot. If you hesitate and arrive late, you won't even get a sip of soup. After saying this, the Heavenly Thunder sect expert paid no further attention to those people. There were at least tens of thousands of people who had come today to watch the divine artisans forge artifacts. After all, at this single entrance alone, a rough estimate put the crowd at 30,000. If you won't pay, there are plenty of others who will. What? I'm actually supposed to pay a toll? Do you know who I am? How dare you charge me? I am the Imperial Artifact Forger of the Tianfeng Empire, here on behalf of the Tianfeng Empire. The Tianlei sect expert looked at an elderly man dressed in luxurious robes, his expression unchanged as he replied calmly. This is a decision reached after deliberation by the sect master and numerous elders. Never mind that you're merely the Imperial Artifact Forger of the Tianfeng Empire. Even if the Emperor of the Tianfeng Empire himself were to come here, he'd still have to pay. These words sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd nearby. From this statement alone, they could tell just how determined the Thunderbolt sect was to collect this fee. At the same time, they grew even more curious. What kind of price had the Thunderbolt sect paid to end up resorting to such shameless money-grabbing tactics? After all, this was, at the very least, a top-tier sect. Where was its sense of dignity? At that moment, Chairman Fong and his companions, who were trailing behind the crowd, learned of the Thunder Lightning sect's fee policy. They couldn't help but shake their heads with a wry smile, but they still paid the fee and entered the Thunder Lightning sect. As soon as they entered the Thunder Lightning sect, they soared into the air and swiftly made their way toward Thunder Lightning Peak. Beyond this prime viewing area lies the second viewing area prepared by the Thunderbolt sect, extending from 2,000 zhang to 3,000 zhang away from Thunderbolt Peak. Although this viewing area is not as good as the first, it is still quite decent, offering a view of Thunderbolt Peak that is just barely clear. As for the area beyond 3,000 zhang, that is left to chance. At that moment, several elders from the Thunderclap sect were stationed at the entrance to the formation within this 3,000 zhang radius. We all paid 3 top-grade spirit stones to enter. What is the meaning of you blocking our path here now? The group who had pushed their speed to the absolute limit and arrived first couldn't help but ask when they saw the Thunderclap sect elders blocking their way. However, the Thunderclap sect elders had no further, especially among the artifact masters seeking to validate their inner paths of artifact crafting. As they saw the numbers swell, some finally couldn't hold back any longer. They pulled out 5 top-grade spirit stones, paid the fee, and walked straight into the VIP viewing area. Hey, there really are some suckers out there willing to fork over 5 top-grade spirit stones. Ha, exactly. It's not like we can't see the view of Thunderclap Peak from here anyway. Seeing this, many in the crowd couldn't help but let out scornful, mocking laughter. However, once someone had set the precedent, they realized that more and more people were choosing to pay the 5 top-grade spirit stones to enter the VIP area. As the number of people paying the fee grew, even the VIP area itself gradually became overcrowded. Holy shit! They went in and are now blocking our view? Those who were still watching from where they stood realized that as the VIP area filled up, their view was no longer of the majestic Thunder Peak, but of an endless sea of backs. What a rip-off! Filled with regret, these people hurriedly paid 5 top-grade spirit stones each to enter the VIP area. However, when they realized that even after paying 5 top-grade spirit stones, they were still stuck at the very entrance to the VIP area, they froze in their tracks, questioning the meaning of life. Countless, truly countless, as far as the eye could see, it was nothing but a sea of heads. Meanwhile, at the entrance within the 2000 zhang radius prime viewing area, enjoy a 360-degree, unobstructed view of the divine craftsman forging artifacts. Entry costs only 10 top-grade spirit stones. Friendly reminder: there are only 10,000 spots in the prime viewing area, first come, first served. At the entrance to the 2000 zhang radius, the crowd who had paid 5 top-grade spirit stones in advance and rushed here first nearly spat blood in fury upon hearing this news. So we paid those 5 top-grade spirit stones for nothing? What a rip-off! What a total rip-off! The Thunderbolt sect has truly shattered my worldview. Exactly. And to think you're one of the top sects, you've completely disgraced the reputation of top-tier sects. Damn it, I'm never dealing with the Thunderbolt sect again. I genuinely wanted to be friends with them, but all they care about is my wallet. The Tianlai sect elder stationed here showed not the slightest change in expression upon hearing these words. Instead, he flashed a smile and said, "Hee, everyone, the prime viewing area is right before our eyes. To be able to observe a divine artificer forging artifacts at such close range, what an honor, what a rare opportunity this is for us. You've all come this far, success is right before your eyes. Are you really going to give up now? Are you going to hand this hard-won opportunity over to someone else? Just a reminder, there are only 10,000 spots in the prime viewing area, and they're first come, first served." Across from him, the crowd remained silent upon hearing these words. Instead, they responded with cold sarcasm. "Heh, I bet after we paid 10 top-grade spirit stones to get in, they pull another super viewing area out of thin air." Those around them nodded in agreement upon hearing this. After all, the Thunderclap sect's greed was indeed rather unsightly. However, upon hearing this, the Sky Thunder sect elder stationed there gave a faint smile. "Heh, I can assure you all with full responsibility that this will be the final viewing area. Senior Divine Craftsman has stipulated that we may only observe from a distance of 1,000 zhang." As soon as the Sky Thunder sect elder finished speaking, one person immediately paid 10 top-grade spirit stones and entered the so-called prime viewing area. And that first person to pay was none other than the man who had just sneered coldly. Seeing this, that the fellow had actually paid so decisively, the others around him cursed angrily, then scrambled to pay their fees as well. After all, for them, spending just over 10 top-grade spirit stones to observe a divine craftsman forging artifacts was already a tremendous bargain. The Thunderbolt sect is going too far. Don't they know that I am the senior sister of that divine artificer's disciple? They're even charging us. Standing within 2,000 zhang of the entrance, Bei Lingqing glared indignantly at the Thunderbolt sect elder and couldn't help but voice her complaint. "Humph, it's only because my junior brother isn't here, otherwise, I'd definitely teach you power-hungry factions a lesson." Although Bei Lingqing was dissatisfied inwardly, her group still paid 10 top-grade spirit stones before entering that prime artifact forging area. Eventually, as time passed, several hours later, this prime observation area was already teeming with people. If one included the people in the VIP area and the fate-driven area behind it, the Thunderbolt sect roughly estimated there were no fewer than 100,000 people. In other words, from ticket sales alone, the Thunderbolt sect had earned at least 300,000 top-grade spirit stones. What a staggering figure, 300,000 top-grade spirit stones. Such a terrifying sum of revenue was more than even a top-tier sect like theirs could earn in an entire year. Meanwhile, after several hours of preparation, atop Thunderbolt Peak, The patriarch of the Thunderbolt sect finally had the materials for crafting the legendary artifact the Thunderbolt spear brought up. When it comes to recouping losses, you guys at the Thunderbolt sect really know how to do it. Zhang looked at the densely packed crowd stretching 1,000 zhang away and couldn't help but voice his sarcasm. Whatever the Thunderbolt sect had lost with him, they were bound to make up for it on the backs of these onlookers. Zhang slowly shook his head and looked at the prepared materials. Aside from the Heavenly Thunder Stone, the primary ingredient for forging the Heavenly Thunder Spear, there were 3 other materials. They were a Divine Tree Branch, tricolored Thunder Tribulation Wood, and a Heavenly Thunder Ingot. This Divine Tree Branch was said to have been plucked from a divine tree. Even though it was just a small fragment, it still exuded an astonishing aura of vitality. The primary purpose of this Divine Tree Branch was to infuse the legendary artifact with a certain degree of divinity during its forging. As for the tricolored Thunder Tribulation Wood, it had spent years in an extremely harsh environment subjected to violent celestial thunder. Its main purpose was to provide stability to the legendary artifact, ensuring that the divine patterns within it remained in a peaceful state. The remaining Heavenly Thunder Ingots, compared to Heavenly Thunder Stones, are better suited for forging the shaft of the Heavenly Thunder Halberd. After understanding the various functions of these materials, Zhang took a slow, deep breath. His expression then grew extremely serious. After all, this was his first time crafting a legendary artifact. A terrifying Dao fire of the heaven-slicing realm surged forth, and Zhang immediately tossed the celestial thunder ingots, the divine spirit tree branch, and the tricolored thunder tribulation wood into it. With his eyes slightly closed, Zhang focused his mind to draw upon the divine patterns drifting throughout the heavens and earth. As he smelted the celestial thunder ingots and other materials, he simultaneously resonated the divine essence of the divine spirit tree branch and the stable celestial thunder patterns of the tricolored thunder tribulation wood, fusing them into the celestial thunder ingots. This process was extremely complex. Even Zhang had to remain fully focused, fearing the slightest mistake. However, just as Zhang tossed all the materials into the Dao fire to begin the smelting process, in the observation area beyond the 1,000 zhang radius, countless onlookers witnessed this scene and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief. As artifact smiths themselves, this was the very first time they had ever witnessed such a smithing technique. How is this possible? To smelt legendary artifact-level materials using nothing but the Dao fire, just what level of cultivation has this divine smith senior attained? So the Dao fire can be utilized in this way? Also, isn't the standard smithing procedure supposed to involve shaping the primary materials first, then adding the auxiliary materials afterward? How did this divine artisan integrate all the materials into the artifact in a single go? This is the first time I've seen this forging technique. Though I don't fully understand it, I can sense that this divine artisan seems to be drawing upon the patterns of the heavens and earth to inscribe them onto the legendary artifact. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Harnessing the patterns of heaven and earth, this was something they had never even dared to imagine in all their years of artifact forging. Even the legendary artifacts they had seen in the past possessed divine patterns that were formed after the fact, not innate patterns embedded within the artifact from the very moment of its creation. Truly a technique of divine mastery. Chairman Feng, Yitian, and the rest of Dongzhou's top artifact forgers watched Zhang's forging technique with eyes sparkling with realization. It was as if the scene before them had opened the door to a whole new world. This forging technique not only enhances an artifact's spirit and divinity but also fuses all materials into a single, seamless form in one go. This maximizes the material's potential, resulting in a finished product far superior to any other artifact. No wonder. Even a disciple of a divine artisan, once mastering this technique, could forge weapons of such divine craftsmanship. However, just as everyone was marveling at Zhang's forging technique, a thunderous roar suddenly rang out from the skies above Thunder Peak. Immediately afterward, to everyone's utter astonishment, a thundercloud 1,000 zhang in size resembling a floating island appeared above Thunder Peak, obscuring half the sky. Boom! A bolt of lightning as thick as a water bucket, like divine retribution from the heavens, struck furiously toward Zhang, who was still forging his artifact atop Thunder Peak. However, just as that thunderbolt was about to strike Zhang, a scene unfolded that left everyone utterly horrified. The thunderbolt, as thick as a water bucket and carrying earth-shattering power, slammed directly toward Thunder Peak, where Zhang was located. The overwhelming might of that celestial thunder was so intense that even the crowd standing 1,000 zhang away could feel its suffocating presence from afar. Yet Zhang, who was refining artifacts atop Thunder Peak, looked at the oncoming thunderbolt. Far from showing the slightest panic, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just as I expected. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the crowd watched in utter horror as the approaching thunderbolt guided by Zhang's single hand slammed directly into the flames, striking the materials for the legendary artifact currently being smelted. Whoa! Upon witnessing this scene, everyone within 1,000 zhang radius who could see it couldn't help but gasp in shock, their eyes filled with horror. Has that senior divine craftsman gone mad? That's celestial lightning. How dare he channel it directly into the forge fire? Isn't he afraid of blowing up the furnace? Meanwhile, in contrast to the concerns of the artifact smiths, at the prime viewing area where the sect master of the Celestial Thunder sect and his entourage were stationed. Their pupils contracted sharply as they stared in shock toward Zhang's direction. As members of the Heavenly Thunder sect, they knew better than anyone just how powerful this heavenly thunder was. Even a peak divine stage expert struck by such a bolt would meet a tragic end. Isn't senior divine craftsman being a bit too overconfident with this move? After all, channeling something as volatile as celestial thunder into the Tao fire, the slightest misstep could trigger a chaotic surge of mana within one's body, leading to an explosive death. However, just as everyone's hearts were in their throats and tension was at its peak. At the summit of Thunder Peak, the scene that unfolded next once again left everyone stunned. They saw that the once violent celestial thunder, which had carried an aura capable of shattering the heavens and destroying the earth, gradually became remarkably docile after Zhang channeled it into the Tao fire. Moreover, as the heavenly thunder swirled, occasional threads of extremely pure primordial lightning arcs merged into the materials of the legendary artifact currently smelted, endowing the artifact with a terrifying aura of heavenly thunder even before it had taken shape. Whoa! Witnessing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in astonishment once again. Such artifact forging techniques, don't they go a bit beyond our comprehension? Forging artifacts with the Tao fire to inscribe the spiritual and divine patterns of the heavens and earth was one thing, but who would have thought it was even possible to harness celestial thunder to assist in the process? Everyone immediately realized that if this legendary artifact were to undergo tempering by the heavenly thunder and gradually incorporate its patterns, then once it emerged, its quality would be truly rare even among legendary artifacts. Upon realizing this, everyone turned their eyes toward Zhang with reverence. Especially in the area where the members of the Heavenly Thunder sect were gathered, from the sect master down to the lowest ranking disciples, everyone's faces were now brimming with excitement and delight. Their anticipation for the finished Heavenly Thunder halberd grew ever stronger. Meanwhile, in the go-with-the-flow area beyond the 3,000 zhang radius, a dense crowd watched the teeming mass of people ahead and couldn't help but wonder. What's going on? Why are they gasping in shock so often? Did they catch a cold? On Thunderbolt Peak. After Zhang channeled a bolt of heavenly lightning into the Tao fire to aid in the artifact forging, several more bolts of lightning once again descended from the 1,000 zhang high thunderclouds above, crashing furiously toward him. However, Zhang naturally welcomed these bolts without hesitation, transforming them all into auxiliary materials for his artifact forging. Is this a bit insufficient? Looking at the legendary artifact materials that still hadn't taken shape, Zhang couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Then, he looked up at the thunderclouds filling the sky, and a faint smile immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. Immediately afterward, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhang soared skyward carrying the legendary artifact materials, vanishing into the thunderclouds in the blink of an eye. What's going on? Why did Senior Divine Craftsman suddenly charge into those thunderclouds? Could it be that he thinks there isn't enough thunder? Is he heading straight to the source of the heavenly thunder to aid in the artifact forging? He truly lives up to his reputation as a divine craftsman. Using heavenly thunder to forge artifacts like this has completely shattered our preconceived notions about artifact forging. With looks of astonishment on their faces, the crowd looked up at the thunderclouds filling the sky and began to discuss the scene. Meanwhile, among the members of the Heavenly Thunder sect, a mix of excitement and concern filled their hearts. They were excited because, if this succeeded, their heavenly thunder sect would undoubtedly obtain an unprecedented, super-legendary artifact. Their concern stemmed from the fear that Zhang might not be able to withstand the torrential thunder within the cloud, leading to the destruction of the artifact and his own death. Within the 1,000 Zhang-wide thunderclouds, Zhang's figure appeared there. All around him surged endless, pulsating silver celestial thunder, radiating an overwhelming aura of fury. Upon arriving, Zhang wasted no time. He activated the heavenly thunder art, channeling the thunder surrounding him and pouring it ceaselessly into the flame. As countless bolts of celestial thunder poured into the Tao fire, the formation of the legendary artifact material, which had previously been progressing extremely slowly, gradually accelerated. At the same time, cold sweat streamed down Zhang's forehead, and his brows were tightly furrowed. Clearly, channeling the celestial thunder for such an extended period was taking its toll, even with his formidable cultivation, thunder spirit constitution, and the heavenly thunder art. But if word of this got out, it would be utterly staggering. After all, had any other heaven-slaying realm expert been in his place, they would likely have been struck into a charred husk long ago. Finally, after a full day of continuous tempering with celestial thunder, the legendary artifact material, which had been so difficult to smelt, gradually took on the rough shape of a celestial thunder halberd. At this stage, all that remained was to hammer it into its final form. However, Zhang did not rush to begin the forging. He knew full well that, given his current innate talent, even with the reward of 500 years of cultivation, he would likely see little improvement. Therefore, before finally shaping the legendary artifact, he intended to enhance his innate talent first. With that in mind, he reached into his robe and pulled out a section of four-colored thunder bamboo, which was emitting a faint, four-colored glow. Originally, the patriarch of the heavenly thunder sect had intended to give him this four-colored thunder bamboo only after he had successfully forged the legendary artifact. But in the end, at Zhang's strong insistence, the patriarch had no choice but to hand it over to him ahead of schedule. Now, holding the four-colored thunder bamboo in his hand, Zhang did not rush to refine and absorb it. Instead, he silently circulated the heavenly thunder art within his body, drawing in and refining the surrounding thunder to transform it into the purest form of thunder energy, which he then slowly channeled into the section of four-colored thunder bamboo before him. This thunder bamboo was about to evolve into five-colored thunder bamboo, at which point it would be classified as a divine herb, and its effects were precisely what Zhang needed. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Over these 3 days, as Zhang ceaselessly infused the four-colored thunder bamboo with the purest thunder energy, it finally evolved into five-colored thunder becoming a genuine divine herb. Boom! As the divine herb took shape, a thunderous roar filled the heavens and earth, accompanied by auspicious signs descending from the sky, purple mist rising from the east. I never imagined the birth of a divine herb would trigger such celestial phenomena. Zhang opened his eyes, gazing in delight at the five-colored thunder bamboo and the extraordinary spectacle before him. Due to the barrier formed by the 1,000 Zhang thundercloud, the members of the heavenly thunder sect were unable to witness these celestial phenomena. As Zhang followed the purple mist with his gaze, he was instantly struck by astonishment when he discovered that at the source of the mist, a simple, ancient pool 1 meter on each side was faintly visible. Has the heavenly thunder pool appeared because of the birth of this thunder attribute divine elixir? Zhang gazed at the faintly visible thunder pool, his eyes brimming with delight. For him, this was truly an unexpected windfall. It must be that this 1,000 Zhang thundercloud, combined with the birth of the thunder attribute divine herb within it, caused the thunder pool to resonate just now. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang opened his mouth and inhaled, absorbing all the purple mist. He then immediately made his way to the thunder pool. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped right into it and began his cultivation. The appearance of this celestial thunder pool was purely coincidental. He had to seize this opportunity. The 1 meter square celestial thunder pool was filled entirely with purple thunder dew, radiating an extremely pure form of thunder energy. Upon closer inspection, Zhang even discovered that at the bottom of the pool, there were actually fragments of natural thunder laws engraved upon it. Upon seeing this, Zhang was instantly startled. Without a moment's hesitation, he dove to the bottom, sat cross-legged before the fragments of the innate thunder law, and visualized them, seeking to engrave them into his flesh, blood, and spirit. After all, these were fragments of the innate thunder law. Once mastered, they would be equivalent to controlling the power of the thunder law itself,
With a mere wave of his hand, he could summon heavenly thunder to obliterate his enemies. While visualizing and committing those rule fragments to memory, Zhang did not forget to circulate the heavenly thunder art to absorb and refine this pure thunder dew. For him, this was the ultimate tonic for a thunder spirit body. It must be said that although Zhang's cultivation talent wasn't anything to write home about, his comprehension far exceeded his own expectations. In less than half an hour, he had successfully begun to engrave those fragments of the thunder rule into his very flesh and blood, greatly enhancing his strength. However, after engraving those fragments into his flesh and blood, Zhang noticed that the celestial thunder pool seemed to grow ethereal, on the verge of vanishing. Not so fast. Seeing this, Zhang immediately took out the segment of 5-colored thunder bamboo and, without a moment's hesitation, began to absorb and refine it. With the assistance of the surrounding thunder dew, the 5-colored thunder bamboo instantly transformed into 5 streams of essence in different colors, which Zhang absorbed into his body. As the 5-colored thunder dew entered his body, a sudden wave of clarity washed over Zhang, and he felt the various forces of this world even more distinctly. Another half-hour later, Zhang's eyes, which had been closed for a long time, slowly opened. By then, the celestial thunder pool had long since receded into the void, vanishing without a trace. A sharp gleam flashed in Zhang's eyes. He could clearly sense that his innate talent had been greatly enhanced. Moreover, his thunder spirit body seemed to have transcended the realm of a spirit body, now situated somewhere between a spirit body and a holy body. Ha ha! The gains from this experience are truly immense. A look of satisfaction spread across Zhang's face. Not only had his innate talent received a massive boost, but his spirit body had also undergone a tremendous evolution. It seemed he was just one step away from entering the realm of the holy body. At the same time, what was even more important, of course, was that he had engraved the fragments of the thunder rule into his very flesh and blood. From now on, when facing enemies, he could directly summon heavenly thunder to strike them down. I wonder, with my current innate talent, if I were to receive a 500-year cultivation reward, just how high would my cultivation realm rise? Zhang's heart was filled with anticipation. However, he did not continue refining that legendary artifact, the Thunder Spear. Instead, other ideas had taken root in his mind. Since I'm already here, I wouldn't be satisfied unless I gave it a try. With that thought, Zhang immediately took out a forging platform from his spatial pouch, removed his cloth armor, placed it on the platform, and began hammering it. Based on his current cultivation at the 9th level of the heaven-slaying realm, Zhang estimated that he could achieve 80,000 hammer strikes per day. System, how many more times do I need to temper this top-grade cloth armor before it reaches the legendary artifact tier? Prompt. You still need 800,000 more times. Hearing the voice in his mind, Zhang furrowed his brow slightly. That many more? But it's only 10 days, it shouldn't be a problem. Immediately, Zhang began swinging his hammer rapidly, resuming the tempering process. Meanwhile, below, the crowd watched the thunderclouds that obscured half the sky and showed no signs of dissipating, and they couldn't help but frown. It's been 3 days since the divine craftsman entered those thunderclouds. Aside from a slight disturbance 3 days ago, there has been nothing else. Could something have happened to him? Shoo! Don't you want to live anymore? I've heard that the divine craftsman is a super powerful expert at the heaven-slaying realm. Would he really be afraid of a little heavenly thunder? I'm sure he is deep in meditation, attaining enlightenment. Who knows? What if his artifact forging failed and the materials were ruined? He might have fled long ago. All sorts of voices could be heard in the crowd, especially from the direction of the Heavenly Thunder sect. Led by the sect master of the Thunderbolt sect, everyone stared intently at the thunderclouds with worried expressions, hoping for even the slightest sign of movement, anything to prove that the divine artisan was still alive. Standing nearby, sect leader Fawn, Yitian, and the others didn't seem nearly as anxious. In fact, they walked over to the Thunderbolt sect members and explained with a smile. Hee, sect master of the Thunderbolt sect and everyone else, there is really no need to worry so much. The forging of a legendary artifact is, by its very nature, an extremely complex and time-consuming process. Since the divine artisan is using the heavenly thunder to assist in the forging, he will undoubtedly be taking extra care. Therefore, there is no need for concern, simply wait patiently.
Upon hearing the president of the Artifact Forging Association's authoritative explanation, the members of the Thunderclap sect all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As powerful figures from top-tier factions, they naturally understood just how difficult it was to smelt and shape the materials for a legendary artifact, a process that required an extremely long time. It was said that for an ordinary divine artisan to forge a single legendary artifact, the time required was measured in months. Only 3 days had passed here, so their anxiety seemed a bit premature. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. The crowd below, watching the thunderclouds that had remained completely still for nearly half a month, began to murmur more and more frequently. Tisk, TSK. It's been half a month already, and there is still no sign of activity from those thunderclouds. Could it be that this so-called divine artisan has truly met with misfortune? It's quite possible. What are heavenly thunderbolts, after all? That's the might of heaven and earth. How could we cultivators possibly defy such power? If you ask me, maybe this divine artificer failed his forging long ago and has already slipped away in secret. Compared to these spectators who relished the drama, there were far more artifact forgers who had spent over 10 top-grade spirit stones who immediately voiced their dissatisfaction. Damn it, I spent over 10 top-grade spirit stones and fought hard to snag a good spot, only to be stuck staring at thunderclouds for half a month? Do I have nothing better to do? Geneva! Give me my money back. Over 10 top-grade spirit stones, just for a fleeting glimpse of the divine artificer's silhouette, and that's it? Geneva! How is this any different from a scam? Did I pay to stare at an endless stream of backs of heads? I can't even count them all. However, just as the crowd below was on the verge of erupting with pent-up frustration, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from the thunderclouds high above. Immediately afterward, to everyone's astonishment, they witnessed countless thunder dragons suddenly writhing through the 1,000 Shanghai thunderclouds, their roar reverberating endlessly. At the same time, the overwhelming aura of a legendary artifact, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, crushed down upon the crowd. For a moment, everyone was overcome with terror under this overwhelming pressure, feeling as if they were suffocating. But in the blink of an eye, the pressure vanished, and the heavens and earth returned to calm. Such a terrifying pressure. Could the legendary artifact have been forged already? The thunderclouds settled once more, their inky gray hue resembling a bottomless abyss, drawing everyone's gaze into its depths. Expressions of astonishment and uncertainty flashed across their faces as they looked up at the thunderclouds filling the sky. Has the legendary artifact been successfully forged? But why did that overwhelming pressure appear for only an instant before vanishing? They didn't know exactly what had happened within the thunderclouds, but that extremely distinct and terrifying aura they just felt was undoubtedly the aura emanating from the legendary artifact. Especially from the direction where the members of the Thunderclap sect were standing, gasps of astonishment couldn't help but escape their lips. From that fleeting burst of pressure, they could confirm that this legendary artifact was far more terrifying than any other legendary artifact possessed by the Eastern continent. At this thought, the head of the Thunder Lightning sect's eyes, fixed on the thunderclouds, suddenly brimmed with emotion. This 4-colored thunder bamboo was well worth the investment. Meanwhile, within the 1,000 Zhang-wide thundercloud. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the violent commotion that had just erupted within the thundercloud was not caused by the successful forging of the Thunder Lightning halberd. At that moment, Zhang stood before the artifact forging platform, gazing at the cloth armor atop it, which radiated a misty glow and was suffused with waves of thunderous might, a satisfied smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After 10 days of forging, he had successfully hammered the cloth armor 1,000,000 times, successfully advancing it to the rank of a low-grade legendary artifact. Moreover, during this forging process, the fragments of the thunder rule within Zhang's body resonated, summoning the surrounding thunder, which transformed into countless tiny thunder dragons that fused into the cloth armor, adding a hint of thunderous might to this low-grade legendary artifact. Not only did its defensive power become astonishing, but it could also counterattack anyone who attacked it. Congratulations, host! You have reached 1,000,000 tempering cycles for the cloth armor and successfully upgraded it to a low-grade legendary artifact. Congratulations, host! With a cumulative total of nearly 2,000,000 tempering sessions, you have obtained a lower-grade legendary artifact, the Thunder Hammer, and the high-grade Heaven rank cultivation technique, Thunder Control Art. Oh. Hearing the voice in his mind, a look of surprise and delight immediately flashed across Zhang Ye's face. He hadn't expected to receive double rewards this time. Not only had he obtained a legendary artifact suited for his use, the Thunder Hammer, but he also received a Heaven-tier advanced cultivation technique, the Thunder Control Art, as a reward. It was truly a case of just when you're sleepy, someone hands you a pillow. What a thoughtful system. Holding the Thunder Hammer, which shimmered with silver light, Zhang Ye's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. With a gentle swing, he stirred the surrounding thunderclouds into a frenzy. It seemed that, if he so desired, this 1,000 Zhang-wide thundercloud could be at his command. At this moment, he was the Emperor of the Thunder, and this thundercloud was his subject. As for the high-tier Heaven-class cultivation technique, Art of Commanding Thunder, it had long since been automatically fused by the system with the low-tier Heaven-class technique, Heavenly Thunder Art, and Heavenly Thunder Art had successfully advanced to high-tier Heaven class. At the same time, Zhang gained a clear understanding of how to better control Heavenly Thunder through his insights into the art of commanding it. After assessing his gains, Zhang put away the top-grade common artifact hammer. Next, he planned to make full use of this thundercloud to upgrade all his equipment to the highest possible grade. However, he couldn't linger in this thundercloud for too long. After all, half a month had already passed, and he suspected the people below were past impatient. With that in mind, Zhang didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately took out his low-grade epic artifact cloth shoes and began refining them. At his current forging rate of 80,000 strikes per day, it wouldn't take even a full day to elevate these cloth shoes to the top-tier epic artifact level. Consequently, in less than 3 days, Zhang successfully forged all his remaining gear to the top-tier epic artifact level. Currently, apart from his primary defensive gear, a lower-grade legendary artifact cloth armor, everything else Zhang wore was a top-grade epic artifact, making him look incredibly formidable. Who else in all of East Continent could so casually wear a mix of top-grade epic artifacts and legendary artifacts? After completing this, Zhang had no intention of continuing to refine them into legendary artifacts. After all, that would take far too long. Therefore, after putting on his gear, he placed the rough blank of the Heavenly Thunder halberd on the artifact refining platform and began channeling the power of the Heavenly Thunder to refine it. Boom! With every strike of the hammer, the entire thundercloud seemed to resonate. It must be said that the material used to forge this legendary artifact possessed an absurd level of toughness. It wasn't until Zhang had hammered the rough blank of the Heavenly Thunder halberd 100,000 times that he finally succeeded in forging it. Phew! Even with Zhang's formidable strength, successfully forging a legendary artifact left him feeling utterly exhausted. But when Zhang heard that familiar voice echoing in his mind, a smile instantly spread across his lips. It had all been worth it. Congratulations, host! You have successfully forged a legendary artifact, gaining 500 years of cultivation and increasing your understanding of the Way of Thunder by 100 years. As the immense cultivation of 500 years surged into Zhang's body, his cultivation realm shot upward at rocket speed. In just an instant, he broke through the Zhan-Tian realm barrier and entered the Qian-Koan realm. 5th level of the Qian-Koan realm. 9th level of the Qian-Koan realm. 3rd level of the Great Perfection stage. 8th level of the Great Perfection stage. Early Tribulation stage. Mid-Tribulation stage. Late Tribulation stage. It wasn't until the surge reached the peak of the Tribulation stage that it finally began to slow down. This sudden leap across 3 major cultivation realms left Zhang utterly stunned. Although he knew his natural talent, enhanced by Thunder Dew and the 5-colored Thunder Bamboo, would become terrifying, he never imagined it would be this terrifying. What does it even mean to leap 3 major cultivation realms in one go? Even if you were trying to force growth like pulling up seedlings to help them grow, it wouldn't be this exaggerated, would it? With that thought, Zhang immediately sat cross-legged on the spot. After silently checking his condition, he let out a sigh of relief. The spiritual energy within him wasn't unstable, and his foundation remained solid. A wry smile tugged at the corner of Zhang's mouth. Just moments ago, when his cultivation had surged to the peak of the Tribulation Crossing realm, he had even faintly sensed, as if through a haze, that a thunder tribulation was about to descend upon him. Fortunately, the thunder tribulation never fully materialized and eventually dissipated. My strength has instantly reached the ceiling of the wasteland realm. It's simply too surreal. Zhang sat cross-legged where he was, unable to suppress his exclamation of awe. He had even forgotten that beside him lay the legendary artifact, the Heavenly Thunder Halberd, which had triggered those celestial phenomena. At the peak of the tribulation crossing stage, such power would place him among the very elite, even within the most exalted Holy Lands. As long as the ancestors of the saint stage did not emerge, they were the ones calling the shots. Meanwhile, beneath the thunderclouds, hearing the rumbling sounds emanating from within the thunderclouds, the crowd was instantly filled with shock and uncertainty. But immediately afterward, a deafening roar like a celestial mountain collapsing or a starry river crashing down suddenly erupted from the thunderclouds, accompanied by a unique, overwhelming pressure of celestial thunder descending upon the world. This instantly plunged the crowd below back into a state of terror, their faces frozen in horror. That terrifying, suffocating aura had returned. What is going on? Wasn't the legendary artifact already completed? Why is this happening again? Shocked and bewildered, the crowd could only brace themselves against the oppressive pressure as they struggled to look up at the 1,000-zhang-tall thundercloud. However, the moment they looked up, their pupils contracted sharply, and they were shaken to the core. High above, the thundercloud, which had originally spanned 1,000 zhang, had just been cleaved in two by the ethereal image of a long halberd hundreds of zhang in length. It looked as if someone had parted the sky right down the middle. And right in the center of the split, 1,000 zhang wide thundercloud, Zhang's cross-legged figure and a heavenly thunder halberd several zhang long floated quietly, rising and falling. Amid the split 1,000 zhang thundercloud, Zhang sat quietly in the void, appearing as though he were in deep contemplation. Beside him, the heavenly thunder halberd, which had originally been several zhang long, immediately shrank to about a zhang in length, circling around Zhang as if to protect him. At that moment, Zhang was indeed in deep contemplation. The 100 years of Thunder Dao insight he had just been granted had immediately plunged him into a profound state of enlightenment. Although he had previously possessed the Thunder Spirit body, the Heaven's Thunder Art, a Thunder Attribute Constitution and Cultivation Technique, as well as the Thunder Rule Fragment he had just obtained. These were, after all, merely things Zhang had acquired from external sources. Compared to true insight into the way of thunder, he was still a complete novice. But now, as he absorbed and assimilated 100 years' worth of insight into the way of thunder, profound enlightenment suddenly dawned within him. So the way of thunder can be applied in this manner. As he muttered to himself, Zhang moved a single hand and, to his surprise, manifested a world of thunder roughly 1 zhang in size. Within it, the thunder transformed into plants and trees, into the mountain breeze, into towering peaks, flowing streams, and white clouds. Everything was so pure and natural, brimming with vibrant vitality. But immediately afterward, Zhang gave a light wave of his hand. In an instant, the world of thunder, which had been brimming with such vibrant vitality, was suddenly filled with an aura of destruction and explosion. The plants and trees exploded, even tearing a faint crack in the surrounding void, while the mountain breeze transformed into thunderous wind blades. Wherever they passed, the void shattered inch by inch, a truly terrifying sight. However, just as Zhang was immersed in his spiritual enlightenment, sensing the true essence of the way of thunder as it unfolded, everyone below struggled to look up at the scene, their hearts instantly filled with awe, especially the powerful figures from the major top-tier factions such as the Heavenly Thunder sect. To use thunder to manifest a miniature world. To switch between life and death at will with a mere thought. This is the embodiment of mastery in the way of thunder. No wonder Senior Divine Craftsman fears no heavenly thunder and can even harness it to aid in artifact forging. I never imagined Senior Divine Craftsman was also a great master of the way of thunder. As for the other powerful figures who had come to observe the artifact forging, though they were unfamiliar with the way of thunder, they could still sense the immense power of the figure seated high above and could only marvel inwardly. That's incredible. At that moment, in contrast to the awe and shock felt by the crowd below, those in the going with the flow area were filled with excitement. They struggled to lift their heads to gaze at Zhang's figure. Is that Elder Divine Craftsman? He may be a bit older, but he truly has the air of an immortal. For them who had spent only 3 top-grade spirit stones to come and watch, being able to catch a glimpse of the Divine Craftsman's noble countenance was already a great honor. Phew! High above, Zhang exhaled softly. With a wave of his hand, the scene and power capable of destroying heaven and earth vanished instantly like mist in the mountains, and the sky returned to calm. Zhang awoke from his state of enlightenment. Although a century's worth of insights into the way of thunder had flooded his mind, he still needed to put them into practice and refine them. Upon waking, Zhang immediately took in the situation below. With a single wave of his hand, the terrifying, sky-filling aura receded like a tide. My apologies, I entered a state of enlightenment and caused you all some trouble. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhang raised his hand and swept it through the air, showering the crowd below with the essence of the Thunder Tao, which fell like a blessing from the heavens. This could be considered a form of compensation for them. With the oppressive aura gone, the crowd looked up at the thunder essence filling the sky. Their faces immediately lit up with excitement and delight, and they all sat cross-legged on the spot, absorbing the essence with all their might. For low-level cultivators like them, this was a stroke of luck bestowed by a powerful cultivator. It was their good fortune. Thank you, Senior Divine Craftsman, for bestowing this opportunity upon us. As the thunder essence in the sky dissipated, the crowd emerged from their cultivation state and immediately bowed respectfully to Zhang, their voices shaking the heavens and the earth. As for the people in the go-with-the-flow area, they were overjoyed. Those 3 top-grade spirit stones weren't wasted. Even though we've been staring at the back of his head for over half a month, it was worth it. Whoosh! Zhang pointed with a single hand, and the heavenly thunder halberd, which had been hovering beside him, instantly flew toward the members of the heavenly thunder sect. Everyone, until we meet again by fate. Then, Zhang let out a loud laugh, took a single step forward, and instantly vanished from where he stood, as if he had never been there at all. Farewell, Senior Divine Craftsman. Below, the crowd gazed at the spot where Zhang had vanished and bowed respectfully once more. Whoosh! However, just as Zhang had departed, a figure suddenly materialized below, right in front of the heavenly thunder sect. A massive hand shot out, reaching directly for the heavenly thunder halberd. The legendary artifact had just been forged and had not yet undergone the master binding ritual. This was the perfect moment to seize it and claim it for oneself. How dare you! The patriarch of the Thunderclap sect erupted with fury at once, his formidable cultivation at the late divine stage on full display. He unleashed a punch that sent the thief flying, spitting blood. What a pity you were so close! The powerful cultivator who had been sent flying glanced back longingly at the thunder spear, now clenched in the sect master's hand, before immediately shooting skyward and vanishing from sight. Yu sect, you truly have some nerve. How dare you attempt to seize our Thunder Sect's legendary artifact right here on our territory? You're asking for death. From this day forward, the Thunderbolt sect will wage a relentless war against your Dark Flame sect until one of us is destroyed. The patriarch of the Thunderbolt sect was furious. Gripping the Thunderbolt spear tightly with both hands, he swept the crowd with an icy glare, causing everyone to scramble for cover. Fortunately, in the end, no one was foolish enough to covet the Thunderbolt spear. From this day forward, the Thunderbolt sect was destined to rise to dominance. Meanwhile, on a mountaintop far from the Thunderbolt sect, an elderly man leisurely cast his fishing line into the clouds, sipping spiritual tea in utter contentment. Whoosh! The Yu sect powerhouse who had just failed to seize the spear at the Thunderbolt sect appeared there. He immediately knelt on one knee before the old man and said respectfully, "My lord, I have failed." The old man took a calm sip of his strong tea and spoke slowly. It doesn't matter. It's merely a legendary artifact with a special attribute. Our clan has no shortage of such legendary artifacts. What we lack are the divine artisans capable of crafting legendary artifacts with this specific attribute. If Zhang were here at this moment, he would surely recognize this man at a glance. He was the very same powerful figure his spies had discovered when infiltrating the Demon Eradication Alliance, the one who had been corrupted by the Demon Clan. Now, his cultivation had broken through the peak of the divine stage and reached the heaven-slaying realm. His power was by no means weak. After dismissing the powerful figures from the Yu sect, the old man cast his fishing hook once more, sending it plunging beneath the clouds. Then a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. A super divine artisan, is he? If he doesn't serve my clan, he is nothing but a dead man in the end. However, the very instant his words fell, a shudder originating from the depths of his soul suddenly shot straight up from his heart to the crown of his head. "Oh! I'm eager to see just how you plan to turn me into a dead man." Without a sound, Zhang's figure suddenly appeared atop the mountain peak, his expression icy as he stared at the elderly man leisurely fishing. Whoosh! However, the moment Zhang's voice rang out, the old man's expression changed drastically. Even though his own cultivation had already reached the heaven-slaying realm, this opponent was still able to appear behind him silently and without him noticing. That meant the opponent's cultivation was at least at the heaven-slaying realm or higher. It was highly likely that he was a super-powerful expert at the heaven and earth realm. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through the demonic elder's mind. For him right now, fleeing might be the wisest choice. With that thought, the elderly demon clan member flickered and was about to vanish into the clouds. However, the very moment he took a single step, Zhang reached out with a massive hand and immediately snatched him back as if he were a tiny chick. "I didn't give you permission to leave. Do you really think you can get away?" Zhang restrained him from a distance, then tossed him to the ground like a dead dog, glaring coldly at him. "Tell me everything you know about the demon clan. Don't force me to use force." At that moment, the elderly demon clan member, half lying on the ground and unable to move, Zhang's expression turned icy cold. With a single snap of his fingers through the air, the demon clan elder's limbs instantly burst apart like watermelons. "You betrayed the human race to become a lackey of the demon clan, and now you dare utter such defiant words before me. You truly deserve to die." Ah! The agony from his shattered limbs caused the demon clan elder's already terrified expression to contort into an even more hideous grimace. He looked like a demon straight out of hell, utterly terrifying. "Ha ha ha, on the path of cultivation, what business do factions have? We cultivators defy the heavens by very nature. What's wrong with making wise choices for the sake of eternal life and becoming even stronger? Don't think your current strength is anything to boast about. Among the demon clan, there are more than enough powerhouses who could crush you with a single finger. Ha ha ha, cherish what little time you have left." A terrifying, hellish grin spread across the demon clan elder's face. Since escape was impossible anyway, he might as well stop pretending and speak his mind directly. "You're utterly obstinate. Cultivation is about the heart. Clearly, you no longer have a heart." Zhang's expression turned icy as he looked at the elderly demon clan member. Holding nothing back, he reached out a massive hand and pressed it against the man's brow. He intended to extract the man's soul directly to find what he was looking for. He didn't want to waste any more time. What are you doing?" Seeing that his soul was about to be extracted, the elderly demon clan member began to panic. His expression hardened instantly as he shouted in a cold voice. "For the greater good of my clan, I am willing to sacrifice myself." As soon as the words left his mouth, the elderly demon clan member attempted to end his own life through self-destruction, hoping to prevent Zhang from extracting his soul. But clearly, he did not get his way. "You dare to self-destruct in my presence? Did I give you permission?" At that moment, Zhang's cultivation at the peak of the tribulation crossing realm was fully revealed. He directly used his immense divine power to forcibly suppress the old demon clan elder's intention to self-destruct. How is this possible? How could a mere eastern continent possibly harbor a powerhouse at the tribulation crossing realm? The demonic elder was overcome with despair. He had originally assumed the opponent was at most a Qianquan realm powerhouse, but never imagined they were actually a hidden titan. Zhang paid no further attention to the demon clan elder. As he reaped the soul, his expression began to shift, growing increasingly somber. A moment later, Zhang withdrew his finger, sat cross-legged where he stood, and fell into deep thought. Through the soul-reaping process, he had uncovered a truly terrifying revelation. This elder, who had been assimilated by the demon clan, hailed from the sacred realm, specifically the Lei Yin sacred sect, one of the 5 great sacred sects, and was a core disciple there. The Thunderflame holy sect, one of the 5 holy realms, might have already secretly defected to the demon clan. At this thought, Zhang's expression grew grim. If even a single holy realm were to be corrupted by the demon clan, the situation would become extremely serious. The five sacred realms were not only the main force of the human race in its struggle against the demon race, but also served as five mighty banners uniting the hearts of the human race. If even one of these banners were to fall or worse, defect to the enemy, it would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to the human race. But soon, Zhang slowly shook his head. He could not pass final judgment on the Thunderflame sacred sect just yet. After all, it was a sacred land, its influence was too great. Moreover, with the other four sacred lands still standing, it would be extremely difficult for the demon clan to succeed in an invasion so easily. Shaking his head slowly, Zhang glanced back at the old man. The latter, having had his soul forcibly extracted by Zhang, had fallen into a dazed state. Stripped of his mental faculties, he was practically no different from a corpse. However, one thing is certain, the Thunderflame Holy Sect sent this man here with a specific purpose. Through the soul extraction just now, Zhang had also discovered that the Thunderflame Holy Sect had dispatched this man specifically for a sacred site. According to the intelligence they obtained, it was highly likely that a top-grade sacred artifact was buried within this sacred site. A top-grade sacred artifact, you say? A sharp gleam flashed in Zhang's eyes. This was a top-tier sacred artifact, after all, capable of shattering the heavens and earth with a single casual strike. If I could get my hands on that. But he quickly shook his head, banishing that dangerous thought. Setting aside whether this top-tier sacred artifact actually existed, even if it did, it would never be his to claim. A top-tier sacred artifact, not to mention a powerhouse like him at the peak of the tribulation crossing stage. Even if a saint stage ancestor were to arrive in person, it wouldn't be surprising at all. If he were to rashly head there and dare to snatch the prize from the jaws of a saint stage powerhouse, he might not even realize it before being struck down from afar with a single palm strike. I suspect it won't be long before all sorts of powerful figures flood into Dongzhou City, making it teeming with people. Zhang looked up at the sky. Through his soul-sensing abilities, he learned that the Demon Clan Elder had indeed split the news of the top-grade sacred artifact's existence into two reports and sent them back to Central Continent and the Holy Land Realm. Boom! Zhang rose to his feet and, with a palm strike delivered from a distance, shattered the Demon Clan Elder into a mist of blood that filled the sky. He then took a single step forward, and his figure vanished from where he stood. Who knows, perhaps this so-called top-grade sacred artifact is just a bait the Demon Clan has thrown out to lure the Human Clan. In Dongzhou City, inside an inn. Zhang resumed his appearance as the Divine Craftsman's disciple, projecting a cultivation level of mid-nascent stage, and appeared there. Little junior brother. Little junior brother. Have you come out of seclusion? He had just returned to his room when Bei Lingqing's voice came from outside the door. Zhang pushed open the door, looking as though he had just finished cultivating, and asked with a puzzled expression. What's the matter, senior sister Lingqing? A hint of suspicion flashed in Bei Lingqing's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and said with a touch of regret. Junior brother, while you were in seclusion, you truly missed out on a great opportunity. Your divine artisan master appeared at the Thunderclap sect, helped them successfully forge the legendary artifact, the Thunderclap halberd, and even attained enlightenment amidst the thunderclouds, bestowing a baptism of thunder essence upon all the cultivators present. At this point, Bei Lingqing circled around Zhang and said, Look, after that baptism of thunder essence, my cultivation has already broken through to the mid-nascent stage. A smile played at the corner of Zhang's mouth as he shared in her joy, adding, it's no big deal. I've practically seen my master forge artifacts so many times I'm getting tired of it. Otherwise, how could my own artifact forging skills have improved so quickly? Seeing this, Bei Lingqing could only nod in agreement. But immediately afterward, she added. Also, thanks to your master, the divine artisan, you've now become a celebrity in Dongzhou City. Right now, many core disciples from major powers in Zhangzhou are crowding the entrance to the Artifact Forging Association, all wanting to meet you. Hearing this, Zhang's expression shifted slightly. Had people from Zhangzhou already arrived? Little junior brother? What's wrong? Bei Lingqing noticed the subtle change in Zhang's expression and immediately asked with concern. Seeing this, Zhang smiled and waved his hand. It's nothing. Let us go to the Artifact Forging Association and meet these people. A wry smile flashed across Zhang's mind. Originally, his intention had been to create the persona of a divine artisan master as a cover for himself. He hadn't expected the commotion to get so out of hand it had turned him, who'd been trying to keep a low profile, into a celebrity. With the title of Divine Artisan's direct disciple hanging over his head, he figured it would be impossible to stay under the radar no matter where he went now. Of course, he was also genuinely interested in meeting the core disciples of these prominent clans from Central Continent to learn more about the sacred relic and the power dynamics in Central Continent. After leaving the inn, Zhang and Bei Lingqing walked through the streets of Dongzhou City and, sure enough, noticed many young men and women dressed in lavish attire. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance to the Artifact Forging Association. As soon as they arrived, they found the area swarming with people, mostly artifact forgers who had clearly come to seek an audience with the divine artisan's direct disciple, Zhang. "Junior brother, this way." Suddenly, Yi Tian appeared beside them and discreetly led the two into the Artifact Forging Association through a different entrance. "Young friend Zhang, you've truly become a household name in East Continent City lately. Countless artifact forgers are scrambling to get into our Artifact Forging Association just to catch a glimpse of you. Not only that, but many core disciples from top-tier powers have come bearing lavish gifts to pay their respects." Hearing this, Zhang pressed his hand to his forehead, his face a mask of wry, helpless resignation. He truly disliked this sort of attention. "Hee, young friend Zhang, don't worry. I've turned all of them down for you. However, there are some you simply must meet. Even our Artifact Forging Association cannot afford to offend these people." A wry smile flitted across Yi Tian's face as he saw Zhang's understanding. Zhang waved his hand, indicating he understood. "Are they from Central Plains?" Yi Tian nodded and explained that not only were they from Central Plains, but they were all core disciples of major clans. "They're already waiting in the reception hall." Zhang nodded, then took his leave of Yi Tian and, accompanied by Bei Lingqing, hurried toward the reception hall. The so-called reception hall was actually a small cave realm set aside by the Artifact Forging Association specific for receiving distinguished guests. It was vast inside, with mountain springs flowing, lush forests, and spiritual herbs and flowers growing intertwined. It even featured pavilions and towers for small gatherings. However, just as Zhang arrived at the entrance to the small cave realm with Bei Lingqing, they heard a series of discordant voices coming from within. This divine craftsman disciple sure has some nerve making us core disciples of the great world clans wait here for so long. Doesn't he realize that it's his honor to be granted an audience with us? Brother Zhou Tian speaks the truth. He is just a mere divine craftsman disciple from some backwater in East Continent, yet he is so full of himself. So what if he is a divine craftsman? Here in Central Continent, divine craftsmen are a dime a dozen. Oof. If it weren't for the fact that he can forge attribute-based epic artifacts, would I, this young master, even bother to meet this so-called divine craftsman disciple? There were a few other people in the cave residence, but they were all quietly sipping tea and waiting, offering no comments. What a big mouth you have. If divine artisans are a dime a dozen in your Central Continent, why did you come all the way to this remote Eastern Continent to see me? Are you bored out of your mind? At that moment, Zhang, his face bearing a faint, cold smile, stepped into the cave residence. His eyes blazed with a tangible, icy glare as he looked toward the two so-called disciples of prominent clans who had just spoken mockingly standing by a clear spring. Since these two had shown him disrespect before they even met, he saw no need to hold back. He would confront them directly. I didn't expect you'd actually dare to say that. But be careful, your words might bring trouble upon you. Zhou Tian looked at Zhang, who had entered the cave realm. He paused for a moment, then took a faint sip of spiritual tea before speaking coldly. Don't think that just because you have a divine craftsman at the heaven-slaying realm behind you, even if it were a divine craftsman at the heaven and earth realm, they'd be able to protect you when the time comes. Bei Lingqing followed behind Zhang, one hand resting on the long sword at her waist, glaring menacingly at Zhou Tian, the core disciple of the Zhou family patriarch. Even before they entered the cave residence, she heard this man mocking and belittling her junior brother. Now, right in front of the two of them, he actually dared to threaten them like this. Did he really think she was a pushover? She was about to unleash a powerful sword intent to teach him a lesson? However, Zhang gently placed a hand over the one gripping her sword, signaling her to calm down. Then Zhang turned to Zhou Tian, the Zhou family's core disciple, and said coldly. A core disciple of the Zhou family of Central Plains, is that right? Fine, I'll remember you. When the time comes, I'll personally pay you a visit in Central Plains. I hope you'll still be so defiant then. After speaking, Zhang turned his gaze to the young man standing nearby who had just sided with Zhou Tian. Speak up. Which faction do you belong to, kid? Upon hearing Zhang address him with such contempt, Yu Yun immediately snapped back in anger. You truly don't know your place. Do you realize that we all come from Central Plains, representing the sacred realm? Insulting us is tantamount to insulting the sacred realm. Today, this young master will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders, so you'll learn that there are always greater powers beyond your own. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yu Yun shot forward from where he stood. His formidable late nascent stage cultivation erupted, and a fist enveloped in mana, carrying terrifying might, slammed toward Zhang. Whoosh! Faced with that terrifying assault, before Zhang could even react, Bei Lingqing, standing behind him, had already drawn her sword. As her graceful figure surged forward, a dazzling beam of sword light slashed out. Thud! With a thud, Yu Yun, who had been charging forward, was struck by the sword and instantly flew backward, spitting blood like a kite whose string had snapped. He crashed heavily in front of Zhou Tian, sending up clouds of dust. Tisk, tsk, tsk. You can't even block a single sword strike, yet you have the nerve to call yourself a core disciple of a great clan? And you claim to represent the sacred realm? If a piece of trash like you can represent the sacred realm, doesn't that mean even I could represent an emperor-level powerhouse? Zhang showed no mercy whatsoever as he sneered. If he hadn't been worried that striking hard would bring unnecessary trouble to Bei Lingqing and the Artifact Forging Association, he would have finished him off. You're pushing it too far. Hiding behind a woman, what kind of man are you? Yu Yun stood up from where he was, brushed the dust off his clothes, and glared at Zhang with a flushed face. He was seething with anger. Do you dare fight me? I'll crush you with one hand. Yu Yun held out a hand toward Zhang, a cold glint in his eyes. He already knew that the female sword cultivator standing beside Zhang, though her cultivation was inferior to his, had grasped the essence of the sword and was extremely difficult to deal with. But dealing with a mere mid-nascent stage cultivator like Zhang, wasn't that a piece of cake? How strong could a mere cultivator who specialized in refining artifacts possibly be? Zhang, of course, wasn't about to put up with this, and immediately prepared to strike out and teach him a harsh lesson. But just as the two were about to come to blows, a cold voice suddenly rang out from the side. Enough! Both of you, stop this at once. Don't forget why you're here. By the clear spring, an elderly man in a gray robe set down his teaware and turned to coldly rebuke Yu Yun and Zhou Tian, who had been about to come to blows. Then, with a smile on his face, he addressed Zhang. These people are used to a life of privilege. Having just arrived in this remote place, they haven't fully adjusted yet. Please don't hold it against them, young friend. Yu Yun and Zhou Tian, who had been Zhang didn't stand on ceremony. After downing the tea in his cup in one gulp, he got straight to the point. Speak up. Why have you sought me out? Seeing this, the gray-robed old man gave a hearty laugh and immediately produced a high-grade epic artifact. May I ask, young friend, did you forge this epic artifact? Zhang recognized it at a glance. This high-grade epic artifact was one of the two he had forged earlier at the Artifact Forging Association, and it was clear that the gray-robed elder standing before him had already purchased it. Indeed, I forged it myself. What's the matter? Upon hearing this, the gray-robed elder's eyes lit up, and a flash of excitement clearly crossed his gaze. I never expected someone so young to be able to forge such a perfectly balanced weapon. You truly are a reincarnation of a divine craftsman. Zhang looked at the slightly excited old man in the gray robe, a look of confusion on his face. Surely these people hadn't come to see him just to flatter him? Sure enough, after his initial excitement, his true colors showed. The gray-robed elder forced himself to suppress his inner excitement, then spoke slowly. I forgot to introduce myself to you, young friend. I am Mo Yun, from the Sword Forging Secta faction in Central Plains under the jurisdiction of the Sword Forging Holy Sect in the Sacred Land Realm. Upon hearing this, Zhang immediately understood the old man's purpose in seeking him out. It turned out that, having learned his divine artisan master was capable of forging attribute-based legendary artifacts, they wanted to invite him to the sacred land realm and central plains to assist a grand elder of the sword-forging holy sect in forging a sacred artifact of considerable rank. Assist in forging a sacred artifact? Zhang was taken aback. Wow, he just completed a commission for a legendary artifact, and now another massive commission at the sacred artifact level was coming his way? The gray-robed elder nodded upon hearing this and added, "The sacred sect's elder places great importance on the forging of this sacred artifact. That is why he has been searching far and wide for artifact forgers at the divine craftsman level or higher, inviting them to the sacred sword forging sect to in the forging. Once the task is completed, the sacred sect will offer a generous reward." Zhang nodded and said, "I will convey this matter to my master, but as for whether he will go, I'm not sure." The old man in the gray robe nodded in understanding. After all, this was not as simple as forging an epic artifact or a legendary artifact. The forging of a sacred artifact required channeling the power of the laws of the heavens and earth and fusing them into the artifact. It demanded not only that the forger possess extraordinary strength but also exceptional mental fortitude. For if the crafting of a sacred artifact fails, the forces of the cosmic laws contained within will erupt violently, instantly reducing everything in the vicinity to nothingness. The crafting of a sacred artifact is fraught with immense danger. However, in the end, the gray-robed elder still pulled a token from his robe and handed it to Zhang. Young friend, if your master is willing, he may present this token to visit the holy sect 1 year from now." Zhang accepted the token and nodded. Then Zhang took the initiative to pour the gray-robed elder a cup of spiritual tea and asked, "Senior, I wonder if your visit to the eastern continent this time is related to that legendary holy site?" The gray-robed elder downed the tea in one gulp, a delighted smile spreading across his face. After all, there was a very good chance they would find a super-divine artisan for the holy sect's elders. Therefore, he did not deny Zhang's question and explained that they were merely here to scout the area. Originally, the sword-forging sect had come here entirely because of rumors spreading throughout central continent, rumors that within the sacred site lay numerous artifact-level forging blueprints, and even some sacred artifact-level blueprints, as well as a wealth of rare forging materials. But that wasn't all. Within the sacred site lay many rare spiritual materials and wondrous treasures. Obtaining even a small amount could change a cultivator's entire life. This was precisely why so many prominent clans in Central Plains had sent their core disciples here to seek their fortune while gaining valuable experience. But we can only explore the outer regions of the sacred site. As for its depths, with our cultivation levels, we simply cannot get anywhere near it. Oh? Zhang's interest was piqued, and he immediately pressed for more details. Could there be something extraordinary inside? But just as Zhang's words had fallen, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. "That involves the holy war. How could scum like you possibly understand it?" Zhang furrowed his brow slightly. He slowly raised his head and shot a cold glance at the newcomer, realizing he'd never seen this person before. They seemed to be a newcomer. "Who are you?" The group consisted not of one person, but 2 men and a woman. Each carried a long sword on their back, and a faint, almost imperceptible sword intent surrounded them, as if they were blades poised to be drawn from their sheaths. However, the trio paid no heed to Zhang's question. Instead, their gazes fell upon Bei Lingqing, who stood nearby. "I've heard there's a prodigy of the swordway here who defeated my friend Yu Yun with a single strike. In the spirit of friendly exchange, might this prodigy of the sword art be willing to spar with me?" The young man leading the group let a faint smile play at the corners of his mouth as he looked at Bei Lingqing, waiting for her response. The sudden arrival of the 3 instantly plunged the previously harmonious atmosphere to freezing point. Zhang, in particular, wore a hostile expression. Had these people actually ignored him completely, as if he didn't exist? However, Zhang didn't lose his temper. Instead, he turned his gaze to Bei Lingqing, who had remained silent the entire time. With his keen observation, he noticed that Bei Lingqing and these people seemed to know each other. At that moment, if there was anyone present who felt hurt, it was Yu Yun, who had been sipping tea quietly to the side. Defeated my friend Yu with a single sword strike. Why did those words sound so jarring? Yet he didn't argue back. First, because he knew these people. Second, because he truly couldn't defeat these sword cultivators. Ah, let us drink tea. Yu grabbed Zhou Tian by the arm and, using tea in place of wine, began to drink heartily. What? Are you chicken now? Even the former top prodigy of the Bei clan's sword sect has moments of fear?
The young sword cultivator looked at Bei Lingqing with a sneer, his eyes brimming with contempt.
Ha 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 ha.
10 years have passed, and the once great sword prodigy has actually
so low. It seems expelling him from the clan back then was the wisest decision.
Behind the young sword cultivator, the other two, upon seeing Bei Lingqing remain silent, immediately burst into unrestrained laughter.
Little junior brother, let us get out of here.
Bei Lingqing paid no heed to the three of them. Instead, he grabbed Zhang's hand and led him toward the exit of the cave residence. However, just as the two stood up and took a step forward, the young sword cultivator brandished his long sword horizontally, blocking Bei Lingqing's path.
What's this? Now that you've encountered an elder of your clan, you won't even pay your respects? The young sword cultivator looked at Bei Lingqing with a cold smile.
Likewise, the others nearby turned their gaze toward them, seemingly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. The old man in the gray robe stroked his beard and shook his head in exasperation.
The Bei clan of the sword from Central Plains, that's a clan you don't want to mess with.
Although he wanted to step in and smooth things over, it seemed the other party wouldn't give him the time of day.
Bei Dong, don't go too far.
I've already been expelled from the clan. I no longer belong to the Bei clan of the sword. A hint of coldness flashed between Bei Lingqing's dark brows. If not for her concern that she might bring unnecessary trouble upon her younger junior brother, Zhang, and her consideration for the safety of her sect behind her, why would she have to endure this? She would have drawn her sword and slain this man long ago. But only she, born into the Bei clan of swords, truly understood in her heart just how terrifying a colossus this clan was.
At its peak, it was even known as the Sixth Holy Land.
Seeing the chill in Bei Lingqing's eyes, the young
cultivator not only showed no sign of backing down but instead sneered coldly. Ha, fine.
Since you refuse to admit you're a member of the Bei clan of swords, then from now on, stop using the surname Bei. As Bei Dong stepped back, the other two core disciples of the Bei clan of swords also let out faint, cold smiles as they stared at Bei Lingqing. Bei Lingqing already had one hand on the hilt of his sword. His surname had been bestowed by his parents and recorded in the clan registry. How could it be changed so easily?
Did they want to cut off his lineage?
However, just as Bei Lingqing was about to explode, Zhang, who had remained silent all along, stepped forward, grabbed Bei Lingqing's hand, and tried to lead him away.
I advise you to step aside, or you'll face the consequences.
However, Bei Dong merely cast a dismissive glance at Zhang before speaking coldly.
Who do you think you are? When we of the Bei sword clan speak, who are you to interrupt? You fool who doesn't know when to back down.
With that, he drew his sword, and a blade of energy slashed directly toward Zhang.
Watch out.
Seeing this, Bei Lingqing immediately stepped in front of Zhang, ready to draw his long sword to block the terrifying sword energy for him. However, just as Bei Lingqing was about to draw his sword, Zhang kicked out, sending Bei Dong flying backward through the air and spitting blood.
Did I give you too much leeway? Is your Bei clan sword clan really that strong?
As for that so-called sword energy, Zhang simply ignored it. It dissipated into thin air before it could even reach him.
You are asking for death.
Bei Dong staggered to his feet, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, and glared at Zhang with an icy expression, his look suggesting he would gladly tear Zhang to pieces.
Kill him.
At Bei Dong's command, the remaining two core disciples of the Bei clan sword sect, each radiating the powerful auras of late and peak nascent stage, charged toward Zhang. However, facing the combined attack of the three, Zhang immediately drew his top-grade common artifact Iron Hammer. With a sweeping swing, the two who had charged to the front exploded with a loud boom, turning into a mist of blood that filled the sky.
Whoa!
Far away, Yu and Zhou Tian, who had been quietly sipping tea, dropped their teacups to the ground upon witnessing this scene. Their pupils contracted as they stared at the scene in utter shock, almost unable to believe what they were seeing.
How is that possible? He is just an artifact smith with a single swing of his hammer. 2 high-level nascent stage experts were instantly killed? Yu Yun, in particular, felt as if he'd narrowly escaped death. Thankfully, he'd been called back in time, otherwise, he would have been the one to meet his end under that hammer. Brother Zhou Tian, I'm suddenly feeling a bit stifled here. Why don't we go out and clear our heads? Brother Yu Yun, you're absolutely right. Dongzhou City is truly vast, and I've been meaning to go for a stroll anyway. With that, the two took off like the wind and vanished from the spot in a flash. Zhang didn't try to stop them from leaving after all. He didn't have any major conflicts with either of them. Little junior brother, when did you get so strong? Bei Lingqing had just recovered from the shock of that scene. As he looked at Zhang standing before him, he suddenly felt a sense of strangeness. I'm sorry. I was born with divine strength, and I couldn't control myself in the heat of the moment. I ended up killing your clan members. Zhang looked at Bei Lingqing with an apologetic expression. After all, killing her clan members right in front of her was hardly acceptable. However, Bei Lingqing simply shook her head indifferently and replied, "It's fine. I'll end up opposing these people eventually anyway." As she spoke, tangible murderous intent suddenly flared in Bei Lingqing's eyes. She drew her long sword and surged forward from where she stood. With sword intent surging around her, she charged straight toward Bei Dong. In the blink of an eye, the two sword cultivators were locked in combat. Bei Lingqing's killing intent erupted within her. Ever since she'd been expelled from her clan by members of this faction, the seed of vengeance had long been planted in her heart. Now that she'd encountered them, she might as well let her guard down, give free rein to her true feelings, and simply fight to the death. However, just as she fully let her guard down and attacked Bei Dong with all her might, the sword intent surging around her actually began to grow stronger. Has she attained an epiphany regarding the way of the sword in the midst of battle? Zhang watched the scene, a look of astonishment crossing his face. At the same time, he realized that the mental barrier within Bei Lingqing's heart had now been removed. From this day forward, nothing would stand in the way of her path in the way of the sword. With her sword intent now enhanced, Bei Lingqing was naturally no match for Bei Dong. Thus, after dozens of exchanges, she pressed her sword against the center of his forehead, ending his life. Congratulations, senior sister Lingqing, you've taken another step forward on the path of the sword. A smile spread across Zhang's face as he shared in Bei Lingqing's joy. However, Bei Lingqing's expression suddenly grew grave. She took Zhang's hand and hurried straight out of the cave residence. It wasn't that Bei Lingqing was unwilling to discuss the way of the sword and exchange insights with these core disciples from the great clans of Central Plains within this small cave residence. Rather, as a member of the Bei Sword clan, she knew full well that Bei Dong had an elder brother from the main lineage. Typically, when the two encountered major events such as the appearance of a sacred relic, they would act together. Now that Bei Dong had perished here, his older brother, Bei Mai, would certainly find out and come search for them. Since his younger brother had already reached the peak of the nascent stage, Bei Mai, whose natural talent surpassed his younger brother, must have long since entered the spirit stage. Once he appeared, neither Bei Lingqing nor Zhang would stand a chance of leaving here alive. That was why Bei Lingqing had been so desperate to get Zhang out of there just moments ago. Wait a moment, young friends. However, just as Bei Lingqing was pulling Zhang's hand and about to step out of the cave residence, the gray-robed old man who had remained silent behind them suddenly called out to them. What is it? Bei Lingqing furrowed her brow slightly. The gray-robed old man was well aware of the gravity of the situation, so he cut straight to the chase and pulled a simple map from his robe. I can see that you two possess exceptional talent. If you're willing, you may come find me at the outer perimeter of the sacred site in 3 days, following the markings on this map. A core disciple of the sword-forging holy sect is about to emerge. He will lead a group of core disciples from various prominent clans to explore the outer regions of the sacred site, seeking treasure and honing their skills. After receiving the map imbued with sword intent, Bei Lingqing quickly led Zhang out of the cave residence. She briefly explained the situation to senior brother Yi Tian, then immediately left the Artifact Forging Association. Yi Tian watched their retreating figures, a wry and helpless smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Good grief, that's the Bei Sword clan. Even in Central Plains, they're a renowned superclan. Killing one of their core disciples, the consequences of that are not something I can bear. Inside the Artifact Forging Association. After Yi Tian reported the matter to President Fong, he had expected the latter to fly into a rage. But to his surprise, President Fong merely uttered an "oh" before replying coldly. So what if it's the Bei clan of swords? It was their people who first ran amok within my association, attempting to kill the direct disciple of a senior divine craftsman of the Artifact Forging Association. That alone is enough to sentence them to death. Pass this on, within the Artifact Forging Association, whoever dares to reveal the whereabouts of young friend Zhang and his companion, no matter who it is, shall be executed without mercy. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian immediately set out to carry out the order. Dongzhou City. Inside an exceptionally opulent tavern. Rather than a tavern, it was actually a large cave residence that had been carved out specifically to host distinguished guests on ordinary days. Such residences were not open to the public. At that moment, within a luxurious cave residence, a young man with a hint of heroic spirit in his brow downed a cup of spirit wine, then immediately rose to his feet and began practicing his sword techniques. As the clanging of the sword rang out, countless terrifying flashes of sword light erupted, cutting spiderweb-like cracks into the hard floor of the cave, which had been crafted from special materials. Young master! Young master! Trouble! However, just as the young man was immersed in his drunken swordplay, an elderly servant suddenly rushed in, looking panicked. What's the rush? What sort of behavior is this? Bei Mai sheathed his long sword, casually grabbed a wine gourd from his waist, and took a hearty swig. Seeing this, the elderly servant immediately knelt on the ground and spoke tremblingly. I must report, young master, the second young master has been silenced. Whoosh! The instant the old servant finished speaking, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if he had just seen his great-grandmother. A moment later, Bei Mai withdrew his sword intent and said coldly, What did you say? Who would be so bold? The old servant snapped back to his senses, cold sweat pouring down his body, his heart pounding with fear. If the eldest young master had harbored even a shred of murderous intent toward him just now, he would likely be on his way to meet his great-grandmother by now. The old servant dared not delay and replied immediately. I report to the eldest young master, Zhang, a disciple of a divine artisan within the Artifact Forging Association, and our clan's outcast, Bei Lingqing. Upon hearing this, Bei Mai's brows furrowed slightly. He completely ignored Zhang, having already written him off as a dead man. It was Bei Lingqing, however, who gave him pause. Back in the days of the conflict between the two major factions within the Bei clan Sword Clan, their faction had emerged victorious. Consequently, having secured immense power within the clan, they secretly fabricated various allegations to expel every member of Bei Lingqing's branch from the clan or have them secretly eliminated. However, some had slipped through the net. According to their investigations, several super powerful figures from that branch were still alive outside the clan. Now that Bei Lingqing had appeared, he wondered if he might be with one of those super powerful figures. If that were the case, he would indeed find it difficult to take action against Bei Lingqing. Who provided this information? The old servant replied immediately. It was the Zhou clan and the Yuming sect. Bei Mai nodded. After dismissing the old servant, he casually beckoned, and instantly a figure in a black robe appeared behind him. Zhang. Upon hearing this, the figure in the black robe took the portrait and immediately vanished from the spot. In Dongzhou City, atop a luxurious high-rise some distance from the Artifact Forging Association, two young men were drinking from matching cups, their gazes fixed on the direction of the Artifact Forging Association, faint smiles playing at the corners of their lips. Hee brother Yu Yun, your strategy of sitting back and watching the tigers fight is truly brilliant. These two were none other than Zhou Tian, a core disciple of the Zhou clan, and Yu Yun, a core disciple of the Yuming sect, both of whom had escaped from the Artifact Forging Association. Upon hearing Zhou Tian's words, Yu Yun smiled faintly. He's just a local from some remote backwater. Having offended our great clans, how could he possibly escape a little punishment? Besides, hasn't he that guy Bei Mai hit a bottleneck in his sword cultivation lately? I just happened to find him a decent opponent. He should actually be thanking me.
Zhou Tian swirled his wineglass and replied with a smile of his own.
I'm just afraid those two aren't even a match for Bei Mai. After all, he is one of the top 10 young sword masters in the Bei clan. Just as the two were chatting cheerfully, several young men dressed in lavish attire suddenly approached them. Hee, how unusual. Who would ve thought the Zhou clan would be so close to the Yuming sect?
A young, beautiful woman strode elegantly toward them, a smile playing on her lips as she spoke. The two men turned to look at the sudden visitors and smiled back.
Hee, what is this? Your Gu clan is so close to the Tianfeng Empire. Are you planning a political marriage? Tian Yun, a core disciple from the Tianfeng Empire, chuckled. You two are joking.
Though there are many treasures within the sacred site, they come with great danger.
Having one more powerful ally naturally increases our chances of survival.
Yu Yun took a gentle sip of spirit wine and looked at the two from the Tianfeng Empire.
I heard that your Tianfeng Empire's advance party discovered a massive city within the sacred site some time ago? Tian Yun didn't deny it. Instead, he smiled. So, are you two interested in joining our team?
According to my advanced team's findings, this massive city not only contains many rare and wondrous treasures, but there might even be a fragment of a sacred artifact inside.
What? A fragment of a sacred artifact?
Yu Yun and Zhou Tian were instantly stunned. A fragment of a sacred artifact, such a thing was even more formidable than a legendary artifact. The two were tempted. The main reason they had come to the eastern continent was to form a party and enter the sacred site, seeking suitable opportunities in honing their skills.
Seeing the look on their faces, Tian Yun immediately smiled and pulled a simple map from his robe. Meet at the location marked on the map in 3 days. With that, Tian Yun and Gusong turned and left.
Meanwhile, Yu Yun and his companions stared at the map in their hands, their faces brimming with excitement. A artifact fragment, though not as powerful as a true sacred artifact, it was still far superior to a legendary artifact.
For cultivators like them, it was a formidable weapon.
However, if Zhang had been there at that moment, he would surely have been filled with confusion, for the details depicted on this rough map were identical to the one the old man in the gray robe had given him.
After returning to the inn, Zhang and Bei Lingqing did not part ways immediately. Inside the room. Junior brother, are you planning to go to this sacred site?
Bei Lingqing held the map in his hand as he looked at Zhang and asked. Seeing this, Zhang couldn't help but let out a wry smile.
He was already at the peak of the tribulation stage. Why on earth would he go exploring the outer reaches of this sacred site? It just didn't make sense, did it?
Moreover, he didn't dare venture recklessly into the depths of the sacred site either, because top-tier sacred artifacts roamed there, and beings as powerful as Saint Stage ancestors were engaged in fierce battles. Therefore, he really had no intention of exploring this sacred site. Rather than spending that time exploring the sacred site, he'd be better off staying at the Artifact Forging Association to craft a few more epic artifacts and boost his cultivation.
But in response to Bei Lingqing's words, Zhang could only say,
the sacred site is fraught with danger. Incidents of saints falling have occurred there. I'm afraid it's not a place that nascent stage cultivators like us should be exploring. Upon hearing Zhang's words, Bei Lingqing's expression suddenly turned serious.
I want to go. I want to become even stronger. Main reason was that she had no choice.
Ever since being expelled from the Bei clan sword clan, she had been without any backing or resources to rely on. She had made it this far solely through sheer determination. But her enemies were backed by the Xianjian Guild, possessing an extremely powerful network and endless resources of rare treasures. To avenge her branch of the family, she, Bei Lingqing, had no choice but to risk her life to grow stronger. Zhang looked at Bei Lingqing's resolute and determined gaze. To be honest, he felt a pang of sympathy. At such a youthful age, she was already burdened with bloodshed and deep grudges, walking the edge of death. At this thought, Zhang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although he possessed the formidable cultivation of the peak tribulation crossing stage and was capable of helping Bei Lingqing, he could not intervene at will. After all, he had already offended the Bei Sword clan, and behind them stood a colossus like the Xianjian Guild. With his current cultivation at the peak of the tribulation crossing stage, he was far from a match for a superpower like the Holy Land. With this in mind, Zhang said, "Since senior sister Lingqing is going, I, as your junior brother, will naturally accompany you. However, before we enter the sacred site, I still have one matter to attend to." Bei Lingqing was touched, but couldn't help but ask in confusion. "What is it?" "I need to forge a few epic artifacts for self-defense." With that, Zhang left the inn immediately, intending to return to the Artifact Forging Association. "Junior brother, are you really going back to the Artifact Forging Association? The Bei Sword clan might have already sent people there by now." Seeing Bei Lingqing's anxious expression, Zhang waved his hand dismissively. "Senior sister Lingqing, rest assured. I have a treasure bestowed by my master, I'll be fine." With that, Zhang gave Bei Lingqing a reassuring look before quickly leaving the inn. Watching Zhang's receding figure, Bei Lingqing looked worried and prayed silently. "Junior brother, you must come back safely." Inside the Artifact Forging Association, Zhang had returned here once more. "Why are you back again? Hurry up and leave." Upon seeing Zhang turn back, Yi Tian's face immediately betrayed his anxiety. He was itching to use his great magical power to send Zhang away at once. Seeing Yi Tian like this, Zhang furrowed his brow and asked, "Senior brother Yi Tian, what's wrong?" Yi Tian replied immediately. "Not long after you left the Artifact Forging Association, the Bei Sword clan sent people here. They're still in the chairman's office right now." Zhang realized what was going on. Though he felt a twinge of annoyance, the Bei clan of swords was truly a persistent nuisance. However, to avoid worrying the members of the Artifact Forging Association, he said, "Don't worry, senior brother Yi Tian. My master has now returned to Dongzhou City, so I'm perfectly safe." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's tense heart instantly relaxed. Since the divine craftsman had reappeared, there was nothing to worry about. After bidding farewell to Yi Tian, Zhang requested a private artifact forging cave residence. He then selected several top-tier epic artifact blueprints and began the forging process. Since he had no choice but to enter the sacred site this time, he might as well make the journey worthwhile. For instance, he could go in to undergo a tribulation. Currently, Zhang's cultivation was stuck at the peak of the tribulation stage. He was just one step away from triggering the heavenly tribulation and advancing to the next level. With that thought, he couldn't help but ask inwardly, "System, can I save the cultivation rewards I earn?" Prompt: It's entirely up to the host. Yes, you can. Upon receiving the affirmative answer, Zhang's heart leapt with joy. He then summoned the thunder hammer in his hand and began the forging process. However, just as Zhang had successfully forged a top-tier epic artifact-level longsword, his expression suddenly grave, and he vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was high up in the sky. "The Bei Sword clan? Are you looking for me?" At that moment, standing suspended in the air directly opposite Zhang was a bewildered figure clad in black robes. The opponent was no pushover possessing divine stage-level cultivation, but upon seeing Zhang suddenly appear before him, his face was filled with shock and suspicion. Anyone capable of appearing so silently before a divine stage powerhouse like him must possess cultivation far beyond the divine stage. "Who are you? Knowing I'm a member of the Bei clan of swords, how dare you block my path?" The black-robed figure stared at the youthful face, his heart already filled with terror. How could this look exactly like the portrait of Zhang his young master had given him? A faint smile played at the corner of Zhang's mouth. "Haha, weren't you looking for me, intent on killing me? What's this now that I'm standing right in front of you, you don't recognize me?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang wasted no more time on idle chatter. With a single snap of his fingers, a terrifying arc of lightning shot forth, instantly reducing the man in black to dust. Even in death, the man in black was filled with confusion. Wasn't he supposed to be just a lowly mid-nascent stage cultivator? He desperately wanted to shout, "This is a scam." But those words could perhaps only be conveyed to Beimai through a dream. Having dealt with this pesky nuisance, Zhang returned to the Artifact Forging Association to craft the remaining few top-tier epic artifacts. This time, his goal wasn't merely to enhance his own cultivation. More importantly, he intended to craft a set of top-tier epic artifacts for Bei Lingqing to use for self-defense. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed.
Congratulations, host.
You have successfully crafted 4 top-tier epic artifacts and earned a cultivation reward of 600 years.
The sacred site.
Located in the far northwest of Dongzhou, it wasn't very far from Dongzhou City. As a result, many disciples from prominent clans in Zhongzhou would typically come to Dongzhou City first to gather intelligence before forming teams to travel there. In fact, the sacred site did not just appear recently. As early as several months ago, reports of mysterious sacred vibrations emanating from this area began to circulate, drawing the attention of the major sacred sites, which have been secretly dispatching powerful experts to explore the sacred site. It is only now that news of the sacred site has gradually reached the people of Dongzhou City. That legendary artifact blueprint from the Artifact Forging Association was discovered by one of its high-ranking officials who, while traveling to gather forging materials, happened to pass by the sacred site and searched the area. Currently, the entire sacred site with the exception of its deepest inner regions is open to the outside world.
3 days passed in the blink of an eye.
As agreed, Zhang and Bei Lingqing appeared at the entrance to the sacred site.
The moment they arrived, they discovered the area teeming with people.
Aside from the cultivators who had come here in search of treasure, which was to be expected, what was even more outrageous was that, right at the entrance, some artifact craftsmen had actually set up blacksmith shops, and some inns had even expanded their business to this location. Of course, there was also a long line of street vendors, all shouting at the top of their lungs, freshly unearthed goods.
These people are really something. They've turned the entrance to this sacred site into a massive marketplace. Zhang couldn't help but exclaim in amazement as he looked at the incredibly bustling scene. That's nothing.
The reason they're setting up stalls and shops right here at the entrance is because spots inside the sacred site have already been reserved by many people. Just as Zhang and his companion were marveling at the scene, a chuckle drifted over from the side.
Hee, I hope you two haven't been waiting too long.
The man who approached was none other than the gray-robed elder who had given Bei Lingqing the map earlier. His face was now lit with a broad smile. He was delighted that Zhang and Bei Lingqing had accepted his invitation. Although this expedition was led by core disciples of their sword-forging holy sect, that didn't mean they could simply sweep aside the entire younger generation within the sacred site. After all, even in times of peace, relations between sacred sites weren't entirely friendly and harmonious. There were also rivalries and competition. Take this occasion, for example, sacred lands hostile to the sword-forging holy sect would also send their core disciples to this sacred site to seek out their own opportunities. The gray-robed elder had witnessed Zhang and Bei Lingqing's strength firsthand. They were capable of effortlessly slaying cultivators at the peak of the nascent stage. Such strength is already on par with that of core disciples from most of the great clans in Central Plains. Being able to join the ranks of the holy sect's core disciples would, of course, be the best possible outcome.
Zhang and Bei Lingqing looked at the gray-robed elder, smiling as they greeted him, though their faces betrayed a hint of confusion. Isn't this sacred site rife with danger? How could anyone be setting up a stall and doing business here?
Upon hearing this, the gray-robed elder smiled and explained.
Do you think the major holy lands have been exploring this sacred site for so long just for nothing?
By now, apart from the deepest inner regions, virtually every other area within the sacred site has been thoroughly explored by the major holy lands.
Moreover, they've all established their own secure outposts within the sacred site for their own people to stay.
As he spoke, a hint of fear gradually crept across the old man's face, as if he were recalling something truly terrifying. Within this sacred site, when night falls, you must never leave your secure outpost.
Because every night, the souls of those who once died in battle here transform into vengeful spirits, seeking to claim the lives of outsiders.
Upon hearing the gray-robed elder's explanation,
Zhang and Bei Lingqing's expressions inevitably grew slightly somber. With such a large number of powerful vengeful spirits appearing at night, could it be that this sacred site was once a battlefield in ancient times?
Zhang did not dwell on it, but in his mind, he had already labeled this sacred site as anything but ordinary. A sacred site where a sacred fall had occurred was worth taking seriously. After learning more about the sacred site from the gray-robed elder, the group was finally assembled.
Eventually, led by the gray-robed elder, Zhang, Bei Lingqing, and the rest of the party passed through the entrance and officially entered the sacred site. The moment he stepped inside, Zhang was blinded by the dazzling sunlight streaming down from above. This left him deeply shaken. After all, his true cultivation level was at the peak of the tribulation crossing stage, yet merely stepping into this realm, he was nearly blinded by that dazzling sunlight? Be careful, do not look up at the sun. It is a sacred level golden crow that fell here, its body radiates a golden sacred glow. As the old man in the gray robe spoke, he had already pulled a pair of specially made sunglasses from his robe. Only after putting them on did he slowly open his eyes and explain to the group. He also handed out a pair of these specially made sunglasses to each of them, instructing them to put them on. Zhang took the sunglasses and looked at the old man in the gray robe, feeling resentful inside. You old geezer, are you doing this on purpose, or what? Did you really have to wait until we entered the sacred site to tell us? Sure enough, once Zhang and the others put on the special sunglasses and looked up at the golden sun again, they immediately discovered the corpse of a golden crow with outstretched wings inside. The sacred aura it emitted transformed into wisps of golden sacred light, illuminating the entire sacred site. The primary function of these sunglasses was to block the golden crow's terrifying sacred aura. Therefore, when Zhang and the others looked at their surroundings, the colors appeared normal. At that moment, Zhang stood high above, curiously surveying the sacred site. As far as the eye could see, the area was filled with all kinds of spiritual herbs, spiritual flowers, and trees that had attained sentience. There were even many powerful sentient beings seeming to have attained sentience that, far from fleeing at the sight of Zhang and his companions, continued to leisurely munch on the spiritual herbs. Beyond the forest before him, not far away, Zhang discovered a vast lake. From time to time, spiritual fish would leap from its waters, and the mysterious aura they emitted made Zhang's mouth water involuntarily. Those are young holy fish. Due to prolonged exposure to the golden crow's holy resonance, their flesh has mutated, making them a true elixir. They are every bit as potent as ordinary divine medicines. The old man in the gray robe, seeing everyone's gaze drawn to the golden spirit fish in the distant lake, explained. But don't get your hopes up. Those fish are extremely rare, and having been exposed to this sacred aura for so long, they've become incredibly powerful, far beyond what you could ever capture. However, if you're lucky, you might come across someone selling some spirit fish meat. Buying it at a high price would let you sample its unique flavor. Upon hearing this, Zhang's eyes lit up with a sharp gleam. From the moment he first laid eyes on the young holy fish, he knew it was no ordinary creature. He had already devised several ways to cook it in his mind. This vast lake, surely it hasn't been claimed as private property by any of your major sacred realms, has it? The old man in the gray robe glanced back at Zhang. Seeing the eager look in his eyes, he couldn't help but warn him. You're just a mid-nascent stage cultivator and you dare even think of hunting that young holy fish? Never mind you, even I might not be a match for it. Although he said this, the old man in the gray robe added. However, rest assured, within this sacred site, the major holy lands have a rule: as long as any resources or rare treasures are obtained through one's own abilities, there is no problem at all. In other words, as long as you have the ability to sweep aside the younger generation of the major holy lands and monopolize all the resources in the outer regions of the sacred site, that won't be a problem. As the gray-robed elder spoke these words, he shook his head with a smile. He was merely trying to encourage everyone, not because he actually believed they possessed such strength. However, Zhang's heart was already bursting with joy at the gray-robed elder's words. Since the major holy lands wouldn't interfere in the competition for resources in the outer regions of this sacred site, wouldn't this place essentially become his own private playground? I can't wait. Inside the sacred site, Zhang and his group arrived just as the afternoon was drawing near. The sunlight streaming down from the golden crow's sacred corpse above them was still intense, but it was clearly not as blinding as when they first arrived. It was gradually fading. Fortunately, their group wasn't very far from a nearby outpost of the sword-forging holy sect. Otherwise, once night fell, they would face a massive crisis. Led by the gray-robed elder, Zhang and his companions arrived at this outpost of the sword-forging holy sect. Though called an outpost, it was actually the ruins of a small, ancient, and dilapidated city. However, the tall, well-preserved city walls surrounding it provided just enough shelter for the group.
Securing such a safe outpost came at a considerable cost to our sword-forging holy sect. The gray-robed elder explained to the group.
Within this sacred land, there are numerous city ruins of all sizes.
Inside these ruins, there are not only coveted resources and treasures, but also defenders of considerable strength.
Take this city ruin, for example.
Don't let its small size fool you. To secure this place, our sword-forging holy sect sacrificed more than one core disciple at the peak of the nascent stage.
The group looked puzzled. Couldn't they have just sent a super powerful cultivator to clear it out? Wouldn't that be much more efficient?
The old man in the gray robe seemed to have anticipated this question and immediately added.
It's only natural for you to think that way. After all, I thought the same thing when I first arrived here. However, these city ruins are not as simple as they appear on the surface.
You must understand that these cities have survived since ancient times, having withstood the Holy War. The cities themselves are colossal formations. Not only do they integrate offense and defense, but they also suppress the cultivation levels of any living being within their vicinity to the nascent stage. In other words, to capture this small city, one must rely solely on nascent stage cultivation to defeat the defenders within and gain their recognition. Upon hearing this, Zhang and his companions were deeply shaken, silently marveling that this place truly lived up to its reputation as the site of a saint's fall and a holy war. Even at this first encounter, they had already sensed the extraordinary nature of this place.
Well, I've told you about as much as I can.
Go explore the city on your own to learn more, but remember this above all else: once night falls, do not leave the city under any circumstances.
Rest for the night.
Tomorrow, I'll take you to another outpost of the sword-forging holy sect to meet one of its core disciples.
With that, the old man in the gray robe walked away.
Back where they stood, the group scattered, each setting out to explore the small town. Zhang and his companion were no exception. They discovered that although,
could this be the so-called vengeful spirit?
Zhang felt a slight stir within him. This so-called vengeful spirit appeared, on the surface, no different from a normal human. The only differences were its hollow, lifeless eyes and the aura of death radiating from its entire body, signs that this was someone who had been dead for many years.
But that broken sword on his back is truly extraordinary. It's actually a shattered legendary artifact. A flicker of interest stirred within Zhang.
Although the legendary artifact had been shattered, the materials were genuine. For a master craftsman like him, they held immense value for recycling and reuse. With that thought, Zhang's divine sense once again swept out to scan the surroundings.
Sure enough, he discovered that in just a moment, the area outside the city walls had already been swarming with countless vengeful spirits clad in ancient attire. As far as the eye could see, there were no fewer than 10,000. Some were young, some middle-aged, and some elderly. But what they all had in common was that each carried a weapon of considerable grade, the lowest being a top-tier epic artifact. Facing this terrifying horde of vengeful spirits, Zhang seemed to understand why the old man in the gray robe had warned that the area outside the city was extremely dangerous. Although the power of these vengeful spirits has been suppressed to the peak of the nascent stage, with such a terrifying number, let alone a core disciple of a holy land, I suspect even a saint stage ancestor who lowered their cultivation to the peak of the nascent stage would be in for a harsh lesson. But with so many legendary artifact materials, it would be a waste not to take them. On the city wall, Zhang furrowed his brow slightly. He could even make out several intact legendary artifacts among them, though their divine radiance had been extinguished. Little junior brother, what's wrong?
Beside him, Bei Lingqing noticed Zhang's unusual behavior and asked with concern.
Zhang smiled, waved his hand, and replied. Nothing. Let us go. It's getting late, we should head back and rest. Bei Lingqing nodded.
But just as they were descending from the city walls, intending to return to the city center, they were suddenly drawn in by a scene nearby.
Party up to farm monsters for loot. Anyone want to join a party? Cultivation requirement, peak nascent stage or higher.
Zhang and Bei Lingqing turned to look and discovered that, at some point, a large crowd of young, talented warriors, none of them weak, had already gathered in front of the brightly lit city gate. Each of them wore a confident smile, seemingly paying no heed to their elders' warnings. They were actually planning to form a party and head out of the city to hunt wraiths.
Anyone else?
Our spirit hunting squad is still missing one peak nascent stage expert.
Don't hesitate any longer, everyone.
It's a gamble trading an epic artifact for a legendary artifact.
Why are we here? Isn't it to gain experience?
This opportunity for both fortune and growth is right before our eyes. Why are you all standing still? Even atop that tall building, someone was delivering a passionate, vivid speech that stirred up the enthusiasm of those who had originally just come to watch the spectacle. Swept up in the moment, they quickly joined a spirit hunting squad and headed out of the city. The city was connected to the outside world by a teleportation array, so there was no need to worry about vengeful spirits breaking in.
Little junior brother, you should head back first.
Bei Lingqing's eyes sparkled with determination as she stared at the crowd gathered before the city gates, a flicker of desire stirring within her. Seeing this, Zhang was instantly alarmed and hurried to stop her. Senior sister, there are at least 10,000 vengeful spirits outside the city right now, and every single one of them is armed with a legendary artifact.
You absolutely must not go.
Determined to prevent Bei Lingqing from being brainwashed by that damned orator and rashly leaving the city to hunt spirits, he rattled off all the dangers outside the city in one breath. However, upon hearing his words, Bei Lingqing's expression didn't change in the slightest. Instead, she looked at him with curiosity.
Oh? Junior brother, how do you know all this so clearly?
Hearing, Zhang was momentarily at a loss for words.
To him, in his current guise, he was merely a low-level artifact forging cultivator at the mid-nascent stage. Why would he have such detailed knowledge of the situation outside the city?
Even the many young prodigies currently gathered at the city gate, planning to form teams to hunt spirits outside the city, had only heard that the vengeful spirits there were highly likely to be armed with weapons of considerable quality. As for the exact number of these spirits or their numbers, they were completely in the dark. Zhang was momentarily at a loss for words, but he spoke up anyway.
Never mind how I found this out for now, but given the current situation, leaving the city means certain death.
However, in response to Zhang's warning, Bei Lingqing simply waved her hand lightly and said,
Don't worry.
I wouldn't risk my life lightly. I'm confident I can handle this. As soon as she finished speaking, Bei Lingqing walked down from the city tower alone and headed toward the city gate. But before leaving, she murmured to herself.
Without an unshakable belief, how can one ever reach the pinnacle in the future?
The echo of those words lingered in Zhang's mind, and for a moment, he stood frozen in place.
That's right.
Without an unshakable belief in invincibility and the resolve to overcome setbacks, how can one stand atop the highest peaks in the future?
Are we to simply choose to flee whenever we encounter an unknown enemy? Without fighting, how can we know who is stronger and who is weaker?
Whoosh!
However, just as Zhang's mind cleared and he gradually grasped the true meaning of those words, his entire aura changed instantly.
At that moment, standing where he was, lightning blades surged around him, swirling like a lightning sword poised to pierce the heavens.
What the heck? I've been cultivating the way of lightning, so what on earth is this sword intent I've just grasped?
Feeling the change within himself, Zhang couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness.
Was that all it took to grasp the essence of the sword?
Fortunately, however, this newly grasped sword essence seemed to have fused with his own way of thunder.
Could it be even stronger than before?
With that thought, Zhang gradually wiped the smile from his lips, his expression returning to calm. After descending from the city tower, he made his way toward the city gate.
You're here.
Zhang stood side by side with Bei Lingqing and nodded at her.
Senior sister is right. Without an unshakable belief in invincibility, how can one ever reach the pinnacle in the future? As your junior brother, I certainly won't lag behind.
A strange expression flashed across Bei Lingqing's eyes as she spoke.
Alright then, why don't we compete to see who can hunt down more vengeful spirits this time? Zhang smiled and said. Alright. However, the moment Zhang's words had barely faded, a displeased shout rang out from the side.
What's so great about that?
You're just a measly mid-nascent stage brat. What are you doing standing in our group?
Others have grasped the essence of the sword. What have you grasped?
Get out of the way. Don't hold us up as we leave the city. Ha!
Zhang watched as a young man strode straight into the group and shoved him aside, the look of contempt in his eyes completely unmasked. These days, you really see all kinds of people. Don't they have any sense of their own worth? A mere mid-nascent stage cultivator, and he dares to follow others out of the city? He must be in a hurry to be reincarnated. No way. Zhang watched the man as retreating back, desperately wanting to rush over and teach him a lesson. Who did he think he was looking down on? But in the end, he held back. After all, city regulations prohibited private duels. I'm not going to stoop to your level. Immediately, Zhang made his way to an open area and shouted out loud. Heading out of town to hunt spirits and farm gear. Anyone interested? Hurry up and join my party, I'll take you to new heights. Zhang's sudden shout instantly drew everyone's attention. After all, he was only at the mid-nascent stage, which was incredibly low. Haha, a mid-nascent stage cultivator daring to follow others out of town to hunt spirits? I don't know if that's commendable courage or just courting death. Don't be so quick to judge, maybe he's got some terrifying secret techniques we don't know about. After his shout, the only one who joined him was Bei Lingqing, who left her original party. Little junior brother, looks like everyone thinks you're too weak. Bei Lingqing covered her mouth and chuckled softly. It was the first time she'd seen Zhang get put in his place. Zhang didn't seem to mind, however, and simply replied nonchalantly. It's their loss if they don't come with me. Just wait, they'll regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang paid no further attention to the crowd and led Bei Lingqing straight out of the city. Let us go, time to head out of town and scavenge for gear. The two of them flashed through the teleportation array and appeared directly outside the city gates. The moment they appeared, a vengeful spirit wielding a top-tier epic artifact-level weapon charged at them, swinging wildly. Its might far surpassed that of many peak nascent stage experts. Good timing. Looking at the charging vengeful spirit, Zhang's expression didn't flicker in the slightest as he swung his hammer directly at it. With a loud thud, the wraith, which had been no pushover, let out a piercing shriek and vanished from where it stood, leaving behind only a top-tier epic artifact. Zhang stepped forward, collected the top-tier epic artifact, then pulled several more top-tier epic artifacts from his spatial pouch and handed them to Bei Lingqing. Senior Sister Lingqing, put these on. I forgot to give them to you earlier. It had to be said that Bei Lingqing was truly formidable. Although she was only at the mid-nascent stage, thanks to her profound mastery of the way of the sword, she had effortlessly vanquished a vengeful spirit. Moreover, aided by her sword intent, she was able to sense everything within a 100-meter radius. Bei Lingqing didn't make a fuss after accepting the top-tier epic artifacts Zhang had forged for her. She put them on immediately. A chest plate, a pair of bracers, a pair of nimble boots, and a top-tier long sword. This setup offered defense, offense, and speed in equal measure. It seems the first few teams that left the city have all perished. After Zhang and Bei Lingqing used their formidable strength to eliminate the more than 10 vengeful spirits surrounding the city gates, they cautiously scanned their surroundings and noticed something. Those who had left the city earlier, all young prodigies in teams led by peak nascent stage cultivators, seemed to have all perished not far from the city gates. They hadn't even had time to flee back into the city. It seems these so-called core disciples from the great clans of Central Plains aren't quite what they're cracked up to be. Seeing this scene, Zhang couldn't help but remark. After the brief battle just now, he realized that even with their cultivation levels suppressed to the peak of the nascent stage, these so-called ancient powerhouses weren't nearly as overwhelmingly strong as rumored. Wasn't it still just one vengeful spirit per blow? In just a moment, he had already collected over 10 top-tier epic artifacts and several broken legendary artifacts. However, even though Zhang and his companion could easily dispatch these vengeful spirits, they didn't dare to break out directly. Because once they were trapped in an encirclement, they would face an endless horde of vengeful spirits. Zhang might not fear it, but Bei Lingqing probably wouldn't stand a chance. Therefore, even after a long time had passed, they were still confined to fighting and collecting legendary artifacts within 100 meters of the city gate. As the battle intensified, Zhang seemed to realize why those core disciples from the great clans all at the peak of the nascent stage had been so easily defeated. Just moments ago, he noticed another 10-person squad all composed of peak nascent stage cultivators emerging from the city gates and stepping into the endless darkness beyond the walls. However, what unfolded next was not what Zhang had imagined. He had originally thought these people would easily dispatch the vengeful spirits that suddenly attacked them. But in reality, the moment they stepped outside the city, they acted like headless flies, as if they lost their senses and sense of direction, not even knowing where the people who'd been right beside them just moments ago were. Faced with the vengeful spirits' onslaught, they were slaughtered in a one-sided massacre. I never expected that after nightfall, the darkness outside this city would be so terrifying. Once ordinary cultivators stepped outside the city, it was as if their senses had been blocked. Zhang and Bei Lingqing didn't engage in prolonged combat. After collecting enough legendary and epic artifacts, the two quickly returned to the city. When their figures reappeared within the city, it naturally caused quite a stir. Ha! I never expected these two mid-nascent stage cultivators to return alive. They were even faster than the teams that set out ahead of them. Heh, of course. Just look at their strength, they've got some skills, but just making it back alive is enough to brag about for a while. Those teams that left first will naturally return only after seizing enough opportunities. Two mid-nascent stage cultivators teamed up and still made it back alive? Have the vengeful spirits weakened tonight? Why don't we team up and give it a try too? Ignoring the chatter around them, Zhang and his companion didn't say a word as they walked straight into the city. Some lessons can only be learned through personal experience. Relying solely on words won't just make others disregard your advice, they'll actually think you're standing in the way of their fortune. After returning to an inn in the city, Zhang selected several legendary artifacts and handed them to Bei Lingqing, all of which were suitable for her current level. He then separated the remaining epic and legendary artifacts and used his Dao fire to smelt them down into forging materials. Congratulations, host! You have successfully smelted a top-grade epic artifact and obtained one blueprint for a low-grade epic artifact. However, just as Zhang had finished smelting a broken top-grade epic artifact, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Looking at the epic artifact in his hand, which had transformed into a blueprint, Zhang was momentarily taken aback, then a look of delight spread across his face. I didn't expect the system to have such a reversal and restoration function. For Zhang, this was truly an unexpected windfall. With this, wouldn't he no longer have to worry about artifact blueprints? However, he was still short on crafting materials. But upon further thought, Zhang's face lit up with anticipation as he asked the system in his mind. System, can I directly restore a finished artifact into crafting materials of the same tier? Hint, unless it is a complete artifact, you can only restore it into one random type of crafting material. Hearing the message in his mind, Zhang's heart leapt with joy. This was more than enough. Immediately, he melted down 10 broken top-tier epic artifacts all at once, reverting them into a full set of top-tier epic artifact crafting materials. Ha, I never expected it could even transform according to my own will. Looking at the crafting materials before him, Zhang couldn't help but laugh out loud, then got back to work. Time flew by, and the night passed without incident. After a sleepless night of hard work, Zhang finally finished smelting the last top-grade epic artifact at dawn. So far, he had obtained a total of 3 top-grade epic artifact blueprints, 5 high-grade epic artifact blueprints, and 10 low-grade epic artifact blueprints. As for materials of various grades, he had amassed dozens of them. Whenever he was ready, he could begin crafting artifacts. As the golden crow sun rose, Zhang and his companions put on their special sunglasses once more. Led by the old man in the gray robe, they left the small town and headed toward a nearby major city. Outside the city walls, the swarms of vengeful spirits that had filled the night had long since vanished, as if they had never been there at all. Zhang glanced up at the golden crow sun. Could its presence be protecting them? I heard the two of you left the city last night? Just as Zhang was deep in thought, the gray-robed elder suddenly appeared beside them, a smile on his face. Hee, your strength is truly formidable. You've reached the saint stage. Without waiting for a reply, the old man in the gray robe couldn't help but express his admiration.
According to him, anyone capable of leaving the city at night to battle vengeful spirits and successfully returning alive was invariably a renowned super genius from one of the great clans or a sacred land, all of whom were being groomed as successors. With that in mind, the old man in the gray robe, without the others noticing, secretly slipped a spirit talisman brimming with life energy into the hands of both Zhang and Bei Lingqing, and quietly informed them. The place you're heading to with the core disciples of the holy sect will be extremely dangerous. I can see that both of you possess exceptional talent, and I cannot bear to see you perish here. These are life talismans that can save your lives. However, my authority is limited, so I only have single-use talismans. Take good care of them, my young friends. Zhang watched the gray-robed elder return to the front of the group, his feelings somewhat mixed for a moment. Why did it feel like this old man was giving them his last will and testament ahead of time? Shaking his head, Zhang didn't dwell on it and handed his life talisman directly to Bei Lingqing. With his cultivation at the peak of the tribulation crossing stage, he had absolutely no use for such items. Just as Zhang and his party were heading toward the colossal city, deep within the sacred site, before a super holy city radiating holy radiance, 5 sizable groups stood. Everyone, summon your respective saint stage ancestors to descend. This super holy city is far beyond what we can breach on our own. The sacred site, the forged holy city. Led by the old man in the gray robe, Zhang and his group successfully arrived at the gates of this colossal city. The moment they approached the ruins of this massive ancient city, they sensed an extremely potent aura of the Tao. This stronghold is one of the larger cities our sword-forging holy sect has ever conquered. Its interior is so vast, it's like a small world. After briefly explaining this situation to Zhang and the others, the gray-robed elder led them into the city, informing them that the holy sect's core disciple had long been waiting inside. As soon as they entered the massive city, the group sensed the extraordinary nature of these ruins. Walking through the city, they felt as if they were being cleansed by a mysterious force, an experience that brought them immense benefits. It is said that during that ancient battle, a saint once healed his wounds here, imbuing this city with a trace of sacred aura. Anyone within these walls is enveloped by that sacred aura, allowing their cultivation to yield twice the results with half the effort. The old man in the gray robe led the way while offering this explanation. He clearly relished the sensation, as this was evidently not his first visit. As a cultivator at the peak of the tribulation crossing realm, Zhang naturally sensed this sacred aura most acutely. Although this sacred aura could help cultivators below the saint level achieve twice the results with half the effort, he himself did not share that perspective. In his view, it was ultimately nothing more than the insights gained by others during their ascension to sainthood. While it was feasible to draw inspiration from it to comprehend his own path, simply copying it blindly and becoming obsessed with the thrill of rapid cultivation progress could easily derail his future. Therefore, regarding this sacred resonance, Zhang merely silently contemplated the underlying principles and insights, comparing them to his own Thunder Tao. After all, he was about to undergo the saint stage tribulation, and being able to explore his path ahead in advance was invaluable. It must be said that the prosperity of this metropolis was in no way inferior to that of Dongzhou City. Along the way, Zhang discovered many valuable items. For instance, there was that intact legendary artifact, the divine herbs he had just harvested, and heaven-grade cultivation techniques, everything one could possibly need to satisfy any requirement. Amidst the constant flow of people, the crowd buzzed with activity. Before long, led by the old man in the gray robe, the group arrived at an exquisite pavilion in the heart of the city. Young Master Tian, everyone has arrived. Inside the pavilion, this floor had been exclusively reserved by Xiao Tian, a core disciple of the sword-forging holy sect. At that moment, he turned around, looked at Zhang and his party with a smile, and said warmly, "Hee, thank you all for your hard work on the journey. This is the welcome banquet I've prepared for you." The moment Xiao Tian finished speaking, a maidservant standing beside him pulled back the curtain to reveal the scene within and invited everyone to take their seats. Wow, that's really generous. The group's eyes lit up as they looked at the welcome banquet prepared for them behind the curtain. The stone table was already laden with all manner of spiritual fruits and wines, as well as numerous spiritual meats and ingredients radiating a misty glow, such as the young holy fish they'd seen upon arriving at this sacred site, now sliced into small pieces and arranged on platters. There were even several varieties of divine fruits, cut into chunks and exuding an enticing fragrance that tantalized everyone's taste buds. Brother Xiaotian, you truly live up to your reputation as a successor of a sacred land. You sure know how to treat us. We're deeply grateful. The group was inwardly stunned by the table laden with such costly delicacies, but as core disciples of major clans in Central Plains, they maintained their composure, taking their seats with grace and sipping their wine and nibbling at the food in small, measured bites. However, there was one person who stood out as a complete misfit in this elegant scene: Zhang. Faced with a table full of rare and exotic delicacies, only a fool would maintain composure and elegance. With so many sacred items present, even a single one taken to the outside world would be enough to spark a bloody battle among countless cultivators. But right now, Xiaotian was using them to attract the crowd, and Zhang couldn't care less about that. With so many good things, he was going to stuff them into his own stomach first and worry about the rest later. Especially that Yangsheng fish, due to prolonged exposure to the sacred aura emanating from the golden crow's corpse, its mutated flesh had actually developed faint traces of sacred aura patterns. Zhang wasted no time. He grabbed a handful and shoved it straight into his mouth, all while snatching up large chunks of divine fruit and gulping down divine wine. Standing nearby, Bei Lingqing watched Zhang's behavior, her mind filled with exasperation, and couldn't help but whisper a reminder. "Little junior brother, mind your manners." However, in response to Bei Lingqing's reminder, Zhang mumbled indistinctly. "Senior sister Lingqing, don't try to talk me out of it. You'd better get moving too. These are all divine delicacies, and they'll be of immense benefit to you. Since they're treating us to these, it means they're not short on these divine treasures. Why should we be polite? Just dig in. After all, once this opportunity is gone, it won't come back." As he spoke to Bei Lingqing, Zhang picked up the plate of delicate, dainty divine fruits closest to him and began drinking them down as if they were water. Seeing this, Bei Lingqing couldn't help but press her slender hand to her forehead, a wry smile forming in her heart. "I know how precious these things are, but just grabbing the whole plate like that's never mind. It's all for the sake of becoming stronger." Once their minds were in sync, Bei Lingqing gradually let go of his inhibitions and began to flaunt the divine treasures with gusto. Meanwhile, across from them, not only Xiaotian but also the group of core disciples from the great clans who had accompanied him were staring at Zhang and Bei Lingqing with their mouths agape. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Were these guys reincarnated as starving ghosts? How could they be so shameless? But soon, the core disciples of those great clans realized what was happening, because in just a moment, the top-tier divine fruits, divine wines, and the most prized Yangsheng fish were nearly gone. "Damn it, can't you show a little martial virtue?" Once these core disciples from the great clans realized what was happening, they immediately couldn't help but curse Zhang 10,000 times in their hearts. But aside from a few who gradually set aside their so-called pride, the rest continued to maintain their composure and elegance. At that moment, Xiaotian also gradually came to his senses. Watching this scene, he not only shook his head with a wry smile but also said, Brother Zhang, feel free to take your time eating. I don't have much else here, but there's plenty of this stuff. And you fellow cultivators, there's no need to be so concerned about saving face. Any single one of these items, if taken outside, would be enough to spark bloodshed and carnage, but here within this sacred site, there's more than enough. Go ahead and drink and eat to your heart's content. The moment Xiaotian finished speaking, the disciples of the great clans who had been maintaining their composure immediately thought to themselves, damn it, why didn't you say there'd be plenty? In an instant, what had started as a simple welcome banquet turned into a veritable feast of gluttony. Countless divine fruits, divine wines, and other rare delicacies were brought to the table for everyone to enjoy. Finally, as night gradually fell, the group patted their distended bellies with satisfaction, their faces radiant with divine light. Brother Xiaotian, you're so generous. If you ever need anything in the future, just ask. Everyone was now enveloped in a thick aura of divine energy. Xiaotian was no exception. From a distance, they looked as if immortals had descended to the mortal realm. Clearly, after consuming such a massive amount of divine essence, its effects were beginning to take hold. Countless strands of divine essence filled everyone's bodies, helping them refine themselves and deepen their insights and cultivation. For instance, the core disciples of the great clans who had previously been merely in the late nascent stage had now all reached the peak of the nascent stage. Moreover, they had all entered a state of enlightenment. Even Bei Lingqing was enveloped in divine substances. A mighty sword intent radiated from him unconsciously. His cultivation had quietly reached the late nascent stage, and his understanding of the way of the sword seemed to have deepened further. As for Zhang, since his true cultivation had already reached the peak of the tribulation crossing stage, consuming such a large quantity of divine substances did not benefit him as much as it did the others, though it was not without effect. For instance, every bit of flesh and blood within Zhang's body now radiated a crystalline glow. He had clearly undergone another baptism of divine essence, emerging even stronger. When it comes to divine treasures like these, the more, the better. Although the improvement was modest, Zhang did not turn his nose up at it. Brother Xiao Tian, why didn't you invite me to the banquet? Inside the room, everyone was currently enveloped and cleansed by the divine substance, undergoing a transformation. But just then, an untimely voice, laced with a hint of sarcasm, drifted in from outside the room. Immediately, everyone snapped out of their dazed state and glared menacingly toward the entrance. A young man dressed in a magnificent yellow robe, holding a folding fan and wearing a faint smile, entered the room. He wasn't alone. He was accompanied by a young, beautiful woman dressed in light, airy attire, as well as two others. Tian Yun? What are you doing here? You're not welcome here, leave. Xiao Tian furrowed his brow, glaring at the sudden intruders with hostility in his eyes. The newcomers were none other than Tian Yun of the Tianfeng Empire and Gu Shuang of the Gu clan. As for the remaining two, Zhang recognized them at a glance. They were Yu Yun and Zhou Tian. When the two had first met him, some conflict had arisen between them. After parting ways, they had even revealed his whereabouts and other details to members of the Bei clan of swordsmen. Zhang had just been thinking that the next time he ran into them, he'd teach them a proper lesson, but he hadn't expected to encounter them so soon. However, he didn't rush to act. Instead, he watched silently, sensing that there seemed to be a significant conflict between Xiao Tian and Tian Yun. Yu Yun and Zhou Tian, of course, also spotted Zhang and Bei Lingqing immediately. A flicker of fear crossed their eyes, but it vanished quickly, and they regained their composure. Since they now belonged to Tian Yun's faction, they naturally had no reason to fear Zhang and his group. A faint smile played on Tian Yun's lips as he looked at Xiao Tian and said calmly, Brother Xiao Tian, you're being too formal. I've come here on behalf of the Dawi Holy Land to discuss a partnership with you. Having said that, Tian Yun added, after we capture the great city, the sacred artifact blueprint inside will belong to your sword-forging holy sect. Your broken sacred artifact will go to our Dawi Holy Land. As for the other resources, we'll split them evenly between our two sections. How does that sound? With a smile on his face, Tian Yun fixed his gaze on Xiao Tian, waiting for his response. However, as soon as Xiao Tian finished hearing his words, he immediately replied coldly. This great city was first discovered and marked by our sword-forging holy sect. Does your Dawi Holy Land intend to muscle in on this? Have you forgotten the agreement between the major holy lands? Leave. You are not welcome here. If we happen to cross paths within the city, we'll settle it by our own merits. Xiao Tian had already issued an order to turn them away. Tian Yun was taken aback, and a chill gradually crept onto his face. He had come in good faith, yet he never expected the other party to be so ungrateful. Sword holy sect, I hope you don't come to regret today's decision. Gu Shuang of the ancient clan cast a cold glance at the crowd, then immediately turned and left. As for Yu Yun and Zhou Tian, they had originally intended to give the crowd a cold glance before striding away with flair, but upon seeing the icy stares from Zhang and his companion, they instantly shrank back and abandoned the idea. Wait. Did I say you could leave? However, just as Yu Yun and Zhou Tian were about to turn and walk away, Zhang's icy voice suddenly rang out in the room. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but turn their heads, staring at Zhang with expressions of surprise and suspicion, thinking to themselves, what kind of trouble is this kid suddenly causing? Tian Yun and Gu Shuang, in particular, who had already reached the doorway, turned back and glared coldly at Zhang. What? Do you have a problem with that? However, in response to Tian Yun's words, Zhang merely replied indifferently, "Did I say anything to you? Why are you so quick to take it personally?" He then turned his cold gaze directly toward Yu Yun and Zhou Tian. "You!" Tian Yun pointed his finger at Zhang, his face flushed red with anger. What was he doing? Sticking his face right in front of the other guy just to be mocked? Fine. I'll remember this. With that, he quickly left with Gusong. As for Yu Yun and Zhou Tian, whom Zhang had called back, he simply ignored them. Whatever conflict they had, let them sort it out themselves. In any case, Tian Yun had no intention of staying any longer. It had already been humiliating enough. Seeing that Tian Yun had abandoned them and left, Yu Yun and Zhou Tian's hearts sank instantly, and their faces turned as sour as bitter melons. Brother Long, let us talk this out calmly, don't resort to violence, okay? As they watched Zhang closing in on them, panic surged through them. This guy had even dared to kill core disciples from the Bei clan sword sector clan known as a minor Holy Land, so what chance did they, mere disciples from ordinary great clans, stand? Consequently, they were terrified to the extreme. They genuinely feared that Zhang might, on a whim, smash them to pieces with a single blow. However, Zhang was seething with pent-up anger and certainly wasn't he going to let them off easily. Once he got close, he leaped forward and beat the two of them senseless. Only after leaving them half dead did he finally feel a sense of relief. You two aren't good at much else, but you sure are good at snitching, aren't you? Yu Yun and Zhou Tian, their faces now bruised and swollen, knelt on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. Lord Long, we were wrong. Please spare our lives, we'll never do it again. If Lord Long is willing, we'll follow you for the rest of our days. Zhang felt a wave of disgust wash over him and cut them off immediately. What use would two grown men be to me? Speak up. Do your Zhou family and the Yuming sect have any strongholds within this great city? From his recent conversation with Xiao Tian and the others, he had learned that although the sword-forging holy sect held primary control over this great city, other holy sect factions were also permitted to establish their own strongholds within it. After all, the holy site was so vast that a single stronghold simply wouldn't suffice. However, establishing a base here simply required paying a fee. Upon hearing this, Yu Yun and Zhou Tian immediately nodded eagerly. Brother Long, we do. What are your orders, Brother Long? Zhang looked impatient and said. Stop all this nonsense. Hurry up and lead the way. Both the Zhou family and the Yuming sect are powerful clans backed by sacred lands. Surely their strongholds must be filled with all manner of rare and wondrous treasures? Within Castle of the Saints, night was gradually falling. The vast city was shrouded in endless darkness, yet within its walls, countless lights illuminated the city as if it were broad daylight. Inside the pavilion, Yu Yun and Zhou Tian immediately understood what Zhang intended to do upon hearing his words. But they dared not show the slightest resistance. Didn't they see that he was clutching a hammer in his hand? Everyone, it's been a pleasure spending time with you today. Let us meet again another day. After bidding farewell to Xiao Tian, Zhang, accompanied by Bei Lingqing, followed Yu Yun and Zhou Tian as they hurried toward the strongholds of the Zhou family and the Yuming sect. However, before leaving, Xiao Tian handed Zhang a divine conch shell used for communication. While fellow Daoist Zhang is truly bold. Is he actually planning to raid the strongholds of the Zhou family and the Yuming sect? Inside the room, everyone watched Zhang's receding figure with faint smiles on their faces, making no move to stop him. After all, they'd seen this sort of thing many times before. How could the strongholds of a great clan be so easy to raid? They were usually guarded by powerful experts. Besides, no one would be so foolish as to pick a fight with a great clan backed by a sacred land just for the sake of it. Xiao Tian sat where he was, watching Zhang's retreating figure, lost in thought. In the city, on the streets. Yu Yun and Zhou Tian led the way at a brisk pace, while Zhang and Bei Lingqing followed closely behind, taking in the city's night scenery. Are we there yet? Don't tell me you're trying to pull some tricks? Zhang kicked each of them once on the butt. Up ahead, Yu Yun and Zhou Tian were seething with frustration and anger, but they dared not lash out. They could only meekly reply. Almost there, Lord Long. However, as they spoke, a cold smile flashed across their minds. The suppressing effect of this massive city merely capped everyone's cultivation at the peak of the divine stage. Therefore, once they reached the two clans' strongholds, divine stage experts would step in and strike down Zhang and his companion with lightning-fast precision. "Humph, let you strut around for a bit. You'll be begging for mercy on your knees in a moment." Finally, not far ahead, a magnificent palace came into view from a distance. It resembled a small city. "Little junior brother, aren't we taking a bit too much of a risk?" Bei Lingqing gazed at the grand palace, a hint of gravity flashing through her beautiful eyes. After all, she knew full well that this colossal city merely suppressed everyone's cultivation to the peak of the divine stage. As a great clan backed by a sacred land, how could such a stronghold possibly lack powerful cultivators stationed there? However, upon hearing this, Zhang turned around and cast an exceptionally calm glance at Bei Lingqing before saying, "Hee, senior sister, don't worry. They won't be able to make much of a splash. I have a precious treasure bestowed upon me by my master." Bei Lingqing watched Zhang's retreating figure, a sense of doubt welling up inside her. "Another precious treasure bestowed by my master? Little junior brother, could it be that your master is actually you yourself?" Come to think of it, it seemed that every time they encountered a situation they couldn't handle, Zhang would step in to resolve it, and each time, he'd fobber off with the excuse of a precious treasure bestowed by my master. However, before Bei Lingqing could dwell on it further, their group had already arrived at the foot of the palace. "Who goes there? How dare you trespass into the Zhou family's restricted area?" The guards in front of the palace spotted the group immediately, their faces filled with wariness as they barked orders at them. Whoosh! However, just as Zhou Tian thought he could counter Zhang, everything suddenly went black before his eyes. To his shock, he discovered that the guard had already collapsed unconscious on the ground. As Zhang, he led Bei Lingqing straight into the palace with long strides, as if entering his own backyard. The moment the two stepped inside, the scenery before their eyes shifted. Is this actually a small divine realm? Zhang was inwardly astonished and puzzled. He hadn't expected that this palace, which looked ordinary on the outside, would conceal a hidden realm within. "How dare you? How dare you trespass into the Zhou family's restricted area?" Whoosh! From deep within the miniature divine realm, as soon as Zhang and Bei Lingqing appeared, several figures radiating powerful auras darted toward them. To their astonishment, they were several divine stage-level super powerhouses. "Ancestor, you must stand up for your disciple. These two held my life hostage and forced me to lead them into our clan's stronghold. They have sinister intentions." Zhou Tian and Yu Yun suddenly rushed in through the palace entrance. The moment they laid eyes on the divine stage ancestor, they were instantly reassured and began frantically listing Zhang's transgressions. Several divine stage ancestors of the Zhou clan shot Zhou Tian and Yu Yun a cold glance. With a sweeping gesture of their hands, they pulled the two behind them, then fixed their icy gazes on Zhang. "You two mere late nascent stage upstarts dare to imitate others and attempt a robbery? Didn't your elders teach you that there are some factions you simply cannot afford to offend?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a divine stage powerhouse reached out through the air to grab Zhang and his companion. However, watching this scene, Zhang simply picked his ear with his finger and said with an air of impatience, "Are you done with your last words?" Boom! Immediately afterward, Zhang stomped his foot violently. The divine stage ancestors in front of him looked utterly horrified as they exploded into a mist of blood that filled the sky. How is this possible? In the distance, Yu Yun and his companion watched the scene, their faces frozen in horror as they stood rooted to the spot. In their eyes, the divine stage ancestors who were so high and mighty had actually perished simply from a single stomp of his foot? It was only after a long while that Yu Yun and Zhou Tian gradually came to their senses, staring at Zhang with terror in their eyes, their legs numb with fear. Zhang cast a casual glance their way, then took a single stride forward, vanishing from where he stood and reappearing at the core of this small cave heaven. A small cave heaven with a half-sacred. The Zhou family's resources are quite substantial. Zhang swept his hand, using his immense magical power to erase the Zhou family's mark from the palace and replace it with his own. From that moment on, the small cave realm belonged to him, Zhang. As for Zhou Tian and his companion, after Zhang had left, Bei Lingqing, acting quite sensibly, drew her long sword and eliminated them both. Let us go to the Yuming sect. Zhang appeared, gave Bei Lingqing a faint smile, and then the two left the area, heading toward the Yomi sect's stronghold before gradually disappearing into the darkness. As for the area that had once been so bustling, with the palace's disappearance, it too returned to darkness, as if it had never existed. Along the way, both remained silent, as if they had reached some unspoken understanding. Senior Sister Lingqing, isn't there anything you want to say? Finally, Zhang could no longer hold back and asked directly. Bei Lingqing was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then gave a soft chuckle. The precious treasure your master bestowed upon you, junior brother Zhang, is truly impressive. Zhang was momentarily speechless. It seemed she already knew something, but intended to let things be, which was just fine. The Yomi sect's stronghold was also a small cave residence at the semi-sacred artifact level. Zhang didn't hesitate to claim it for himself. Back at his quarters, Zhang gazed at the dazzling array of treasures and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It had to be said that these two great clans, backed by sacred lands, had truly amassed a great many treasures and opportunities during their searches of the sacred sites over the past few months. The shattered legendary artifacts and various rare materials alone were piled up like small mountains. There was even a spirit lake within the palace, flanked by numerous divine herbs. Finally, Zhang selected many items from the two palaces that were suitable for Bei Lingqing's cultivation. After handing them to her, he returned to his own room. He felt it was time to head to the uninhabited lands to undergo the tribulation and ascend to sainthood. Central Plains, the Sacred Realm. The location of Demon Path Mountain. This place hung high above the world in a realm of void, devoid of mana, surrounded by utter silence. Nothing existed here save for the boundless meteorites. And at this moment, in the very center of that void, stood a massive black mountain 10,000 zhang tall, Demon Path Mountain. The massive black mountain exuded waves of ancient and malevolent energy. Even after 10,000 years, it remained as it had been in days of old. Not far from the base of Mount Tao of Demons, 5 sky-piercing stone pillars stood in a circle. Each pillar was densely engraved with mysterious runes as secret energies coursed through them. They held Mount Tao of Demons in check. At the tops of the 5 pillars sat 5 desolate figures, cross-legged like clay or wooden sculptures, as if they had been guarding this place for 10,000 years. Boom! However, just recently, this void which had lain silent for 10,000 years suddenly erupted with a series of thunderous roars, as if the very fabric of space were trembling. Whoosh! Upon the stone pillars, the 5 sculpted figures abruptly opened their eyes. As dust rained down, 5 gazes so terrifying they could tear apart heaven and earth fixed upon the depths of the void. The tremors ceased. At that moment, deep within the void, a massive spatial fissure appeared out of nowhere, and immediately afterward, an ancient, slender lamp emitting a wisp of chaotic energy slowly materialized from within it. At the same time, 9 figures radiating overwhelming auras, their faces etched with icy indifference, emerged from the spatial fissure in the wake of the lamp. Is this the boundary-shattering lamp? Near Demon Path Mountain, the 5 sacred ones stationed there stared in shock at the newly appeared boundary-shattering lamp, their hearts filled with grave concern. This boundary-shattering lamp was a legendary tier, top-grade sacred artifact, a transcendent object capable of piercing a passage between 2 realms. Send a message to the outside world immediately. Demon Path Mountain is in grave danger. The 5 saints hail from 5 different holy lands within the Holy Land realm. They were here to fulfill a pact. Every so often, each would dispatch a saint to guard the 5 demon clan sovereigns dwelling beneath Demon Path Mountain. Since our clan has chosen to strike at your Demon Path Mountain, how could we possibly be unprepared? Across from them, deep within the void, a demon clan sage let out a cold smile. He then summoned a pearl radiating wisps of chaotic energy, which vanished directly into the void. A top-tier sacred artifact, the Realm Anchor? Near Demon Path Mountain, the 5 sages from the 5 sacred realms' expressions changed drastically in an instant. Another legendary tier, top-grade sacred artifact. Although this Realm Anchor possessed no offensive capabilities of its own, it was capable of sealing off an entire realm. This meant that, at this very moment, their retreat was completely cut off. No matter how formidable their abilities might be, they would be unable to call for reinforcements.
Furthermore, with the realm anchor in the hands of the demon clan, their own strength would inevitably be significantly weakened by its presence.
Let us move.
The sacred site probably won't be able to hold out much longer before it's exposed. The leading demon clan sage, holding the realm-shattering lamp, spoke indifferently. Immediately, the 8 demon clan sages behind him all broke into cruel grins. Each summoned a sacred artifact and fixed their sights on the 5 sages guarding Demon Path Mountain. For the demon clan's grand plan spanning 10,000 years, you 5 shall be our first sacrificial offerings. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the 5 demon clan saints, each wielding a sacred artifact and radiating terrifying power, charged toward their opponents.
Let the battle begin. On Demon Path Mountain, the 5 saints from the 5 great holy lands stared coldly at the charging demon clan saints.
Each of them also produced a sacred artifact, preparing to meet the enemy. Clearly, they had long since steeled themselves for death. Not only had the demon clan brought 2 super sacred artifacts this time, but they had also dispatched 9 saints.
Such thorough preparation left the 5 men utterly stunned.
Especially the appearance of the realm-shattering lamp and the realm anchor. Rumor had it that these 2 super sacred artifacts had vanished from the wasteland realm tens of thousands of years ago. Some claimed they had been taken back to the upper realm by a mysterious powerhouse, but this had never been confirmed. Now that these 2 super sacred artifacts had suddenly reappeared and were in the demon clan's possession, could it be that someone from the upper realm had descended? 1,000 thoughts raced through the 5 men's minds, their imaginations ran wild. But before they could dwell on it further, the 5 demon clan saints, wielding their sacred artifacts, charged straight at them.
In an instant, 5 terrifying super battlefields materialized within this void.
As for the remaining 4 demon clan saints, led by the demon clan powerhouse wielding the boundary-shattering lamp, they arrived before the towering Demon Path Mountain, which soared 10,000 jang high. The 4 then sat cross-legged on the spot, forming a strange formation. They continuously channeled secret energy to break the seal on Demon Path Mountain, intending to release the 5 suppressed demon clan sovereigns. However, the people of the 5 great holy lands were unaware of what was unfolding in that void space.
East Continent.
Deep within the sacred site, before a super holy city. After the vanguard forces of the 5 great holy lands summoned their own saint stage ancestors to descend, they wasted no time and charged straight in. This super holy city was one of the largest super cities within this sacred site. Legend has it that during the Great War of ancient times, this super holy city served as one of the frontline strongholds, housing countless saints who cultivated and fought from within. Now, with the passage of time, countless terrifying figures of the saint level have perished within this super holy city, turning it into a forbidden zone within the sacred site. But at this very moment, forces from the 5 great holy lands with their saint stage ancestors personally leading the charge stormed into the city, their bodies drenched in blood, the scene utterly gruesome. In particular, the saint stage ancestors of the 5 clans, though immensely powerful, capable of wiping out a large group of super guardians at the peak of the tribulation stage or above with a single strike, were still wounded when faced with the attacks of several guardian-level saint tier leaders. Holy blood rained down from the sky, instantly annihilating a vast number of super powerful warriors who had survived the first and second trials of the saint stage.
Do you sense it? One of the saint stage elders looked at the other 4 and asked.
The 4 nodded, a fleeting look of gravity crossing their faces.
It seems to be that legendary holy artifact. The 5 exchanged glances, then charged forward with even greater ferocity.
If this super sacred artifact were indeed the legendary boundary-shattering lamp, then their 5 sacred lands would have the power to pierce through the wilderness realm and the upper realm, thereby channeling the power of the upper realm's cosmic laws to purify themselves and take their strength to the next level. But alas, there were simply too many saint-level guardians within this super holy city. Even though some of them had come armed with sacred artifacts, they found it difficult to break through for the time being.
Sacred Site, Outer Perimeter.
Inside the forged holy city, as the sky was just beginning to lighten, Zhang left a letter. As far as he knew, when ordinary people faced the trials of the saint stage, the thunderclouds rarely exceeded 1,000 zhang in size. How was it that, for him, it had started at 10,000 zhang? And to think, he was only facing the physical body trial, the first of the 3 trials of the saint stage.
Just how terrifying would the subsequent saint soul trial and foundation trial be? Zhang dared not dwell on it. With a darkness glow of thunder coursing through his body, he fought with all his might against the endless, terrifying, destructive thunderbolts. A single thunderbolt striking down was enough to cause the mountain peaks within 1,000 zhang radius to shatter inch by inch, and the earth to split open into bottomless fissures. The heavenly tribulation continued. High above, amidst the surging 10 zhang thick thunderclouds, an even more terrifying bolt of lightning seemed to be brewing. Zhang looked up and saw dozens of massive bolts of lightning suddenly emerge from the thunderclouds, then hurtle furiously toward him. Holy crap! Watching this scene, Zhang couldn't help but blurt out an exclamation, then gave it his all. These endless heavenly thunderbolts were filled with an aura of destruction. The slightest misstep would mean certain death and the annihilation of his cultivation. Fortunately, while refining a legendary artifact in Dongzhou City earlier, Zhang had accidentally encountered the legendary Thunder Pool and imprinted some fragmented shards of thunder rules within his body. As a result, such thunder not only failed to cause him any substantial harm but actually used the thunder attribute power contained within to temper his physical body. Bring it on! Zhang's entire body was charred black, and he grimaced in pain, but he still defiantly raised his head to challenge the celestial tribulation. Forget it. To save you the trouble of gathering your strength, I'll just walk right into it for you to strike. In the blink of an eye, Zhang shot straight up into the sky, charging headlong into the 10 zhang thick thunderclouds, defying the storm raging all around him. Boom! The moment Zhang's figure appeared there, the countless bolts of lightning in the vicinity suddenly erupted into chaos. They transformed into massive thunder dragons, all charging furiously toward Zhang. However, faced with those countless thunder dragons filling the sky, Zhang showed not the slightest trace of panic. Instead, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hee, bring it on! As he channeled the heavenly thunder art, the fragments of the thunder law engraved within his body glowed, instantly transforming the surging thunder dragons into pure thunder energy, which Zhang absorbed into his body. That feels good. Zhang could clearly feel his physical body growing even stronger. Boom! Suddenly, a sense of foreboding welled up in Zhang's heart, and his body immediately shifted sideways. In an instant, a thick purple bolt of lightning struck the spot where he had been standing just moments before. Purple heavenly lightning? Startled, Zhang looked up and saw an ancient, weathered pool, about a zhang in size, faintly visible high within the 10 zhang tall thunderclouds. The purple bolt of lightning from moments ago had poured forth from that very pool. The celestial thunder pool has appeared again? The moment he saw the ancient, rustic pool, Zhang's heart swelled with excitement and delight. After all, fragments of the thunder law resided within it. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang braved the barrage of purple lightning and rushed to the ancient pool, then stepped right into it. He knew deep down that the celestial thunder pool was a transcendent phenomenon, one that could be encountered but not sought, and that it could vanish into the void at any moment. He had to seize this hard-won opportunity. Inside the celestial thunder pool, Zhang sat cross-legged, gulping down the purple thunder dew. It transformed into streams of pure thunder energy, purifying his physical body and solidifying the foundations of his thunder Dao. Sure enough, when he dipped his head into the pool, he discovered several fragments of thunder rules glimmering at the bottom. However, the fragments he encountered now were more complete than the ones he had found earlier in Dongzhou City. With that in mind, Zhang hesitated not a moment. He dived straight to the bottom of the pool, approached the fragments of the thunder law, closed his eyes, and sat cross-legged, attempting to engrave them within his body. Zhang sat cross-legged in the void, immersed in the baptism of the golden pillar, his face radiating pure enjoyment. He could clearly feel his physical body gradually becoming incredibly powerful. He even had the illusion that he could kill a saint-level with a single punch. At the same time, the instant this golden pillar of light descended, nearly everyone within the outer perimeter of the sacred site witnessed this terrifying pillar radiating a divine glow. Is this the baptism of holy light? Is someone undergoing the saint stage tribulation on the outskirts of this sacred site? This is clearly someone who has passed the first physical tribulation and is now receiving the favor of the Tao, the baptism of holy light. It's said that a physical body bathed in the baptism of holy light becomes unprecedentedly powerful. A single punch could easily wipe out a large group of peak tribulation crossing experts. Whoa!
No wonder he is a super powerful expert who has passed the first tribulation. He is truly terrifying. The crowd stared in shock at the pillar of light reaching toward the heavens, unable to suppress their gasps of awe. After surviving the first tribulation of the saint stage, these individuals truly rank among the absolute elite within the entire wasteland realm. Such powerhouses would be considered high-ranking elders even within a sacred land. At the same time, deep within the sacred site, inside the super-sacred city, the 5 saint-stage ancestors currently locked in battle with the saint-level guardians seemed to sense something one after another. They turned their heads to glance in Zhang's direction. Nearly complete rule power. Is a new saint about to be born? The uninhabited region. The baptism of holy light. The first tribulation of the saint stage was gradually drawing to a close. Zhang remained seated in the void, carefully sensing the changes within himself. He discovered that at this moment, every inch of flesh and blood within his body was shimmering with holy light, and an incredibly rich vitality was emerging, endless and unceasing, as if it would never fade. Furthermore, he found that his physical body, having undergone the holy light baptism, had become far more attuned to the perception and interaction with the forces of the rules of the heavens and earth. Is this what it means to attain sainthood through the physical body? A delighted smile spread across Zhang's face as he unleashed a punch, a massive rift right through the surrounding space. The power of a single punch was truly terrifying. No wonder there is a consensus in the cultivation world that those below the saint stage are mere ants. Zhang had only just survived the first tribulation of the saint stage, yet already possessed such terrifying power. Just how awe-inspiring would he be once he attained the rank of saint? He dared not imagine it. System, release those 600 years of cultivation. After recovering slightly, Zhang once again sat cross-legged where he stood and thought to himself. Since he was at the peak of his condition, he would go ahead and pass 2 tribulations in one go, aiming to comprehend a complete thunder rule. Congratulations, host. You have received the 600-year cultivation reward. As the 600-year cultivation reward flowed into his body, Zhang immediately felt himself grow significantly stronger. However, the 600-year reward only raised his cultivation level to the late stage of the first tribulation. Zhang furrowed his brow slightly. Only this much progress in 600 years? But he quickly let it go after reaching the peak of the tribulation stage. Cultivators primarily rely on comprehending the power of the laws to improve themselves. Still, he wasn't the least bit flustered. If I'm short on cultivation rewards, I'll just forge artifacts instead. Immediately, Zhang retrieved some legendary artifact materials from the system space, tossed them directly into the Dao fire, and began forging. At Zhang's current cultivation level, when it came to artifact forging, he could craft any item except those of the sacred artifact tier or higher exactly as he wished. In other words, as long as he had enough materials, he could freely craft any weapon below the sacred artifact tier. As a result, it didn't take long for Zhang to craft 3 legendary artifacts. Congratulations, host. You have successfully crafted 3 legendary artifacts, earning a cult reward of 1,000 years and 300 years of insight into the way of thunder. Zhang thought to himself. System, use the 300-year cultivation reward first, save the rest for me. Immediately, as the 300-year cultivation reward was infused into him, Zhang instantly felt a powerful aura radiating from within his body. Boom! At the same time, the thunderclouds that had only recently dissipated began to slowly reappear. The thunder roared across the sky, as if the end of the world had come. It's here already? Zhang was startled. He realized that the second tribulation of the saint stage, the saint soul tribulation, had not only arrived so quickly, but the scale of the thunderclouds was more than several times larger than that of the first tribulation, reaching a terrifying 5-10,000 zhang. Isn't this a bit too much? Zhang furrowed his brow slightly. At the same time, in the ruins of several cities closest to this uninhabited region, some young cultivators who had originally planned to leave the city to train and seek opportunities saw the once clear sky suddenly fill with dark clouds, casting a gloomy shadow. Thinking night had fallen, they were immediately terrified and rushed back into the city. What is going on? Is the weather about to change at the sacred site? Such massive thunderclouds!
The people in several cities stared in horror at the boundless thunderclouds, too afraid to leave the city for fear of being struck by lightning. The uninhabited region. Zhang sat cross-legged in his physical form, while his divine soul transformed into an identical miniature figure, gazing solemnly at the thunderclouds filling the sky. He knew that the second tribulation of the saint stage primarily targeted the cultivator's spirit soul. Therefore, for all cultivators who had survived the first tribulation, this trial was the most perilous. Success meant their saintly soul would be indestructible. Failure meant they would be left with nothing but a lifeless, unconscious shell. Thus, even though Zhang was confident, he remained incredibly solemn. Boom! But this time, perhaps because Zhang had faced the tribulation twice in a row, the celestial tribulation, without hesitation, he charged forward, opting for a direct assault on the enemy's stronghold. Upon entering the thundercloud, he headed straight for the 3 Zhang-wide golden thunder pool high above. But upon seeing Zhang's avatar appear, the golden thunder pool actually chose to flee? You think you can just get away? Whoosh! Zhang naturally wouldn't give it the chance. This was his opportunity. His intuition told him that the golden thunder pool was far from ordinary. Who knows, it might even contain the complete power of the thunder rule. Immediately, Zhang pushed his speed to the absolute limit. In just a few breaths, he caught up to the golden thunder pool. After using his immense divine power to immobilize it in place, he stepped right inside and began to enjoy his baptism of golden thunder dew. The moment he entered the thunder pool, Zhang sensed that this golden thunder pool was no ordinary phenomenon. This golden thunder dew not only enhanced the power of his divine soul but also nourished his physical body. Truly a rare treasure. Zhang's heart leapt with joy. As he gulped down the golden thunder dew, he submerged his entire body to the bottom of the pool, where he saw exactly what he had expected. Whoa! I never imagined there would actually be a complete thunder rule power. At the bottom of the golden thunder pool, a golden thunder dragon several inches long stared at him warily, letting out an occasional furious roar. This golden thunder dragon was none other than the manifestation of the complete thunder rule power within the pool. Ha ha ha! Excellent! I never expected it to be a rule power capable of taking physical form. Zhang remained where he was, showing no haste to refine and comprehend the golden thunder dragon. Instead, he sat cross-legged in place, silently absorbing the hard-won golden thunder dew. As far as he knew, this kind of rule power capable of taking physical form was extremely rare, much like a supreme treasure born from the interweaving of the laws of heaven and earth. As long as a cultivator could obtain it, they could directly devour and refine it to master a complete rule power. However, since such a thing is nearly impossible to find even after searching the entire cultivation world, everyone except those peak tribulation crossing cultivators with utterly extraordinary cultivation levels relies on their own insights to advance to the saint stage. Moreover, building upon this foundation, he had gained many new insights. With a casual gesture, Zhang caused the thunder dew before him to transform into countless tiny golden dragons, which surged toward the void beyond the thunder pool. Boom! With a thunderous boom, a massive crack suddenly appeared in that expansive void. Fortunately, thunderclouds obscured the scene. Otherwise, if those within the sacred site had witnessed it, they would surely have been utterly horrified, thinking the sky was about to collapse. Having grasped the power of a complete law, my current combat prowess surely isn't intimidated by the saint stage anymore, is it? A gleam of intense confidence flashed in Zhang's eyes. He felt that if his full power now, he could shatter the heavens and earth. After a brief rest, Zhang immediately turned his gaze to the golden thunder dragon below. Become a part of me, and you will have a far broader world and a brighter future. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang dived to the bottom of the pool, extended a massive hand formed from his divine soul, and reached out to seize the golden thunder dragon. Clearly, having finally evolved into a tangible form, the golden thunder dragon wasn't about to surrender without a fight. Thus, as Zhang's hand closed in, it unleashed a burst of golden lightning, causing Zhang's hand to flicker and waver with a deafening roar, on the verge of vanishing. Ha! Seeing this, Zhang was taken aback. Could it be that this materialized golden thunder dragon had already developed its own spiritual consciousness? At this thought, a brilliant smile suddenly spread across Zhang's face. If that were truly the case, then this golden thunder dragon would be even more worth capturing. Immediately, Zhang's spiritual avatar glowed all over, and the golden thunder light surged, directly suppressing the golden thunder dragon. After a fierce struggle, Zhang finally managed to grab it in his hand. "You little thing, you're as slippery as an eel, you're really hard to catch." Zhang couldn't help but grumble as he looked at the golden thunder dragon, which was still struggling fiercely in his grasp. The golden thunder dragon's pair of gleaming golden eyes, like two tiny stars, stared intently at Zhang. "You dare glare at me?" Seeing this, Zhang immediately severed a section of the golden thunder dragon's tail, then swallowed it whole, transforming it into streams of pure thunder law energy. Though incomplete, it was a brand new form of law energy. This instantly made Zhang's eyes gleam as he stared at the golden thunder dragon, eager to devour it whole on the spot. SSSSH. With a section of its tail severed, the golden thunder dragon sucked in a gulp of golden thunder dew in pain. Its eyes glowed gold as it tried to flash a menacing glare. But when it saw the look on Zhang's face as if he were about to devour it whole, it immediately backed down. A glimmer of understanding flickered in its golden eyes, conveying a willingness to submit to Zhang. The golden thunder dragon was truly afraid. This human before him had no regard for martial virtue whatsoever, he genuinely intended to eat him. Seeing the golden thunder dragon back down, Zhang paid it no mind. A faint smile still played at the corners of his mouth as he said, "But I think eating you would be better for me. If I keep you by my side, who knows if you'll seize an opportunity to kill your master. So, I'd better eat it after all. That way, I can once again comprehend a complete law force." With that, Zhang was about to act. He lifted the golden thunder dragon, sealed it, and began to put it into his mouth. As half its body was already inside Zhang's mouth and the golden thunder dragon could already feel the heat, it panicked completely. It hurriedly sent out a mental plea. "I'm willing to form a thunder path contract with you. I'll submit wholeheartedly. Big brother, please spare me. I've only just taken human form, I'm not even an adult yet." By the end of its plea, Zhang felt as though the golden thunder dragon was on the verge of tears. For a moment, Zhang was taken aback, then couldn't help but think to himself, aren't such rare and extraordinary creatures supposed to be fiercely independent? Zhang pulled the golden thunder dragon out of his mouth, then glared at it with a stern expression. "Speak up. How do we form this contract?" The golden thunder dragon's eyes dimmed, and it instantly became listless. Then, it got straight to the point, directly the thunder origin mark within its head and explaining. "As long as you infuse a wisp of your divine soul power into this primordial mark of mine, the contract will be considered complete. At that point, with a single thought of yours, no matter where I am, you'll be able to determine my life or death." A hint of astonishment flashed through Zhang's mind. Could it really work that way? This was the first time he'd ever heard that it was actually possible to form a contract with such a wondrous creature of heaven and earth. Immediately, though still skeptical, Zhang split off a wisp of his divine soul energy and infused it into the golden thunder dragon's primordial mark. As Zhang's wisp of divine soul energy merged with the thunder dragon's primordial mark, his expression gradually shifted to one of astonishment. "What is this?" A strange sensation washed over Zhang's mind. It seemed as though an unspoken, indivisible bond had formed between him and the golden thunder dragon. Moreover, as his strand of divine soul energy merged with the dragon's primordial mark, he was able to see the dragon's complete primordial thunder mark in its entirety. It was as if a beautiful woman had stripped naked and stood before him. A complete set of thunder rule power was laid bare right before Zhang's eyes. Without hesitation, Zhang immediately sat cross-legged on the spot and began to absorb it. A golden glow emanated from the golden thunder dragon's forehead. It did not interfere with Zhang's actions, for it knew full well that once a contract was formed, this step was inevitable. The host had absorbed its primordial thunder essence later, through that strand of divine soul, he would nourish it in return, allowing it to grow stronger in tandem. Had it not been for Zhang's exceptional talent and immense potential which had allowed him to comprehend a complete rule of thunder while enduring the Holy Soul tribulation, the Thunder Dragon might have chosen annihilation over submitting to Zhang. Zhang was fully immersed in the process. As time passed, a new, complete rule of thunder gradually emerged within his body. Endless golden lightning surged around him,
forming countless golden thunder vortexes that greedily devoured the surrounding thunderdew. Whoosh! It was a long time before Zhang finally snapped out of that state. A satisfied smile spread across his face. By now, he had fully grasped two complete rule forces, and his strength had received a terrifying boost. In fact, he believed that even without having entered the Saint stage, he could still break the forbidden taboo and, from below the Saint stage, defeat a Saint stage cultivator. This wasn't merely the confidence and assurance derived from the two complete forces of the law, it was also because his thunder spirit body had undergone a qualitative upgrade after surviving two consecutive tribulations and absorbing sufficient amounts of thunderdew from various levels. It had directly ascended from a thunder spirit body to a thunder saint body. The genuine potential of a saint body. Now, in addition to his physical form which had already undergone the baptism of Saint Chi and transformed into a saint body, he was further empowered by the thunder saint body. In other words, Zhang now possessed two saint bodies, and his ability to inscribe rule power and Tao resonance within his body would see a massive boost. This feeling of power is truly wonderful. Zhang sat cross-legged where he was, silently savoring his newfound power. The golden celestial thunder pool gradually faded away, vanishing into the void. The vast thunderclouds stretching 50,000 zhang across the sky also slowly dissipated. Now, he had successfully weathered the second tribulation of the saint stage and was simply waiting for the Tao of heaven to bestow upon him his own saint soul baptism. Suddenly, a golden pillar of light even more majestic than the previous Saint Chi baptism descended abruptly from the void, enveloping Zhang. The intense saint light, imbued with profound Tao essence, baptized Zhang's divine soul, making it even more profound and mysterious. Here we go again? Did I stir up the saint stage's nest today? Why are people facing the saint stage tribulation one after another? From a great distance, numerous cultivators gazed at the sky-piercing golden pillar of light, their eyes filled with nothing but envy. If only they could face such a tribulation someday, they would have no regrets in this lifetime. In several nearby cities, many young cultivators were forming new teams. It's dawn. Any fellow cultivators looking to team up? The sacred soul baptism continued, and Zhang's divine soul kept growing, becoming incredibly powerful. Suddenly, a small golden bell appeared silently from the end of the golden sacred light and rushed toward Zhang's divine soul. What is going on? In an instant, Zhang opened his eyes, looked up at the small golden bell rushing toward him, and furrowed his brow deeply. He sensed no malice from the golden bell, on the contrary, his divine soul yearned for it intensely, as if the two were long-lost siblings reunited. Clearly, Zhang had done his homework before facing the saint stage tribulation. For instance, he had never heard of anyone who, upon successfully passing the tribulation and receiving the baptism of the Tao, had encountered such a tangible object. Could it be that the legend has come true? Suddenly, Zhang seemed to remember something with a jolt, his heart filled with shock and excitement. He recalled having read ancient texts that recorded how, in ancient times, a powerful saint stage cultivator had once said, "If, while a cultivator is undergoing the saint soul tribulation and receiving the baptism of the heavenly Taoist holy light, a tangible object appears and their spiritual soul yearns for it intensely. This signifies that they have been recognized by the Tao, resonating with a sacred artifact in the cosmos and causing it to manifest. Could this little golden bell be the sacred soul artifact destined solely for me?" Zhang looked up, guided the little golden bell into his hand, and examined it carefully, making no rush to absorb it. After all, this was a tangible object that had appeared out of thin air. Who knew what its origins were? What if it was bait cast by a supreme being, just waiting for him to take the hook? Therefore, he had to proceed with caution. But after careful examination and after placing the golden thunder dragon inside the small bell to observe it for a while, Zhang gradually accepted the golden bell once he was certain there were no issues. The golden thunder dragon returned to Zhang's side, its pair of tiny golden eyes fixed intently on him, as if to say, "You almost lost your dragon." The moment Zhang had tossed it into the golden bell, it had experienced a delusion as if it had reached the very edge of the universe, gazing out into nothingness, with its hard-won spiritual consciousness on the verge of being obliterated. Zhang imbued the golden bell with a fragment of his own sacred soul. Still uneasy, he chose not to fully assimilate it. But imbuing it with a fragment of his sacred soul was enough to allow him to use it.
It was only after Zhang had imbued it with a fragment of his sacred soul that he realized the true terror of this sacred artifact. It was, in fact, a primordial divine artifact capable of growing alongside its host and with no upper limit. In other words, the potential of this sacred artifact is limited only by the hostess' own potential. Is it really that insane? It's even more mind-blowing than the rewards from the system. As Zhang marveled inwardly, he couldn't help but entertain a terrifying suspicion. Could it be that, in the unseen realms, some supreme being specifically selects cultivators of exceptional talent, implants a sacred artifact within them, accompanies them as they grow, and then reaps them when the time is right? At this thought, Zhang shook his head vigorously. The idea was too horrifying, yet he couldn't dismiss it entirely. Anyway, I'm not going to refine you. I'll just let you grow alongside my split soul and serve my purposes. As long as Zhang's main soul remained intact, everything would be fine. With the sacred light baptism complete, Zhang was now a super-powerful cultivator who had survived the second tribulation of the saint stage. His strength was overwhelming. He slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed on the depths of the sacred site. Just moments ago, with a single sweep of his powerful holy soul, he had instantly discovered an astonishing sight deep within the sacred site. A holy soul that has survived the holy soul tribulation is incredibly powerful. With a single thought, nearly the entire sacred site fell within the range of Zhang's holy soul. And at that moment, deep within the sacred site, inside the super holy city, an utterly terrifying scene was unfolding. The 5 great saints, armed with sacred artifacts, had charged deep into the super holy city, only to be ambushed there by more than a dozen saint-level guardians. All 5 great saints were wounded, their sacred blood spattered across the heavens and earth, and terrifying forces of the laws erupted, shattering the space within the super holy city inch by inch. And this was only possible because of the terrifying formation protecting the super holy city. Without that formation's defense, this entire realm would likely have been shattered long ago. The 5 great saints are under siege and in grave danger? Zhang sat cross-legged where he was, a grave expression on his face. Sure enough, deep within this sacred site, the super holy city was no easy place to breach. Even the 5 holy ones, armed with a sacred artifact and joining forces to attack, had now found themselves in grave danger. Facing the assault of over a dozen attackers and countless guards below the holy level, even the 5 holy ones, fighting together, were barely able to hold their ground. They had absolutely no spare energy to break through. Zhang rose to his feet, took a step, and vanished from where he stood. He intended to head to that super holy city to investigate for himself. At the same time, when his holy soul had scanned the super holy city moments ago, he had indeed sensed the presence of an extremely terrifying aura deep within it. It seemed there truly was a top-tier sacred artifact there. At the same time, he feared this might be a trap set by the demon clan to hunt down the 5 saints. Therefore, if necessary, he would intervene. Meanwhile, inside the super holy city, enveloped by terrifying forces of the laws and radiating a terrifying aura, the 5 saints joined forces to fight off their enemies. Damn it! How can there be so many holy-level guardians inside this holy city? A saint-stage cultivator from the Dawi Holy Land roared in anger after repelling a saint-level guardian with a single palm strike, though he himself had been wounded in the process. Something seems off. My perception of the area outside the holy city has weakened. A saint-stage cultivator from the Xinjian Guild, wielding a silver longsword, sliced a saint-level guardian in half. As he caught his breath, he realized the gravity of the situation. We've been so focused on the super holy relic deep within the holy city that we failed to notice we've already been trapped within the formation? Could it be that the so-called super holy relic is just a decoy, and the one who leaked the news of its existence within the holy site has us as their true target? Oh no! We've fallen into a trap. The other saint stage powerhouses, after careful consideration, immediately turned pale as they realized the gravity of the situation. However, the reality was indeed just as they had suspected. When they turned their gaze back toward the depths of the super holy city, they suddenly discovered that the super holy relic stored there had actually flown out of its own accord, accompanied by 3 figures, and to their shock, they were clearly members of the demon clan. It's you bastards from the demon clan after all. The elderly saint stage member of the Xinjian Guild had the most explosive temper. Upon seeing the truth, he roared in fury, raised his long sword, and was about to charge forward, but the moment he made a move, he was instantly blocked by the surging saint-level guardians. The other 4 saint stage cultivators also wore looks of murderous intent, desperate to charge forward immediately and wipe out those 3 demon clan saints right there. But faced with attacks from over a dozen saint-level guardians, they simply didn't have the spare energy to turn their attention to the demon clan's powerful figures. Ha, your reaction isn't too slow. You actually managed to see through the truth this quickly, but it's still too late. The leader of the demon clan saints held a miniature cauldron in his hand and stared at the 5 saints with a cold smile. The reason their demon clan had been able to take control of such a super holy city this time was entirely due to the 3 super holy artifacts. After killing the leaders of all the guardians within this holy city, they had taken over the place, simultaneously casting out bait to wait for the fish to take the hook. But it's a pity only the 5 of you showed up. The leading demon clan sage shook his head slowly, clearly dissatisfied that only 5 sages had shown up. Still, I suppose it's enough. With these 5 sages of yours, plus the 5 from Demon Path Mountain, we'll have eliminated all 10 of your human clan sages in one fell swoop. That way, when our demon clan army returns in full force, you'll have no power left to resist. Having said this, the demon clan sage could not help but throw his head back and burst into loud laughter. Then, with a wave of his hand, the miniature cauldron shot forward, expanding in the wind to a size of 1,000 zhang. It hovered above the 5 sages, releasing wispy strands of chaotic energy that drifted toward them. Damn it! It's actually the super holy artifact, the myriad cauldron. Rumor has it that the primary material used to forge this holy artifact is the stone of all things, which has existed at the chaos boundary for untold ages. Having been there for so long, it has absorbed a trace of chaotic energy, making it incredibly powerful. This myriad cauldron can not only be used against enemies, but it also seems capable of smelting all things under heaven. It is truly terrifying. Faced with this legendary sacred artifact, the 5 saints wore expressions of deep gravity, especially as wispy strands of chaotic energy drifting down made them all sense a palpable aura of danger. Could it be that we are truly destined to perish here today? This so-called super-sacred artifact at the sacred site is indeed nothing more than a decoy. The true objective of these demonic scum is the 5 demon clan sovereigns sealed beneath Demon Path Mountain. A flash of despair crossed the eyes of the 5 saints as the chaotic aura descended, slowing everything, their perception, speed, and more. Even with sacred artifacts in hand, they were still no match for such a super-sacred artifact. Thwack! An elderly saint stage member of the Xinjiang Guild had one hand severed by an extremely powerful sacred grade guardian, leaving him to fight with only one hand on his sword. The saint stage practitioner from Dawi Holy Land was pierced through the chest by a decaying sacred artifact spear. Endless rule energy spread out, preventing him from healing his wound. Holy blood spattered across the sky as he suffered a severe injury. The saint stage practitioner from the sword forging holy sect, the only one who had brought a sacred artifact, was surrounded and attacked by numerous guardians, and his head was shattered. However, protected by his sacred artifact, the power of the laws blossomed, and he swiftly materialized a new head nearby. Though his sacred soul remained unharmed, his vitality was severely depleted. The saint stage practitioners from the Wuji Holy Land and the Lei Yen Holy Sect were in no better shape. Their sacred blood spilled as they suffered severe injuries. The 5 great saints, their power greatly weakened by the influence of the myriad cauldron, now faced attacks from over a dozen saint-level guardians and were in grave danger of perishing. How infuriating! It doesn't matter if we perish here, but it's infuriating that we can't even send out a message. A member of the Xinjiang Guild unleashed a terrifying manifestation of the true essence of the sword, slaying one saint-level guardian, then couldn't help but let out a long, heart-wrenching sigh to the heavens. Even if he were to slay all 10 plus saint-level guardians now, it would be of no avail. The fate of the 5 of them had long been sealed. Fellow cultivator of the Lei Yen Holy Sect, our demon clan is now rising in power. Can't you see the situation clearly? Why persist in struggling here? Put. The elderly saint stage member of the Xinjiang Guild was pierced through the chest by a long spear. He coughed up a large mouthful of sacred blood, and his breath became erratic. He was clearly on the verge of death.
At the same time, in the distance, the leader of the demon clan saints watched the scene unfold, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he spoke. He, fellow cultivator of the Thunderflame Holy Sect, if you were to choose our demon clan at this moment, we could fulfill every condition you previously set. If it weren't for you spreading that information and leaving some loopholes at Demon Path Mountain, perhaps this plan wouldn't have succeeded so easily. All three demon clan saints wore broad grins as they looked at the saint stage of the Thunderflame Holy Sect. However, to the other major saint stages, these words struck like a bolt from the blue, as if a thunderclap had exploded right beside their ears. They never imagined that among their 5 great holy lands, there was actually a mole. An entire holy land had long since secretly struck a hidden deal with the demon clan? Had they betrayed the human race? You little bastard, Thunder, you're truly a disgrace to the human race. How dare you side with the demon clan and stab the human race in the back? The elder saint stage of the Shenzhen Guild was the first to feel his rage boil over. He never imagined he'd only learn the truth as he neared death. He longed to immediately strike that saint stage Thunder of the Thunderflame Holy Sect with a sword to vent the hatred in his heart. Originally, under the alliance of their 5 great holy sects, even if the demon clan's army returned in full force, they would still have had a fighting chance. But now that a traitor had emerged, that was a different story. With nearly 10 saints fallen right at the start, how could they possibly fight on? You, Thunder, had better pray that we don't make it out of here alive. The saint stage cultivators from the sword forging holy sect and the other 2 holy sects all glared at Thunder with icy, murderous intent. If circumstances had permitted, they would have struck him down on the spot. Ha, very well. Since you all know the truth now, I, Thunder, will stop pretending. Thunder immediately withdrew from the battlefield and approached the 3 demon clan saints. After nodding briefly to them, he added, "As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. The demon clan of today is no longer a force that our 5 sacred lands can stand up to. For the brighter future of my Thunderflame Holy Sect, I have no choice but to make a wise decision." Thunder said nothing more, but one could see from his eyes that he held an unshakable faith in the demon clan. It was as if the demon clan were backed by some terrifying force, one far beyond the capabilities of the 5 sacred lands to counter. Wise choice, my ass. Get over here and die. Watch as this old man slays you, you traitorous demon scum who has defected to the demon clan. The old saint stage member of the Shenzhen Guild couldn't help but curse profusely, even demoting Thunder by a generation, a move that instantly caused boundless murderous intent to flare up in the latter's eyes. However, upon hearing this, the major demon clan saints couldn't help but burst into laughter. They actually quite liked this title. Demon scum didn't that essentially mean the demon clan had taken on a saint stage son? Shin, I admit you're strong, but you can't turn the tide of battle. After leaving this casual remark, Thunder fell silent. The members of the Shenzhen Guild were renowned for their offensive power, so he certainly wasn't foolish enough to engage that old saint stage in combat. Meanwhile, high above the super holy city, Zhang's figure appeared there. Within his saint soul, a small golden bell emitted ripples that pierced straight through the super holy city's grand, allowing him to clearly see the scene inside. This is indeed a decoy set by the demon clan. Now that the 5 great saints are surrounded, they're at risk of perishing. Zhang's expression grew grave. He saw that the 3 demon clan saints had come extremely well prepared. They had even brought a super holy artifact, the Myriad Cauldron. Possessing the eye of the divine craftsman, Zhang immediately recognized the cauldron's extraordinary nature. If he could seize it and use it in his artifact forging, he would surely achieve unexpected results. But now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. He was weighing whether or not to intervene. After all, this matter concerned the entire wasteland realm and the very survival of the human race. However, just as Zhang was deep in thought, he suddenly noticed that the saint stage cultivator from the Thunderflame Holy Sect had aligned himself directly with the demon clan as powerful figures. So, as expected, you from the Thunderflame Holy Sect have also defected to the enemy? Seeing this, Zhang's expression gradually turned icy. He felt extreme loathing for those who sided with foreign races and turned against their own kind to slaughter them. He longed to slay this person on the spot. Whoosh! The golden thunder dragon suddenly appeared,
its little golden head nodding as if in agreement with Zhang's assessment. Kill them.
A fierce glint flashed in the golden thunder dragon's tiny golden eyes, as if it too wanted to join the battle.
Seeing the golden thunder dragon's reaction, Zhang was momentarily taken aback.
That's right, how could he have forgotten about this little fellow? It was a fully formed manifestation of the power of the laws. Although not a true saint stage being, it possessed combat power on par with the saint stage.
With that thought, Zhang acted without hesitation.
His figure flickered, and he charged directly into the super holy city, carrying the golden thunder dragon with him. A world of thunder unfolded around him, mowing down the guards closing in from all sides as he raced toward the depths of the holy city.
Deep within the holy city.
At that moment, the four great saints huddled together, their auras weak, as if a saint's demise could occur at any moment. The veteran saint stage member from the Shenzhen Guild was missing his entire lower half. The power of the rules swirled around his wounds, preventing him from healing, leaving him to fight with only his upper body and a single arm holding a long sword. The saint stage member from the sword forging holy sect had half his body blown apart. He was now using a sacred artifact as his other hand to barely hold his ground against the enemy. As for the two saint stage practitioners from the Daoi Holy Land and the Wuji Holy Land, more than half their bodies had been obliterated as well. The power of the rules was corroding their wounds, preventing them from healing.
Ha, how tenacious.
Even in this state, you're still putting up a last-ditch resistance.
Why bother? The path of cultivation is cruel by nature. Why fight to this point for the sake of strangers?
The leading demon clan saint couldn't help but let out a cold laugh in their eyes. This was nothing but the behavior of fools. However, in response to his words, the four great saints merely shot him a cold glance before, without a word, preparing to self-detonate.
If it weren't for the myriad cauldrons suppressing the heavens and earth around them, how could their battle possibly be this arduous?
But just as they were about to detonate themselves, a bell chime suddenly rang out, accompanied by a mysterious ripple that swiftly spread outward.
Hum.
And the instant that mysterious bell-like ripple reached them, the space that had been frozen by the myriad cauldron instantly returned to normal. The resolute expressions on the faces of the four holy ones suddenly shifted, and as the power of the laws surged, their injuries healed instantly. Moreover, that mysterious bell-like ripple seemed to possess some arcane power. It actually caused their holy souls to resonate in unison, and their combat prowess appeared to grow stronger at that very moment. For elders, you have not yet reached a dead end. There is no need to die so heroically. Deep within the sacred site, inside the super holy city, the bloody storm raged on. Led by their holy level guard commander, countless defenders had cornered the four holy ones into a perilous situation, on the verge of triggering a self-destruction blast. However, as a mysterious ripple of bell chimes swept through the air, a commanding shout echoed in from the outer perimeter. "Who is there?" The three demon clan saints in thunder watched as the four great saints who had been on the verge of annihilation suddenly broke free from the myriad cauldron's constraints and instantly recovered. Their expressions shifted slightly as they glared coldly toward the outskirts of the sacred site. Likewise, once the four saints had recovered, they immediately broke away from the myriad cauldron's area and retreated a short distance to the side, though they remained within the encirclement of the numerous saint-level guardians. Immediately afterward, lightning flashed around Zhang as he swept aside the non-saint level guardians blocking his path, making his way deep into the holy city. The three demon clan saints in thunder, whose expressions had previously turned icy and grave, had assumed that reinforcements from the five great holy lands had arrived. But upon realizing that Zhang was merely a powerhouse who had just survived the second tribulation of the saint stage, they immediately broke into cold, derisive smiles.
Ha! A mere second tribulation and dares to meddle in a holy war of this magnitude? Are you looking to die? Or are you looking to die?
The leading demon lord saint wore a faint, cold smile, completely unconcerned by Zhang's appearance. To them, even if another saint stage powerhouse were to arrive, it would be insufficient to alter the outcome here. The only thing that gave him cause for some apprehension was the bell wave that had just rippled out moments ago. That bell wave was actually capable of affecting a super sacred artifact like the myriad cauldron. Clearly, it's no
ordinary thing. But once we eliminated him, we'll have another remarkable sacred artifact to claim.
At this thought, the leading demon clan saint couldn't help but burst into loud laughter,
and the look in his eyes as he gazed at Zhang took on a somewhat peculiar quality. Could this hothead be a money-bringing boy? Immediately, the leading demon clan saint exchanged a glance with Thunder standing beside him, signaling him to go and dispose of this young man from the second tribulation. A fierce glint flashed in Thunder's eyes. Although he was still severely wounded, crushing an ant below the saint's stage with a flick of his wrist would be child's play, wouldn't he it? On the other side, the 4 saints of the Xianjian Guild including the elderly saint stage cultivator were still locked in fierce battle. They had originally thought that reinforcements from their Holy Land had arrived, but when they saw that the one charging in was actually a young man who hadn't yet attained the saint stage, a flash of regret and despair crossed their eyes. With such cultivation, his arrival wouldn't only be of no help, it would lead to his needless death, which was somewhat of a pity. Young friend, leave this place at once and carry this news back to the 4 sacred lands. We 4 old-timers will risk our very lives to ensure you make it out alive. It doesn't matter if we old men die, but this news must be relayed back to the sacred lands so that the human race can make thorough preparations. The 4 holy ones fought their way toward Zhang. In their view, although Zhang couldn't participate in such a massive battle, he could still carry the news out of this place, and that, in itself, would count as a success. At the same time, Thunder sprang into action. Having finally secured an opportunity to prove himself, how could he possibly let the 4 holy ones have their way? Setting aside other considerations, if things truly unfolded as the 4 great saints envisioned, that is, if Zhang actually managed to carry news of this place back to the sacred realm, it was likely that the Thunderflame Holy Sect would be annihilated before the Demon Clan's army even arrived. Consequently, he now fought with extreme determination and self-sacrifice. Ignorant ant, how dare you intrude upon the holy war? Die! Thunder extended a massive hand entirely conjured from the power of the laws which, carrying terrifying might, slammed furiously toward Zhang. Young friend, flee at once! Upon witnessing this scene, the 4 great saints looked on with anxiety, simultaneously cursing Thunder, that old rascal, for having no shame and unleashing his full power against a junior. However, much to the astonishment of the 4 saints, Zhang did not choose to dodge the terrifying palm strike. The main reason was that Thunder's full power strike had already confined the realm he had created, trapping him. Even if he wanted to dodge, he simply couldn't. A full power strike from a saint stage cultivator was not something even Zhang could take lightly. He had to give it his all. Go help the 4 elders. I'll handle this here on my own. Zhang unleashed the Golden Thunder Dragon. Since it was formed from the power of the rules, its movements were unaffected. The moment the Golden Dragon burst out of this realm, it swelled rapidly in the wind, growing to a colossal 1,000 zhang in size. Thunder surged across its body, carrying terrifying destructive power, and in an instant, it severely wounded one of the saint-level guardians. As for Zhang, facing the colossal palm of the law mere inches away, he dared not take it lightly. Instantly, the power of the law erupted from his body, weaving a golden world of thunder around him like a vast scroll depicting mountains and rivers enveloping him within its embrace. Roar! 1,000 zhang long golden dragon, carrying the earth-shattering might of thunder, burst forth from the vast scroll behind Zhang. It let out a deafening roar and charged directly toward the colossal palm of the law. Hum! Immediately afterward, a gigantic golden sword, 1,000 zhang in length and entirely formed from lightning, emerged from the scroll with a sword intent powerful enough to pierce the heavens, slashing toward the colossal palm of the law. Rustle, rustle! Finally, a golden giant tree nearly 1,000 zhang tall, radiating golden thunderous light, also emerged from the scroll. As its massive trunk trembled, countless golden leaves transformed into thunderballs powerful enough to destroy the world, crashing down upon Thunder. Facing a true saint stage cultivator, Zhang took the matter extremely seriously. His very first move was to manifest a world of thunder, unleashing his ultimate attack right away. Boom! The 1,000 zhang golden dragon and the 1,000 zhang giant sword instantly collided with that colossal palm of the law. Like a meteorite exploding, resonating throughout the cosmos, the two complete forces of the law eroded and clashed against one another, emitting a massive, muffled roar. The immense energy caused the surrounding space to shatter layer by layer. Even with a super-grade formation protecting this area, it could not fully withstand such terrifying, world-destroying energy. This
In the distance, the four great saints, upon witnessing this scene, froze in their tracks, as if they had forgotten they were still under attack by numerous saint-level guardians. Having survived the second tribulation of the saint stage, he has successfully comprehended a complete law force. And on the path of the thunder Tao, has he delved so deeply? By manifesting a world of thunder, has he perhaps already touched the very edge of a second complete law force? It was only after a long while that the four great saints gradually came to their senses. They gazed at the vast scroll of thunder unfolding behind Zhang, their eyes filled with astonishment. Even now, though they had attained the saint stage long ago, they had still only comprehended one complete law, they had not yet fully grasped a second. Among the four of them, the elderly saint stage cultivator from the Shenzhen Guild was considered the most perceptive, yet even he had only just touched upon the second complete law force, he had not yet fully grasped it. Just what kind of prodigy is this youth? How can his comprehension be so terrifying? As the four great saints once again faced the onslaught of numerous saint-level guardians, they no longer felt the despair they had earlier. As they looked in Zhang's direction, their hearts were filled with boundless hope. Perhaps today's outcome would truly be rewritten because of the young man standing before them. Moreover, with the addition of the Golden Thunder Dragon, the pressure on the four of them was instantly alleviated considerably. Not only is he a prodigy, but his luck is equally extraordinary. He has even managed to subdue this manifestation of the power of the rules. Envy and admiration flashed in the eyes of the four great saints. Such sacred treasures of heaven and earth were usually rare and hard to come by. Even after many years of attaining sainthood, they had never encountered such an opportunity. Back to Zhang. In the end, the colossal palm of rule power that Thunder had unleashed with all his might instantly dissolved into nothingness and vanished under the combined attack of the Thousand Zhang Thunder Dragon and the Thousand Zhang Giant Sword that Zhang had manifested. Only the spatial rifts left behind in the heavens and earth bore witness to its existence. However, after annihilating the colossal palm of the law, the Thousand Zhang Thunder Dragon and the Thousand Zhang Giant Sword also gradually dimmed. With a casual gesture, Zhang summoned them back, and they transformed into two streams of golden light, returning to the scroll behind him. As for Zhang's true killing move, it was the Thousand Zhang Thunder Giant Tree he had manifested at the very end. Countless golden thunderballs, carrying the might of destruction, completely sealed off all of Thunder's escape routes. At that moment, a wildly audacious thought took hold of Zhang's mind. Today, he would slay a saint. This is impossible? Across from him, eliminating a cultivator below the saint stage like Zhang had originally been a task so trivial he could have destroyed him with a single breath, yet, just to be safe, he had still given it his all. However, at this moment, he saw that his all-out attack had actually been successfully defused by Zhang, a non-saint level powerhouse. Moreover, the other party had even unleashed a killing move in retaliation, leaving him utterly shocked as his pupils contracted. This is impossible. Everyone below the saint stage is as insignificant as an ant. How dare you? Thunder felt his worldview crumbling. Wasn't it supposed to be that everyone below the saint stage was as insignificant as an ant? Why didn't that apply to him now? Facing the countless golden lightning orbs that had cut off his retreat, Thunder dared not let his guard down. At this moment, he had fully come to regard Zhang as an opponent on his own level, and in his mind, this so-called equal combat power was even on par with that of the old saint stage masters from the Shenzhen Guild. As someone who had personally clashed with Zhang, he knew better than anyone that Zhang had mastered not just one complete rule power, but had even taken a second rule power to an extremely deep level, approaching perfection. Oof. No matter who you are, no matter how monstrously talented you are, your fate today is destined to be the same as those four old fools. Thunder snorted coldly. As the power of the rules surged around him, one rule flower after another materialized. The power of the rules flowed through his words, as if evolving a world of its own. The numerous rule flowers scattered all around Thunder, forming a defensive barrier that blocked Zhang's barrage of golden thunderballs. Pop! A rule flower bloomed, releasing terrifying ripples as if a miniature world within the flower had shattered and been destroyed, unleashing endless rule power in a final dance of destruction. That blooming flower of destruction transformed into a series of terrifying vortexes, ceaselessly devouring the golden thunderballs. For a moment, it actually succeeded in repelling Zhang's onslaught.
Witnessing this scene, Zhang's expression remained icy, yet he showed no surprise. If the Saint stage were truly that easy to annihilate, there would be no saying that those below the Saint stage were mere ants. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang unleashed an endless radiance of golden lightning from the scroll behind him. Immediately afterward, an ancient-looking golden lightning pool, roughly as Zhang in size and radiating an aura of destruction, slowly floated out from the scroll. Go! With a low command from Zhang, the golden thunder pool shot straight into the sky, appearing directly above Thunder's head. Then, to Thunder's utter astonishment, the golden thunder pool instantly transformed into a massive thundercloud 1,000 zhang in size, with endless golden lightning surging within it. The terrifying aura of destruction seemed as though it would crush the very heavens. This is truly impossible. Thunder was utterly shaken. Only now, with the appearance of the golden thunder pool, did he realize just how terrifyingly profound the young man's true potential was. For in the very instant the golden thunder pool transformed into the 1,000 zhang thundercloud, a complete law force flashed within it before vanishing. This meant that the young man before him who had not yet attained the saint stage had not merely mastered a second law force to near perfection, rather, he had truly and completely mastered two law forces. Gulp! Thunder couldn't help but swallow hard. Two complete law forces, such terrifying depth of power. Although the young man before him had not yet attained the saint stage, he was already a threat to Thunder. Could it be that the forbidden taboo of defying a saint stage opponent is about to be shattered by me? Logically speaking, as a veteran monster who had attained the saint stage many years ago, his composure should have been profound and unshakable. He shouldn't have lost his composure like this today. But what could he do? The impact this young man had on him was simply too overwhelming. At such a young age, to have grasped the complete power of a single law and to be able to fight against a saint stage opponent would have been astonishing enough. But he never expected the youth to have mastered two complete laws. Today, he wasn't merely fighting against a saint stage opponent, he was about to defeat one. Boom! Just as Thunder's thoughts wandered, the golden heavenly thunder above his head showed him no mercy. Instantly, a massive, terrifying golden thunderbolt struck down with fury, blasting Thunder backward so violently that he spat blood. Empowered by two sets of law power, this single golden thunderbolt shattered more than half of Thunder's body, leaving him severely wounded once again. Help me! As Thunder struggled with all his might against the endless golden thunderbolts, he also cried out for help to the three Demon Clan Saint Stage cultivators behind him. Facing Zhang, who had mastered two complete sets of law forces, even though Zhang hadn't yet attained sainthood, he was still no match for him. He feared he would be blown to pieces right here today. The three Demon Clan Saint Stage cultivators, seeing that Thunder couldn't even handle a junior who hadn't yet attained sainthood, immediately wore looks of displeasure and couldn't help but curse. What a complete waste of space. Of course, though they spoke this way, they were equally wary of Zhang, who hadn't yet attained sainthood. They had watched everything that had just happened clearly from behind. If any one of them had gone up there instead, their fate would likely not have been much better than Thunder's. Therefore, the three immediately decided to rescue Thunder. Although he was a bit of a waste, he was, after all, a saint-level combatant on their side, a high-level asset that they could not afford to lose at this moment. However, just as the three were about to act, a figure suddenly charged toward them. With this old man here, don't even think about interfering in that battle. The arrival was none other than the elderly saint stage member from the Xianjian Guild. Thanks to the Golden Thunder Dragon 1,000 zhang in length joining the fray, the pressure on the four of them had suddenly eased, allowing him to break free and rush to Zhang's aid. At the same time, he looked at Zhang behind him with sparkling eyes, his gaze brimming with excitement. Mastery of two complete sets of rule power, such terrifying depth of cultivation, was something even he had yet to achieve. Moreover, he now clearly understood the course of today's battle. Perhaps Zhang really would turn the tide. The three Demon Clan Saint Stage cultivators wasted no words. They immediately attacked the Xianjian Guild's Elder Saint Stage, intent on breaking through to rescue Thunder. But one had to admit the Elder Saint Stage's power truly worthy of one who had mastered the second complete law force to near perfection. His strength was unfathomable. Despite the combined efforts of the three Demon Clan Saint Stage cultivators, he managed to hold them off for a single instant. And for Zhang, that single instant was more than enough.
High in the sky, within the 1,000 thundercloud formed by the golden thunder pool, endless golden lightning surged, coalescing into a massive golden thunder dragon hundreds of zhang long. Carrying the might to destroy the world, it charged directly toward Thunder. Thunder gazed at the golden thunder dragon formed from the combined power of two complete sets of cosmic laws, his eyes filled with despair. He could not withstand this attack. I refuse to accept this. As Thunder let out a defiant roar, he was gradually engulfed by the golden thunder dragon. At that moment, the heavens and earth fell into complete silence. Deep within the super holy city, whether it was the 4 holy ones or the 3 demon clan saint stage cultivators, all stared at the scene with expressions of shock. Today, they would witness the fall of a saint. Golden lightning flashed across the sky, filling the area with incredibly violent energy that blasted patches of spatial rifts into the surrounding space. And this was despite the of a super array. The 4 saints and the 3 demon clan saint stage cultivators all swiftly retreated to the side, staring in shock at the epicenter of the golden thunder dragon's explosion. Under such a terrifying assault, could Thunder possibly survive? Surely not, right? Finally, as the golden light filling the sky dissipated, the scene where Thunder had stood suddenly came into view. There was no trace of Thunder left. All that remained was a tiny saint soul figure emitting a faint glow. Judging by the figure's feeble aura, it seemed as if it might vanish at any moment. As expected, a saint stage being is hard to destroy. It's not that easy to kill one. Zhang looked at the slightly dazed little figure of the sacred soul and couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Originally, he had been extremely confident that this move of his would be enough to obliterate a saint stage cultivator, but he hadn't expected it to merely destroy the physical body. Is it because I haven't truly ascended to the saint stage yet? After a moment's thought, Zhang realized the reason behind this, and immediately prepared to strike again to finish the job. Whoosh! However, in the very next instant, Thunder's saint soul suddenly regained consciousness. Without a moment's hesitation, it immediately fled toward the 3 demon clan saint stage practitioners. As long as the saint soul remained, there was still a chance for recovery. Poof! You think you can escape right in front of me? Did I give you permission? Seeing Thunder's holy soul attempting to flee, Zhang's expression turned icy. After a cold snort, he immediately summoned his super holy artifact. Instantly, the 4 saints and the 3 demon clan saint stage cultivators standing nearby witnessed a small golden bell, radiating a brilliant golden glow, suddenly fly out from Zhang's holy soul. Immediately, the bell sent a ripple toward the fleeing Thunder's holy soul. To everyone's astonishment, they watched as Thunder's holy soul under the influence of that ripple was forcibly confined within the golden bell. Mysterious runes then swirled across the golden bell, directly refining Thunder's trapped holy soul into nothingness. With that, a true saint stage being was utterly annihilated, body and soul with no possibility of resurrection. Zhang had successfully slain a saint. This I never imagined we would actually witness the fall of a saint today. When the 4 great saints saw that Thunder, who had been on the verge of escaping, was ultimately forcibly recaptured by Zhang and instantly reduced to a look of utter shock instantly spread across each of their faces. There was not a trace left of the aloof, superior demeanor typical of the saint stage. They had long since been left speechless by Zhang, who was not even at the saint stage. Not yet a saint, yet having mastered 2 complete sets of rule power and capable of defeating a saint stage opponent. If news of such a terrifying feat were to spread, it would surely shock the entire wasteland realm. In fact, even in the upper realm, where experts abound and prodigies run rampant, such an achievement would be as rare as a phoenix's feather or a chilin's horn. Damn it! In the distance, the 3 saint stage members of the demon clan moved to rescue Thunder the moment the golden lightning filling the sky vanished. But the small golden bell that suddenly appeared within Zhang's saint soul, defying time and space, swooped in from right in front of them and dragged Thunder back into confinement. This filled them with rage, and their expressions as they looked at Zhang grew incredibly grave. Especially when they gazed at the mysterious little bell hovering above Zhang's head, radiating waves of golden holy light, they felt even more uncertain about the situation. What kind of holy artifact is this mysterious golden bell? Could it be as powerful as the legendary super holy artifact, the Myriad Cauldron? The 3 demon clan saint stage cultivators were now gradually losing their resolve. What had originally been a sure victory had,
with Zhang's arrival and the mysterious sacred artifact he carried, completely reversed, turning the tide against them. In fact, all three had an intuition that if they remained here any longer, a dire outcome was likely to befall them. Heh, the younger generation is truly formidable. Who would have thought that at the very moment your human race is on the brink of annihilation, such a prodigious prodigy could still emerge? The leader of the demon clan Saint Stage looked at Zhang, a cold smile curving his lips. But it's a pity. No matter how prodigious you may be, without time to grow, you'll never pose a threat. In the end, you'll all be reduced to a handful of dust under the sweeping advance of our demon clan's army. Ha. Accompanied by a sinister, chilling laugh, the three demon clan Saint Stage cultivators, holding the myriad cauldron, gradually retreated deeper into the super holy city. Their primary purpose here had been to lure some Saint Stage level combatants from the Holy Land realm and if possible, to eliminate one or two of them. Therefore, as things stood, their mission was already complete, and there was no need to fight to the death. However, even though they wanted to retreat, Zhang would not allow it. Zhang reached into his robe and pulled out a jade vial, which contained the golden thunder dew he had collected during his tribulation. After downing a few drops to replenish his depleted energy, he immediately summoned the evolved thunder scroll behind him. Almost instantly, the thunder scroll swelled in the wind, growing to nearly 10,000 Zhang in size, and directly engulfed the three demon clan Saint Stage practitioners who were trying to escape. Trying to run? Did you ask my permission? Empowered by two complete sets of thunder law energy, the scroll sealed off the entire area, preventing the three demon clan Saint Stage cultivators from escaping in the short term even with a super sacred artifact like the myriad cauldron in their possession. Upon witnessing Zhang's maneuver, the three demon clan Saint Stage experts were initially taken aback, but they quickly turned around with icy expressions and retorted. Leave yourself a way out so we may meet again in the future. While we acknowledge your extraordinary talent and formidable Saint Stage combat prowess, you must realize that you're currently outnumbered 3-1. You have absolutely no chance of winning. As for the four saints behind Zhang, they were completely ignored by the three demon clan Saint Stage practitioners. These four had already been severely drained by the previous battle, still gravely wounded and not yet recovered. They were simply unfit to join the next major clash. However, Zhang paid no heed to the words of the three demon clan Saint Stage practitioners. He tossed 10 drops of golden thunder dew over his shoulder, then fixed the three demon clan Saint Stage experts with an icy glare. What about now? As Zhang hurled the 10 drops of thunder dew which shone as brilliantly as the scorching sun behind him, the expressions of the three demon clan Saint Stage experts facing him immediately changed. It's actually thunder dew. And golden at that. Behind Zhang, the four saints, upon seeing the thunder dew brimming with vibrant life force, gradually replaced their previously solemn expressions with confident, sharp smiles. Thunder dew was already one of the rarest sacred artifacts. Golden thunder dew, in particular, was a true rarity, something one could only hope to encounter by sheer luck. A single drop of golden thunder dew was enough to heal the injuries of these saint-level powerhouses. 2 drops would naturally restore their strength to its peak. Immediately, the four saints, with faint smiles on their faces, thanked Zhang and then, without hesitation, each took 2 drops and began absorbing them. As for the final 2 drops, they were, of course, reserved for the Golden Thunder Dragon. Damn it, attack! The three demon clan Saint Stage experts exchanged glances, each seeing the gravity in the other's eyes, and immediately launched their attack in unison. Their roles were clearly defined. While the four saints and the Golden Thunder Dragon were still recovering, they had no choice but to shatter the Thunder Scroll, otherwise, the 3 of them might truly meet their end here today. As for killing Zhang in a short amount of time, they had considered it, but the moment they saw the small golden bell suspended above his head, they immediately dismissed the idea. Therefore, the leader of the 3 demon clan Saint Stage practitioners, wielding the myriad cauldron, directly unleashed his immense magical power, bombarding the Thunder Scroll that sealed off the heavens and earth. As for the other 2 demon clan Saint Stage cultivators, they joined forces to launch a coordinated attack against Zhang. Heh, you've got quite the scheme going there. Zhang saw through their intentions at a glance. Without hesitation, he summoned the small golden bell above his head, sending out wave after wave of ripples that surged toward the demon clan Saint Stage cultivator wielding the myriad cauldron. At the same time, the golden thunder pool reappeared above his head, transforming into a thundercloud 1,000 zhang in size.
It unleashed a barrage of terrifying golden lightning bolts, smashing down upon the two figures in front of him.
Damn it! What on earth is this sacred artifact? Why is it so mysterious and terrifying?
Far behind the two Demon Clan Saint Stage practitioners, the Saint Stage who held the myriad cauldron, having been struck by the ripples emitted by the golden bell, could not help but curse in rage. The moment he was struck by that golden ripple, his mind was instantly clouded with confusion, and his control over the myriad cauldron weakened as if the cauldron didn't belong to him at all and was about to slip from his grasp. This sudden sensation filled him with sheer terror.
Could these golden ripples actually cloud the light of a Saint Stage's mind? Make one unable to distinguish reality from illusion? The Saint Stage cultivator holding the myriad cauldron cast an increasingly wary gaze at Zhang.
Although he had weathered that golden ripple of light and was still bombarding the Thunder Scroll world,
he was clearly distracted, with most of his attention now focused on Zhang.
He truly feared that Zhang might unleash a few more of these golden ripples upon him. If he were to fall victim to them and become disoriented, the situation would become perilous. Similarly, the two Saint Stage practitioners actively attacking Zhang from the front dared not take the countless golden thunderbolts lightly. After all, these were terrifying heavenly thunderbolts imbued with the power of two laws.
Any single strike that landed possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth.
Therefore, the two dared not block them head-on and had no choice but to evade. But even so, with one of them wary of Zhang's sacred artifact and the other two dodging his terrifying killing moves, the back and forth continued. Behind Zhang, the four saints, having been replenished and restored by 2 drops of thunder dew, had gradually regained their peak strength. At that moment, the 4 men rose to their feet. Their eyes shone with intense golden light as they glared at the 3 Demon Clan saints, their murderous intent taking tangible form and radiating outward.
"You damn Demon Clan brats, your grandpa Shen is back."
The elderly Saint Stage member of the Shen Guild, a long sword in hand and surrounded by a surging tide of terrifying law power, took a single stride forward and charged straight at them. The remaining 3 saints and the Golden Thunder Dragon, equally brimming with terrifying might, charged in as well. At this point, the outcome of this great battle was a foregone conclusion. Facing the combined assault of the 4 saints and a Golden Thunder Dragon comparable to a Saint Stage, the 2 Demon Clan Saint Stage warriors leading the charge were instantly slain and blown to pieces. Only their weakened sacred souls remained at the scene, where they were bound and sealed. As for the Demon Clan Saint Stage warrior wielding the myriad cauldron, he found himself in an extremely disadvantageous position the moment Zhang arrived with the Golden Bell relic. The ripples emitted by the golden bell above Zhang's head had a natural countering effect on the Saint Stage demon wielding the myriad cauldron. Under a barrage of relentless attacks, the latter was immediately plunged into a dazed, disoriented state. Holding the myriad cauldron, he stood motionless, allowing himself to be attacked at will.
Now that's a real treasure.
Zhang snatched the super sacred artifact, the myriad cauldron, right out of the saint's hands. Using the golden bell, he swiftly erased the demonic clan's markings from it and imprinted his own sacred soul mark instead. And so, at that very moment, the legendary super sacred artifact, the myriad cauldron, changed hands.
Ah! What just happened?
The Demon Clan Saint Stage suddenly snapped out of his daze. Upon seeing the scene before him, he went completely berserk.
This myriad cauldron is that Lord's sacred artifact.
You dare to claim it as your own.
As he spoke, the sole remaining Demon Clan Saint Stage immediately chose to self-destruct.
The self-destruction of a Saint Stage being even with Zhang's mastery of 2 complete sets of rule power filled him with deep trepidation. He immediately withdrew the Thunder Scroll that had sealed off the heavens and earth, then retreated rapidly to a great distance alongside the 4 great saints and the Golden Thunder Dragon.
Boom!
Accompanied by a deafening roar like a nuclear explosion, even in the outermost regions of the sacred site, far removed from the super holy city, people witnessed a terrifying and horrifying spectacle unfolding deep within the sacred site.
As the rampaging saint-level energy raged, it instantly obliterated the remaining saint-level guardians in the vicinity.
Once all the raging energy had completely dissipated, Zhang and the others looked toward the epicenter of the explosion and couldn't help but gasp in shock.
A terrifying black hole, nearly 1,000 zhang in size, gaped like the mouth of an endless abyss, devouring everything around it. The self-destruction of a saint is truly this terrifying. Watching this scene, Zhang couldn't help but exclaim. But immediately afterward, as the small golden bell above his head rippled, he sensed something amiss. At the very depths of the super holy city, there was actually a small teleportation array. As golden light flashed in Zhang's eyes, he suddenly saw a faint glow flicker from within the small teleportation array before vanishing. Even when self-destructing, they have a way to ensure their saint's soul doesn't perish? Zhang furrowed his brow slightly. Were the life-preserving techniques of the saint stage a bit too terrifying? But before Zhang could continue frowning, he was stunned by the sight deeper within the sacred site. For, with a golden glow in his eyes, he seemed to glimpse the outer reaches of the sacred site through the super holy city. There appeared to be an abyss there, separating the two realms. As the dozen or so saint-level guardians deep within the super holy city were wiped out by the self-destruction of that demon clan saint stage practitioner, the super holy city instantly returned to calm. Although the guardians below the saint level possessed an instinct to annihilate intruders, at this moment, they were all terrified of Zhang and the other great saints, so they hurriedly retreated from the area and went into hiding. Damn it, I never thought that little demon brat would actually get away. The elderly saint stage members of the Xianjian Guild, who were extremely powerful, had naturally discovered the small teleportation array deep within the city. Moreover, after teleporting away the demonic saint stage's sacred soul, they immediately self-destructed the array. Thank you, young friend, for your chivalrous assistance this time. Otherwise, we old-timers would have met our end here today. Please accept this bow from us old men. The Golden Thunder Dragon had long since transformed back into a small dragon and was resting on Zhang's shoulder. The four great saints all stepped forward before Zhang, smiling as they bowed deeply to him. Seeing this, Zhang was naturally taken aback. He was still young, how could he possibly accept such a grand gesture from these ancient beings who had lived for tens of thousands of years? Before they could fully complete their gesture, Zhang quickly stopped them and hurriedly said, "Elders, please do not do this. As a member of the human race, how could I possibly stand by and do nothing while a sage is in danger? This is simply my duty." However, the four great sages refused to accept Zhang's words. Determined as if they had made up their minds, they insisted on performing a grand bow to express their gratitude. "Honored elders, you really mustn't. If you all bow deeply to me, wouldn't that be shortening my lifespan?" Zhang looked utterly helpless as he added, "If you truly wish to thank me, then once we return to the sacred realm, please open the treasuries of your respective sacred realms to me for a while." At this point, Zhang gave a slightly embarrassed chuckle. The treasuries of the sacred realms had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, surely they must be brimming with treasures? The four great sages were momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, then stroked their beards and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! So you young rascal refuse our grand bow, but you're actually setting your sights on the treasuries of our sacred realms?" The four great saints stared at Zhang, their faces still beaming with laughter, and added, "We old-timers here certainly have no objections, but we'll need to return and discuss this with the other elders of our holy realms. After all, the holy realms aren't our private property, we hope you understand, young friend." Zhang smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. "In that case, young friend, why not accompany us back to the sacred realm immediately? The 5 supreme rulers of the demon clans from 10,000 years ago are sealed away at Demon Path Mountain, which is currently under attack by the demon clan. We must rush there to provide support at once." A hint of concern flashed in the eyes of the four great saints, as they wondered whether the 5 saint stage cultivators stationed at Demon Path Mountain would be able to hold their ground. However, upon hearing this, Zhang waved his hand and said, "Elders, there is no need to worry too much. Before I burst in here, I had already intercepted your earlier conversation and relayed the news back to the sacred realm. I expect saint stage cultivators armed with deadly weapons have already set out by now." Hearing this, the four saints let out a deep sigh of relief that was good news. "If you, esteemed elders, are still concerned, you should return to the sacred realm now. After all, today's events require joint consultation among the major sacred realms. I expect the demon clan's army will launch a counterattack before long,
so we must make thorough preparations. Noticing that the others seemed somewhat distracted, Zhang immediately added. As for himself, he was captivated by the mysterious sights deep within the sacred site and wanted to go investigate further. Since the news has already been relayed, there is no need to rush just yet. The four great saints had no intention of leaving immediately. Instead, their gazes fixed on the depths of the sacred site as they spoke slowly. Legend has it that in ancient times, this sacred site was a colossal battlefield, its depths connecting to an even grander, mysterious world. Now that we're here, we naturally must investigate it thoroughly. Immediately, the four great saints, together with Zhang, made their way to the very depths of the super holy city. Standing atop the city walls, they gazed out at the world beyond the city. As far as the eye could see lay a vast, crimson plain. Countless bizarre corpses lay scattered haphazardly across the crimson earth, densely packed like sun-dried specimens. There were the corpses of human cultivators, those of the demon clan, and even some of strange, black creatures covered in scales, creatures they had never seen before. Even after who knows how many tens of thousands of years had passed, the air was still thick with a pungent, blood-soaked stench. Are all these corpses actually emitting saint-level fluctuations? Including Zhang, all four saints were deeply shaken. What did this mean? As far as the eye could see, these densely packed corpses were all the remains of saints. Countless 10,000 years ago, an utterly terrifying saint-level melee had taken place here. The group dared not imagine such a horrific scene, nor could they trace its origins. At the same time, the group instinctively looked to either side and discovered that there were a total of 5 super sacred cities, just like the one beneath their feet. They seemed to form a vast arc, guarding this border. Could it be that those mysterious and bizarre creatures from back then came from behind that barrier? They slowly raised their heads to look toward the end of the sacred ruins and discovered, in the far distance, a barrier as vast as the sky itself. But at that moment, this mysterious barrier seemed to have been severed by a single sword strike? Even from such a great distance, the terrifying sword intent emanating from the barrier caused them to feel a horrifying, tearing sensation. Their expressions were filled with shock and dread. That single sword strike seemed to have severed space and time, cutting off the two realms and causing an abyss to appear out of thin air right there. Amidst the surging, boundless chaos of the Taoist energy tearing everything apart, strands of chaotic energy seemed to emerge from within the abyss, giving rise to a world of destruction. From that terrifying sword intent, I sensed the supreme Tao of the sword. The elder of the saint stage from the Shenzhen guild stared in shock at the abyss severed by that single sword strike, speaking in disbelief. Could this sword strike have been unleashed by that supreme being, a powerhouse of the ascended stage? A sharp gleam flashed in the old saint stage cultivator's eyes. The aura emanating from the celestial abyss was no longer merely a simple permeation of rule energy. Instead, it surged with a dense aura of the great Tao, even tinged with a hint of chaos. This was the supreme great Tao that could only be touched upon by those who had set foot in the ascended stage realm. At the end of the saint's path lies the breakthrough to immortality. A cultivator who comprehends a complete set of rule power stands a chance of attaining sainthood, but to set foot in the ascended stage realm, one must comprehend a complete Tao. A master of the ascended stage realm? Upon hearing the old saint stage's words, Zhang and the others couldn't help but feel a deep sense of dread. Was a being of that caliber truly so terrifying? With a single sword strike, could they sever space-time and cut off the connection between two realms? At that moment, Zhang and his companions were merely standing atop the city walls of the Super Saint City, observing the terrifying spectacle deep within the sacred site. They had not chosen to venture further onto the Crimson Plain or venture deeper inside. Even under the protection of a super-scale formation like the Super Saint City, all of them had sensed a suffocating aura of the great Tao emanating from the abyss of heaven. What would happen if they were deprived of the protection of this super-scale formation? Even as saint stage cultivators, they would likely be instantly sliced to pieces by the Tao-level sword intent spilling out from the celestial abyss, wouldn't they? Does this place connect to the upper realm? The four great saints fixed their gaze on the depths of the sacred site, as if trying to peer through the hazy celestial veil to discern the truth beyond. But no matter how hard they tried, they made no substantial progress. Behind the celestial curtain lay the celestial abyss, cleaved open by a single sword strike. The terrifying aura of the Tao permeated the air, cutting off everything. Zhang was straining just as hard.
Golden light blazed in his eyes, and bloodshot veins had even begun to appear. Only then did he succeed in piercing through the barrier of the Taoist aura to catch a glimpse of the truth. Someone is fighting. Zhang's heart trembled. As he strained to observe, he actually witnessed this scene. Beyond the celestial abyss, two colossal figures were locked in combat. Bathed in golden light and radiating the aura of the Tao, their every move obliterated the surrounding space. Whoosh! Suddenly, the two powerhouses sensed something and instantly turned to glance in Zhang's direction. In that instant, two streams of blood tears trickled down the corners of Zhang's eyes. The scene before him vanished, and everything returned to a state of chaos. What kind of place lies beyond the celestial abyss? Is it truly the upper realm of legend? It was a long time before Zhang recovered, though the shock within him lingered for a long time. He could clearly sense that both of them were masters, at least at the ascended stage. Moreover, the very moment they turned to look at him, he distinctly saw that far away from where the two masters were clashing, numerous figures were crisscrossing the battlefield, also engaged in fierce combat. Even with space and time severed, those two powerhouses were able to detect me? Zhang couldn't help but gasp. Were ascended stage masters truly that terrifying? But in the next instant, another possibility occurred to him. Or could it be that the battle in the distance is actually happening right now? Zhang furrowed his brow. He didn't dwell on it, but he couldn't shake the feeling that this world was shrouded in a fog, and he couldn't see the truth clearly. Young friend? However, just as Zhang was lost in deep thought, a voice snapped him back to reality. The aura of the Tao emanating from the abyss of heaven is a rare opportunity for us. Hurry and sit down to absorb it. Zhang snapped out of his reverie and noticed that the elder saint stage cultivator and the others had already crossed their legs and sat down, beginning to absorb the aura of the Tao, the air to refine their own paths. Without hesitation, he found a spot, sat cross-legged, entered a state of contemplation, and began to absorb the essence. The golden thunder dragon wasn't idle either. Not far from Zhang, it sat in meditation with great composure, absorbing the essence as well. Although its true form was a force of thunder laws, after taking human form, it had developed its own spiritual consciousness and was able to continue evolving. Zhang sat cross-legged in place, capturing the essence of the Tao emanating from the sword strike in the abyss of heaven, while simultaneously analyzing and verifying his own path. A moment later, Zhang furrowed his brow slightly, inwardly startled. For, upon analysis, he discovered that the person who had unleashed that terrifying sword strike possessed within their Tao essence nearly 100 terrifying and intricate forces of the law. Among these nearly 100 complex forces of the laws, Zhang further discovered that two distinct types stood out. Each of these two types numbered 10, accounting for 1/5 of the nearly 100. The ultimate number is 9. The great Tao resides in 1. Suddenly, Zhang's eyes lit up, and he achieved sudden enlightenment. Could it be that these two sets of rule forces, each numbering 10, are actually two complete Tao forces? At this thought, Zhang couldn't help but gasp inwardly. Many saints, upon reaching the end of their sacred path, felt as though the path had come to an abrupt halt. No matter what they did, they were unable to break through that final barrier and set foot in the realm of the ascended stage. Although they knew deep down that to enter the ascended stage, one must comprehend a complete great Tao. What they failed to understand was that a complete great Tao is composed of 10 identical forces of the rules. Many of them spent their entire lives pursuing the great Tao, yet remained unaware that they had already set out on the path to it long ago. That said, if not for analyzing the aura of the great Tao within the ascended stage, who would have known that the so-called great Tao actually involves comprehending 10 distinct levels from a single force of the rules? Generally, after comprehending 2 or 3 different levels of a single force of the rules, it becomes difficult to proceed further, so one chooses to comprehend other forces of the rules to strengthen oneself. Just imagine how incredibly difficult it must be to evolve a single force of the laws into 10 distinct new levels. No wonder so many say that the end of the sacred path marks the end of the cultivation journey. This single hurdle of the great Tao alone blocks the vast majority of people. Zhang reflected on his own situation. The two forces of the Tao he had currently mastered both belonged to the same category, the Tao of Thunder. It seems I can try to master some other distinct forces of the Tao in the future. When it comes to forces of the Tao, the more, the better. After coming to this realization, Zhang's mind entered a state of clarity, and he immediately began observing and comprehending the nearly 100 different forces of the Tao. He especially etched the two complete great Tao into his mind. These two complete great Tao were the sword Tao and the time Tao. Both were extremely powerful great Tao. If Zhang could master them, his strength would undoubtedly rise by more than one tier. With a goal in mind, Zhang began his cultivation with the time Tao. He believed that the time Tao could complement his golden bell. With the support of the way of time, the golden ripples he unleashed would surely catch his enemies off guard, leaving them unable to defend against them. And so, not only Zhang, but also the four great saints, including the old saint stage, were all immersed in deep contemplation. The forces of the laws swirled around each of them as they pursued their own insights. Old Saint Stage was surrounded by the true essence of the way of the sword, refining his own path. The other three Saint Stage cultivators also witnessed different visions manifesting as they perfected their respective paths. As for Zhang himself, fragments of the time rule now swirled around him, dancing like exquisite little sprites. Time flies when one is cultivating. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The four saints had long since snapped out of their meditative states, and all four had achieved varying degrees of improvement. In particular, the veteran Saint Stage cultivator from the Shenzhen Guild had now successfully grasped a second complete force of the rules, greatly enhancing his strength. At that moment, all four stood at a distance, guarding Zhang while silently observing him, their faces occasionally betraying looks of astonishment. Young friend Zhang's talent and insight are truly terrifying. He is a prodigy beyond compare. Is he about to successfully comprehend a third complete rule force? The Wasteland Realm, Demon Domain. Located on the fringes of the Wasteland Realm, this barren land is the habitat of the demon race. 10,000 years ago, during the Great War between the human race and the demon race, the human race emerged with a hard-fought victory. After subduing the 5 demon race sovereigns, they successfully drove the remaining demon race members into this barren region. However, because many human race saints had perished in that battle and the surviving saints were all gravely wounded, the demon race was not completely eradicated. Instead, they went into hiding deep within this barren land. Later, after several great saints had recovered, they even came to the outskirts of this barren land, intending to wipe out the demon race once and for all. But upon arriving, they discovered that deep within the barren lands, there seemed to be an aura surging that made them feel a sense of danger in their very hearts. Consequently, after the great saints joined forces to set up a colossal formation on the outskirts, they chose to retreat. Now, with 10,000 years having passed, the depths of the barren lands no longer resemble what they were when the demonic race first arrived. Today, the barren lands are known among the demonic race as the demon realm. Deep within this demon realm, not only do vast, interconnected palaces rise from the ground, but there are also various sacred mountains exuding an aura of ethereal beauty. Amidst the mountains and rivers, dense mana surges, auspicious beasts chorus in unison, and throughout the mountains and the vast palaces, all manner of divine herbs and other top-tier medicinal treasures are found everywhere. Countless powerful members of the demon clan come and go within these mountain palaces, quietly cultivating. And at this very moment, deep within the demon realm, one can faintly make out a massive black hole, 1,000 zhang in diameter, appearing in the sky. That endless, dense aura flows out from the enormous black hole in the sky. It seemed to be the mythical source of this barren land, ceaselessly nourishing the surroundings. At that moment, within a main palace deep within the demon realm, an unexpected turn of events has occurred. A once-in-a-lifetime prodigy has emerged among the human race. Before even attaining sainthood, he has grasped 2 complete sets of rule powers and possesses a super-sacred artifact no weaker than the Myriad Cauldron. The Demon Clan Saint Stage, who had successfully escaped from Zhang's grasp, had returned to the demon realm via a small teleportation array within the holy city. With the aid of countless rare treasures and natural elixirs, he had successfully reformed his physical body, though his saint soul remained somewhat weak. Inside the hall, the figures of other Demon Clan Saint Stage beings slowly materialized. Their eyes gleamed with a cold light as they stared at the self-destructing Saint Stage, their voices icy as they spoke. Did the 3 of you fail? What about the Myriad Cauldron? At the same time, from the dark corners of the hall, several other pairs of icy eyes turned to gaze at him, making the self-destructing Saint Stage feel uneasy. But he steeled himself and replied. Only I managed to escape and return. The myriad cauldron was taken by that person.
The moment the self-destructing saint stage finished speaking, the temperature throughout the hall plummeted to freezing point, and several icy gazes fixed on him, brimming with murderous intent.
Ha!
That myriad cauldron was lent to our clan by His Excellency to help us achieve our great cause. Now that you've lost it, I'll be interested to see how you explain this to His Excellency. The demon clan saint stage who had spoken first coldly rebuked him, then immediately sank back into the darkness and vanished. The other demon clan saints who had been watching also snorted coldly before fading into the darkness and disappearing. Once that great one's wrath descended, it was far beyond what ordinary saints like them could withstand. Rest assured, I will go and explain it personally to that great one when the time comes. The self-destructing saint stage sensed the several auras vanishing into the shadows and sighed inwardly, a look of concern appearing on his face. It was said that even in the upper realm, His Excellency was a figure capable of stirring up a storm. At this thought, the self-destructing saint stage couldn't help but lift his head and gaze intently toward the deeper reaches of the demon realm. There stood a black demonic mountain soaring into the clouds, its summit crowned by a purple gold palace, situated near that massive black hole. The 9 who had journeyed to Demon Path Mountain to rescue the 5 great demon sovereigns had returned to the demon realm half a month ago with the 3 demon sovereigns they successfully rescued. Now, they were all lying low in secret, recuperating from their injuries. According to the leader of that group, they had originally been able to rescue all 5 supreme beings without a trace. But who could have known that the sacred realm would suddenly receive word of their presence and rush over with a powerful weapon? Not only were they all severely wounded, but 2 of the demon clan's supreme beings chose to self-destruct to cover their retreat. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether they would have made it back alive. Ah, one misstep leads to eternal regret. I've actually become a traitor to the demon clan. Self-destruct saint stage. Whenever he thought of this, a chill ran through his heart. He knew that once the terrifying figure trapped inside finally broke through the barrier and emerged, his life would be over. Not only had he lost the super sacred artifact, the myriad cauldron, but he also nearly caused the annihilation of his own faction. He felt too guilty to even continue living. However, the only thing that brought him some peace of mind was that he successfully brought news of Zhang back to the demon clan. Zhang would be a major enemy for the demon clan in the future. East Continent, deep within the sacred site. Fragments of the time rule swirled densely around Zhang, and a terrifying aura radiated out in all directions. This sight filled the 4 elder saint stage cultivators in the distance with envy. Was he about to comprehend the complete power of the time rule? Sure enough, as time passed, the countless fragments of the time rule that had been swirling around Zhang were suddenly drawn together by a mysterious force and began to slowly fuse into one another. Gradually, a complete form of the time rule seeming almost sentient emerged, circling around Zhang. Whoosh! A moment later, Zhang slowly opened his eyes, which had been closed for so long, exhaled a breath of stale air, and the power of the time rule in his eyes flickered and vanished. Elders, how long have I been in seclusion? Zhang stood up from where he was. He could sense that although his cultivation level hadn't increased, his combat prowess and foundational strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Gaining a complete grasp of yet another rule of power had successfully propelled him to the pinnacle of the wasteland realm. The 4 old saint stage cultivators smiled as they spoke. Young friend, you possess extraordinary natural talent, a level of insight rarely seen since ancient times. Counting from the day you entered seclusion, more than a month has now passed. Upon seeing Zhang successfully comprehend a complete time rule force, the Golden Thunder Dragon felt quite as well. It perched on Zhang's shoulder to offer its blessings. This was mainly because, as time passed, the time rule force Zhang had comprehended would gradually flow through his saint soul into his core origin mark, thereby allowing the dragon to benefit from it as well. Has it really been that long? Zhang stood there muttering to himself. He looked up at the several saint stage cultivators and asked, "Have there been any results from Demon Path Mountain?" The 4 great saints nodded and replied, "Thanks to the timely information you provided, young friend, our sacred realm reacted swiftly. By the time we arrived at Demon Path Mountain, we not only rescued the 5 great saints but also completely annihilated the 2 supreme beings who had broken the seal." However, at that moment, the expressions of the 4 great saints suddenly grew grave. Unfortunately, the other three demon clan supreme beings managed to escape. Seeing this, Zhang couldn't help but feel puzzled and blurted out.
Demon clan supreme beings? Are they that strong? Why does this cause such concern for you elders?
Deep within the sacred site, bathed in the radiant light of the gigantic golden crow above, the sky was filled with birdsong and the fragrance of flowers, a scene of unparalleled beauty. Yet, high atop the city walls deep within the super-sacred city, the expressions of the four great saints had grown extremely grave. The supreme beings of the demon clan are not merely strong, they are terrifyingly powerful, far beyond what we ordinary saints can possibly oppose. As the four great saints spoke these words, a deep sense of apprehension flashed in their eyes. Only the elderly saint stage cultivator, who had just comprehended two identical, complete rule forces, appeared slightly more composed. Before Zhang could ask any further questions, the four great saints continued. Every demon clan sovereign has comprehended at least two instances of the same rule force, and some have even comprehended it 3 times. Their strength far surpasses our own.
Among saint-level cultivators, there has always been a common hierarchy. Those who survive the 3 tribulations of the saint stage and successfully comprehend one complete rule force can attain the rank of saint.
However, this rank is merely the lowest tier, the early stage of the human saint. If one can attain enlightenment more than 3 times regarding the same rule force, that is, comprehend 4 rule forces of different levels, then their strength undergoes a qualitative leap, and they are revered as an earth saint. Once one has attained enlightenment more than 7 times regarding the same rule force, they can become a supreme heaven saint. And beyond the celestial saint lies the group of individuals who have touched upon the realm of the ascended stage. At this point, the 4 great saints spoke with concern. 10,000 years ago, among the 9 supreme rulers of the demon clans, the strongest was a late-stage human saint who had grasped 2 distinct true meanings of the same rule power, and was on the verge of perfecting his third. In that battle back then, although our human race emerged victorious, we paid an extremely heavy price to secure those 10,000 years of peace. Of the 9 supreme rulers of the demon clans, our human coalition completely annihilated 3, subdued 5, and the remaining 1 retreated with the remnants of the demon clan's forces to the barren lands, now the depths of the demon realm where he has been lying in wait. Now, 10,000 years later, the demon clan not only shows signs of making a comeback, but has also suddenly gained control of 3 legendary super-sacred artifacts.
There must certainly be other terrifying forces backing them.
This time, we humans are in grave danger. The 4 great saints felt a heavy weight in their hearts.
10,000 years was far too short a time. Their major sacred lands had not yet fully recovered, and now they were about to be drawn into another great war?
Upon hearing this, Zhang's heart grew heavy as well, as if a dark cloud had settled over his mind, lingering for a long time.
Once the demon clan chooses to wage war, not a single corner of the wild realm will remain untouched. Every corner will inevitably witness horrific bloodshed and sacrifice. Elders, do we humans really have no reserves of strength left?
Zhang knew full well that the human race was by no means as simple as it appeared on the surface. Otherwise, the demon race wouldn't have chosen to rescue the 5 supreme beings, but would have simply sent their armies to crush them outright. This proved that the human race still possessed forces that the demon race feared. Upon hearing this, the 4 holy ones all sighed and said, "Our human race does indeed possess an entity that strikes fear into the hearts of the demon race, but it was severely crippled during that great war 10,000 years ago and has likely not yet fully recovered."
Hearing this, Zhang was momentarily taken aback. What kind of entity could be so formidable? 10,000 years have passed, and it still hasn't fully recovered? As if sensing Zhang's confusion, the 4 great saints explained.
That being is not a member of the human race, but rather a super-sacred artifact forged by one of our ancient sages. After countless 10,000 years of cultivation, it has now attained the ability to take human form. A super-sacred artifact capable of taking human form? Zhang was shaken to the core. He never imagined such a being still existed in this world. During that great war 10,000 years ago, that being risked severe injury, incurring a Tao-level wound to successfully slay the demon clan as mightiest sovereign. Even now, that Tao-level wound likely hasn't fully healed. Upon hearing this, the saint stage cultivator from the sword forging holy sect sighed softly and added, "It's probably beyond repair. That wound of the Tao. Unless the ancient holy artisan who forged it back then reappears and reforges its body using super sacred grade materials, it'll be difficult. The other three saints, upon hearing this, also sighed inwardly. In short, the human race hadn't fully prepared for this battle. Fighting it in such haste might very well lead to they dared not imagine such an outcome. However, upon hearing the words of that elderly saint stage expert, Zhang's eyes lit up slightly. Artifact forging? You should have said so sooner. That's my specialty. Never mind a super saint grade artifact, even that legendary Dao celestial artifact, as long as the materials are available, I can craft it for you. Though it's true, I've been distracted by too many matters lately. It's been a long time since I've experienced the joy of artifact forging. With that thought, Zhang wore a faint smile as he looked at the four great saints and said, to be honest with you, esteemed elders, I am actually a saint artisan as well. Perhaps I could try to repair that person's Dao level injury. At first, the four holy ones hadn't paid much attention to Zhang's words, but in an instant, their expressions froze, and they stared at Zhang with excitement. Is what you say true, young friend? Do you truly have a way to repair that person's Dao injury? The four great saints instantly rushed to Zhang's side, their faces brimming with excitement, eager to take him back to the sacred realm at once. After witnessing the various events in the holy city, the four great saints no longer harbored any doubts about Zhang's abilities. He was nothing short of a prodigy. If he had also dedicated himself to the art of artifact forging, given his natural talent, his mastery would surely be profound. Especially the saint stage expert from the sword forging holy sect, his eyes were shining brightly. A holy artisan. Even at the sword forging holy sect, which specialized in artifact forging, not a single one had appeared in countless years. And even the current ones were mere amateurs. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had to invite master artisans from all over the world to assist with their forging. And now, a true holy artisan was standing right before him. How could he not be thrilled? Zhang looked at their excited expressions and replied with a smile of his own. Please watch, seniors. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang began his demonstration right there on the spot. He took out a piece of saint-grade primary material from the system's Space Phoenix Bloodstone, the very same item he had accidentally stumbled upon on that small street in Dongzhou City. Puff! He tossed it directly into the sacred level Dao fire. As three streams of rule power swirled around it, Zhang continuously added various high-grade auxiliary materials. He then channeled a strand of thunder rule power to inscribe it upon the blade. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, just half an hour later, a blood-red longsword radiating waves of sacred-level energy appeared in Zhang's hand. At the same time, as the blood-red longsword appeared, a massive thundercloud began to coalesce high in the sky amid faint rumblings of thunder, as if a terrifying thunder tribulation were about to descend. However, with just a single glance, Zhang caused the thunderclouds filling the sky to vanish without a trace. I walk the path of thunder. Who do you think you're trying to strike? This is impossible? Across from him, the four great saints, having witnessed Zhang's artifact forging technique, froze in their tracks, their eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment. Forging an artifact with bare hands, inscribing the power of the rules, everything was done in one fluid motion, as smooth as flowing clouds in water, without a single superfluous gesture. Moreover, the blood-red long sword he had forged even bore its own distinct attributes. What an utterly breathtaking art of artifact forging! Although the blood-red long sword he had forged was merely a sacred artifact of the lowest grade, it was indeed inscribed with the power of the laws and crafted from a saint-grade primary material like Phoenix Bloodstone. The saint of the sword forging sect was the most excited at that moment. He was on the verge of grabbing Zhang's hands, tears welling up in his eyes. A sacred relic! A sacred relic has reappeared. There is hope for the human race. Without a moment's hesitation, the four great saints immediately escorted Zhang back to the sacred realm. Repairing a super sacred artifact could not be delayed. The sooner, the better. Congratulations, host! You have successfully forged a low-grade sacred artifact and obtained. With a smile playing on his face, Zhang followed the four great saints, heading straight for the exit of the sacred site. Zhang's heart was filled with anticipation for the restoration of that shape-shifting super-sacred artifact. Currently, the human race was in a weakened state, lacking a foundation in sacred artifacts.
But once he returned to the sacred realm and began artifact forging, provided he had sufficient sacred grade materials, he would be able to make up for this deficiency. I can't wait. So many sacred artifacts are waiting for me to craft. I wonder how many incredible rewards I'll receive afterward. Just how far will they push my strength? Zhang's heart was brimming with anticipation. But just then, a familiar voice rang out in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully forged a low-level sacred artifact and gained 300 years of insight into the way of thunder. Oh? Hearing that long-missed, familiar voice in his mind, the smile on Zhang's lips grew even brighter. 300 years of insight into the way of thunder. Was this laying the groundwork for him to comprehend the third thunder rule? From the explanation given by the four great saints just moments ago, he knew full well that if he successfully grasped the third thunder rule and survived the final tribulation of the saint stage, he would become a super-powerful cultivator at the peak of the human saint realm. The very pinnacle of the human race. However, Zhang did not immediately absorb and contemplate this insight. Instead, he set it aside for the time being. On their way back, as they passed by the sword-forging holy sect's stronghold, Zhang briefly stepped away and brought Bei Lingqing along with him. Led by Xiao Tian, their group explored the massive city and successfully obtained the treasures hidden within. For instance, the shattered sacred artifact was acquired by Xiao Tian, while the legendary sacred artifact level blueprint was secured by Bei Lingqing. As for the various other divine treasures and cultivation resources, the group divided them up among themselves. Tian Yun and his party from the Tianfeng Empire had originally intended to muscle in on the spoils, but with the formidable sword cultivator Bei Lingqing in their ranks, they were unable to get their way. Little junior brother, here you go. High above, Bei Lingqing was cradled in Zhang's arms, her face flushed with shyness, but she still took the sacred artifact level blueprint out of her storage pouch. By now, she was well aware of Zhang's true identity and strength. Knowing he possessed exceptional talent in artifact forging and needed the blueprint, she had made a point of bringing it along. Oh? It's actually a sacred artifact blueprint, not bad at all. But before Zhang could respond, the void rippled nearby, and four elderly figures suddenly materialized. The one who spoke was the saint stage cultivator from the sword-forging holy sect. His eyes sparkled as he looked at the sacred artifact blueprint in Bei Lingqing's hand, nodding in admiration. With a blueprint, their sword-forging holy sect would also be able to craft it. Ah! The sudden appearance of the four men startled Bei Lingqing. Her originally bashful face instantly flushed crimson, and she leaped straight out of Zhang's embrace. Junior brother, you! Bei Lingqing's clear, lively eyes then fixed intently on Zhang, as if to say, you've embarrassed me to death. Seeing this, Zhang smiled and explained to Bei Lingqing that these were four saint stage elders. Upon hearing this, Bei Lingqing's face immediately betrayed her shock. She then bowed respectfully to the four, her expression filled with reverence. This junior, Bei Lingqing, greets the four seniors. Seeing this, the four saints laughed heartily and waved their hands. He, no need for such formalities. All four appeared extremely approachable, showing none of the arrogance one might expect from saint stage cultivators, which didn't quite match the aloof image Bei Lingqing had of them. But in the next instant, she suddenly realized something. If my junior brother could walk alongside these saint stage elders, could it be that he, too, is a powerhouse of that caliber? Bei Lingqing was deeply shaken. Although she had suspected that Zhang's strength wasn't as simple as it appeared that he was very powerful, she never imagined he would be this incredibly strong. You look somewhat familiar, young lady. You must be from the Bei Sword clan, right? Suddenly, the elderly saint stage cultivator from the Shenzhen Guild fixed his gaze on Bei Lingqing and actually recognized her identity. He could sense that her grasp of the way of the sword was no mean feat. I've heard that your Bei Sword clan has produced an innate sword physique, someone naturally attuned to the way of the sword. At this point, the elderly saint stage's eyes suddenly lit up, and he spoke with evident interest. How is that innate sword physique now? That SA constitution every sword cultivator dreams of. Why haven't I seen him come to our Shenzhen Guild to further his training? Standing before Zhang, Bei Lingqing's eyes dimmed slightly upon hearing this. After a moment, she spoke slowly.
I must report, Senior, that the innate sword physique you speak of is none other than my daughter herself. However, my daughter's sword physique has long since been stripped by the Bay Sword clan, and she has been expelled from the clan. She is no longer a member of the Bay Sword clan, much less a prodigy with an innate sword physique.
What?
When Bei Lingqing spoke these words, it wasn't just Zhang. Even the elderly saint stage member of the Shenzhen Guild glared at her with anger in his eyes.
Is this true?
Including Zhang and the elderly saint stage member, the other three saints also turned their attentive gazes toward her. As saint-level powerhouses, they naturally understood just how terrifying the future potential of an innate sword body could be if properly cultivated. For such a person, attaining the saint stage was merely the starting point.
But now, a prodigy with the potential to reach the saint stage had secretly had his foundation for attaining the way destroyed?
Seeing everyone's attentive gazes, a glimmer of emotion flashed in Bei Lingqing's eyes, and he immediately spoke. Back then, when the Shenzhen Guild was selecting candidates for the Saint Sun, it allocated one candidate slot to each of its affiliated factions. At that time, my Bei clan of swords was caught in a power struggle between two major factions. Faced with an opportunity to produce a candidate at the level of a Saint Sun within the Saint sect, neither faction was about to let it slip away. Originally, possessing an innate sword body, I was undoubtedly the one who deserved that spot. But alas, members of the other faction, in order to elevate one of their own prodigies to power, went so far as to secretly dispatch powerful experts to strip me of my innate sword body. Since then, the other faction has gained the favor of an elder of the holy sect. Not only did they bring their prodigy into the holy sect, but they also secretly suppressed our faction. That is why we have fallen to this state. As if she had finally vented the resentment she suppressed for many years, Bei Lingqing's eyes regained their confident radiance after speaking these words.
What difference does it make whether she has an innate sword body or not? Hadn't she reached this level in the way of the sword through her own hard work? This is simply outrageous. Which blind fool in our sect dared to meddle in the internal strife of a lower-tier faction?
After hearing Bei Lingqing's account, the old saint stage felt a sense of injustice on her behalf, while also feeling anger toward the sect elder who had secretly meddled in the internal strife of the Bei Sword clan. Ever since the Shenzhen Guild founded, it had been their policy not to interfere in the internal conflicts of lower-tier factions.
Who would have thought that someone would now dare to violate the sect's rules?
Once they returned to the sect, he would certainly conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. The group first exited the sacred site, then sliced through the void in a single stride, stepping right into it. By the time they reappeared, they had already arrived within the borders of Central State. This was the true power of the Saint Stage in the wilderness realm, able to tear through space at will and traverse states with ease. As for why this couldn't be done within the sacred site, it was simply because the sacred site's space was far more solid than the outside world.
Meanwhile, in the bustling city of Zhengzhou,
deep within the Bei Sword clan's estate,
in a secluded reception hall.
It is our honor that the Supreme Sect recognizes the Bei Sword clan. As long as the Supreme Sect and your companions agree to the conditions proposed by our clan, we are naturally willing to cooperate. Inside the room, the current clan leader of the Bei Sword clan, a super powerful cultivator who had survived the Second Tribulation, was now displaying a respectful demeanor toward an elderly man in black robes standing beside him. The elderly man in black robes took a light sip of spiritual tea and spoke slowly.
Rest assured, clan chief.
All you need to do is for the Bei Sword clan to secretly spread rumors when the Demon clan's army launches its attack, thereby undermining the alliance of the four sacred lands.
Once the Demon clan invades the sacred lands, we'll fulfill every single promise we've made to you.
In fact, your Bei Sword clan will even be able to use this opportunity to migrate your entire clan to the upper realm, where you'll gain even broader opportunities for growth.
Upon hearing these words, the patriarch of the Bei Sword clan was instantly filled with excitement.
Migrating the entire clan to the upper realm would be far better than remaining in this barren lower realm. Without delay, he respectfully clasped his hands and said,
Please rest assured, Senior.
When the time comes, my Bei Sword clan will certainly cooperate with all our might. Hearing this, the elderly man in the black robe smiled faintly.
Rest assured.
With my Lei Yen holy sect taking the lead, the human race no longer stands a chance.
we made a wise choice for the fate of our entire clan. Then, the two raised their cups together, their faces filled with anticipation for the future, and drank them dry in one gulp. Boom! However, just as the two were raising their cups to celebrate the successful alliance, a sudden shout rang out from the distance. An envoy from the upper sect has arrived. Clan chief of the Bei clan of swords, come out immediately to receive him. As Zhang faded, a terrifying aura, that of one who had survived the second tribulation, swept toward the Bei clan of swords estate like a tidal wave. Which Taoist friend dares to act so brazenly here, showing such disrespect to our upper sect? From deep within the estate, a terrifying aura, not just that of the Beishir sword clan's clan chief, but of another who had also survived the second tribulation. The hypocrisy and pretense of your faction is truly sickening. As he spoke, Zhang made no effort to conceal his voice. Consequently, once his words spread, powerful figures from all manner of factions, large and small, across Zhengzhou city rushed to the scene to investigate. In less than a moment, countless formidable figures appeared in the distance, murmuring among themselves. Who is that? How dare they come to the Bei clan sword sect to cause trouble? They're certainly bold. That little girl looks a bit like the one from the Bei clan sword sect who was born with an innate sword body over a decade ago. Really? I never expected someone from that faction to return. This is going to be quite a spectacle. TSK. Back then, that faction was stripped of its clan leadership by another faction using underhanded tactics. Not only that, but they crippled that so-called once in a 10,000 years innate sword physique and expelled her from the clan. It seems they found a super-powered expert. Are they back for revenge? The crowd around them buzzed with speculation, their guesses hitting the nail on the head. Across from them, the patriarch of the Bei clan sword sect and the four high-ranking elders all let out cold smirks as they stared at Zhang. What's the matter? Are you trying to stand up for this girl? Be careful, you might end up with not even a skeleton left. As he spoke, the four powerful elders standing beside the Bei sword clan had already formed a surround, trapping Zhang and his companion in the center. Should I say your courage is admirable, or that you're just foolish? You dare come all the way to the Bei clan of swords alone to cause trouble? To stand up for that good-for-nothing from back then? Facing the five-man assault, Zhang's expression remained unchanged as he said calmly. The Bei clan of swords is nothing, I can wipe them out in an instant. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang raised his hand and made a gesture. Boom! Instantly, 5 terrifying golden bolts of heavenly lightning crashed down from the void, instantly reducing the 4 men, all but the North Sword clan member, to a shower of debris, obliterating both body and soul. As for the North Sword clan chieftain, Zhang deliberately spared his life for the time being. Killing him right then would have been too easy on him. How is this possible? The patriarch of the Bei sword clan, now with most of his body blown away, his life force faint, stared at Zhang as he walked toward him with a face full of terror, having long since lost the composure he displayed earlier. As for the numerous onlookers surrounding them, they had long since frozen in place like statues, stunned into silence. A single strike that had slain 4 super-powerful figures who had survived the second tribulation of the saint stage. Could this be a saint himself? In an instant, when everyone looked at Zhang again, they dared not make any casual remarks, instead casting looks of awe and reverence his way. We implore the upper sect to intervene and slay this savage. We of the Bei sword clan will certainly cooperate with all our might. Seeing Zhang drawing ever closer, the patriarch of the Bei clan sword clan was overcome with sheer terror and panic. He roared loudly toward the depths of the estate behind him. The moment his shout faded, a terrifying aura far surpassing that of the second tribulation crushed down upon Zhang like the heavens themselves. That young man's killing intent is far too intense. This is not a good sign. Immediately afterward, the figure of an elderly man in a black robe appeared before the head of the Bei clan sword clan with a single step. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed intently at Zhang. At the same time, a terrifying aura of the saint stage crushed down upon Zhang. Oh? Is this the style of your Lei Yin holy sect? Do you enjoy bullying the weak? Since that's the case, why don't we 4 old-timers join in on the fun? Across from him, a saint stage cultivator from the Lei Yin holy sect, entirely shrouded in a black robe, unabashedly unleashed a terrifying saint stage-level aura of pressure upon Zhang, intent on forcing him to prostrate himself.
However, before he could even let a smug expression cross his face, he didn't witness Zhang prostrating himself. Instead, he was met with 4 equally terrifying saint-level auras, none weaker than his own, and among them, one that far surpassed his own. What's going on here? The saint stage practitioner from the Thunderflame Holy Sect looked utterly bewildered. His expression toward Zhang shifted from one of haughty superiority to stunned confusion, and finally to deep apprehension. Dude, if you had that kind of backing, you should have said so earlier. The saint stage from the Thunderflame Holy Sect felt a deep bitterness welling up inside him. Originally, he had come here simply to recruit the Bei clan of swords into his camp and, as a side note, help them resolve a minor problem. He never expected that this single move would directly draw out 4 saint stage figures, such a terrifying lineup. Please, Senior, quickly eliminate this savage. The Bei clan of swords will cooperate fully. Because the Lei Yin saint stage was standing right in front of him, the Bei clan chief didn't sense the terror emanating from the 4 figures who had suddenly appeared beside Zhang, and he urged the latter to act quickly. Shut up. However, what met him was the furious rebuke from the Lei Yin Holy Sect's saint stage. You're not telling me to act, you're telling me to go up the mountain. After scolding the chief of the Bei clan, the saint stage of the Lei Yin Holy Sect turned his gaze, now tinged with amusement, toward the 4 figures who had suddenly appeared across from him. Such a trivial matter has actually drawn the attention of 4 fellow cultivators. Since this young friend is acquainted with you 4, a simple word of notice would have sufficed. Why did you have to come all the way here yourselves? The saint stage of the Thunderflame Holy Sect did his best to remain calm and keep the 4 great saints at bay, though inwardly he was already plotting his escape. Since these 4 saints were nearby, it was obvious that their private conversation with the clan chief of the Bei clan had likely been overheard by the 4 before him. Across from him, the 4 saints gradually let cold smiles curve their lips as they spoke. Fellow Taoist of the Lei Yin Holy Sect, you must be tired from venturing out into the mortal world. Come, let this old man personally escort you back to your sect. The elderly saint stage member from the Shenzhen Guild and the other 2 saint stage members nodded to Zhang in greeting, then immediately stepped forward to stand before the saint stage member of the Lei Yin Holy Sect, urging him to set off. As for why they did not expose the Lei Yin Holy Sect's defection to the enemy right then and there, it was entirely because the repercussions of such a revelation would be far too severe. If the various factions, large and small, were to learn that one of the 5 sacred lands had defected to the enemy, half of the human race's front lines would collapse without even a fight. Meanwhile, the patriarch of the Bei clan, standing nearby, had long since been stunned into numbness. Especially when he looked at the elderly saint stage from the Shenzhen Guild, a deep sense of fear flashed in his eyes. He had recognized the elderly saint stage's identity. Once the elder saint stage and his 2 companions had forcibly taken the saint stage from the Thunderflame Holy Sect away, only Zhang and the saint stage from the Sword Forging Holy Sect remained. Along the way, the saint stage from the Thunderflame Holy Sect had initially tried to resist and seize the opportunity to escape, but under the combined suppression of the elder saint stage and the other 2 saints, he had no choice but to comply. The vicinity of the Bei clan sword clan. The dense crowd of onlookers still hadn't snapped out of their statue-like stupor. What was going on? Had they actually witnessed the 5 great saints arriving in person today? Almost instantly, everyone turned their gaze to Zhang's retreating figure, speculating about his identity and concluding that he was the key figure who had prompted the 5 great saints to descend upon this place. Whoosh! Zhang, accompanied by Bei Lingqing, took a single step and appeared before the Bei clan chief, speaking in a cold tone. Bring me the member of the Bei sword clan who crippled her back then, and do it quickly. The Bei clan chief had been in a state of shock, but upon hearing Zhang's voice, he immediately snapped out of it. By now, he knew that the young man before him had been chosen by the 4 great saints and possessed formidable strength. The powerful warriors of the Bei clan sword sect would be no match for him. So, while outwardly agreeing to Zhang's demand, the moment he turned to leave, he secretly crushed a stone talisman. I had intended to save you as a secret weapon for when the demon clan attacks in the future, but now, I have no choice but to bring you out into the world early, ancestor. As he spoke these words, the North Clan chief's expression took on a hint of ferocity and madness. Young friend, I sense this old fellow has ulterior motives. You'd best be careful. Just then, the saint stage from the Sword Forging Holy Sect approached Zhang's side and, gazing at the receding figure of the North Clan chief, spoke these words. Zhang, however, paid it no mind whatsoever and replied calmly.
It doesn't matter. No matter what tricks he has up his sleeve today, the outcome is already decided.
By asking him to hand over the person willingly, I'm giving him and the Bei clan a chance.
If he insists on resisting, then there is nothing more to discuss.
Sure enough, after the patriarch of the Bei clan had ventured a short distance into the estate, he suddenly turned around and roared with a ferocious expression.
Ancestor in heaven, awaken fully. Annihilate the invaders.
The instant his roar faded, Zhang and the others, their expressions grave, sensed a saint-level fluctuation suddenly emanating from deep within the estate, from a sacred mountain.
Could it be that old fossil from the Bei clan's sword sect?
The moment he sensed this saint-level fluctuation, the saint stage practitioner from the sword-forging holy sect standing nearby was the first to express astonishment and doubt.
That can't be right. That old fossil perished completely during the Great War 10,000 years ago. How could he possibly have revived?
Zhang's expression gradually returned to calm. Judging by the saint-level fluctuation, it was merely a mid-human saint-level powerhouse. Only Bei Lingqing, standing nearby, had tears already streaming down the corners of her eyes as she gazed at the towering figure deep within the estate. This was the ancestor of their faction, yet now the people of the Bei clan chief's faction had refined his remains into a saint-level golem. You people of this faction are truly ruthless. To show such disrespect toward your own ancestor, refining his remains into a saint-level combat golem. A cold glint flashed in Zhang's eyes. People like this would stop at nothing to further their own interests. Even the saint-level cultivators of the sword-forging holy sect wore frosty expressions. 10,000 years ago, this old warrior had achieved glorious military feats for the human race. Who would have thought that now, his remains would be exhumed by his descendants and forged into a combat golem, denying him even a peaceful rest in death? For the future development and prospects of our clan, what does this small sacrifice amount to? Besides, wouldn't it be a waste of a saint-level resource to just leave it sitting there unused? However, in response to Zhang and his companions' rebukes, the patriarch of the Bei clan burst into a maniacal laugh, as if he were deeply admiring his own masterpiece. Even the onlookers gathered in the distance cast looks of disdain at the patriarch of the Bei clan. Deep within the estate, however, the patriarch paid no heed to the reactions of those around him. Instead, he frantically urged the saint-level golem to attack Zhang and his companions. Ancestor, please emerge at once and slay the villains who dare to invade our Bei clan sword sect.
Alas!
However, the very moment his words fell, a sigh emanated from within the golem. A sigh suddenly echoed throughout the heavens and earth, sounding as if it had come from an extremely ancient era, filled with a sense of profound age and history. Immediately afterward, the onlookers around them watched in shock as the holy-level combat golem, which had originally been summoned by the chief of the Bei clan, suddenly extended a massive hand. With a might capable of shattering the void, it reached out to seize the chief of the Bei clan. In the blink of an eye, the chief of the Bei clan was seized by the holy-level golem's hand, and the golem then tapped its finger against his brow. Ancestor, I am a direct descendant of the Bei clan's sword lineage. Have you mistaken me for someone else? Trapped within the holy-level golem's massive hand, the chief of the Bei clan's previously frenzied expression was instantly replaced by sheer terror. It was just a skeleton puppet. How could it possibly have developed its own consciousness? At that moment, the chief of the Bei clan was overcome with terror. He had lost all control of his body and could not move, forced to endure the puppet as soul-searching as it probed for his secrets. As the holy-level puppet delved deeper into his soul, a hint of anger began to surface on its previously rigid face, indicating that it had uncovered something truly alarming. Boom! Immediately afterward, the patriarch of the Bei clan, who had been held captive in the holy tear golem's grasp, was blown to pieces with a thunderous boom, reduced to a mist of blood that filled the sky. Not a single bone remained. Both his body and spirit were utterly annihilated. Then, the holy tear golem turned its gaze toward Zhang and his two companions, bowed slightly, and clasped its fists. To the unfilial descendants of later generations, this old man offers his apologies to you all. Zhang shielded Bei Lingqing behind him and remained silent.
However, Saint Stage of the sword-forging holy sect, standing nearby, glanced at the saint-level golem, a flicker of excitement passing through his eyes. "Old-timer, is it really you whose consciousness has revived?" This was indeed a rather rare occurrence. A figure who should have been dead for 10,000 years had actually been revived. The saint-level golem across from him recognized the identity of the sword-forging holy sect as Saint Stage and immediately explained. "It is merely a wisp of my true consciousness that has been reborn. I never imagined that after 10,000 years, my Baeclan of swords would have fallen to such a state. I truly feel ashamed before all of you, fellow cultivators." The saint-level golem let out a soft sigh, reminiscing about the past. Back then, when facing the demon clan, the Baeclan of swords had been a sharp sword for the human race, slaying countless demonic scum. But who would have thought that the Baeclan of the sword would now seek to defect to the demon clan? It utterly destroyed the honor of the Baeclan of the sword. The Saint Stage cultivator from the sword-forging holy sect watched the sighing saint-level golem without speaking, feeling only regret in his heart. Those who have passed away are gone forever. Now that a wisp of true consciousness has reappeared, it likely won't be long before it vanishes completely. Finally, the saint-level golem fixed its gaze on Bei Lingqing inside. An innate sword body. Our Baeclan of swords once produced such prodigies as well, but they all met untimely deaths. Having said this, the saint-level golem suddenly pointed through the air, and instantly, a beam of spiritual light shot toward the center of Bei Lingqing's brow. "What are you doing?" Seeing this, Zhang caused the power of the time rules to surge around him, actually halting that beam of spiritual light right at Bei Lingqing's brow. He then glared menacingly at the saint-level golem. The saint-level golem, upon seeing this, was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming in admiration. "Young friend, though you are so young, you give me a feeling as profound as an abyss. You're no ordinary person. Rest assured, this is my legacy. It poses no harm to her." Only after the saint of the sword-forging sect confirmed to old Zhang that the old man's character was beyond reproach did he withdraw the power of the time rule. Instantly, the beam of spiritual light sank into Bei Lingqing's brow and vanished. After a brief moment of daze, Bei Lingqing's eyes shone brightly. She immediately bowed to the saint-level golem and said with great respect, "This junior, Bei Lingqing, thanks you, ancestor, for bestowing this legacy." The saint-level golem waved his hand and said, "Cultivate diligently. An innate sword body is a rarity seen only once in 10,000 years. Strive to restore the former glory of our Baeclan of swordsmen." "Ah! I am but a man who has been dead for 10,000 years. I should have dissipated long ago." Across from him, the saint-level golem looked up at the world around him. His eyes held a trace of reluctance, but there was nothing he could do to change his fate. Amid a series of sighs, he dissolved into a wisp of blue smoke and vanished. The numerous onlookers surrounding them were utterly stunned by the scene. Their faces betrayed a hint of excitement. They had actually witnessed someone who had been dead for 10,000 years briefly come back to life. Today really has been one sensational event after another. "Little junior brother, let us leave here. I'm feeling a bit tired." Bei Lingqing watched the saint-level golem dissipate in the wind. Moved by the scene, his spirits had sunk a little. Zhang nodded, but before leaving, he used his great magical power to construct an array, trapping the members of the Baeclan within it. These people showed signs of defecting to the demon clan, so naturally, they couldn't be let off that easily. When the Great War resumes in the future, these people will serve as the vanguard of the human race. The Sacred Realm. Hovering high above the realm of mortals, cut off from the mortal world, it is a realm carved out separately without special means. It is impossible to enter. At this moment, under the guidance of the sword-forging holy sect Saint Stage, Zhang successfully arrived in the territory of the most powerful faction cluster in the Wasteland realm. As he ventured deeper into the sacred realm, Zhang discovered that the mana here was dense, and the power of the rules was even more refined and complete. It was like a miniature universe that had not yet fully matured. The 5 great holy sites were scattered across different parts of this miniature universe. This sacred realm is a separate realm jointly created by the sages of antiquity. It contains the complete insights of many sages regarding the power of the laws, which is why it differs from the mortal world. Along the way, Saint Stage of the sword-forging holy sect enthusiastically explained these matters to Zhang.
Before long, under his guidance, Zhang and his companions arrived at the location of the sword-forging holy sect's training grounds. Looking at the scene before him, Zhang felt a slight sense of awe. As far as the eye could see, in the void, one pure land after another stretched endlessly. Holy light shone everywhere, immortal energy swirled, and all manner of divine mountains, divine trees, and divine beasts appeared in endless succession. Magnificent palaces, like undulating mountain ranges, stretched out one after another. Even deep within those pure lands, shrouded in mist, there lingered a dense residue of the power of the laws. Disciples of the sword-forging holy sect walked among them, chatting and laughing. What a wonderful place! A hint of astonishment flashed briefly in Zhang's eyes. Any one of these ordinary disciples in these pure lands would be a super-talented prodigy capable of shaking the wild realm if placed in the mortal world. Yet here, they were as common as cabbages. Hee, young friend, please come in. The Holy Master has been waiting for you in the hall for quite some time. Zhang nodded upon hearing this, then prepared to lead Bei Lingqing into the Pure Land. He had chosen the sword-forging holy sect as his first stop solely because it specialized in artifact forging. Boom! However, just as the three of them set foot in the Pure Land, a violent roar suddenly echoed from its depths. Immediately afterward, as colossal forces of the Tao surged, a disheveled figure, spitting several mouthfuls of blood, was flung backward from within. No sooner had they set foot on the sacred land of the sword-forging holy sect than a thunderous roar echoed from its depths. Zhang and Bei Lingqing stared at the grey-robed old man who had been flung backward while coughing up blood, and couldn't help but pause in surprise. What was going on? Had internal strife broken out within the sword-forging holy sect, as well? But before Zhang could dwell on it, a saint stage cultivator from the sword-forging holy sect standing nearby immediately explained with a smile. Hee, young friend, do not be alarmed. This is one of our sect's artifact forgers. He has been attempting to forge a sacred artifact on his own recently. This sort of phenomenon is quite common. Upon hearing this, Zhang nodded. Then, as his eyes fixed on the slightly chaotic forces of the rules deep within the sanctuary, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. This senior's ambitions are quite grand. He noticed that in the air deep within the Pure Land, there were no fewer than 3 strands of chaotic rule energy that had yet to dissipate. This artifact craftsman from the sword-forging holy sect had attempted to inscribe 3 strands of rule energy onto the sacred artifact, but had failed. Hearing this, the saint stage standing nearby nodded as well and sighed softly. Originally, for our sword-forging holy sect, crafting such a sacred artifact wasn't particularly difficult. In fact, our sect once boasted 3 artifact forgers at the holy artisan level, and our foundations were incredibly robust. But after that great war 10,000 years ago, in order to bolster the foundations of the human race as saint stage practitioners, our sect was forced to gradually shift its focus toward cultivation, and thus the art of artifact forging gradually fell into decline. As he spoke, the saint stage artisan standing beside Zhang's side gazed into the distance with eyes full of nostalgia. How glorious and honorable they had once been. People from all factions would come to them to commission powerful sacred artifacts. Back then, the sacred sword forging sect had enjoyed a status of being above it all, but now everything was different. Let us go take a look. Zhang looked toward the depths of the Pure Land. After the grey-robed artifact forger had briefly tended to his wound, he immediately got back to his feet and attempted to resume forging. Meanwhile, the massive roar that had just echoed through the area had drawn a crowd of disciples and elders, the holy sect, to the scene. There were even high-ranking figures at the saint stage level watching silently from the shadows. Sai, at his age, he is still messing around every day. What's the point? Exactly. The path to becoming a holy artisan has been cut off. Even with the legacy, there just aren't any artifact forging geniuses like that anymore. Everyone says Master Yun is our sect's most promising candidate to become a holy artisan, but I think it's a long shot. How many times has he failed now? Sai, who wouldn't he agree? We'd be better off saving those saint-level resources for the future to use against the demon clan. As he walked along, Zhang heard various murmurs of discussion coming from all around him, some praising him, others criticizing him. But the majority were critical. After all, every failure meant wasting a batch of saint-level resources. Even with the holy sect's vast resources,
they couldn't sustain such waste. Brother Yun, why don't we take a break? Deep within the Pure Land, before Zhang and his two companions had even reached the artifact forging hall, a figure dressed in opulent robes and radiating a terrifying aura slowly descended there, speaking with a sigh. At the same time, he swept his hand through the air, instantly erasing the chaotic forces of the laws and revealing the true scene beneath. Below, Master Yun was silently picking up the scattered, shattered saint-level materials and piling them to one side. Immediately afterward, he retrieved another batch of intact saint-level materials from the storeroom and channeled the earthfire capable of smelting them, intending to begin the refining process once more. Brother Yun, stop. You're being too stubborn. It's not that easy to become a sacred artisan. High above, the figure clad in splendid robes let out a soft sigh. With a wave of his hand, he halted Master Yun's attempt to continue the smelting process. However, Master Yun showed no sign of resentment. Instead, he replied with a hint of despondency. Holy Lord, you know as well as I do that the demon clan is watching us with bated breath, ready to launch a full-scale attack on the human race at any moment. But our human race lacks sufficient reserves of sacred artifacts, and I am the one closest to the level of a holy artisan. If I don't fight tooth and nail to reach that level, our human race will be no match for them. Master Yun felt a twinge of guilt. He had clearly wasted so many saint-grade materials, yet made no progress whatsoever. Although he was at the saint stage, if this continued for too long, it would inevitably stir up discontent among the people. But he had no other choice besides continuously refining artifacts and seeking a breakthrough. What else could he do? Only by becoming a sacred artisan would he have a chance to heal the wounds of the Tao suffered by that senior who had taken human form. Only then would the human race stand a chance in battle. But as things stood, the possibility of him reaching that level seemed extremely slim. High above, the saint ruler of the sword-forging holy sect, seeing Master Yun in such a state, could not help but sigh silently to himself. Then he spoke slowly. Rest assured, Brother Yun. There is still hope for the human race. There is another saint artisan in this world. Below, upon hearing the saint ruler's words, Master Yun's previously listless eyes suddenly flashed with intensity, and he hurriedly looked up. What do you mean by that, Holy Master? Where is this senior holy artisan? The lavishly attired Holy Master turned his gaze to one side and said slowly. The holy artisan has already arrived. Upon hearing this, Master Yun immediately soared into the air, looking in the direction indicated by the Holy Master. Instantly, he saw Zhang and Bei Lingqing, led by a saint stage cultivator, approaching them. Seeing this, Master Yun couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly as he turned to the holy ruler. Does the holy ruler mean that Brother Qi is more likely to be that holy artisan? As for the three approaching them, he naturally ignored Bei Lingqing, who was at the spirit stage, and Zhang, who had not yet attained the status of a saint. His gaze naturally fell on Qi Tian, the saint stage cultivator who had been following Zhang the entire time. However, upon seeing Master Yun's furrowed brow, the Holy Lord burst into laughter before explaining. The holy artisan I was referring to is not Elder Qi Tian, but the young friend standing behind him. As the Holy Lord finished speaking, Qi Tian, accompanied by Zhang, stepped before the two men and bowed his hands in greeting. Holy Lord, Master Yun, young friend Zhang has arrived. The saint ruler nodded, then smiled as he looked at Zhang. After scrutinizing him closely, a flash of astonishment crossed his eyes. Zhang, who had not yet attained sainthood, actually gave him, the ruler of this holy land, an extremely dangerous vibe. As for Master Yun standing nearby, he silently appraised Zhang, furrowing his brow as a sense of suspicion welled up within him. A junior who has passed the second tribulation of the saint stage, a saint artisan? Master Yun naturally didn't believe it, for the primary requirement to become a sacred artisan was to comprehend a complete set of rule power and attain the saint stage. Only then could one draw upon the rule power drifting throughout the heavens and earth, engrave it onto saint-grade materials, and endow them with power no less formidable than that of the saint stage, thus creating a sacred artifact. Though this step might sound simple, putting it into practice was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Otherwise, Master Yun himself would not still be stuck at this level to this day. But now, looking at Zhang's youthful figure, he simply could not believe that the latter was a holy artisan. Although he acknowledged that Zhang possessed extraordinary cultivation talent, having reached this stage at such a young age, it was absolutely impossible for him to have become a holy artisan. But surely the Holy Lord wouldn't be pulled my leg about this, would he? Consequently, for a moment, Master Yun was filled with deep suspicion. Across from them, both Zhang and Bei Lingqing respectfully bowed to the Holy Lord and Master Yun as a sign of reverence. We owe a great deal to young friend Zhang this time. Thanks to the timely news relayed back to the sacred realm, otherwise our human race would have been in grave danger. The Holy Lord fixed Zhang with a look of genuine admiration, his true emotions evident as he exclaimed. Immediately afterward, the Holy Lord added, "Rest assured, I've already heard from the elder saint stage and the others. When the time comes, my sect's holy grade material repository will be open to you free of charge. You can begin crafting sacred artifacts at any time. There's no need to worry about wasting materials." However, the moment the Holy Lord finished speaking, before Zhang could even react, Master Yun, standing nearby, was already filled with confusion. "Just a moment ago you were urging me to give up artifact forging, and now you're turning around and opening the sacred grade material repository to a junior who hasn't even attained the level of a saint yet?" However, the Holy Master clearly paid no heed to Master Yun's puzzled gaze and continued. "The other 3 great holy lands have also contacted me. When the time comes, they will bundle up all the sacred grade materials from their own repositories and send them over for you to use in forging your sacred artifact." At this point, the Holy Lord paused briefly before continuing. "As for the Thunderflame Holy Sect, the 4 of us great holy sects may need to discuss how to handle them. But rest assured, young friend, their holy grade materials will also be delivered in full." Master Yun, standing nearby, was really starting to lose his patience. What was going on? Were the holy grade materials that the 5 great holy lands had stockpiled for years now going to be handed over to this young man right here so he could craft to his heart's content? He was tempted to ask, "Am I, Master Yun, no longer worthy?" But in the end, he merely voiced his doubts. "Holy Lord, isn't this a bit unwise? We can't yet confirm whether young Zhang truly possesses the ability to forge a sacred artifact. Are we really going to hand over all the sacred grade materials to him just like that?" In response to Master Yun's doubts, the Holy Lord merely nodded faintly and said, "Brother Yun, your concerns are valid, but it has already been confirmed that young Zhang is the last remaining sacred artisan of the human race. You'll see for yourself when he begins crafting the artifact shortly." Having said this, the holy ruler couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Watch closely and learn well." As soon as he finished speaking, he handed Zhang a token symbolizing the status of a guest elder and then departed immediately. With the Demon Clan's army poised to launch a counterattack, high-ranking figures like the Holy Lord naturally had numerous pre-battle preparations to attend to. These included not only the final disposition of the Thunderflame Holy Sect and the alliance among the 4 Holy Lands, but also how to convey the news to all human clans across the major continents of the wilderness realm. Uniting the entire human race on a single front, these were all matters that required careful consideration. Above the artifact forging hall, only Zhang, Master Yun, and 1 other person remained. As for Bei Lingqing, having received the legacy of the ancestor of the Bei Sword clan, she had been led away by Qi Tian of the Saint Stage. Master Yun, I've long admired your reputation." Although Master Yun, who stood before him as the individual closest to the level of a holy artificer, had expressed doubts about his abilities, Zhang still held him in the highest regard. After all, Master Yun's motive stemmed from a sense of duty to the greater good of the human race. Master Yun waved his hand and said, "Young friend, there is no need to be so formal. Since the holy ruler has appointed you as a holy artificer, you should get to work on forging artifacts without delay. Time waits for no one." It wasn't just his own skepticism and curiosity regarding Zhang's status as a holy artisan. In the shadows, who knew how many pairs of eyes were fixed intently on the artifact forging hall? After all, the sword forging holy sect's primary focus had once been the art of artifact forging, thus, the appearance of a legendary holy artisan held an immense allure for them. Even many disciples from sects that still practiced artifact forging rushed to the outskirts of the artifact forging hall upon hearing the news, watching from a distance. For them, the chance to witness the legendary holy artisan at work was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Zhang glanced at Master Yun's gaze, a mix of suspicion and anticipation, as well as several subtle, watchful auras lurking in the shadows, and a faint smile touched the corners of his mouth. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he directly retrieved 3 types of holy-grade primary materials, along with various god-grade auxiliary materials, from the holy-grade material vault.
He then rose high into the sky.
As the power of the thunder laws surged around him, endless thunderclouds drifted across the heavens.
Ha!
In the distance, numerous sect disciples who specialized in artifact forging watched the scene and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment.
Is this senior holy artisan preparing to undergo the tribulation, or is he forging an artifact? Isn't the artifact forging hall down below?
It wasn't just those sect disciples, even Master Yun, who was nearing the level of a holy artisan, and the saint stage cultivators watching silently from the shadows were all filled with astonishment.
What is he trying to do? Use heavenly thunder to forge artifacts? Isn't that asking for death?
However, before they could think it through, a scene that left them stunned unfolded. Zhang's Dao fire condensed from 3 streams of rule energy materialized out of thin air. He then tossed 3 sacred-grade prime materials and countless auxiliary ingredients into it, silently beginning the forging process. As he forged, Zhang continuously drew upon various rule energies drifting through the heavens and earth, infusing them into the Dao fire to enhance the sacred artifact's power.
This is impossible.
In the distance, a group of sect disciples watched the scene, their eyes wide with astonishment and utter shock.
Dao fire artifact forging?
This completely overturned their long-held traditional notions of artifact forging. As for Master Yun standing nearby, his pupils had long since contracted as he watched Zhang's forging technique with a look of excitement on his face, muttering to himself incessantly.
It's happening. It's actually happening.
I never imagined it would be the legendary artifact forging technique. Using the Dao fire to melt the materials, invoking the power of the laws of the heavens and earth to inscribe them upon the artifact. This places extremely demanding requirements on the artifact master's own sacred soul, as well as their mastery of the art of artifact forging.
It even requires an understanding of the power of the laws of the universe. All 3 are indispensable.
Master Yun's reaction had evolved from initial skepticism to later excitement, and now to this loss of composure his entire body was trembling as he witnessed the very scene every artifact craftsman dreams of.
Master Zhang! You are truly a divine craftsman.
Ah, there is hope for our human race.
In the end, Master Yun was so overcome with emotion that he bowed deeply before Zhang. Holy artisan, please accept my bow.
Immediately afterward, he fixed his gaze intently on Zhang's artifact forging techniques, comparing them to his own inner insights as he silently absorbed the lessons. He felt that if he could observe Zhang forging artifacts just a few more times, he would likely be able to touch the threshold of the holy artisan realm and ultimately step through it. Several saint stage cultivators who had been quietly observing from the shadows were first secretly stunned upon seeing Zhang's artifact techniques, but then breathed a sigh of relief. As for Zhang, high above, he paid no heed to the reactions of the crowd below. His eyes were fixed intently on the saint-grade materials being smelted in the flames, his full attention focused on the task at hand. After all, this time, he was directly smelting 3 sacred-grade materials and intended to inscribe more than one set of rule power onto them. There was no room for carelessness.
Time flew by.
In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. High above, Zhang's artifact forging was nearing its conclusion, and the sacred artifact he was crafting had taken shape. Zhang then pulled out his legendary artifact, the Thunder Hammer, and channeled the power of thunder to perform the final shaping.
Boom!
Accompanied by a deafening roar that shook the heavens and earth, a hexagonal compass radiating a terrifying aura and sacred-level rule power flew from Zhang's hand, startling the entire sacred realm.
Ding! Congratulations, host!
You have successfully forged a high-grade sacred artifact and obtained. High above the depths of the sacred land of the sword-forging sect, the sacred artifact, the hexagonal compass, shone with dazzling light, its sacred-level fluctuations radiating into the depths of the cosmos. At the same time, massive dark clouds shrouded the sky above, and billions of terrifying bolts of lightning rained down, baptizing the hexagonal compass.
The Sacred Realm.
In several other major Sacred Realm training grounds, many Saint Stage cultivators sensed something amiss. They all looked up toward the direction of the sword-forging sacred sect, unable to suppress their astonishment and doubt.
What an intense sacred level fluctuation! I've never encountered anything like this before. Has the sword-forging holy sect given birth to a new saint?
Clearly, most of them were still unaware of the existence of Zhang, the sacred artisan. As for veteran Saint Stage practitioners like Shen Yi, they wore smiles on their faces. They knew full well that Zhang had successfully forged a sacred artifact.
At the same time,
deep within the sacred realm, in a hidden, unknown location, atop a small, peculiar stone from which a faint aura of chaos flowed, an elderly man with a slightly weathered face slowly opened his eyes that had been closed for an unknown length of time, and within them,
intense rule power flickered.
He gazed toward the sword-forging holy sect and murmured. A top-grade sacred artifact has emerged, inscribed with 4 forces of the laws. A sacred artisan has been born. As the old man spoke to himself, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes, but it quickly faded. It's a pity it's of no use to me. Unless I possess the ability to forge a supreme-grade sacred artifact, the injury to my Tao will be difficult to heal. After letting out a sigh, the old man's figure on the strange stone once again sank into silence. Sword-forging holy sect. High in the sky, Zhang casually beckoned, and the hexagonal compass flew back into his hand. Congratulations, host. You have successfully forged a high-grade sacred artifact and gained 500 years' worth of insight into the way of thunder.
Hearing that familiar voice echo in his mind, a faint smile touched Zhang's lips, and his heart swelled with excitement.
300 years plus 500 years, he had now accumulated 800 years' worth of insight into the way of thunder, more than enough to allow him to once again comprehend a distinct rule of power within the way of thunder. However, Zhang was in no hurry. For now, his primary task was to craft as many sacred artifacts as possible to strengthen the human race's foundations.
Holy artisan, please accept my bow.
Master Yun approached Zhang, his face radiant with excitement, and immediately bowed to him once more. If the sacred artisan does not mind, Yun Shan wishes to ask you to be my master. Immediately afterward, before Zhang could even respond, Master Yun performed the grand bow of a junior disciple toward Zhang. This scene startled Zhang, and he hurriedly helped Master Yun to his feet.
Taking a Saint Stage elder as a disciple? Wouldn't he that shorten his lifespan? Zhang spoke immediately. Senior, you must not do this.
Performing such a formal disciple-less bow to a junior like me is truly too much honor. If you don't mind, I'd be happy to guide you and help you successfully join the ranks of the holy artisans, so you can contribute to the human race.
Ask him to be a mentor to a Saint Stage cultivator?
Although he had the strength to do so, he simply didn't have that intention. Across from him, upon hearing this, Master Yun was instantly overcome with excitement, his face beaming with joy.
In that case, I'll be counting on you, young friend.
Had Zhang not stopped him, he would have truly wanted to perform the grand bow before Zhang once more. Although the bow was not completed, Master Yun still held Zhang in the highest regard, much like a young artifact forging apprentice attending to Zhang's side. In the end, following Zhang's suggestion, they moved the artifact forging site to a deserted stretch of deep space adjacent to the Pure Land. Meanwhile, around the Pure Land, countless sect disciples and elders who had been secretly watching the scene gazed at Master Yun as he accompanied Zhang on his departure. They all stared in disbelief, their faces filled with shock.
Master Yun failed to become his disciple, yet he willingly took on the role of an artifact forging apprentice? The group exchanged glances and gasped in disbelief. To actually make a Saint Stage cultivator lower his status, was this the allure of the holy artisan?
Deep within the cosmos, Zhang set out the artifact forging platform he carried with him, preparing to forge an artifact. Over the years, as Zhang had forged on this platform more and more frequently, it had now reached a quality approaching that of a semi-sacred artifact. Divine radiance flowed across the entire platform, making it truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, as Zhang and Master Yun were refining artifacts in the depths of space, within the sacred lands, the sovereigns of the 4 great sacred lands and numerous other high-ranking officials, after deliberation, finally decided the fate of the Thunderflame sacred sect.
That was, every cultivator within the Thunderflame sacred sect at the tribulation stage or above must swear a sacred soul oath to serve as the vanguard of the human race when the Great War begins. After all, the Thunderflame Holy Land was, after all, a holy land with deep-rooted foundations. Although the sect had lost Thunder, it still possessed several saint stage cultivators. This was a force not to be underestimated. Exterminating them all would have been a waste of resources. The current outcome is likely the best possible. With that, the Thunderflame Holy Sect's resources have been completely divided and absorbed by the other 4 Holy Lands. As for the vast quantities of holy-grade artifact forging materials, they were naturally delivered to Zhang immediately. At the same time, since the Thunderflame Holy Sect's holy-grade cultivation techniques were somewhat related to the Way of Thunder, the 4 Holy Lands also sent representatives to deliver them to Zhang. System, fuse them. Zhang, of course, didn't hesitate. He immediately fused the Thunderflame Holy Sect's holy-level cultivation technique with his own Heavenly Thunder art. After the fusion, the Heavenly Thunder art was instantly elevated to a brand new holy-level cultivation technique. Zhang's strength was boosted once again. At the same time, as time passed, the Holy Land's realm gradually began spreading the news through its various affiliated major powers below that the Demon Clan's army was about to make a comeback. As time slowly passed, 1 month later, a representative from the Sacred Realm finally stepped forward to officially acknowledge this fact. Whoa! With the Sacred Realm representative's confirmation, the human powerhouses throughout the wilderness realm were all shaken to the core, and a hint of fear began to surface. Fortunately, after a month of the news sinking in, such emotions had been suppressed to a minimum. At this moment, the prevailing sentiment among the human race was still the rallying cry to slaughter the demonic scum. After all, that was exactly how their ancestors had fought back in the past. Consequently, after the Sacred Realm covertly manipulated the situation through various means, nearly all humans in the Wasteland Realm eagerly volunteered for battle, determined to wipe out the demonic race. In an instant, the human race's fighting spirit soared. That's enough. It's time for us to take action as well. Within the Sacred Realm, many high-ranking officials of the Alliance of the 4 Sacred Realms believed that with public sentiment currently at its peak, this was the moment when the human race's combat strength had reached its zenith, an opportunity not to be missed. Immediately, the 4 Sacred Lords jointly decided to establish the battlefield deep within the wilderness, the region closest to the Demon Realm. That area, bordering the Barren Lands, contained a vast uninhabited expanse that would serve perfectly as a battlefield. The Alliance of the 4 Sacred Realms, of course, would not wait for the Demon Clan's army to attack, so the allied forces set out ahead of time. Is there any news from young friend Zhang? As they prepared to depart, the Alliance of the 4 Sacred Realms suddenly recalled Zhang, a key figure who could potentially turn the tide of battle. Immediately, a saint stage cultivator from the sword-forging sacred sect replied. Young friend Zhang said that in 3 days' time, nearly 30 sacred artifacts will be delivered. Whoa! Upon hearing this, a high-ranking saint stage member who had just asked the question couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Although he had a general understanding of Zhang from the elder saint stage members and others knowing him to be a prodigy of extraordinary talent and a legendary sacred artisan. But upon hearing the extent of Zhang's artifact forging achievements over the past month, he still couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. 30 sacred artifacts. These weren't just ordinary items, they were 30 supreme sacred artifacts. Any single one of them could tip the balance of a battle. And yet, at this very moment, 30 such extraordinary sacred artifacts had been forged all at once. 3 days later, when Master Yin personally delivered the 30 sacred artifacts, all of which were at least of the holy grade, to the front lines, the saints stationed there from the Alliance of the 4 Sacred Lands couldn't help but be stunned. 30 sacred artifacts, and every single one is of the upper grade or higher. Among them are even 10 of the supreme grade. Inside the Holy Alliance fortress, a group of saint stage cultivators gazed at the sacred artifact before them, which radiated a powerful aura, and couldn't help but exclaim in awe. These 30 sacred artifacts were more than enough to arm all of them, and there would still be some left over. Haha, you little demons, aren't you supposedly being secretly aided by powerhouses from the upper realm, deep-rooted resources? So what? We'll just keep churning out sacred artifacts one by one, there'll all be more than enough to crush you all to death. The group of Saint Stage cultivators selected weapons suited to their needs, preparing for the great battle that was about to unfold. At this stage, only the factions below the tribulation stage were facing off and engaging in combat. Master Zhang asked me to tell you all not to worry about the consumption of sacred artifacts. He said that as long as he is here, there'll be plenty of them, just go ahead and craft as many as you want. Now, a month has passed, and under Zhang's guidance, Master Yun has successfully touched upon the threshold of becoming a holy artisan, already capable of crafting some of the most sacred artifacts. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Please convey our thanks to young friend Zhang. If our human race achieves a great victory, he will be our foremost hero. One of the saints, having obtained a sacred artifact to his satisfaction, could not help but burst into laughter. Master Yun, too, wore a broad smile. The originally extremely heavy atmosphere within the alliance had been instantly lightened by the arrival of the 30 sacred artifacts forged by Zhang. At the same time, deep within the demon realm, towering, terrifying demonic energy surged across the sky, lingering for a long time without dissipating. A supreme of the demon clan had awakened. As this supreme of the demon clan awoke, the sound of tearing through the air suddenly filled the surroundings. Several demon clan saints, their faces filled with reverence, gazed at the surging demonic energy in the depths and bowed deeply. We humbly welcome the Supreme's awakening. Several demon clan members at the saint stage wore expressions of excitement. To them, the supreme ruler of the demon clan was a supreme and terrifying existence. Each of them had mastered at least 2 complete sets of rule powers. Moreover, with the assistance of the Lord of the Upper Realm, their underlying strength had become even more formidable. Take the one who had just awakened, for example, he had mastered 3 complete sets of rule powers, making his power truly terrifying. Ha, you think you can keep our demon clan army confined within the demon realm? Once the Supreme Lord has fully awakened and emerged, he will sweep you all away. Within the sacred realm, deep within the void, near the chaos zone. Unlike the joyful crowd on the front lines of the wasteland who had just obtained sacred artifacts, the atmosphere here with Zhang was somewhat somber. Over the course of a month, he had not only successfully forged 10 top-tier sacred artifacts but had also gained insights into the way of thunder spanning tens of thousands of years. Yet now, as he looked at the old man seated in lotus position upon a strange rock before him, his brows were deeply furrowed. Senior, this injury to the great Tao is a bit tricky. This old man was none other than the true cornerstone of the human race, a super-grade sacred artifact capable of taking human form. Now that Zhang had personally examined the wound to the Tao, he finally understood that within it, no fewer than 10 chaotic forces of the rules were entangled and corroding it. Had this materialized super-sacred artifact not possessed such formidable strength and profound foundations, it would likely have long since been reduced to a pile of scrap under the erosion of these 10 chaotic forces of the rules. Haha, I'm well aware of the extent of this injury. Young friend, there is no need to worry. Even with this wound, I'll still deal a crushing blow to those demonic brats in the end. A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the super-sacred artifact that had taken human form. Back in the day, the sacred artisan who had forged him had been slain by members of the demon clan. Consequently, this super-sacred artifact harbored a deep-seated hatred toward the demon clan. Upon hearing this, Zhang shook his head slightly, then explained. Senior, you've misunderstood me. What I meant was that although it's a bit tricky, it's not impossible to fully repair. As he spoke, Zhang retrieved the trophy, the myriad cauldron, from the system space. I believe that with the nourishment from this myriad cauldron, combined with my intervention, it won't be long before your Tao level injury is completely healed. Is it actually the legendary super-sacred artifact, the myriad cauldron? The moment Zhang produced the myriad cauldron, the materialized super-sacred artifact was immediately stunned. Such a super-sacred artifact was in no way inferior to his own state at the peak of his power. Subsequently, a glimmer of hope flashed in the elderly shapeshifter's eyes. With the myriad cauldron, there might indeed be a chance. However, Zhang did not immediately begin to help him repair the wound to his Tao. Instead, he said apologetically, please wait a little longer, senior. Let me first survive the saint stage tribulation. Once I've fully entered the saint stage, I'll help you repair it that way. we'll have a better chance of success. The elderly man in human form nodded.
Having waited 10,000 years, he wasn't in a hurry for this brief moment. Immediately, Zhang vanished from where he stood. In the starry skies of the sacred land realm, he found an uninhabited area. After raising his hand to cast several restrictions around him, he sat cross-legged on a meteorite. System, extract the 20,800 years worth of insights into the way of thunder right away.
Boom! The moment Zhang's words fell, an immense surge of lightning Dao insights rushed into his mind like a mountain flood bursting its banks.
Faced with the onslaught of over 20,000 years worth of lightning Dao insights, Zhang's eyes momentarily grew hazy, as if his sea of consciousness might be breached at any moment, causing him to lose his senses. Fortunately, at that critical moment, the golden bell within Zhang's sacred soul emitted ripples that diffused the danger, allowing his eyes to regain their clarity.
Whoa! That was close. I almost didn't make it.
Zhang felt a chill of fear run through him. It seemed he would have to take things slowly from now on. He couldn't try to devour the whole elephant in one bite. However, as Zhang gradually assimilated the insights into the way of thunder accumulated over more than 20,000 years, his progress was truly astonishing. In just a moment, a massive thundercloud over 100,000 Zhang in size began to coalesce above his head. Within that vast thundercloud, a gigantic cleaver flickered in and out of view, radiating waves of the great Taoist aura. The sacred realm. In the desolate expanse of the cosmos, the 100,000 Zhang-wide thundercloud, like a colossal maw of the abyss, devoured the swath of twinkling stars above Zhang's head, and the starlight vanished without a trace. Only 1,000 Zhang-long scythe remained, radiating waves of terrifying Dao energy.
Hum!
Accompanied by a faint humming sound, the 1,000 Zhang-long scythe emitted a faint glow. Immediately afterward, as the scythe opened and closed, a beam of light, dazzling to the extreme, slashed directly toward Zhang. Below, Zhang looked up at that blindingly brilliant beam of light. He did not find it dazzling or beautiful. Instead, he sensed an extremely dangerous aura emanating from it. That beam was saturated with the essence of the Tao, as if it had been cleaved from the ancient river of time and space itself. It disregarded time and space, ignored distance. No matter how Zhang tried to dodge, he could not evade it. The third tribulation of the saint stage, the light of the great Tao strikes at the foundations of the one undergoing the tribulation. If one's foundations are sufficiently solid, they can pass through it smoothly. If they are fragile, they will fall in cultivation level and lose all hope of ever reaching the saint stage. Zhang gazed at the beam of light and muttered to himself. He remained confident in his foundations, so he stood his ground immediately. As 3 complete streams of rule energy surged around him, he faced the impending third tribulation.
Put!
The light of the great Tao appeared slow, but in reality, it instantly spanned the distance across time and space, ignoring Zhang's defenses and striking his great Tao foundations. His foundations took a terrifying blow, and Zhang couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood, his expression turning grave.
Why is this different from what old Saint Stage and the others said?
Zhang looked up at the scythe as it unleashed a second beam of the great Taoist light, his expression shifting slightly. According to old Saint Stage and the other sages who had survived the 3 tribulations of the Saint Stage, the third tribulation primarily required one to withstand at least 1 beam of rule energy unleashed by the scythe. In this third tribulation, the scythe would unleash a total of 9 beams of rule light. Successfully withstanding one was considered passing the tribulation, but if one managed to withstand all 9, it meant one's foundation was exceptionally solid, with great promise for the future. Even attaining the rank of heavenly saint was not a dream.
One might even step into the realm of the legendary ascended stage. But at that moment, Zhang was utterly horrified.
The beam of light he had just taken wasn't some simple light of the law. It was clearly the great Tao light containing 10 strands of the same law.
Holy shit! Are you giving me special treatment or what?
As he watched the second beam of great Tao light slashing toward him, even the usually composed Zhang couldn't help but let out a curse.
You're using the power of the great Tao from the ascended stage to take on someone like me who hasn't even reached the saint stage yet?
At that very moment, Zhang had already cursed the thunder tribulation looming overhead 1,000,000 times over in his mind. By now, he had successfully withstood 1 beam of the great Taoist light. Logically speaking, even if he couldn't withstand the next one,
he should still be able to successfully enter the saint stage. But a stubborn streak emerged within Zhang. You're using the light of the Tao to strike me? Then I'll resist you to the very end. Put. The second beam of the light of the Tao ignored Zhang's resistance and struck directly at the foundation of his Tao. Once again, Zhang couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. He immediately examined the foundation of his Tao internally and discovered that 2 gashes of varying depths had been left upon it. You son of a bitch! Bring it on! Zhang's confidence soared. His Tao foundation was exceptionally solid even after taking 2 strikes from the Taoist light. It had sustained only 2 gashes. By his estimation, withstanding another 7 or 8 strikes would be no problem. Sure enough, high above the sky, the colossal, 1,000 long cleaver emitted waves of eerie light as the third strike of the Taoist light slashed down. Damn! So obedient, can't you give me a break? Zhang couldn't help but grumble under his breath. In reality, he had secretly tried to silently repair the gashes on his Tao foundation, but eventually realized it wasn't very effective, so he gave up and prepared to take the third strike. At the same time, deep within the cosmos, the transformed super sacred artifact, along with Master Yun and other saint stage cultivators who had remained behind in the sacred land, were drawn by the commotion here and appeared one after another not far from the 100,000 Zhang thundercloud. Gazing at the 1,000 Zhang scythe within the thundercloud and the intense aura of the great Tao emanating from it, the materialized super sacred artifact, along with Master Yun and all the other saint stage cultivators, stood frozen in place, their eyes wide with astonishment. Is this the legendary trial of the strongest foundations? A look of profound shock flashed in the eyes of the elderly figure in human form as he stared at Zhang, who was undergoing the trial of the Taoist light at the center of the thunderclouds below. He couldn't help but mutter. It is said that in ancient times, there was a legend. If a person's natural talent is exceptionally extraordinary, their comprehension is exceptionally keen, and the foundation they've laid before attaining sainthood is exceptionally solid, then it is possible that while enduring the third tribulation of the saint stage, they might summon the legendary strongest foundation lightning tribulation. At this point, the materialized elder paused briefly before continuing. For such a person, even if they successfully withstand just a single bolt of that most powerful foundational lightning tribulation, their future achievements will, at the very least, reach the level of a celestial saint. If they successfully withstand all 3 bolts, they stand a good chance of reaching the ascended stage in the future. The elderly man in human form who was, in fact, the superb holy artifact suddenly turned to Zhang, his face brimming with excitement as he asked, "Young friend Zhang, which ray of the great Taoist light are you withstanding now?" Beside him, Master Yun, having heard the explanation from the elderly man beside him, saw the shock in his eyes gradually give way to awe, and he replied instinctively, "Young friend Zhang, I believe this is already the third one, isn't it?" The moment his words fell, beneath the 100,000 Zhang thundercloud, Zhang coughed up another mouthful of blood, and a slightly deeper gash appeared on his Tao foundation. At the same time, he successfully withstood this third beam of Tao light. Whoa! Hearing this, the human form elder couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, and the look in his eyes as he gazed at Zhang instantly became one of shock and excitement. To have successfully withstood 3 beams of the great Tao, young friend Zhang's natural talent is truly extraordinary. He will surely have a place in the ascended stage realm in the future. The elderly man in human form looked on with excitement, his eyes filled with deep admiration and envy as he watched Zhang's figure. Unlike him, even though the great Tao injury he sustained 10,000 years ago had been healed, the peak of his current life was limited to the saint stage. However, in this barren lower realm, where the great Tao is incomplete and the power of the rules is imperfect, he could only muster the strength of a peak human saint at best. Standing nearby, Master Yun couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "I never expected that young friend Zhang not only possesses such outstanding talent in the art of artifact forging, but is also so extraordinarily gifted in cultivation." Master Yun's eyes were filled with envy for him. The pinnacle of his cultivation in this lifetime would likely be no higher than the peak of Earth Saint. Beneath the 100,000 Zhang thunderclouds, Zhang slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Before he even had a chance to catch his breath, high above the sky, the 1,000 Zhang guillotine blade glowed as the fourth beam of the great Tao slowly descended. Is this never going to end? Zhang looked at the fourth ray of the great Tao as it appeared and couldn't help but voice his frustration. But as the saying goes, stand tall when you're being beaten. In the end, he braced himself for the blow. Senior, you said that if one can withstand 3 rays of the great Tao, there is hope for the ascended stage in the future. What would happen if one were to withstand 4? Master Yun gazed into the thunderclouds as the gleaming blade of the great Tao, the fourth beam of light, slashed toward Zhang. Standing nearby, the elderly man in human form furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. After a moment, he slowly shook his head and said, "Long ago, the holy artisan who forged me once heard this from a saint stage powerhouse. If one can withstand the fourth beam of the great Tao, they can reach an extremely high level even within the ascended stage realm." Upon hearing this, Master Yun looked astonished and asked again, "Then, Senior, what if one withstands the fifth beam?" The elderly man in human form explained. Legend has it that if one withstands all 5 rays, the ascended stage is no longer the limit. However, even in legend, such individuals are virtually non-existent, so their existence cannot be verified. Therefore, most saints generally believe that such beings do not exist. Master Yin seemed to be challenging the human form elder before the latter had even finished speaking. He pressed further. "Then, Senior, what if one were to survive the 6th trial?" Finally, the elderly man in human form furrowed his brow, looked at Master Yun, and couldn't help but retort. "Are you making fun of me? I've already told you it's doubtful whether anyone can even survive the 5 trials, so how could there possibly be anyone who has survived the 6th? Master Yun's face was filled with bitterness as he gestured for him to look over at Zhang. And when the elderly man in human form, his face a mix of surprise and disbelief, turned his gaze toward Zhang, he was instantly stunned into stillness. This has actually happened. A being who has traversed the 6 great paths of light. The elderly man in human form couldn't help but gasp, his face etched with shock. This young friend Zhang has shattered the legend. However, before the elderly man in human form could recover from his shock, Master Yun, standing nearby, asked again. "Senior, what if one were to cross the 7th path of the great Tao?" The elderly man's brow darkened instantly, and he rolled his eyes at him. His expression seemed to say, "Go away, don't talk to me." Ignoring Master Yun, the elder's gaze remained fixed on Zhang. Today, he was about to witness the birth of a legend. "Senior, what if he surmounts the 8th beam? Ask me one more time, and I'll knock you out, you hear me?" Beneath the 100,000 Shanghai thunderclouds, Zhang's aura had begun to waver slightly. Upon his Tao foundation, after being baptized by 8 beams of the great Taoist light, 8 marks of varying depths had already appeared. Zhang's face turned pale. Even though his foundation was extremely solid and powerful, after withstanding 8 beams of the great Taoist light head-on, fine cracks were beginning to spread. Huff! He took a deep breath, looked up at the sky, and roared. "Bring it on!" By now, Zhang had actually begun to gain a gradual realization. Although his Tao foundation was currently damaged, once he survived this tribulation, the nourishment he would receive afterward would be truly terrifying. Just as when he had crossed the 2nd tribulation, a super-sacred artifact had been born within his sacred soul. Therefore, Zhang's heart was filled with anticipation for this tribulation, which would test whether his foundations were the strongest and for the reward that would follow. Just as Zhang had anticipated, the aura of the great Tao permeated the sky above. Immediately afterward, the 9th beam of great Tao light slowly materialized and then slashed down toward him. Below, Zhang braced himself, ready to undergo the baptism of the 9th ray of the great Tao. Put! This time, Zhang was sent flying backward, his face turning deathly pale. Under the baptism of the 9th ray of the great Tao, a massive gash had torn open in his great Tao foundation. He looked as if he were a patchwork porcelain doll, on the verge of shattering at any moment. This must be the last one, right? Standing where he was, Zhang couldn't help but cough up another mouthful of essence blood. After glancing up at the sky, he was about to sit cross-legged on the spot to begin repairing himself. However, it was one thing not to look up, but the moment he did, Zhang nearly cursed out loud. There, within the 100,000 Zhang thundercloud, the 1,000 Zhang guillotine blade slowly vanished, replaced by a massive pool 100 Zhang across that radiated waves of terrifying chaotic energy. Through the pool, Zhang could see a chaos golden lotus at the bottom, its 10 petals arranged like sentinels, cradling the lotus flower at the center. At the same moment, a beam of chaotic light seemingly capable of destroying heaven and earth shot out from the lotus, heading straight for Zhang. Zhang, who had just withstood the 9th beam of the great Taoist light, looked at the oncoming chaotic light and his expression changed drastically in an instant. If his guess was correct, the moment this chaotic light struck, the very foundations of his great Tao would shatter completely. Damn it, is this meant to sever my foundations? Zhang tried to dodge, but found it impossible to evade. Since evasion was impossible, Zhang simply stopped trying to dodge. He let go of all inhibitions, his entire body becoming translucent as it radiated golden light, plunging him into a special state. Puff! At that very moment, the chaotic light struck Zhang's Tao foundations directly. Zhang coughed up several large mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, the foundation of his Tao within his body, like a spider's web, was covered in countless cracks. It was on the verge of shattering completely at the slightest touch or even a gentle breath. Hold on. Phew! Seeing that the foundation of his Tao had not yet completely shattered, Zhang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When he looked once more at the 100-zhang-wide chaos pool in the sky, there was no trace of disrespect left in his gaze. If it had struck him one more time, it would have truly shattered. However, just as this thought formed in Zhang's mind, a golden beam of light suddenly descended from the 100-zhang-wide chaos pool in the sky. Before Zhang could even react, it drew him directly into the chaos pool. Is this a success? Zhang's figure appeared within the chaos pool. He could clearly sense the dense aura of the chaos Tao surging around him, seeping into his body to nourish his Tao foundation, which was on the verge of shattering. Immediately, a look of joy spread across Zhang's face. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped onto the chaos golden lotus. Several zhang in size sat cross-legged in its center, and began silently absorbing the surrounding essence of the Tao of chaos. Inside the lotus, Zhang casually plucked a small petal and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, the petal transformed into waves of pure, concentrated chaos essence, flowing into his body. It not only repaired his Tao foundation, which had been on the verge of shattering, but also continued to nourish it, making it even stronger. Witnessing this scene, Zhang was startled and immediately thought of a conclusion that filled him with excitement. Could it be that I'm meant to establish the strongest chaos foundation right here? The wasteland realm, on the outskirts of the demon realm. Led by nearly 20 saint stage cultivators from the Alliance of the Four Sacred Lands, the human race's great army successfully shifted the battlefield deep into the demon realm. Ha ha ha! This sacred artifact is a real joy to wield. With my strength, I've managed to so easily wound a demon scum at the saint stage and force him to retreat. That's right. With 30 sacred artifacts as our safety net, our top combat power has been boosted by more than one tier. Now, ordinary demon race saint stage no longer pose a threat to us. I'd really love to find a demon supreme to test these 10 top-tier sacred artifacts on. In the alliance of the 4 great holy lands of the human race, every saint's face beamed with a smug smile. Originally, even if they had staked the entire human race, they would have struggled to withstand the demon race's massive offensive. But now, with the addition of Zhang, that super-tier holy artisan, the human race's underlying strength had undergone a qualitative leap. With 30 sacred artifacts deployed right off the bat, they directly armed cultivators at the tribulation crossing stage to hunt down and kill those demonic scum. Don't let your guard down. The demon clan's true strength is far more formidable than you imagine. 30 sacred artifacts are merely enough to give us humans a slight edge. A saint lord from one of the 4 great alliances appeared on the front lines and spoke these words. For now, this was merely the opening act of the war. The truly brutal and bloody battle had yet to begin. Upon hearing this, a group of saint stage cultivators immediately grew vigilant and took it to heart. It seemed that since the war began, the number of saint stage cultivators dispatched by the demon clan was by no means fewer than their own. The mere thought that several demon clan sovereigns still lay dormant deep within the demon realm sent a chill down the spines of the saint stage cultivators. Deploy the isolation array right here. Keep all demons sealed off from our human clan's sacred land.
A holy ruler issued this order, instructing several saint stage cultivators to use 5 top-grade sacred artifacts as the foundation of the barrier array to seal off the demon realm from the human race's pure land. Clearly, the 4 holy rulers did not have much confidence in this great battle, even with the backing of 30 sacred artifacts. They were preparing for a protracted war against the demon race. The sacred realm. Deep within the cosmos. The transformed elder, Master Yun, and the others gazed down at the thunderclouds stretching 100,000 zhang below. Their faces betrayed shock and disbelief. Astonishment flashed in their eyes. They felt a chill run down their spines, cold air seeping deep into their pores, leaving their bodies utterly numb. This is impossible? There's actually a 10th great Tao no. It's the chaos light, even more terrifying than the great Tao itself. The elderly man in human form instantly felt his worldview shattered. Throughout the entire history of cultivation, such a scene had never before been witnessed. This shattered history and shattered legend. If this scene were witnessed by those in the ascended stage realm or even higher realms, they would undoubtedly be utterly shaken and would seize Zhang for study. Master Yun, standing nearby, didn't he seem particularly affected. He simply stood frozen in place, having long since been numbed by the shock, and could only stammer out a few words. Elder, what if he crosses all 10 great Tao? Hearing this, a black line appeared on the transformed elder's forehead as he snapped out of his state of utter shock. He shot Master Yun a withering glance but ignored him. A mass of chaotic energy nearly 100 zhang in size has appeared within the thunderclouds. The transformed elder turned his gaze toward the sky, staring intently at that spot. The 100 zhang wide mass of chaotic energy gave him an overwhelming sense of danger, as if even a single wisp of it could crush a super sacred artifact like him into fragments. Whoa! The elderly man in human form couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. His face etched with horror, he stared at the massive mass of chaotic energy, a flicker of concern passing through his eyes. Just now, young friend Zhang was guided by a beam of light into that mass of chaotic substance. I hope nothing has gone wrong? As for this third tribulation of the saint stage, even though he had been born in ancient times, this was the first time he had ever witnessed it. Moreover, there were no records of it in the ancient texts. Therefore, despite his concerns, he could only wait silently where he stood. Within the thunderclouds, inside that mass of chaotic substance, Zhang was now sitting quietly in the lotus position within the chaos golden lotus, which spans several zhang in size, silently allowing his Tao foundations to be nourished by the boundless chaos substance. Now, the spider web-like cracks that had previously marred his Tao foundations had long since vanished. Instead, they had become crystal clear, enveloped by waves of terrifying chaos energy, appearing mysterious and profound. At the same time, Zhang was not holding back. He was absorbing the pure chaotic substance from the chaotic pool with all his might. Since it could nurture a supreme chaotic spiritual root like the chaotic golden lotus, it naturally offered immense benefits. Of course, Zhang also released his pet, the golden little dragon formed from the power of the thunder rule, allowing it to freely absorb the chaotic substance within this 100 zhang wide chaotic pool. The moment the golden thunder dragon emerged, its tiny eyes immediately burst with golden radiance at the sight of the chaos substance filling the pool. In a single leap, it plunged into the pool, shrinking to about a zhang in size, its wide-open mouth devouring the substance voraciously. For a being like it, a pure embodiment of the power of the thunder rule, such pristine chaotic matter was nothing short of the ultimate elixir. Who knows? Perhaps after devouring all this chaotic matter today, it might take another step forward and give birth to a second complete thunder rule imprint. As for Zhang himself, he naturally wouldn't miss such a once-in-a-10,000 years opportunity. He deliberately dispersed the first complete thunder rule he had comprehended, and while absorbing the chaotic matter, he quietly began cultivating anew. He intended to make full use of the insights he had gained into the way of thunder over the past 20,000 years. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Within the 100 zhang chaos pool, a terrifying clap of thunder suddenly rang out, accompanied by wisp after wisp of chaotic energy. It was truly terrifying. After 3 days, Zhang had finally recultivated that first complete thunder rule power. However, this reforged thunder rule power was not merely several times stronger than before, it was far more powerful. It was now entwined with wisp after wisp of terrifying chaos chi.
This was chaos chi, a terrifying substance that could only be born when the great Tao reached its ultimate limit. Zhang gazed at the reforged thunder rule power, now entwined with chaos chi, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. By his estimation, this single strand of thunder rule power, entwined with the chaos chi, was sufficient to match the combat power he had possessed when he had previously mastered 3 complete rule powers. What a terrifying and staggering improvement this was! Zhang dared not even imagine it in his heart, but he knew that, as he stood now, he possessed the terrifying strength to effortlessly crush a Saint Stage cultivator. Even against a super powerful figure like the old Saint Stage, who had grasped 2 complete forces of the law, it wouldn't take much effort. It was worth taking those 10 slashes. It was all worth it. A delighted smile spread across Zhang's lips, and without further delay, he continued his cultivation. He intended to exhaust every last bit of his over 20,000 years of insight into the way of thunder within this chaos thunder pool, striving to rework all his rule energies so that they were enveloped in the aura of chaos. Within the 100 zhang-wide chaos thunder pool, the golden thunder dragon now resembled a wild horse breaking free from its reins, or a fish leaving a stream to enter the vast ocean. As it romped about, it frantically absorbed the dense chaotic substance. Within its head, the primordial imprint of the thunder rule force emitted waves of golden light, accompanied by a swirling aura of chaos. The golden thunder dragon's primordial thunder rule imprint had successfully transformed into an entity enveloped by the aura of chaos. At the same time, Zhang also benefited. The rule power he had grasped from the golden thunder dragon underwent a transformation alongside it, becoming an entity enveloped in the aura of chaos. This came as a pleasant surprise to Zhang. It meant that, at this moment, he had successfully grasped 2 supreme rule powers, both enveloped in the aura of chaos. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Half a month had passed. The wasteland, on the outskirts of the demon realm. Under the personal leadership of the 4 great holy lords, the human race successfully established a super-isolation formation here, composed of 5 top-grade sacred artifacts. At this moment, the entire demon realm was sealed off by the formation. Even for a terrifying supreme being like the demon race as sovereign, breaking through this formation would be extremely difficult. Now, the 4 great alliances must remain vigilant against a sudden attack by the demon clan. After all, the latter possesses a super sacred artifact like the realm-shattering lamp. Deep within the demon realm, inside a magnificent hall, more than 10 demon clan members at the Saint Stage had gathered here, standing on either side and gazing with reverence at the man seated in the place of honor, whose body was shrouded in terrifying demonic energy. Ninth Lord, it has been confirmed, the human race, led by the 4 sacred lands, has stationed troops along the border of our demon realm and is watching us with hostile intent. However, this time, for some unknown reason, nearly 20 saints from the human race are each wielding a sacred artifact. Even some ant-like beings at the Tribulation Crossing stage possess sacred artifacts. They have formed a grand formation capable of standing up to our own Saint Stage cultivators. Furthermore, we've just received a report from the front lines. The 4 holy lords, leading their forces, have set up a super-isolation formation at the exit from our demon realm leading to the wasteland realm. Below, a group of demon clan Saint Stage cultivators spoke one after another, recounting the recent developments in full. Above, the 9th Supreme of the demon clan, now fully revived, radiated waves of terrifying aura as demonic energy surged through his body. His pitch-black eyes glared menacingly in the direction of the human clan, and he spoke in a cold tone. "You human ants! How dare you show such disrespect to our clan? How dare you launch the attack first?" A thick aura of killing intent swirled around the 9th sovereign, freezing the surrounding space solid. He longed to charge out at that very moment and slaughter every last one of the human clan. Now, with the help of the Lord of the Upper Realm, he had not only successfully revived but had also managed to comprehend 3 complete sets of rule power, reaching the peak of the human saint realm. He possessed the confidence to sweep away every human race powerhouse. But in the end, he restrained himself. To ensure absolute certainty, he would wait for the remaining 8 supreme beings to revive first. Issue an order, keep a close watch on the human race's movements. If anything happens, report it to me immediately. Below, a group of demon race Saint Stage cultivators, upon hearing this, all respectfully clasped their fists before retreating in an orderly fashion.
Conquering the wilderness realm is merely the beginning for us, the demon race. A look of anticipation flashed in the Ninth Supreme's eyes. The future of our demon race lies in the vast sea of stars. The sacred realm. Deep within the cosmos. Within 100-jean-wide pool of chaotic thunder. After half a month of contemplation and assimilation, Zhang had successfully assimilated the insights into the way of thunder accumulated over a little more than 10,000 years. He had now successfully grasped the third complete thunder rule force intertwined with chaotic energy. As for the fourth, although he had made progress, it was not yet entirely perfected. 10,000 years, and I've only just grasped the third complete force of the thunder rule? Zhang furrowed his brow slightly. Clearly, he was not satisfied with this result. Originally, he had believed that in 10,000 years, he would, without a doubt, have comprehended at least two complete thunder rule powers, but the outcome was not what he had anticipated. However, if any saint stage cultivator were to know his inner thoughts at this moment, they would surely be so enraged they'd spit blood. After all, he wasn't simply comprehending a new rule power distinct from the way of thunder. He had gone a step further beyond the two existing thunder rule powers and had actually grasped a third. Just how terrifyingly difficult was that? According to the common ranking system within the saint stage, Zhang could now be considered a super-powerful cultivator at the peak of the human saint realm. If he could grasp 10 rule powers within the way of thunder, he would be able to break through the heavenly saint realm and enter the ascended stage. For the average saint stage cultivator, advancing even one step further along a single path is virtually impossible without tens of thousands of years of secluded, arduous cultivation unless a special opportunity arises. If we're talking about comprehending other, different rule energies, that might be a bit easier. Therefore, making one or even two further advances in the way of thunder within 10,000 years is a testament to an incredibly formidable level of insight. A moment later, Zhang shook his head, feeling at peace. After all, he still had 10,000 years to deepen his understanding of the way of thunder, so he immediately plunged back into his meditation. Meanwhile, half a month passed. As the golden thunder dragon absorbed energy voraciously, it successfully condensed a second thunderous life-bound mark within its mind. Its power received a terrifying boost. It had even gained the ability to speak. Ha ha ha. This dragon has finally succeeded. I've condensed a second thunder life mark and can speak now. For a moment, the golden thunder dragon was overcome with excitement and elation, rolling joyfully about in the chaos thunder pool, somewhat carried away by its own euphoria. Hurry up and absorb the essence of creation. Don't let your success go to your head. Zhang opened his eyes and cast a casual glance at the golden dragon. Upon hearing this, the golden thunder dragon immediately turned to look at Zhang. It didn't speak, but a cunning gleam flickered in its eyes. Buzz! In the next instant, the golden thunder dragon opened its mouth and spat out a bolt of chaotic thunder, which slammed toward Zhang. What's the matter? You've only just advanced a level, and you're already thinking of devouring your master? Zhang wasn't about to indulge it. He reached out with a massive hand, grabbed the chaotic thunder that had spat out, and with a gentle squeeze, it dissolved into a sky full of lightning before vanishing. Immediately afterward, Zhang reached out with his massive hand and snatched the golden thunder dragon toward him. Then, with his other hand transformed into a palm blade, he began slashing relentlessly at the thunder dragon's head. You've gotten pretty bold, haven't you? Daring to lay a hand on me? Roar! 3 strands of chaotic thunder coiled around the palm blade as it struck the thunder dragon, causing it to howl in agony. Ah! I won't dare again. This dragon will never dare again. Dragon Lord! I was wrong. This little dragon was wrong. Please be magnanimous and spare this little dragon this time. Held in Zhang's hand like a little chick, the thunder dragon howled in pain, but it dared not resist in the slightest, fearing even greater agony. Hurry up and absorb energy to evolve. If you fall too far behind me, I'll completely refine you. A worthless dragon like you isn't worthy of following me. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang tossed the thunder dragon aside and re-entered his state of enlightenment. Upon returning to the chaos thunder pool, the golden thunder dragon swallowed a large mouthful of chaos matter and muttered under its breath.
Sigh, this dragon's life is so hard. I'd barely taken human form when I was captured and turned into a pet. I thought that after evolving today, I'd regain my freedom, but it looks like there is no hope. But in the blink of an eye, the golden thunder dragon regained its fighting spirit. As it devoured the chaotic substance in great gulps, it mumbled indistinctly. Since I can't beat them, I'll join them. From now on, this dragon is going to be a sycophant. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another half-month had passed. Deep within the demon realm, demonic energy surged like a collapsed sky, obscuring the heavens and rolling in overwhelming waves. Ha ha! 10,000 years have passed, and this sovereign has finally awoken. On this day, the human race's frontline reconnaissance revealed that two more supreme beings of the demon race had awakened. The Wasteland Realm. The outskirts of the demon realm. At the human race's frontline, within a massive war fortress. This war fortress was also a sacred artifact of considerable rank, currently serving as a temporary command center for the four great alliances. At this moment, more than a dozen powerful saint stage cultivators, each exuding formidable auras and wielding a sacred artifact, had already gathered inside the fortress. However, compared to the previously relaxed atmosphere, the hall now felt somewhat somber. Everyone kept their heads bowed, saying nothing. Each of the three supreme rulers of the demon clan possesses strength at the peak of the human saint realm. Finally, from above, a saint lord spoke, breaking the silence. But as soon as his words fell, everyone in the hall let out a collective sigh, and a sense of despondency filled the air. One saint could not help but say, "If the demon clan's 9 supreme beings were to mobilize together, even with our advantage in sacred artifacts, I fear we'd still be no match for them. Moreover, this time, the demon clan is backed by a mysterious force from the upper realm. They're clearly receiving significant covert support. It's even possible that someone even more terrifying than the 9 supreme beings has emerged. On our side, the human race, aside from that ancient elder who took human form 10,000 years ago, our only remaining top-tier powerhouse is the Holy Lord of the Xin Jin Guild." Sigh. That works out to 2 against 9. Even if the other 3 Holy Lords are empowered by top-grade sacred artifacts, it would still only be 5 against 9 at best. Our chances of victory are practically zero. Below, a group of saints looked gloomy. The confidence that had finally begun to rise in their hearts thanks to the foundation of 30 sacred artifacts now dimmed once again. With such a disparity in high-level combat power, how could they possibly win this battle? It wasn't just the group of saints below who felt their hopes were slim. Even the 4 holy masters wore expressions of deep concern. The demon clan was backed by a mysterious force from the upper realm, meaning that their 4 great alliances were not merely fighting the demon clan, they were also fighting the mysterious force behind them. Therefore, whether it came down to resources or anything else, victory was out of reach. What's the latest news from young friend Zhang? Perhaps the best course of action now was to take the initiative and strike while the remaining supreme beings of the demon clan had not yet fully recovered, catching them off guard. Upon hearing the holy ruler's words, a saint immediately stepped forward to reply. "News has arrived from the Holy Land. Young friend Zhang is currently undergoing his tribulation. It seems that once he attains sainthood, he will be able to heal the wounds to the Tao of that pre-transformed elder." Oh? Inside the hall, a flicker of astonishment crossed everyone's eyes upon hearing this news, and they marveled at Zhang's innate talent. But soon, they all shook their heads. Had Zhang been born in a time of peace, or in the vast upper realm, his talent might well have secured him a future as a celestial saint. However, for Zhang now, the path ahead seemed shrouded in darkness. "Everyone, prepare for battle. Once young Zhang heals the Tao-related wounds of the pre-transformation elder, we will launch a preemptive strike, storm into the demon realm, and catch the demon clan off guard." The 4 great holy lords exchanged glances and made this decision. They had no other choice. To wait any longer would be a slow death. They knew full well that this grand formation, constructed from 5 super sacred artifacts, would ultimately be unable to withstand the attacks of the 9 supreme beings. At present, the formation's sole purpose was to prevent some demons from sneaking into the wilderness realm to carry out inhumane massacres. Inside the hall, upon hearing this, the expressions of more than a dozen saints immediately turned solemn. They gripped their sacred artifacts tightly, ready to fight to the death at any moment. The Sacred Land Realm. deep in the cosmos.
Senior, young friend Zhang has been in the Chaos Thunder Pool for a month now.
I hope nothing has gone wrong?
Master Yun gazed at the Chaos Thunder Pool, shrouded in thick mist, his face full of worry he could not see through it. The shape-shifting elder standing beside him shot him a withering glance, as if to say, "Shut your mouth, you're bringing bad luck." However, even though he was a shape-shifting super-sacred artifact, he too could not see through the Chaos Thunder Pool at that moment. As far as the eye could see, everything was enveloped in mist.
Young friend Zhang's natural talent is unmatched throughout the ages. He must be attaining enlightenment within the Chaos Thunder Pool. There is no need to worry.
Although the human form elder said this aloud, deep down he was constantly praying for Zhang, hoping nothing would happen to him. After all, the scene before them was likely unprecedented in the entire history of cultivation. There was simply no precedent for it.
Within the 100 Zhang Chaos Thunder Pool,
Zhang, seated in the Chaos Golden Lotus, opened his eyes once more after a long period of meditation. He casually plucked a small pinch of petals and placed them in his mouth. Instantly, the petals transformed into pure energy, nourishing his slightly weary sacred soul. After another half-month of seclusion and contemplation, he successfully assimilated the remaining insights from the 10,000-year Thunder Tao. This time, he had once again managed to advance only 2 steps beyond his original 3 Thunder Rule powers, having now comprehended 5 complete Thunder Rule powers. Moreover, this was achieved even as his 4th complete rule power was on the verge of perfection. In other words, during this retreat, Zhang's insights into the 10,000-year Thunder Tao were not as profound as those he had gained during the previous half-month. With this thought, Zhang couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. It seems that with the same type of rule power, the further one progresses, the harder it becomes to comprehend. No wonder, for the vast majority of Saint Stage powerhouses, the Ascended Stage realm is nothing more than a legend. Zhang couldn't help but shake his head. Achieving the Saint Stage alone was already enough to be considered a once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy. He couldn't even begin to imagine just how extraordinary those who had established themselves in the Ascended Stage realm must be. Zhang didn't dwell on it. Once he set foot in that realm in the future, he would understand everything. Based on cultivation tiers, I suppose I'm currently a super powerful Earth Saint level cultivator, right? Zhang clenched his fists, sensing the immense power surging within him as if he could pluck a planet from the sky with a wave of his hand or shatter a star with a single strike. But soon, his brow furrowed. He sensed a thick, malevolent aura permeating this universe. It seemed as though the Tao of this universe was somewhat repelling him, a super powerhouse at the Earth Saint level.
Is my cultivation being suppressed? Am I only able to unleash the strength of a peak human saint?
Given the circumstances, it seemed the maximum combat power allowed by the wilderness realm was limited to the peak human saint level at most.
Zhang drew his conclusion and quickly understood everything.
After all, this was merely one of the 3,000 minor worlds. The rules of the Tao had their limits, and clearly, Zhang had already surpassed that limit. It seems that if I want to ascend to the highest heights, I have no choice but to head to the upper realm. Zhang muttered to himself as he stood up from within the Chaos Golden Lotus.
After a month of arduous seclusion, this 100 Zhang-wide Chaos Thunder Pool showed signs of vanishing into the void at any moment.
Seeing this, Zhang didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately pulled out jade vials of various sizes and filled them generously with chaotic matter. At the same time, he didn't hold back with the Chaos Golden Lotus either. He simply plucked a petal about 1 Zhang in size and stored it in his system space. These were all supreme treasures. Whether he gave some to friends and family in the future or used them for his own cultivation, they would be of immense value. Whoosh! Only after Zhang had finished these tasks did the 100 Zhang-wide Chaos Thunder Pool vanish with a whoosh into the void, as if it had never existed. Only the faint trace of chaos energy lingering at the site bore witness to the extraordinary events that had once taken place there.
Oh whoa!
These are this dragoness treasures.
I haven't had my fill yet.
The Golden Thunder Dragon standing nearby had spent the past month continuously devouring chaotic substances and other divine creations. As a result, its body had grown from its original size of about 1 Zhang to nearly 10 Zhang. A faint current of chaotic substance flowed around its body, and it radiated a dark golden hue. Anyone unfamiliar with the situation would surely believe it to be a primordial chaotic divine dragon born from the chaos itself.
You're almost as round as a ball, aren't you satisfied yet?
Zhang cast a casual glance at it, then walked straight up to the golden thunder dragon to examine its thunder essence mark. Not bad for a worthless dragon, it's barely managed to condense a third thunder essence mark. As for the 2 additional thunder innate marks that had emerged on the golden thunder dragon, Zhang chose not to simply copy, absorb, or emulate them. At this point, he had already forged his own path. He couldn't just mimic the golden thunder dragon at most, he could draw inspiration from it.
Oh whoa! Dragon Lord, this dragon already has a name. I've decided from now on, I'll be called Outyin.
In the depths of space.
The massive thundercloud, spanning 100,000 zhang, vanished into nothingness like wispy smoke as the 100 zhang-wide chaos thunder pool disappeared.
Let us go, you worthless dragon. Zhang beckoned to Outyin, signaling it to hurry up and follow him. They still had to go repair the Dao wounds of the shape-shifting elder.
Please call me Outyin.
Outyin voiced his displeasure to Zhang, but ultimately transformed into a young boy who looked to be about 8 years old, trotting gleefully behind Zhang. Now that Outyin had manifested 3 thunder primordial marks, he could already be considered a super master at the peak of the human saint realm.
Zhang couldn't help but glance back at the human form Outyin.
He pinched his chubby cheeks and said with a playful threat.
You're just a little brat, and you call yourself Outyin? If you don't listen, I'll spank you.
With Zhang pinching his cheeks, the human form Outyin flailed his arms and legs, trying to resist, but Zhang held him firmly in place. Whoosh! The elderly man in human form and Master Yun rushed over the moment the thunderclouds dispersed and Zhang appeared.
Young friend Zhang, are you all right? Zhang released Outyin, then turned around with a smile.
Hee, there is no need for you 2 elders to worry.
The tribulation went very smoothly.
The elderly man in human form and Master Yin both breathed a sigh of relief. Young friend, you've successfully passed the tribulation of the strongest foundation. Your natural talent truly surpasses all others throughout history.
I admire you immensely. Through Master Yun's explanation, Zhang finally understood the 3rd tribulation of the saint stage he had just endured was actually that terrifying. It had never even appeared in ancient texts or the history of cultivation. Did that mean the legend had become reality, and he was the one destined to fulfill it? For a moment, Zhang was struck by a sudden realization.
No wonder, after he finally endured that chaos light, a massive chaos thunder pool, 100 Zhang in size, had emerged from the thunderclouds accompanied by a supreme creation, the chaos golden lotus. Zhang shook his head with a smile.
Hee, senior, you flatter me.
Let Esco will find a place to help you heal your Dao injury. Upon hearing this, the elderly man in human form was instantly filled with excitement, and a hint of joy flashed across his face. After 10,000 years, would his Dao-related injury finally be healed today? Meanwhile, Master Yun, standing nearby, kept staring intently at Outyin behind Zhang, unable to help but ask suspiciously.
Young friend Zhang, did you happen to have a baby while undergoing your tribulation? But before Master Yun could ponder this further, Outyin spoke up first, casting a casual, sidelong glance at Master Yun. Old man, what are you staring at? Never seen such a handsome dragon lord, proud lord?
But Outyin quickly realized his mistake and hastily corrected himself. Master Yun looked completely bewildered.
In this day and age, did some little brat actually dare to be disrespectful to a saint stage cultivator like him? But what the shape-shifting old man said next jolted him back to reality.
Let us go, young friend Yun. Don't let this little brat age fool you. I doubt either of us stands a chance against him right now.
What? Upon hearing this, Master Yun was instantly startled.
When he looked at Outyin again, a deep sense of apprehension flashed in his eyes. What kind of monsters are these? Master Yun couldn't help but mutter under his breath, then quickly followed after them.
The sacred realm.
Deep within the cosmos, near a chaotic region. Zhang, the shape-shifting elder, and their party had finally arrived here. Here lay a strange stone nearly 100 Zhang in size, emanating a wisp of chaotic energy, the very one upon which the shape-shifting elder had previously sat in
meditation.
Thud. Zhang immediately produced the myriad cauldron and placed it on top of the strange stone, causing the entire stone to tremble. Having spent many years in a region bordering the Chaos Realm, this strange stone had absorbed some of the Chaos Aura itself, making it a truly extraordinary super-grade material. It was exactly what was needed to help the Shaped Elder heal the wounds to his Tao. Senior. Zhang turned to look at the Shaped Elder and gestured for him to approach. Upon hearing this, the shape-shifting elder felt a surge of excitement, hesitated slightly, and then immediately manifested his true form, flying into the massive myriad cauldron. As the shape-shifting super-sacred artifact flew into the cauldron, Zhang immediately unleashed his terrifying Dao fire. While refining the contents beneath the myriad cauldron, he also continuously added the rare stone imbued with the essence of chaos into the cauldron. At the same time, with a wave of his massive hand, Zhang drew in wisp after wisp of chaos chi from the chaos realm, infusing it into the myriad cauldron as he began the refining process in earnest. I never expected that Senior's true form, before taking human form, would actually be a square cauldron. In the distance, Master Yun and Outyan stood in the void, watching the developments on the strange stone. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The Wasteland Realm, the Demon Domain. Deep within a magnificent hall, the three revived supreme rulers of the Demon Clan sat in order, listening to the report from the Demon Clan's Saint stage members below. Since that old monster capable of taking human form hasn't shown up, it's about time we demons stretched our legs a bit. Heh, even if that shape-shifting old monster does show up, so what? Our clan already dealt him a crushing blow back then, leaving him with a wound to his Tao. He is no longer a threat. In that case, let us make our move. We can also gauge just how much progress the human clan has made over these 10,000 years. Though I suspect they've been treading water or perhaps even regressed. Ha 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 ha. That day, the three supreme beings of the Demon Clan, now reawakened, convened a high-level meeting, intending to take action. Remaining on the defensive indefinitely was not the style of the Demon Clan. Immediately, the three supreme beings of the Demon Clan, carrying the super-sacred artifact, the boundary-breaking lamp, led the Demon Clan's great army as they marched together to the outskirts of the Demon Realm. Separated by a colossal super-array, they faced off against the human race's four great alliances. Oof. Do you really think a mere array like this can stop our race from unifying the Wasteland Realm? The Demon Race's seventh supreme being sneered coldly. Then, as surging demonic energy erupted from his body and a terrifying aura spread, the void around him collapsed under the pressure. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he summoned the boundary-shattering lamp and hurled it toward the super-scale formation. The boundary-shattering lamp radiated golden light, carrying a terrifying aura powerful enough to shatter the heavens. Before the stunned eyes of the high-ranking officials from the human race's four great alliances, it slammed violently into the formation. Boom! At the edge of the demon realm, as the super-sacred artifact, the boundary-shattering lamp, slammed into the grand formation constructed from 5 top-grade sacred artifacts, the entire area was instantly engulfed in dazzling radiance. Endless, colossal energy particles scattered throughout the heavens and earth, causing the surrounding void to shatter layer by layer. It was the terrifying collision and eruption of boundless law energy. A terrifying storm swept out in both directions, causing many Saint Stage cultivators to flinch slightly. A long time later, after the energy particles filling the sky had dissipated, the seventh sovereign couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. It didn't break through? He felt a twinge of shock. He had even summoned a super-sacred artifact like the realm-shattering lamp, yet it hadn't succeeded with a single strike? The seventh sovereign refused to give up. He immediately summoned the realm-shattering lamp, which radiated a terrifying aura once more and slammed it viciously into the grand formation. Boom! Violent ripples spread across the formation, as if it were about to shatter at any moment. But as time passed, the seventh sovereign began to question his own judgment. Could it be that the boundary-shattering lamp was a fake? He struck it twice, yet the grand formation remained completely intact? Just as the seventh sovereign was at a loss, seething with frustration, a Demon Clan Saint Stage figure suddenly approached him sheepishly and explained. Seventh Lord, I forgot to tell you this human clan's grand formation is built upon 5 top-grade sacred artifacts as its foundation. After saying this, the Demon Clan Saint Stage quickly took his leave. Ah! Sure enough, after the Demon Clan Saint Stage had left,
the seventh sovereign threw his head back and let out a furious roar. Why didn't anyone tell me this beforehand? And since when have these mere humans possessed such terrifying resources? After venting his rage, the seventh sovereign felt a slight jolt of shock. 5 top-grade sacred artifacts. Since when had top-grade sacred artifacts become as common as cabbages in the eyes of the human race? How could they be so extravagant as to use 5 of them as the foundation of a formation? After all, even with the support of upper realm factions behind them, the demon clan had managed to obtain only 3 super sacred artifacts, and they had already lost one of them. Above top-grade sacred artifacts lie the super sacred artifacts. For a moment, the 7th sovereign, along with the 8th and 9th sovereigns, all froze in place. They fell deep in thought. Could it be that the human race was also backed by mysterious upper realm factions? This was a very serious matter, one beyond the scope of the 3 of them to handle. They must report it to the demon lord. The 3 exchanged glances and immediately reached a decision: they could not launch a rash attack. Instead, they would wait until the remaining demon clan supreme beings and the demon lord had recovered before making a decision. Without delay, the 3 shot a fierce glance in the direction of the human clan, then led the demon clan army back into the depths of the demon realm. Some demon clan saint stage warriors had been brimming with fighting spirit, eager to achieve glorious feats, but why were they suddenly retreating? They didn't know, but dared not ask. As for the human clan, among the 4 great alliances, some high-ranking officials had been on edge, fully prepared to face the bloody battle ahead. Many saints had even steeled themselves for the possibility of dying in battle. But now, watching the demon clan's army retreat in disarray across the battlefield, what on earth was going on? Had the 3 supreme rulers of the demon clans led their forces here just to strike this grand formation a couple of times? For a moment, everyone was baffled, but they breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. If that shape-shifting elder hadn't arrived, a bloody battle at this moment would undoubtedly have left the human clan at a severe disadvantage. Don't let your guard down. The demon clan is currently stirring. They could launch a full-scale attack at any moment. The 4 holy sovereigns wore grave expressions. They could clearly see that the 3 demon clan sovereigns were in fact wary of this colossal formation. They likely suspected that, once they discovered the origins of this grand formation, a mysterious force was backing them as well. The sacred realm. Deep in the cosmos, near the chaos region. As a month passed, within the myriad cauldron, the true form of the shape-shifting elder gradually began to emit waves of terrifying energy. It actually dispersed the threads of chaos energy condensed within the myriad cauldron, revealing the form of a square cauldron. Over the course of this month, Zhang had continuously refined the Chaos Stone using several streams of Dao fire derived from the power of the laws, while simultaneously channeling an endless surge of law energy from the surrounding space into it, successfully healing the great elder's Dao-level injuries. Not only were his Dao injuries healed, but the elderly man in human form also absorbed wispy strands of chaotic energy, becoming even more powerful than before. He was in no way inferior to super sacred artifacts such as the Myriad Cauldron, the boundary-shattering lamp, or the realm anchor. Boom! Suddenly, the Myriad Cauldron shook violently. The elderly sage's true form, the Fong Ding, shot skyward, transforming back into human form and letting out a hearty, skyward laugh. This time, however, he no longer appeared as an elderly man but as a middle-aged man. Ha ha ha! Excellent! Excellent! The suffering of 10,000 years has finally been completely resolved today. The middle-aged man couldn't help but punch out into the void a terrifying beam of light, radiating a wisp of chaotic energy, shattered the very fabric of space itself. Now, my power has not only returned to its peak, it seems I've actually grown even stronger. Whoosh! The middle-aged man flickered into place right in front of Zhang, then bowed deeply to him. Thank you, young friend Zhang, for your noble assistance. I shall never forget this favor. The middle-aged man's expression was exceptionally solemn. Should you ever need my help in the future, Fong Hong, even if it means walking through fire or into the depths of hell, I would do so without hesitation. It turned out that the shape-shifting elder's real name was Fong Hong. Zhang hurriedly helped Fong Hong to his feet and said with a smile, Senior, you're too kind. Being able to contribute to the human race is simply what we cultivators ought to do. There's no need for such formalities, senior. At the same time, Yun and Outyen also rushed over from a distance. Congratulations, senior, on returning to your peak. Master Yun's face beamed with joy as he bowed to Feng Hong. Now that the human race had gained such a formidable presence at the peak of the human saint realm, he saw a glimmer of hope. However, just as the group was basking in their joy, the void suddenly flickered, and a letter appeared in Master Yun's hand. The moment he opened it and read its contents, his expression changed drastically. Battle reports from the front lines indicate that the Demon Clan's army has returned in force. Led by several supreme beings, they are attacking our human alliance. What? Upon hearing this news, their expressions all changed drastically. So soon? Immediately, Feng Hong wanted to take Master Yun to the front lines. He knew full well that the human clan's top combatants were no match for the demon clan. If he didn't go, the human clan would likely suffer a devastating defeat. Young friend Zhang, what about you? Before leaving, Feng Hong glanced back at Zhang and Outyen. Having regained his peak strength, he was well aware that Zhang's current power had long since reached the peak human saint level, and even the little brat beside him possessed that same level of strength. These were two high-level combatants. If they joined the battle, they would undoubtedly turn the tide. Zhang naturally understood what Feng Hong meant, but as things stood, he wasn't yet ready to take the battlefield. He had a gut feeling that the forces behind the demon clan this time were far from ordinary. He needed to be fully prepared. Without hesitation, he spoke slowly. Take Outyen with you. I still have matters to attend to. With Outyen joining the fray, Zhang believed the human clan should be able to hold out for a while. Beside him, Outyen cast a reluctant glance at Zhang before following Feng Hong and the others as they departed. Watching the three figures recede into the distance, Zhang withdrew his gaze, then turned to face the chaos zone. Without a moment's hesitation, his body shrouded in chaotic energy, he took a single step into it and rushed toward its depths. The Wasteland Realm. The outskirts of the Demon Realm. As another half-month passed, all the supreme beings of the Demon Clan with the exception of the Demon Lord had regained consciousness. Consequently, after deliberation, the Demon Clan's army, led by the first supreme being and carrying the realm-shattering lamp, the realm anchor, and numerous other high-grade sacred artifacts, returned to the outskirts of the Grand Formation. A super-scale formation built upon 5 top-grade sacred artifacts as its foundation? The first supreme of the Demon Clan gazed at the formation, which emanated waves of mysterious energy, his expression calm and unchanging. If this had been 10,000 years ago, perhaps this formation could have caused trouble for our clan, but now. As the first supreme spoke these words, a faint, cold smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, as terrifying demonic energy surged around him, he directly summoned the super-grade sacred artifact, the boundary-shattering lamp. Empowered by the Supreme Ruler's terrifying cultivation, the boundary-shattering lamp emitted a dazzling, brilliant golden light, illuminating the entire demon realm as if it were broad daylight. Under the radiant golden light, not even the slightest movement could escape the Supreme Ruler's perception. Boom! Suddenly, the first sovereign hurled the boundary-shattering lamp directly at the Grand Formation. Amid the violent, chaotic energy rampaging wildly and under the watchful eyes of the Saint Stage cultivators from both sides, the once impenetrable superformation began to ripple violently, and cracks began to spread across its surface. Whoosh! On the human race's front lines, among the 4 great alliances, the vast majority of Saint Stage cultivators watching this scene couldn't help but gasp in shock. They looked at the demon race's first sovereign with deep apprehension in their eyes. Is the demon race's first sovereign really this powerful? On the demon race's side, more than 10 demon race Saint Stage cultivators, upon witnessing this scene, were also filled with marveling inwardly. Truly worthy of the title Supreme Ruler, one strike and you know exactly what he is capable of. It didn't break through? However, faced with the reverent gazes of those around him, the Supreme Ruler furrowed his brow slightly, feeling dissatisfied. After all, with the assistance of a mysterious power from the upper realm, his strength had become utterly terrifying. Yet, even a single strike with the realm-shattering lamp had failed to achieve its intended effect. This was a bit of a blow to his pride. It seems that to deal with my clan, the human race is backed by some unknown, mysterious force.
A shadow of darkness flashed across the first sovereign's eyes. The top-tier sacred artifact used to construct this colossal formation would likely be considered among the very best even in the upper realm. Boom! The first sovereign struck again. This time, he held nothing back. As demonic energy surged around him, for strands of rule energy all of the same origin coiled around him. The boundary-shattering lamp emitted a golden light bright enough to pierce the heavens. Empowered by those 4 strands of rule energy, it directly caused the surrounding void to collapse. Go! This time, the super-large formation which already bore a crack was struck by the boundary-shattering lamp, whose brilliance was so dazzling it was impossible to look upon directly. Under the watchful eyes of the numerous saint stage cultivators from both sides, with a loud boom, the super-large formation shattered like glass, turning into a shower of fragments filling the sky. As the shards drifted apart, they disintegrated once more into a shower of light particles that rained down across the sky. Whoosh! Following the array's shattering, the 5 top-grade sacred artifacts that served as its foundation immediately flew back to the human alliance, but their sacred light had dimmed, and they were no longer capable of battle. For 4 complete and homogeneous forces of the law. On the side of the human race's 4 great alliance, not only the numerous human saints, but even the 4 holy sovereigns themselves couldn't help but gasp in shock upon witnessing the 4 forces of the law coiling around the first sovereign. For streams of law energy from the same source, were it not for the fact that the ceiling permitted by the heavenly Tao of the lower realm is the peak human saint tier, the demon clan as first sovereign would now be a transcendent earth saint. He alone could sweep through the entire wasteland realm. All units, stand by. The faces of the 4 great holy lords turned pale. Without a moment's hesitation, they summoned 4 of their remaining 5 top-tier sacred artifacts, ready at any moment for a fierce battle, even at the cost of bloodshed and sacrifice. Facing such a transcendent earth-level saint, even under the ceiling restrictions of the lower realm, they were still no match for him. If it weren't for the existence of those 5 top-tier sacred artifacts, they wouldn't even dare to think of resisting. When someone is 1 or 2 steps ahead of you in the same source of rule power, how can you possibly fight back? For saints like them, advancing a single rule power beyond its current level requires a time investment measured in tens of thousands of years. In other words, the demon clan's supreme ruler standing before them was at least nearly 100,000 years ahead of them in cultivation. Don't panic, he is merely a pseudo-earth saint. Even with the backing of mysterious forces from the upper realm, it's nearly impossible for him to comprehend a rule of the same origin to a higher level. Among the 4 great saints, the only one who had comprehended 3 rules of the same origin was Xian Ming of the Xian Jin Guild. Standing at the very front with a grave expression, he explained to the others. Having stood at the pinnacle of the human saint realm for many years, he knew all too well just how difficult it was to take that next step. Meanwhile, over at the demon clan's army. Now that the grand formation blocking their path had been shattered by the first supreme, every one of them wore excited, exhilarated smiles. They licked their cold weapons one after another, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust as they gazed at the numerous human clan powerhouses. Long live the first supreme! Led by numerous demon clan saint stage experts, the demon clan army roared in unison, their momentum soaring to its peak. At that very moment, the first supreme of the demon clan raised both hands and pressed them down slightly. The deafening cheers instantly vanished, and silence fell. Then, the first supreme of the demon clan slowly raised his head and cast a cold gaze at the human clan's 4 great alliances. Without the slightest flicker of emotion, he coldly uttered 2 words. Attack! Kill! The instant his words fell, the demon clan army erupted like dry grass set ablaze, letting out frenzied roars as they charged headlong toward the human alliance. Ha ha! It's been 10,000 years since I last tasted blood. How I've missed it. Today, I'm going to savor every moment. Hee hee, you think you can stop the demon clan's advance? You're delusional. Our clan's goal is the stars, and the vast seas you lot are merely fit to be sacrificed, paving the way for our march. Kill! On the human side, the expressions of the 4 holy sovereigns changed, and they too shouted in unison. Form a formation. Repel the enemy. Immediately, with the exception of those at the saint level and above, the remaining human army split into several sections, each protected by at least 1 sacred artifact. The humans whose strength hadn't reached the saint level used the sacred artifacts as the foundation to construct a series of offensive and defensive formations, and to everyone's surprise, they actually managed to hold back the surging demon army. Yet, under the demon clan's reckless charge, casualties were inevitable, blood spattered everywhere, and the battle cries shook the heavens. As for the saint-level powerhouses on both sides, they had long since selected their opponents and charged directly into the outer cosmos. After all, at the saint stage, the power of the laws emanates with the mere wave of a hand. Their strength is formidable, and their destructive power is utterly terrifying. Only the vast, boundless expanse of the outer cosmos could serve as their battlefield. On the demon clan's side, the ninth sovereign wore a sneer as he looked at the human clan's remaining 4 great saints, unable to resist taunting them. Haha, so next, the 4 of you will be facing off against our 9 great sovereigns? The human clan's 4 great saints did not make a move, but instead gazed solemnly at the 9 figures across from them, who radiated a terrifying aura. Even the weakest among the 9 possessed the strength of their own strongest warrior. This battle truly seemed hopeless. Number 9, number 8, number 7, number 6, you 4 handle them. The first sovereign, his expression calm, issued the order to attack. Upon hearing this, the 4 supreme rulers of the demon clan immediately clasped their fists in respect, then transformed into swirling masses of terrifying demonic energy and charged forward. You human scum, come here and die. The 4 immensely powerful supreme rulers of the demon clan, transformed into surging waves of demonic energy, swept the 4 holy sovereigns along with them and instantly arrived in that outer cosmic space, where a fierce battle erupted. Below, the demon clan's first sovereign, looking at the now unobstructed expanse before him, spoke in a calm tone. Let us go. Let us thoroughly investigate which mysterious force is supporting the human clan from behind the scenes. Could it be an adversary connected to the upper realm forces that back us? The remaining 5 supreme rulers remained on high alert. They then moved in unison, rushing toward the direction of the sacred realm. Boom! However, the very moment the 5 began to move, a terrifying bolt of chaotic lightning struck down fiercely from the sky. The 5 supreme rulers' hearts sank instantly. Their expressions changed abruptly as they dodged swiftly. But it was a surprise attack. The 5th supreme of the demon clan didn't have time to dodge and was struck directly by the bolt of chaotic lightning, immediately coughing up a mouthful of black blood. Who's there? The 1st supreme immediately shielded the 5th supreme behind him, gazing solemnly toward the horizon. A single strike had left the 5th supreme gravely wounded. The attacker's power must be only slightly inferior to his own. Your dragon grandfather is here. How dare you act so presumptuously? In the distance, a dark gold thunder dragon, 1,000 zhang in length, spoke in human language as it raced toward them. At the same time, standing on its back was a middle-aged man with a subdued aura yet an air of divine grace, none other than Fang Hong. The moment the 5 supreme beings recognized the newcomer's identity, they all froze in their tracks, then were filled with dread. As super-powerful beings themselves, they naturally recognized the extraordinary nature of this dark gold divine dragon at a glance. This is actually a divine dragon that has mastered 3 thunder rule forces. It is in no way inferior to us. The expressions of the 5 supreme beings grew slightly grave. Could it be that the human race was, after all, backed by a mysterious power? Not only had this dark gold divine dragon mastered 3 complete thunder rule forces, but they could even sense that the 4th was already on its way. This was a divine dragon that far exceeded all expectations. There's also a person on its back. It's the shape-shifting super holy artifact that slaughtered our demon clan's venerable supreme being 10,000 years ago. As Out Yen drew nearer, the 5 supreme beings naturally spotted Fang Hong, who was seated cross-legged on Out Yen's back, at once. Of the current 9 supreme beings, aside from the 3 rescued from Demon Path Mountain, the remaining 6 had all been promoted later on. At that moment, Fang Hong stood with an impassive expression, his eyes radiating boundless murder, intent as he stared at the 5 supreme beings. It seems your demon clan hasn't learned any lessons from that great battle 10,000 years ago. You actually dare to invade our human clan again. Fang Hong stepped down from Out Yen's back, folded his arms behind his back, and glared coldly at the 5 supreme beings. Even the aura seeping from him alone placed immense pressure on them. How is this possible?
Wasn't he that old monster severely wounded by our clan 10,000 years ago, sustaining an irreparable wound to the Tao? How is it that today he appears as if nothing ever happened, and his power has grown even stronger than it was 10,000 years ago? A look of gravity flashed in the eyes of the 5 demon clan supremes. This outcome had taken them somewhat by surprise. Ha, it seems your human clan has also gained the backing of a mysterious power no weaker than our own. The first sovereign's face twisted into a cold smile, though his heart was heavy. He had originally believed that, given the demon clan's current strength, crushing the human clan would be as easy as squashing an ant. But reality had shown him that everything is subject to change. Therefore, the final outcome was truly anyone's guess. You bunch of demon brats, what are you staring at? Never seen such a dashing and handsome divine dragon before? Hurry up and crawl over here to offer your necks for slaughter. This dragon grandpa will grant you a quick and painless end. As Outnyen's massive, 1,000-long dark gold dragon body swayed, his enormous dragon eyes glanced sidelong at the 5 demon clan supremes, showing not the slightest regard for them. Having undergone the transformative baptism and evolution of the Chaos Thunder Pool, he was brimming with confidence in his own strength. Aside from that freak of a dragon grandfather, whom he couldn't defeat, he held no one else in any regard. Across from him, the 5 supreme leaders of the demon clans furrowed their brows slightly. This dragon was truly rather unlikable. Upon hearing the words of the first sovereign across from him, Fang Hong was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly grasped the other's meaning. Immediately, he replied coldly. Ha! Does that mean only your demon clan is allowed to call for reinforcements, while we of the human clan aren't permitted to bring in allies? After all, didn't the human clan have the backing of a mysterious power? But it wasn't a faction, it was a single person. Then there's nothing more to discuss. Let us fight. Across from him, the eyes of the 5 supreme rulers of the demon clan glowed with intense murderous intent. They couldn't wait to slaughter Fang Hong and Outnyen right then and there. Humph. A bunch of useless fools who were forcibly elevated. How dare you spout such nonsense? This dragon will take on both of you alone. You come over here and die. Outnyen, with his hot temper, directly picked 2 opponents and charged into the outer universe to do battle. As for Fang Hong, he likewise looked down on these demon clan supremes who had forcibly boosted their cultivation through special means. He immediately led the 3 of them, including the first supreme, straight into the outer universe. Instantly, a massive battle erupted in full force. The Sacred Land Realm. Deep within the Chaos region, atop a reef measuring 100 zhang in size. Zhang, his body wrapped in 5 strands of Chaos Thunder Law energy from the same source, stood upon the reef, shielded from the terrifying chaotic turbulence within the region. Before him appeared an artifact forging platform, also wrapped in chaotic thunder. Upon it lay a cloth armor radiating waves of sacred light. Indeed, the reason Zhang had delayed heading to the front lines was that he had considered the might of that mysterious force from the upper realm. He had to be fully prepared. Therefore, he intended to use this chaos zone to mask his energy fluctuations and upgrade all his equipment to an entirely new level. Take, for example, that celestial artifact from the Ascended Stage realm. Previously, he had already refined all his equipment to the legendary artifact tier, but due to subsequent hesitation and being delayed by numerous matters, he had remained at that level. It was somewhat unreasonable that, even though his cultivation had reached the Earth Saint realm, he was still wearing legendary artifact level gear. With that in mind, Zhang swung the thunder hammer in his hand. Enveloped by chaotic thunder, he rapidly hammered away. Given his current terrifying cultivation level, combined with his mastery of the power of time, the speed at which he refined his gear was simply unimaginable. In just a moment, that familiar voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. The number of tempering sessions for the cloth armor has increased by 5 million, and the cloth armor has successfully been upgraded to a top-tier legendary artifact. Congratulations, host. The number of tempering sessions has increased by 5 million, and you have gained 50 years' worth of insight into the way of thunder. A faint smile played at the corner of Zhang's mouth. As his cultivation advanced into the saint stage, the rewards he received were all related to insights into the way of thunder. However, what made him furrow his brow slightly was that 5 million reforging attempts had only yielded 50 years of insight into the way of thunder. But he soon let it go. It seems that after refining 30 sacred artifacts, I've actually come to look down on such small rewards. Zhang shook his head with a smile. Such thoughts won't last long after all, even a fly is still meat. With that in mind, Zhang continued to swing the thunder hammer in his hand, rapidly forging away. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Ding! As Zhang brought down his final blow, deep within this chaotic region, the great Tao suddenly roared, and strands of chaotic heavenly thunder descended, striking fiercely toward Zhang. You dare to act so brazenly in the presence of the Thunder Emperor? Zhang's expression turned cold. With a casual wave of his hand, he shattered and dispelled the sky-filling chaotic celestial thunder, as if it had never existed. At the same time, that familiar voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host! The number of tempering sessions for the cloth armor has increased by 50 million. The cloth armor has successfully ascended to the ascended stage realm. It is now a genuine celestial artifact. Whoa! Hearing that voice in his mind, even with Zhang's current formidable strength, he couldn't help but gasp, drawing in a breath of chaotic energy. 50 million times. It had propelled the cloth armor directly into the ascended stage, transforming it into a genuine celestial artifact. Zhang looked down at the gleaming silver cloth armor on the artifact forging platform, shrouded in layers of Tao energy, and a look of excitement spread across his face. Boom! Next, Zhang made the silver cloth armor float in midair, then unleashed the most terrifying strike his body could muster. 5 bolts of chaos thunder, bolstered by the power of the law of time, slammed into the silver cloth armor. However, when that terrifying strike, powerful enough to obliterate an early Earth Saint-level expert, struck the silver cloth armor, it merely caused a faint ripple on its surface, and nothing more. What terrifying defensive power! Watching this scene, Zhang's eyes lit up involuntarily. Didn't this mean that once he donned this silver cloth armor, no one except for Saint stage experts or super powerful beings in the ascended stage realm would ever be able to harm him in the slightest? Congratulations, host! Your tempering count has increased by 50 million times. You have gained 1,000 years of insight into the way of thunder, and your Thunder Saint body has been upgraded to the Thunder Immortal body. Just as Zhang was momentarily lost in thought, that familiar voice rang out in his mind once more. Upon hearing this, Zhang's face instantly lit up with excitement. He immediately set aside the 1,000 years of Thunder Tao insight for the time being and began to fuse with the Thunder Tao Immortal body. Without delay, he sat cross-legged right where he stood, silently sensing the energy. As the Thunder Tao Immortal body integrated, Zhang immediately sensed that his understanding of the Tao had deepened, as if he had become the very vessel of the Tao itself. As time gradually passed, one could see that around Zhang, wispy, faintly visible strands of the great Taoist aura were now swirling, enveloping him at the center. It was as if, at that moment, Zhang had become the master of the Tao. Finally, after another 3 days of fusion, Zhang's body, which had been seated in meditation for so long, rose to its feet. Lightning from the great Tao burst from his eyes, instantly scattering the chaotic energy before him. Zhang clenched his fists, sensing his current, overwhelmingly powerful strength. With the fusion of the Thunder Tao Immortal body, it seemed as though the realm of the ascended stage was already beckoning to him. Moreover, after the fusion was complete, he discovered that the sixth thunder rule, which had previously been only partially grasped, had been fully comprehended and perfected. As a result, Zhang's cultivation level leaped directly from the mid-Earth Saint stage to the late Earth Saint stage. His strength had received a terrifying boost. Am I taking this cheat code a bit too far? Isn't this power increase happening way too fast? Even Zhang himself felt that his power was rising at an excessive pace. But immediately afterward, when he recalled that moment deep within the sacred ruins when he had given it his all and witnessed the two figures battling fiercely behind the abyss of heaven, a sudden chill ran through him, and he realized just how weak he truly was. At his current level, he might have reached the ceiling in this wasteland realm, but if he were to venture into the upper realm, it would still be far from enough. Moreover, who knew if the mysterious force backing the demon clan harbored any Saint stage-level super powerhouses? Zhang shook his head, banishing that childish thought from his mind. Immediately afterward, after a brief rest, he once again gripped the thunder hammer, ready to begin his training. However, just as he lifted the thunder hammer to swing it, he was startled to discover that this hammer, which had previously been merely a legendary artifact, was now also enveloped in the aura of the Tao. Could it be that the thunder hammer had now ascended to the rank of a celestial artifact in the ascended stage realm? Was this perhaps the principle of action and reaction? As he used the hammer to forge the cloth armor, the same force was fed back into the hammer, effectively meaning the hammer was being hammered as well?
Zhang felt a bit amused for a moment.
Was this some kind of system glitch? It must be, otherwise, why wouldn't the system have issued a prompt? Without giving it a second thought, Zhang immediately resumed refining that silver cloth armor from the ascended stage realm. Meanwhile, just as Zhang was once again immersed in the art of artifact refinement, deep within the demon realm, near the base of the Thousand Zhang White Fissure, inside a palace resembling an altar, several figures clad in black robes knelt on the spot, reverently paying homage to a piece of corpse emitting a black aura placed on an altar within the hall. The black corpse radiated an overwhelming aura of black evil, and waves of terrifying Tao energy permeated the air, crushing the surrounding void, a truly terrifying sight. Below, after the group had finished their ritual, they rose one by one, produced a series of formation banners, sealed the black corpse fragment, and hurriedly departed. They used a teleportation array within the hall to pass through the massive, Thousand Zhang White Fissure above, returned to the upper realm. Meanwhile, after the group had departed, deep within the ceremonial hall, inside a coffin forged of purple gold, a man clad in black robes who had lain there for an unknown length of time slowly opened his long-closed eyes. A suffocating, overwhelming surge of demonic energy surged from the man in black, causing the surrounding space to collapse in waves, as if this realm lacked the capacity to bear his might. The ancestral demon source has been sealed and taken away? Does this mean the deal has been struck? The man in black robes stepped out of the ceremonial hall into the void, then looked up at the spatial rift a thousand zhang wide, and a hint of relief flashed in his eyes. Let me calculate, it's been 100,000 years, hasn't it? A look of nostalgia flashed in the man in black's eyes. He still remembered that when he first obtained the ancestral demon source, he had not yet attained the saint stage. But now, with 100,000 years having passed, he had long since ascended to the earth saint stage. Sigh, I hope those in the upper realm can thoroughly study it. They must not let it cloud their minds. The man in the black robe slowly shook his head, then added, It's a pity there's no turning back for me now. The moment his words fell, his once clear eyes were instantly replaced by boundless, overwhelming demonic energy, becoming deep and icy, radiating an endless aura of bloodlust. Ha ha ha. With this deal sealed and the help of those from the upper realm, our clan will surely unify the entire wasteland realm. Whoosh! Immediately afterward, the man in the black robe, radiating an icy killing intent, took a single step and vanished from where he stood. The wasteland realm, amidst the starry skies of the outer cosmos. Boom! A human saint had just used a high-grade sacred artifact to severely wound and drive back a demon clan saint stage practitioner. Before he even had a chance to catch his breath, an arm radiating overwhelming demonic energy pierced through his chest. Amidst the surging, boundless demonic energy, it charged straight toward his brow, completely obliterating his powerful saint soul. With that, this human saint was utterly annihilated, body and soul. Haha, the taste of saint blood, it's been a while. Truly delicious. The one who struck was none other than the man in the black robe. Oh. It seemed there's even more delicious sacred blood deeper within? The man in the black robe turned his gaze toward the depths of the cosmic starry sky. A dazzling beam of light shot forth from his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, his figure flickered and vanished from where he stood. Meanwhile, deep within the vastness of the cosmos, Aotian was enveloped in endless chaotic thunder. His thousand zhang dragon body stood like a pillar supporting the heavens, and with a sweeping strike of his massive tail, he sent the fifth and fourth supreme beings reeling backward, spitting blood. What's going on? Are you guys even capable? Your dragon grandpa hasn't even gone all out yet, and you're already falling apart? Watching the two demon clan supremes retreating while coughing up blood, Aotian's massive dragon face was filled with smug satisfaction. So this is what it feels like to look down on your opponents. It's absolutely exhilarating. Whoosh! However, a sudden pang of foreboding welled up in Outyen's heart. Chaos thunder erupted from his 1,000-zhang-long dragon body as he instinctively darted sideways.
Thud! But it was still a split second too late. A massive, towering demonic claw suddenly emerged silently from the void beside him, grabbing directly at Outyen's lower body. The terrifying claw ripped a gash deep enough to expose the bone right through his dragon tail. Haha, as expected of a shape-shifting divine dragon that attains sentience, your reflexes are quite sharp. Suddenly, the man in the black robe appeared before the fifth and fourth supreme beings, his face twisted into a cold smile as he watched Outyen, who was gasping in pain. We pay our respects to Lord Demon Master. Behind him, the fifth and fourth supreme beings of the demon clan, upon seeing the newcomer, immediately knelt down in excitement and clasped their fists with the utmost reverence. Now that the demon lord had successfully revived, he would surely lead them to sweep away all obstacles.
Damn it! Are you trying to sneak attack me?
Outyen's massive dragon eyes fixed on the black-robed man across from him, whose entire body radiated a terrifying, overwhelming demonic aura. For a moment, a look of deep gravity spread across his dragon face. If his senses were correct, the black-robed man opposite him had mastered at least 5 rule forces of the same origin.
Whoa! Outyen couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, muttering under his breath. These demonic brats really do have deep reserves of power. They actually have a super powerful figure who is no weaker than this dragon lord. At the same time, further away, Feng Hong, who had been trembling in the face of the first, second, and third demon clan sovereigns, naturally sensed what was happening over here. Without hesitation, he struck out with a fist to knock the 3 demon clan sovereigns aside and rushed over immediately. It's you?
The moment Feng Hong arrived, he recognized the true identity of the black-robed man standing opposite him. It seems letting you escape back to the demon realm all those years ago was an extremely wrong decision. 10,000 years ago, 9 supreme rulers of the demon clan launched an attack. The human alliance managed to slay 3 of them and subdue 5. Only one escaped, the very man in black robes standing before him now. Whoosh, whoosh. The first, second, and third supreme rulers also arrived on the scene immediately. Upon seeing the man in black robes, they all bowed respectfully, and the 2 sides stood facing off against each other. The man in black robes looked at Feng Hong, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. But after a moment, his expression turned cold again, and he laughed lightly.
Haha, you're talking about that little demon from back then, aren't you?
I recall he did return severely wounded at the time, intending to use the ancestral demon source to heal his injuries, but in the end, I devoured him.
As he spoke, the man in black showed not the slightest change in expression, as if he were recounting something utterly ordinary.
However, behind him, the 5 demon clan sovereigns felt a sudden chill rise within them upon hearing this, their eyes filled with deep apprehension and fear.
No wonder that venerable supreme of the demon clan vanished shortly after fleeing back to the demon clan. I never imagined he'd actually been devoured and refined by the demon lord himself. The 5 were suddenly overcome with dread. Would their own fates end up the same way?
Even across from them, Feng Hong and Outyen couldn't help but let their expressions shift slightly upon hearing this.
You really are cruel, you'd even eat your own kind?
Hearing this, the man in the black robe gave a faint smile and said, Haha, making a small sacrifice for the future of our clan is simply unavoidable.
Alright, I've said enough. It's time to quickly finish you off.
With that, the man in the black robe paused briefly, then vanished from where he stood.
Outyen, watch your back.
Suddenly, a demonic hand reached out from the void behind Outyen and lunged toward him.
Holy shit! Help me!
In truth, even without Feng Hong's warning, Outyen had sensed the danger immediately. Instinctively, he summoned a massive cauldron radiating chaotic energy and smashed it against the demonic hand.
Boom! That giant cauldron was none other than the Myriad Cauldron.
Back when Outyen had accompanied Feng Hong to the front lines, Zhang had secretly entrusted him with the Myriad Cauldron for self-defense. He never expected it would actually come in handy. In the void, the man in black robes materialized. As demonic energy surged around him, he slowly regenerated the hand that had been shattered. He looked at the Myriad Cauldron in Outyen's hand,
a chill spreading across his face. This myriad cauldron was a super sacred artifact our clan acquired through trade. I never expected it to fall into the hands of the likes of you. How deeply disappointing. In the distance, upon hearing this, the hearts of the 5 supreme rulers of the demon clans sank. They knew the demon lord was referring to them. Whoosh! But immediately afterward, the man in black robes, without another word, launched another attack at Outyen. At that moment, Outyen could no longer hold back and roared furiously. Are you out of your mind? You're fixated on fighting your dragon grandpa? Can't you see there's an old man right here who's just as powerful as you? Standing nearby, Fong Hong, the transformed super holy artifact, heard this and his face instantly darkened. He thought to himself, have you ever seen such a dashing old man? What a rebellious little brat of a dragon. Nevertheless, Fong Hong immediately rushed over to take out Yen's place and began battling the man in the black robe. If anyone could temporarily hold off this black-robed man right now, it was probably only him. Since you want to meet your end first, I'll grant you your wish. Icy murderous intent flared in the black-robed man's eyes, and his attacks grew even more ferocious. As for Outyen, now freed from the battle, he had long since been surrounded and attacked by the other 5 supreme beings. Fortunately, however, he possessed a super sacred artifact like the myriad cauldron, so for a time, he managed to fight the 5 supreme beings to a standstill, locked in a fierce, back-and-forth battle. Meanwhile, over here, as the two sides were locked in combat, deep within the chaos region of the sacred land. As Zhang brought down his final blow, the chaos region instantly began to boil like a pot of boiling water. Congratulations, host! The number of forging attempts for the cloth armor has increased by 50 million, bringing the cumulative total to 100 million. The cloth armor has successfully ascended to a sovereign artifact. The sacred realm, deep within the chaos region. The instant Zhang's final blow landed, the entire chaos region became alive with energy, as if it had gained a consciousness of its own, cheering and rejoicing. It was as if it were welcoming the birth of the master of chaos. Even in the supreme heavens above, endless chaos thunder could be faintly seen slowly coalescing. And this newly born chaos thunder caused even Zhang, a practitioner of the thunder path who had undergone the baptism of the chaos thunder pool, to sense a dangerous aura. It pulsed with the true essence of the Tao of chaos. It seemed that for the cloth armor to ascend to a sovereign artifact, it must first be recognized by this realm and undergo the baptism of the chaos thunder tribulation. Boom! Before Zhang could even react, a bolt of chaotic thunder as thick as a water bucket struck down directly. However, its target was the imperial-grade cloth armor on the artifact forging platform, shrouded in a dense aura of the great Tao. Master, have no worries, a mere bolt of chaotic thunder cannot harm me. However, just as Zhang was about to intervene to deflect the chaos thunderbolt, a faint wave of consciousness suddenly entered his mind. Sensing this fluctuation, Zhang paused briefly in his tracks. Has this imperial tier cloth armor developed its own consciousness? Immediately afterward, upon closer inspection, Zhang realized that, under the system's influence, this imperial tier cloth armor had long since formed a contractual bond with him. At this realization, a smile immediately spread across Zhang's lips. After telling the imperial tier cloth armor to be careful, he quickly retreated to the side. Boom! As a torrent of chaos thunder crashed down from the sky, the imperial tier cloth armor, which had been lying quietly on the artifact forging platform, instantly soared into the air, radiating a dense aura of the chaos Tao. It directly dispersed the chaotic thunder filling the sky, as if it had never existed. Moreover, the residual aura overflowing from the Tao of chaos caused the void within the surrounding chaotic region to shatter layer by layer, resembling a black hole. Whoosh! In the distance, Zhang watched the scene and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This imperial tier cloth armor was far more powerful than he had ever imagined. Congratulations, host! Your forging count increased by 50 million, and you have earned 500 years of Thunder Tao enlightenment as a reward. Congratulations, host! Your cumulative forging count has exceeded 100 million. Your Thunder Tao immortal body has ascended to the Chaos Tao body. However, just as Zhang was lost in thought, two familiar voices suddenly echoed in his mind. As for the first message regarding the 500 years of Thunder Tao enlightenment, he ignored it outright,
focusing instead on the Chaos Dao body.
Chaos Dao body, huh? A surge of excitement welled up within Zhang.
Having survived the third tribulation of the strongest saint stage, he knew all too well the terror associated with anything bearing the word chaos.
If the great Tao represented the realm of the ascended stage, then didn't chaos signify a realm beyond even the ascended stage?
Zhang didn't dwell on it, for he had never even heard of a realm beyond the ascended stage. Immediately, Zhang sat cross-legged where he stood, earnestly absorbing the Chaos Dao body as he underwent his transformation. As Zhang fused with the Chaos Dao body, his entire form was instantly shrouded in endless chaotic mist, rendering him invisible to outsiders as if the secrets of the heavens had been concealed. In the distance, the Emperor Tear Cloth Armor, sensing that Zhang had entered a state of cultivation, flew over with remarkable intelligence and stood guard by his side.
For Zhang, absorbing this Chaos Dao body presented no obstacles whatsoever.
Setting aside the fact that it was a reward from the system, the strongest chaos foundation he had established alone made this a breeze.
It could be said that this Chaos Dao body was practically tailor-made for Zhang.
As he continued to fuse with the Chaos Dao body, he discovered that his comprehension of the Thunder Dao had actually expanded to include an insight into a seventh rule force. Furthermore, the time rule force he had originally grasped while observing the Dao aura surging from that terrifying celestial abyss deep within the sacred site was now, under the enhancement of the Chaos Dao body,
gradually giving rise to a second time rule force.
Feeling all this, Zhang was overjoyed.
Was this an unexpected bonus? Or was the Chaos Dao body inherently capable of containing the 3,000 great Daos?
Zhang did not dwell on it for the moment. As he continued to integrate it with focus, he also discovered that his comprehension of rule power, the Great Tao, and the Chaos Tao had become much more intuitive and effortless. He could even, with a mere wave of his hand, capture the wandering fragments of the Great Tao floating in the heavens and earth.
Whoosh!
Half a month later, Zhang finally snapped out of that state, exhaled deeply, and the chaotic mist surrounding him dissipated.
Master!
The moment Zhang emerged from seclusion, the Emperor Tear Cloth Armor that had been standing guard by his side swiftly flew over to him. A smile spread across Zhang's face. He nodded at it, then slipped it onto his body.
He clenched his fists tightly, sensing the surging power within him.
The 7 rule forces, all sharing the same origin, had directly elevated his cultivation to the early saint stage. At this level, even in the upper realm where experts abound, he would rank among the very elite. Combined with the boost from the 2 streams of time law energy, the Chaos Saint body, the Imperial Great Cloth Armor, the Golden Bell within his saint soul, and various other means, Zhang's true combat power had become so formidable that even he himself could scarcely fathom it. Moreover, as his cultivation and strength increased, the Golden Bell within his saint soul evolved and grew in power alongside him. Now, as golden light swirled around it, faint traces of the Tao of Chaos could be discerned. As for its grade, it was equivalent to a super sacred artifact at the early saint stage. Zhang's combat power had received a truly terrifying boost.
Boom! To test his current combat power, Zhang unleashed a full-force punch directly into the depths of the Chaos region. As the boundless, surging light of the Chaos Fist erupted, it instantly cleared a vacuum in the Chaos region it struck.
Even the surrounding Chaos region, unable to withstand the terrifying force, began to shatter inch by inch, giving rise to spider web-like spatial fissures that spread out in all directions.
Whoa!
Witnessing this scene, Zhang couldn't help but gasp in astonishment.
This single punch was truly that terrifying.
He knew full well just how resilient the space within the Chaos region was. It was permeated with the aura of the Great Tao, making it a place of immense terror. Even a super sacred artifact like Fang Hong, capable of taking human form, dared only to cultivate on the outer fringes of the Chaos region, never venturing deeper. He never imagined that with just this single punch, he would shatter more than half of the Chaos region. A moment later, Zhang withdrew his fist and regained his composure. After a brief silence, he looked up beyond the Chaos region and said calmly,
"Nearly a month has passed. It seems it's time to head to the front lines."
Inside the Chaos region, after Zhang had packed up the artifact forging platform and everything else, he took a single step and found himself directly at the exit of the sacred land realm. Having returned to the mortal world, he hesitated not a moment.
As the power of the time rules flowed around him, his entire body vanished from that spot in an instant. At the same time, the wasteland realm, on the outskirts of the demon realm. In the depths of outer space, countless planetary debris and lifeless stars drifted through the void. The galaxy lay in ruins, resembling a scene of cosmic apocalypse. All of this, the result of the fierce clash between the demon lord and Feng Hong. Boom! Amid the eruption of boundless law energy, Feng Hong, who had already manifested his true form, felt the law energy surging chaotically through his body. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, he was hurled violently backward, crashing into a massive, lifeless star behind him and shattering it to pieces. The demon lord, the man in black robes, followed with an impassive expression. Looking down upon the severely wounded Feng Hong, he said in an icy tone, "I told you, even if you healed the wounds to the great Tao and grew stronger by being nourished by a wisp of chaos chi, you are still no match for me." The demon lord was enveloped in boundless, overwhelming demonic energy, within which 5 strands of rule energy, all sharing the same origin, flickered faintly, making him appear supremely powerful. He looked down at Feng Hong, who lay severely wounded and on the verge of losing his ability to fight, and said coldly, "Actually, the fact that you've managed to fight me this far is quite impressive. Since that's the case, I'll grant you a quick end." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the 5 streams of law energy of the same origin swirled in the demon lord's hand, coalescing into a 1,000-long black giant sword, which he then swung directly at Feng Hong. In the distance, though severely wounded, Feng Hong was naturally not about to sit idly by and await his doom. He instantly shifted back into human form and fled into the depths of the cosmos. The demon lord, of course, would not let him escape. He stepped directly onto the black giant sword and gave chase. "Do you really think you can get away?" At the same time, on the other side of deep space, Aotian's condition was not much better than Feng Hong's. Even though Zhang had bestowed upon him the myriad cauldron, a super sacred artifact, he was still no match for the combined assault of the 5 demon clan sovereigns closing in on him. Having fought this long, his colossal, 1,000-zhang dark gold dragon body was already riddled with horrific wounds. Golden dragon blood dripped into the cosmos, causing the very void itself to collapse and shatter under its weight. Damn it all to hell! Don't you 5 demonic brats have any sense of martial honor? 5 of you ganging up on me is bad enough, but to actually launch a sneak attack from the shadows? Another terrifying wound, deep enough to expose bone, appeared on Aotian's massive dragon body. This was caused by a sneak attack from the demon clan's 3rd supreme. Who would have thought the opponent had mastered the power of spatial laws? Like an assassin in the dark, he vanished in the midst of battle, only to reappear and deliver a fatal blow. Dare you come at me one by one? This dragon grandpa will definitely smash your demonic heads into dog heads. Ah! This hurts like hell, you dragon grandpa. Across from him, the 5 demon clan supremes besieging him wore grim expressions. This dragon really was a pain in the neck. His foul-mouthed, obnoxious talk was utterly repulsive. "You're on the brink of death, yet you're still talking back. Just wait until I wipe you out. I'll rip out your dragon tendons and use them as whips." The 5 demon clan sovereigns radiated overwhelming demonic energy, blasting the scattered, shattered planets around them into pieces. "Go ahead and gloat now. Just wait until my master emerges. He'll crush you all in one fell swoop. I'll blow your demonic brains to bits." Golden dragon blood dripped from Aotian's body. Drawing power from the myriad cauldron, he fought while retreating, all the while silently pleading in his heart for Zhang to hurry and arrive. "Oomph, you're just bluffing. Even if you have some powerful master backing you, as soon as he arrives, the demon lord will crush him with a single punch." The 5 supreme rulers of the demon clans paid no heed to Aotian's words and attacked with even greater ferocity. Meanwhile, in the depths of the cosmos, Zhang's figure appeared there in an instant. Drawing upon the lingering echoes of the laws flowing through the surrounding space, he traced back and realized that a saint's fall had once occurred here and that it was a saint of the human race who had perished. In an instant, Zhang's expression turned icy, and boundless killing intent surged in his eyes. Without a word, he expanded the range of his saint's soul's perception to its maximum, scanning the depths of the cosmos. The next moment, he vanished from where he stood. Boom! When he reappeared,
he unleashed a supreme punch directly at a Demon Clan Saint stage cultivator. Accompanied by a burst of dazzling light, the Demon Clan Saint stage didn't even have time to let out a scream before Zhang's punch obliterated him completely, leaving not a trace behind, his body and spirit utterly annihilated. After doing all this, Zhang didn't linger, he quickly rushed to the next location. After he left, the human saint who had been battling the slain Demon Clan Saint stage, who had been severely wounded, found himself at the end of his rope, ready to self-detonate at any moment. But when he suddenly witnessed his formidable foe being pierced by a single fist and then annihilated, body and soul, he was utterly stunned and frozen in place. It took him a long time to come to his senses. He looked toward the spot where Zhang had vanished and muttered to himself, "Just now was that young friend Zhan?" Instantly, a surge of excitement welled up within this human saint, and he bowed in the direction Zhang had departed. To obliterate a saint with a single punch, young friend Zhang had successfully advanced to the saint stage. The human race was saved. Without a moment's hesitation, the saint immediately sat cross-legged on the spot, took out a sacred herb, and swallowed it whole, rapidly recovering so he could go help the others. As for Zhang, after leaving that location, he quickly appeared in several saint-level battle zones, where he decisively struck down the Demon Clan saints. It was like harvesting wheat. These Demon Clan saints were now no match for him in a single exchange. The rescued human saints, upon learning who had intervened, all wore expressions of excitement and were deeply grateful to Zhang. Once they were free to act, they didn't linger but immediately joined the battles of the other saints, using their numbers to overwhelm the enemy. "Young friend Zhang, I'm fine here. You must hurry to aid the 4 great saint lords. They're currently under siege by the 4 demon supreme rulers. Were it not for the top-tier sacred artifacts in their possession, they might have perished long ago." In the depths of the cosmos, the elderly saint stage cultivator Xianyi was under attack by 3 Demon Clan saint stage cultivators but showed no signs of defeat. Upon seeing Zhang appear, he urged him to go aid the 4 great saint lords first. However, upon hearing this, Zhang replied nonchalantly, "No problem, it'll only take 3 punches." The 3 Demon Clan Saint stage cultivators battling the elderly Saint stage cultivator Xianyi couldn't help but sneer upon hearing Zhang's words. 3 punches? What, do you think you can take us all down with just 3 punches? How ignorant and laughable. Don't worry. Once we've dealt with this old fool right here, we'll send you on your way. The 3 Demon Clan Saint stage cultivators didn't take Zhang seriously at all. Little did they know, the very moment their words fell, 3 terrifying bolts of thunder imbued with the aura of the Tao of Chaos suddenly descended from the void, striking directly toward them. Boom! The 3 had barely sensed the danger when they were instantly engulfed by the 3 bolts of chaos thunder. In an instant, they were obliterated, leaving not even a trace behind, their bodies and souls utterly annihilated. After doing this, Zhang said nothing further. He simply vanished from the spot and rushed toward the next battlefield. Back where he had been, Xianyi, an old saint stage cultivator, stared at Zhang's receding figure, frozen in place, and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This so young friend Zhang is truly this powerful? Wiping out 3 Demon Clan Saint stage cultivators with a single strike?"